Chapter 1. Rebirth in Douluo. In a dimly lit microcosm, a radiant point suddenly emerged within a small world. The moment this luminous speck appeared, the entire realm trembled, thunder rumbled in the sky, and what should have been daylight was abruptly engulfed by darkness. As the light descended into a dense forest, all surrounding life scattered in panic, even the unthinking plants uprooting themselves in a desperate bid to flee. This phenomenon not only disrupted this world, but also reverberated through the distant divine realm. As the gods convened to deliberate on the cause of this disturbance, the strange occurrences vanished as swiftly as they had come, leaving the deities to return to their tasks, their memories of the incident entirely erased. This world, too, reverted to its original state. All that had been destroyed was restored, and the realm lost all recollection, as if nothing had transpired. The sky was filled with clouds, yet an inexplicable change lingered in the air. The Stardew forest had returned to its former glory, untouched, save for one particular area at its edge. At the very fringe of the Stardew forest, a luxurious carriage stood still on the road. Its horses fainted from fright. Suddenly, a tremulous voice broke the silence. "Your Holiness, what has happened?" Inside the carriage sat an enchanting woman adorned with a purple gold crown, clad in a flowing lavender gown, her feet adorned with high-heeled shoes. Her brows knitted in concern as her beautiful eyes gazed toward the source of the commotion, which was no more than a few hundred meters away. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "Elder Jew, let's investigate what transpired." Upon hearing this, a striking man clad in golden armor outside the carriage shuddered slightly. "Your Holiness, must we truly go? There may be danger. You have only just ascended to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall, and we cannot afford any mishap." His face revealed his apprehension as he gently cautioned her. In the next instant, the woman stepped down from the carriage, her tall, graceful figure radiating an air of authority. She cast a glance at the man before striding toward the distance. The man, momentarily stunned, lowered his head and silently followed her footsteps toward the site of the disturbance. In mere moments, their forms flickered, and they arrived at their destination, where the sight before them took their breath away. Before them lay a landscape marred by destruction, a gaping chasm approximately 100 meters wide and several dozen meters deep. What astonished them further was not merely the devastation, but a stone pillar, roughly 2 meters in width, standing intact at the center of the pit, with something shimmering upon the brush atop it. The exquisite woman examined it closely, but could discern nothing. After pondering for a moment, she leapt into the air, ascending to the top of the stone pillar. "Your Holiness, wait for me." The stunning man, seeing her leap, followed suit and landed beside her on the pillar. The two of them stared curiously at the luminous orb before them. "Your Holiness, what is this?" the man inquired. The woman shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. After a brief moment of contemplation, she extended a finger and gently touched the orb. The initial sensation was one of warmth, enveloping her in comfort akin to basking in sunlight. "Your Holiness, we still do not comprehend what this is. It may be prudent not to touch it. What if something unforeseen were to occur?" the man urged, his voice laced with concern as he witnessed her interaction with the mysterious light. Before she could respond, the orb suddenly erupted, transforming into countless motes of light that floated in the air, leaving behind a singular spot bathed in brilliance. Before either could react, the luminous particles surged into their bodies. The majority flowed into the woman, with only a small fraction entering the man. "What are these?" "Your Holiness, are you unscathed?" he exclaimed, anxiously checking himself for any ill effects. The woman furrowed her brow, a flicker of worry crossing her mind, but her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by another exclamation from the man. As she turned to question him, she was met with a visage of profound shock, confusion, and elation. "Your Holiness, I've discovered that my soul power has surged to level 94, and I am on the brink of reaching level 95, he exclaimed in disbelief. The woman was momentarily taken aback. She knew he had only recently achieved level 93, and it would typically take years to ascend to level 94. Yet here he was, not only at level 94, but nearing level 95. Surely, this was the result of the light that had entered Elder Just's body, she mused. The man, filled with excitement, realized the magnitude of the gift he had received, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as he glanced at the woman, who had absorbed the majority of the light. The woman closed her eyes, quietly attuning herself to her own newfound strength. Moments later, her eyes fluttered open in astonishment. Her soul power had reached level 99, placing her on par with the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall. As a dual martial soul wielder, if her second martial soul achieved full soul rings, Her future power could surpass that of the Grand Priest, potentially even granting her the opportunity to ascend to godhood. The thought ignited a spark of exhilaration within her, causing her body to tremble with anticipation. Seeing her elation, the man quickly offered his congratulations. Congratulations, Your Holiness, on your remarkable advancement. The unification of the entire continent is now within reach. As for his own modest gain, he thought nothing of it. Even having acquired only a small portion of the light had propelled him forward surely. The Pope, having absorbed the majority, would have achieved unimaginable heights. The woman nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, the man seemed to realize something and released his soul rings, 9 orbs floating around him. The woman turned to observe, noting the standard configuration of yellow, purple, and black rings. However, when her gaze fell upon the 9th soul ring, astonishment washed over both of them. The once black ring had transformed into a vibrant red, signifying it was a 100,000-year soul ring. The man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he had slipped into a dreamlike state. The woman, too, was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape, rendered speechless by the revelation. 100,000-year soul ring? Have I truly acquired one? He exclaimed in disbelief, his expression shifting wildly, teetering on the brink of madness. The sound of his voice jolted the woman from her stupor, and in the next instant, she unleashed her own soul rings, confirming her suspicions. As expected, her configuration had changed from 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red to 5 black and 4 red. How is this possible? She stammered, swallowing hard, her voice trembling. It was not a lack of composure, rather. The sheer magnitude of an exponential increase in soul ring age would leave anyone breathless. 5 black and 4 red. Is this truly a possible configuration? Her eyes glazed over in disbelief. Such a soul ring configuration was unheard of, even among the highest echelons of the Spirit Hall, where the Grand Priest, the closest being to a deity, had never possessed such a combination. This was a 100,000-year soul ring. Currently, within the entire Spirit Master community, there were perhaps only a handful of soul masters with such rings. To possess 400,000-year soul rings was an unprecedented occurrence since the dawn of soul masters. They withdrew their soul rings, standing in silence, the surreal nature of the day feeling akin to a dream, as if the world itself was on the verge of shattering. As they remained in silence, they suddenly noticed the radiant light dissipating, revealing an exquisitely wrapped infant nestled within a delicate blanket. The two stared in astonishment at the child, whose serene visage boasted alabaster skin and strikingly beautiful black and white eyes. The woman instinctively cradled the infant, who gazed back at her with pure, innocent eyes. From the moment she laid eyes upon him, she was smitten, her features softening into a gentle smile. "Elder Jew, I wish to take this child back to the Spirit Hall," she declared, her tone resolute, infused with an undeniable authority. Elder Jew, though taken aback, said nothing, merely nodding in acquiescence. After all, his status could not alter her decision. The two began their journey back, the woman's gaze remaining tenderly fixed upon the infant, occasionally brushing her fingers against his porcelain-like cheek. Before long, they returned to the carriage, where the previously stunned horses had regained consciousness. The woman settled back into the carriage, while Elder Jew guided the vehicle slowly toward the Spirit Hall. "Little one, my name is Bibi Dong, what shall I call you?" she mused aloud, cradling the sleeping infant, who, of course, could not respond. As she gazed out at the sky, filled with white clouds, she continued to speak to herself. "You have come from beyond the heavens, breaking through the clouds thus. I shall name you Ling Xiao." How's that sound? Chapter 2. Mastering the Spirit Hall. Days later, a carriage crept into the Spirit City. Bibi Dong glanced down at the peacefully slumbering Ling Xiao in her arms and softly said, "Shower, we have arrived at Spirit City. We shall soon be home." In the past few days, in her efforts to care for Ling Xiao, Elder Jew, despite his status as a titled Daw and an esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall, had scoured various cities, towns, and villages in search of a wet nurse. It was imperative that they find one of high quality, which had necessitated the expenditure of a considerable amount of gold soul coins. However, as long as the quality was satisfactory, the cost was of little concern. For the Elder Jew, gold soul coins were insignificant. Yet, ensuring Ling Xiao's well-being was a matter that could not be treated lightly. The two individuals returned to the Spirit Hall, where tranquility reigned, undisturbed by their presence. However, the subsequent events soon rendered the offerings and elders of the Spirit Hall restless. Seated behind the papal hall, Bibi Dong instructed Elder Jew to issue a proclamation. The Spirit Hall is seeking a wet nurse, with a starting remuneration of 100 gold soul coins per day for a duration of 1 year, during which time one must remain within the confines of Spirit City. Requirements: must be in good health, a soul master, youthful, and attractive. Upon the completion of a year, those who perform exceptionally will be awarded a choice of a 10th Ascendancy soul bone. Upon the announcement, a stir erupted within Spirit City, drawing a crowd before the Spirit Hall. Astonished, onlookers gazed at the proclamation. 100 gold soul coins a day is no trifling sum. Only the Spirit Hall possesses such financial prowess, remarked an individual, their voice tinged with envy. Which esteemed personage has prompted the Spirit Hall to expend such resources merely to seek a wet nurse? Another question perplexed. Exceptional candidates stand to receive a 10th Ascendancy soul bone, a treasure unattainable by many soul masters. To think that merely becoming a wet nurse could offer such an opportunity, I'm going to give it a try, exclaimed a beautiful woman, her excitement propelling her towards the Spirit Hall to register. She was not alone in her aspirations at that moment. Several other women, all soul masters of striking beauty, awaited their turn at the entrance of the Spirit Hall. They were a mix of anxiety and trepidation, for before them sat Elder Ju, personally overseeing the selection. A being of immense renown, a titled Douluo, yet he humbly attended to such a seemingly trivial task. Elder Ju's stern countenance surveyed the gathering, his scrutinizing gaze instilling a sense of pressure and dread among the crowd. This was, after all, a matter concerning Ning, Xiao. Any oversight could lead to dire consequences for which few would be willing to accept responsibility. At that moment, the commotion not only reverberated throughout Spirit City, but also echoed within the Spirit Hall itself. The 8 elders of the Elder Hall: Ghost Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Flame Eagle Douluo, Serpent Spear Douluo, Spike Porcupine Douluo, Sea Turtle Douluo, and Holy Dragon Douluo, along with the 7 offerings from the Offering Hall Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, Azure Phoenix Douluo, Thousand June Douluo, Demon Suppression Douluo, and even a second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo. In the grand offering, Angel Douluo convened in the Papal Hall. What on earth is going through your mind, Bibi Dong? The imposing Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired without preamble, his tone devoid of any respect. After all, he was the eldest among them, with only Douluo surpassing him in strength, while Bibi Dong was merely a junior, her current rank a mere 96. Yet, Bibi Dong paid him no heed, her focus solely on teasing Ling Xiao in her arms. Anger flared in the Golden Crocodile Douluo's face. After all, she was just an upstart. When he made his name, Bibi Dong had yet to be born. At that moment, Douluo interjected, halting him. The Golden Crocodile Douluo fell silent. The Demon Bear Douluo added, "Your Holiness, it's merely a wet nurse. Gold soul coin suffice. Offering a 10th Ascendancy soul bone seems excessive, for soul bones are scarce, and the Spirit Hall possesses few. Many talented individuals, even elders, lack them." As the Demon Bear Douluo sought to continue, Bibi Dong cast him a glance, which enveloped him in an icy chill. "My apologies, Your Holiness, I misspoke," the Demon Bear Douluo murmured, stepping back in silence. Meanwhile, the Ghost Douluo remained reticent, though curiosity gnawed at him. Yet, he restrained himself, recognizing that the Pope must have her reasons for such actions. Then, Douluo spoke. "Bibi Dong, why this unusual concern for the child? This is unlike your usual demeanor, considering you have shown little regard for her in the past." Upon hearing Douluo's words, Bibi Dong turned her icy gaze towards him, fully aware of whom he referred to as her. "Douluo, do you truly remain oblivious to my reasons?" Bibi Dong replied, her voice low and laced with malice. Douluo faltered, fully cognizant of the underlying cause. Thus, he had refrained from opposing Bibi Dong's ascension to the papacy and had seldom interfered with the Spirit Hall's affairs. "This cannot continue. The Spirit Hall must not allow you to act with such impunity. Remove that last condition," he finally pronounced after a moment of contemplation. The Spirit Hall had ample gold soul coins to spare and could afford to waste them without concern. However, soul bones were a different matter entirely. Their occurrence was rare, with only 1 in 100 soul beasts yielding one. Moreover, a 10th Ascendancy soul bone, especially one of choice, was of immense value, often only slightly below that of a 50,000-year soul bone. Though such a soul bone held little significance for Douluo, it was a precious asset for the weaker elders. Bibi Dong's eyes grew cold at his words, her voice chilling as she retorted, "Douluo, I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Do you, as an offering, presume to dictate my actions? Indeed, you are the Pope, but that does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly," Douluo replied calmly, his aura as a rank 99 limit bearing down upon Bibi Dong. In the past, his presence had been sufficient to render her immobile, for the disparity between ranks 96 and 99 was significant. Moreover, his martial soul is the divine level 6-winged angel. Although Bibi Dong possesses twin martial souls, they are merely of the highest caliber. The elders and worshippers believed that Bibi Dong would yield this time. However, in the next moment, an unexpectedly formidable aura emanated from Bibi Dong, overshadowing even Xiao Wu. The members of the Pope's palace gazed at Bibi Dong in shock, their hearts filled with trepidation. This was particularly true for Golden Crocodile Douluo and Xiao Wu. Golden Crocodile Douluo stared at Bibi Dong in disbelief. He had never anticipated that she, who had previously been at level 96 and easily subdued, had now reached level 99, surpassing even Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread and confusion, unsure of how to express his emotions. Humph! Bibi Dong snorted coldly, her immense aura radiating outward, causing everyone present to feel an overwhelming pressure. Even Xiao Wu took a step back, while Golden Crocodile Douluo managed to withstand it momentarily. The other elders and worshippers were even less able to endure. They struggled to remain standing, their faces pale and gasping for breath, though fortunately, the pressure dissipated quickly, granting them a moment to recover. Xiao Wu remained silent, contemplating Bibi Dong, and the atmosphere in the Pope's palace grew heavy. Suddenly, he sighed deeply. Casting one last look at Bibi Dong before slowly turning away, his previously upright posture now slightly hunched. The once vibrant man appeared to age decades in an instant. From now on, the Spirit Hall will be entirely under your control, including the Elder Hall and the Worship Hall. I shall no longer involve myself in these matters. With those words, Xiao Wu vanished from the Pope's palace. Golden Crocodile Douluo and the other elders swiftly followed suit, knowing that from this day forth, the Spirit Hall would be Bibi Dong's domain. This incident regarding the soul bones might have been a display of power, a warning from Bibi Dong, firmly establishing her supreme position within the Spirit Hall. Once everyone had exited the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong turned her gaze to the child in her arms, Lin Xiao, her expression softening. Shower, I owe you so much. If I had not encountered you, I might still be constrained by the Worship Hall. Meanwhile, in Spirit City, a woman with skin as delicate as jade, exuding an alluring beauty, strolled along the road, holding the hand of a young girl around 5 or 6 years old. The little girl's fair face and large, pure eyes were captivating. The woman noticed a crowd gathering in front of the Spirit Hall and approached with curiosity, discovering a posted notice. They are merely seeking a wet nurse, and the reward is a soul bone worth 10,000 spirits. The woman gazed at the notice, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Could this be some sort of conspiracy from the Spirit Hall? Yet, it seemed implausible. The transaction appeared completely imbalanced. Could it truly be genuine? As the woman pondered, her gaze fell upon the little girl she was holding. A soul bone of any chosen type could significantly aid in future growth if she selected one suitable for herself, she mused while looking at the girl. Resolutely, the woman decided to take a chance. After all, succeeding would mean acquiring a soul bone for free, and failing would entail no loss. She navigated through the crowd, arriving at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, where dozens of beautiful women had gathered. It seemed this was the place to register, she thought, making her way over. Upon seeing the figure of Douluo seated in front, her eyes widened in disbelief, further fueling her suspicion of a possible conspiracy within the Spirit Hall. The presence of a titled Douluo, personally overseeing the search for a wet nurse, seemed highly unusual. Stealing her nerves, she approached, noticing that while many women were gathered, only a few were actually in line to register. These few were not ordinary spirit masters. The weakest among them was at the Spirit Emperor level, while the strongest was a spirit saint. Realizing this, the woman was immensely shocked. Spirit masters of such caliber were here merely for a wet nurse position. However, after some contemplation, she began to understand. If such a position warranted the presence of a titled Douluo, then the individual in question must hold an exceedingly noble status. If one performed well, the rewards could far exceed a mere soul bone. As she considered this, she took her place at the end of the line. At that moment, the lady in a purple gown at the front bowed to Douluo and began to introduce herself. Elder Ju, my name is Ziyun, and I am a level 71 spirit saint, with a healing martial soul, the purple crystal lotus. With that, she summoned her martial soul, revealing a purple lotus that shone with a crystalline brilliance, its roots adorned with a purple gemstone that emitted a gentle glow. A healing martial soul, how commendable, Douluo remarked, nodding slightly. At the Spirit Hall, there is no need to worry about Lin Xiao encountering any mishap. However, minor accidents may be unavoidable. Having a healing spirit master is indeed beneficial. You may remain for now. Next, Douluo instructed, allowing the guards to record Ziyun's information. Thank you, Elder. Ziyun's face lit up with joy as she stepped aside. Another woman, dressed in red, approached Douluo, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Elder. My name is Xiao Wu, a level 67 spirit emperor with a powerful offensive martial soul, the fire pattern spear. A red spear appeared in her hand, radiating intense flames. Douluo furrowed her brow. While an offensive martial soul was also commendable, this young woman was quite inexperienced, considered a small genius. Although recruiting her into the spirit hall was favorable, she would not be suitable for this task. An offensive spirit master is not particularly apt for caring for infants, while they may serve a protective role. The spirit hall is never in short supply of offensive spirit masters, with many titled Douluo among them. After some thought, Douluo stated, for this position, we require healing, defensive, or control spirit masters. Offensive spirit masters are not needed, but you are welcome to join the spirit hall. Is that so? Xiao's expression darkened upon hearing Douluo's words. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she realized that joining the spirit hall was a good opportunity. She had left the Star Luo Empire seeking a place of protection, and there was no better fit than the spirit hall. Thank you, Elder. I shall join the spirit hall, Xiao declared, stealing her expression. Very well, take her away, Douluo nodded to the guards. Yes, Elder. Several guards escorted Xiao toward the spirit hall. The remaining women exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, as they were all offensive spirit masters. They were disqualified from participation and were reluctant to join the spirit hall outright. Next, Douluo announced. Yet, the few women who had originally been in line did not step forward. Is there no one else? Douluo frowned. But since this was a matter of mutual consent, he could not force anyone. Rising from her seat, Douluo prepared to lead Ziyun toward the Pope's palace. At that moment, a voice rang out, Elder. May I give it a try? Upon hearing this, Douluo turned to the speaker, a woman clad in a light blue gown, holding the hand of a little girl. And you are? What is your martial soul? Elder, my name is Yu Qianqian, a level 61 soul emperor, and my martial spirit is the Nine-Heart Sea Begonia. Yu Qianqian stated. Chapter 3. Nine-Heart Sea Begonia what? The Nine-Heart Sea Begonia. At these words, the woman named Ziyun's complexion shifted dramatically. As a healing-type soul master, how could she be unaware of the Yi family's Nine-Heart Sea Begonia martial spirit? It is heralded as the foremost healing martial spirit on the continent, with only 3 individuals able to possess it simultaneously. Each bearer of the Nine-Heart Sea Begonia is a core member of the Yi family, rendering her purple crystal lotus utterly incomparable. Moreover, the head of the Yi family is a titled Douluo, deserving of respect from the royal family of the Tiando Empire and the top 3 sections. Ziyun felt a heavy weight on her heart. She had initially thought her advantages were insurmountable, only to have the core member of the Yi family appear just as her plans were coming to fruition. Douluo also gazed at Yu Qianqian with surprise, not expecting someone from the Tiando Empire to show up. Douluo hesitated. In terms of healing, what martial spirit could rival the Nine-Heart Sea Begonia? Such an individual would undoubtedly be the best choice. However, being from the Tiando Empire, it was uncertain whether she would be given the necessary care. Should anything go awry, he would have to face Bibi Dong's wrath. It would be better to bring them both to the Hall of the Pope for her final decision, Douluo contemplated, as he was only responsible for the initial selection. The ultimate decision lay with Bibi Dong. Follow me to meet Her Holiness the Pope. Who will be chosen depends entirely on Her Holiness's will, Douluo announced. Turning towards the Hall of the Pope, Ziyun and Yu Qianqian hurriedly followed, along with the little girl beside Yu Qianqian. After a period of travel, they arrived at the entrance of the Hall of the Pope. Gazing at the closed doors, Douluo bowed and said, Your Holiness, there are 2 candidates who are quite suitable. I now leave the selection to you. Shortly after Douluo's words fell, a voice emanated from the Hall of the Pope, and the grand doors slowly opened. Enter. Bibi Dong lifted her gaze towards the newcomers, cradling the sleeping Ling Xiao in her arms. Ziyun, greetings to Your Holiness. Yu Qianqian, greetings to Your Holiness. Both Ziyun and Yu Qianqian bowed deeply, their hearts racing with anxiety, for they stood before the most powerful figure on the continent. Douluo stepped forward to introduce the 2. Your Holiness. These 2 are healing-type soul masters. One possesses the purple crystal lotus, while the other wields the Nine-Heart Sea Begonia martial spirit. The Nine-Heart Sea Begonia, a member of the Yi family from the Tiando Empire? Bibi Dong observed the 2, her preference leaning towards Yu Qianqian. In terms of healing efficacy, No martial spirit could compare to the nine-heart sea begonia. The relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall was neither particularly good nor bad, maintaining a normal state without significant conflict. The Yu family had always refrained from participating in national affairs and did not oppose any factions. Thus, there was little cause for concern regarding any malevolent actions from them. Moreover, this was the Spirit Hall. If a sole emperor could harm Ling Xiao here, then the sole Douluos and titled Douluos might as well not exist. Sensing Bibi Dong's gaze, Ziyun bit her lip, her expression falling. Although she knew that with the nine-heart sea begonia present, her chances were slim, she still felt a pang of unwillingness within her heart. Yu Qianshan. Bibi Dong's voice rang out. Your Holiness. Yu Qianshan responded, her heart fluttering with tension. From today onward, you shall serve as Xiao Er's wet nurse. You must care for him well. During this year, you are not to leave the Spirit City. Even if you need to exit the Spirit Hall, it must be accompanied by an elder. Can you accept this? Bibi Dong regarded Yu Qianshan. Yes, Your Holiness. But could you please arrange for someone to inform my father at the Yi family and take my daughter back with them? Yu Qianshan requested. That can be arranged. Elder Zhu will visit your Yi family shortly. As for your daughter, she will remain in the Spirit Hall and need not return, Bibi Dong replied. Your Holiness. Yu Qianshan's expression grew troubled upon hearing this. My daughter is on the verge of awakening her martial spirit. She must return to the Yi family. Awakening a martial spirit is a trivial matter. She can do so here in the Spirit Hall. Even in acquiring a soul ring, the Spirit Hall can provide the best. Do you not wish to be by your daughter's side when she awakens? Bibi Dong spoke, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her face, pain, malice, longing, and sorrow. Yu Qianshan hesitated. She certainly did not want to part from her daughter, but life in the Spirit Hall would restrict her freedom. At that moment, the little girl holding Yu Qianshan's hand tugged at her gently. Yu Qianshan looked at the little girl, her eyes filled with reluctance. Mommy, I don't want to leave you. The little girl exclaimed, her expression downcast. Ling Ling, if you stay with Mommy, you can only remain in the Spirit Hall in Spirit City. You should go home. Your grandfather is waiting there. Yu Qianshan knelt down gently, stroking the little girl's head. No, I want to be with Mommy. The little girl shook her head, her eyes turning red, her voice growing hoarse. Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong's emotions surged intensely, her slender fingers twitching before she finally suppressed them. Enough. Both of you will stay in the Spirit Hall. Now, follow me. Bibi Dong rose, her tone leaving no room for refusal as she walked toward the inner hall. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianshan dared not say more, gently leading the little girl to follow Bibi Dong. Watching the departing figures, Douluo turned to Ziyun. Will you choose to leave now or join the Spirit Hall? Elder, I choose to leave, Ziyun replied. Since she had not succeeded, it was better to depart. She had her own family. Very well. Douluo did not obstruct her. A soul saint, though a healing-type soul master, held little value for the Spirit Hall. The two exited the Spirit Hall. Ziyun departed, while Douluo instructed the guards to remove the notice before soaring towards the Tiando Empire. On another front, Bibi Dong led Yu Qianshan and the little girl into a spacious room, ample enough to accommodate 100 people. The room contained a large bed that would not feel crowded even with several people sleeping upon it, and all other necessary amenities were present. From now on, you shall reside here. There are maidservants outside. Simply inform them of your needs. I now entrust Xiao Er to you. You must take full responsibility. Should anything unfortunate happen due to your negligence, I shall hold the Yi family accountable. Bibi Dong's voice was low and grave as she fixed her gaze upon Yu Qianshan. I will certainly care for this child well, Yu Qianshan affirmed. Knowing how much Bibi Dong cherished this child, she bore no grudge against the Spirit Hall and naturally would not harm a child. Bibi Dong nodded, handing Ling Xiao to Yu Qianshan, who awoke at that moment, his black and white eyes gazing at her. Your Holiness, the child has awakened. He may be hungry, Yu Qianshan observed, a gentle light flickering in her eyes as she looked at the child. Yes, perform your duties well, Bibi Dong instructed before exiting the room to attend to Spirit Hall matters. After some time, Douluo arrived at the Yi family in the Tiando Empire. As he hovered above the Yi family, a powerful aura, belonging to a titled Douluo, surged from deep within the family, accompanied by an aged voice that echoed. What brings Elder Zhu of the Spirit Hall to my Yi family? As the sound descended, an elderly figure clad in black and white appeared before Douluo, his expression grave. Old Yi, I come to your Yi family with no ill intent. I merely bear a message from His Holiness the Pope. Douluo regarded the elder with a calm demeanor. What is it? Yu Shuyun's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. Your daughter and granddaughter will remain in the spirit hall for the next year. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Shuyun's countenance shifted, his aura becoming unstable. His daughter, Yu Qianqian, possessed the 9 heart Si Tang, a spirit of utmost significance, and like him, was a 9th-level innate soul master. She was the core of the Yi family, likely to reach the status of a soul Douluo or even a title Douluo. Moreover, his granddaughter, Yi Lingling, also held great potential to inherit the 9 heart Si Tang. Now both were imprisoned by the spirit hall. This was a direct assault on the very roots of the Yi family. You have imprisoned Qianqian and Lingling. What are your intentions? Yu Shuyun's voice thundered, 9 soul rings swirling around him, his overwhelming presence causing the others from the Yi family to pale in fear. Despite Yu Shuyun's spirit being entirely healing-based and lacking any offensive capabilities, he was nonetheless a title Douluo. In the face of Yu Shuyun's wrath, Zhu Douluo remained unfazed. Even in the past, he could have subdued Yu Shuyun, and now, the latter's aura felt like a mere breeze to him. Old Yi, do not be so hasty. We of the Spirit Hall have no reason to target a soul emperor and a child. This is merely an opportunity we extend to you. A simple task devoid of any danger. Upon completion, Yi Qianqian may select any 10,000-year soul bone from the Spirit Hall's treasury, Zhu Douluo stated leisurely. Yu Shuyun's expression revealed astonishment, and his aura dwindled. How can I trust your words? What task could possibly require a healing-type soul emperor? After a moment of silence, Yu Shuyun's tone had calmed slightly. 1 10,000-year soul bone, even he possessed only one, and of a rather ordinary left leg bone at that. If Zhu Douluo spoke the truth, the opportunity to choose any 10,000-year soul bone of the highest quality would indeed be immensely beneficial, even for a title Douluo. Old Yi, we of the Spirit Hall have no reason to deceive you. You merely need to wait a year. Should you remain unconvinced, you may consult with His Holiness the Pope at our Spirit Hall. With that, Zhu Douluo departed from the Yi residence, leaving Yu Shuyun in deep contemplation. Patriarch. At that moment, a voice broke through Yu Shuyun's thoughts, bringing him back to reality as he landed on the ground. A middle-aged man approached cautiously from behind. Patriarch. The Spirit Hall has imprisoned the young master and miss. Should we not go to the Spirit Hall? No need, since Zhu Douluo claims it is a task without danger. There is no cause for concern. The illustrious Spirit Hall would not stoop to bully an old man like me. Yu Shuyun interrupted the middle-aged man. Understood. The man nodded and withdrew. Yu Shuyun gazed toward the direction Zhu Douluo had taken, lost in thought. Time flowed on. And it had been half a year since Yu Qianqian and Yi Lingling arrived at the Spirit Hall. In the second month, Yi Lingling awakened her spirit. The 9 heart Si Tang, and astonishingly, she was also a full innate soul master, shocking the entire Spirit Hall. A full innate soul master was a rarity that could go centuries without emergence. The following day, this news reached Yu Shuyun, who, unlike the rest of the Yi family, filled with excitement and elation, appeared solemn, as if he felt no joy, yet none dared to question him. Within the inner sanctum of the Pope's chamber at the Spirit Hall, Yi Qianqian was perusing books on soul bones, while Yi Lingling diligently cultivated her soul power. Just a month after awakening her spirit, she ventured into the soul-hunting forest to acquire her first soul ring, which was over 400 years old, elevating her soul power to level 12. Now, her soul power had risen to level 15. At that moment, the door to the room creaked open, and a young boy entered. His features were delicate, his eyes sparkling, appearing to be around 4 or 5 years of age. Xiao, you have returned. Yi Qianqian greeted Ling Xiao with a gentle smile. Ling Xiao's growth was remarkably swift. At merely 6 months old, he was already comparable in size to children aged 4 or 5. Aunt Qianqian, is Sister Lingling still cultivating? Ling Xiao inquired as he approached Yu Qianqian. Indeed. Cultivating soul power is of utmost importance, and one must strive diligently, Yu Qianqian replied, cradling Ling Xiao in her arms. Aunt Qianqian, when will I awaken my martial soul and begin my cultivation? Ling Xiao asked. It is still early for you, dear. You will awaken your martial soul at the age of 6, and only then can you commence your training, Yu Qianqian reassured him, gently patting his little head. You will surely awaken a formidable martial soul, perhaps even create miracles. Really? Ling Xiao hesitated at her words. Of course, I believe in you, Yu Qianqian affirmed. A flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes, for her soul power had already reached the impressive level of 67 in just half a year. With your exceptional nature, if you cannot awaken a powerful martial soul, who else could? Yu Qianqian pondered silently as she gazed at the child in her arms. Chapter 4. Departure. Half a year had swiftly passed. One day, Bibi Dong summoned Yu Qianqian and her daughter to the hall of the Pope. Yu Qianqian, the year has come to an end. Today you may return to your family with your daughter, Bibi Dong announced, surveying Yi Qianqian and Yi Lingling from her seat. Yes. Yi Qianqian responded, a twinge of reluctance stirring within her, for she had cared for Ling Xiao for an entire year. Yi Lingling's eyes mirrored that sentiment. From the moment Ling Xiao began to speak and walk, he had followed her around, calling her sister Lingling, sharing treats with her. She genuinely cherished her little brother. And the sudden prospect of separation left her feeling hollow. Bibi Dong, observing their emotional exchange, felt a pang of displeasure, knowing that it was she who had discovered Ling Xiao. Yet over the year, he had grown closer to Yi Qianqian. At that moment, Elder Zhu entered, carrying an ornate box. After placing it on the ground and opening it, he revealed 7 soul bones, each radiating distinct hues. These are 7 10,000-year soul bones. You may select one at your discretion, Bibi Dong informed Yi Qianqian. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianqian focused intently on the soul bones within the box, contemplating her choice. Bibi Dong remained silent, patiently waiting, for all the soul bones were of superior quality, challenging even for soul saints to obtain. Among them, a torso soul bone was highly coveted, even by titled Douluos. After several minutes, Yi Qianqian made her selection. Your Holiness, I choose this right arm soul bone, she stated, holding a piece that emitted a soft blue glow. Upon witnessing her choice, Elder Zhu carefully stored the remaining soul bones back in the treasure vault of the Spirit Hall. Excellent choice. This is a plant-type soul bone that grants the soul master formidable self-healing abilities. Now that you have made your selection, you may depart. Elder Zhu will accompany you to ensure your safety, Bibi Dong declared, as Elder Zhu rejoined them. Yi Qianqian and her daughter cast one last lingering glance at the inner hall of the Pope's chamber, seemingly catching a glimpse of the slumbering Ling Xiao. With a sigh, they said nothing further, securing the soul bone before exiting the hall of the Pope, followed closely by Elder Zhu. Bibi Dong resumed her duties, attending to the affairs of the Spirit Hall. After an hour had passed, Ling Xiao's figure appeared in the hall of the Pope. Shower, you are awake, Bibi Dong exclaimed, sensing his presence, smiling as she set aside her tasks and beckoned him over. Ling Xiao ran over, and Bibi Dong lifted him, placing him on her lap. And Dong, where are Qianqian and Lingling? Ling Xiao inquired. They have returned, Bibi Dong replied. Returned? Where to? To their own home. The Yi family of the Tiando Empire. Can I go to the Yi family in the Tiando Empire to find them? Yes, but you must wait until Shower becomes stronger. Stronger? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, lowering his head. What does it mean to be strong? Must I become a title Douluo? Bibi Dong chuckled softly. If Shower becomes a title Douluo, he would be among the pinnacle of power on this continent, and there would be no place he cannot go. Are the pinnacle powers the strongest in the world? Ling Xiao asked. Bibi Dong fell silent, as she understood that a title Douluo was not the ultimate power. Deities were. Only by becoming a deity could one possess overwhelming power on the continent. Perhaps even becoming a deity does not guarantee being the strongest, for there may exist disparities among deities. Moreover, attaining divinity is exceedingly difficult. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she only knew of the angelic deity worshipped in the offering hall, the sea god revered on Sea God Island, and the Rakshasa god she encountered not long ago. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong gazed into Ling Xiao's eyes and softly said, a title Douluo is the pinnacle of power on the Douluo Continent, yet not the strongest. Then who is the strongest? The deities. Deities? Indeed, the strongest are the deities. If one could become a deity, then what is a title Douluo but a mere mortal? However, it is also possible that deities are not the strongest, as there is more than one deity. So how can one become a deity? Can Aunt Dong become a deity? Ling Xiao asked. Becoming a deity is immensely challenging. As for whether I can become a deity, I am uncertain. Perhaps I can, perhaps I cannot, Bibi Dong replied. Regarding divinity, she lacked confidence, for no one had ascended to godhood on the continent for thousands of years. Is it truly that difficult to become a deity? Ling Xiao inquired, curiosity piqued. For you, perhaps it is not very difficult, Bibi Dong said. Shower will surely become a deity in the future, ascend to the divine realm, and even become a powerful deity. At that time, Shower can do as he wishes. The divine realm, a powerful deity. Ling Xiao's heart swelled with longing upon hearing this. I will undoubtedly become a deity in the future and journey to the divine realm. Furthermore, I aspire to be among the strongest deities, to surpass all deities and become the mightiest in the divine realm, to possess the power to defeat all deities, even to rise above them, Ling Xiao declared. His gaze directed towards the great hall's exterior. Bibi Dong looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. Her greatest aspiration in life was to become a deity and obliterate the spirit hall, which had brought her nightmares. The thought of existing above all deities was something she had never conceived, nor dared to imagine. Yet here was Ling Xiao, merely 1 year old, harboring such ambition. What lies beyond the deities? She did not know, nor could she achieve it, but Ling Xiao was an enigma to her. Perhaps he truly could. Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Good. Becoming a deity may not be the strongest, but Xiao, you must diligently cultivate and become that existence above the so-called deities, possessing overwhelming power." Ling Xiao nodded, his eyes resolute, determined that in the future, he would transcend the so-called deities and become the god in the eyes of the deities. In the year when Ling Xiao turned 3, Bibi Dong took on a disciple named Huliena, simultaneously accepting Ling Xiao as her own pupil. Thus, they became the saintess and saint of the Spirit Hall. A year swiftly passed, and within the papal palace, a girl who appeared to be around 10 years of age chased after Ling Xiao. Despite her tender years, her every movement radiated an enchanting allure, her eyes resembling those of a beautiful and beguiling fox. Ling Xiao, now 4 years old, appeared to possess the stature of a 7 or 8-year-old, with a delicate visage, skin as smooth as jade, and eyes that sparkled with clarity, all accompanied by a cheerful smile. "Xiao, don't run away. If you keep this up, I shall become angry. Beware of my fierce grasp," Huliena exclaimed, clenching her fair fist from behind. "Aha, Sister Liena only knows how to scare me. I shan't heed your words," Ling Xiao retorted, not pausing in his flight. Instead turning his head to make a silly face at her. Huliena's eyes twitched, and with a surge of soul power, she suddenly accelerated, leaping in front of Ling Xiao and scooping him up in her arms. "Humph! Xiao, keep running. How could you possibly outrun me?" she declared with a hint of pride, though inwardly she was astounded. Despite being 6 years his senior and a soul master, she found herself unable to catch up to Ling Xiao without employing her soul power. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and gazed at Huliena, saying, "Sister Near, you resorted to trickery. You actually used soul power to chase me." Huliena's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she retorted, "Humph, so what? There are no rules against employing soul power in a pursuit, and now you have lost." Upon hearing the words, Ling Xiao gazed at Huliena with wide eyes, astonished as though he had encountered something utterly preposterous. Observing Ling Xiao's incredulous expression, Huliena felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, yet she maintained a facade of calmness. Just as her discomfort peaked, a shadowy figure, almost ghostly in nature, materialized before them. Upon seeing this figure, Huliena quickly set Ling Xiao down and bowed respectfully. "I have met the Ghost Elder." "Indeed," replied the ghost Douluo, his expression devoid of emotion, which was characteristic of his demeanor. As for Ling Xiao, he merely glanced at the ghost Douluo without uttering a word or exhibiting any sign of reverence. Nevertheless, the ghost Douluo bore no ill will. After all, within the Spirit Hall, from the elders to the guards and maidservants, everyone was acutely aware of the preciousness of the saint's son, Bibi Dong's favored treasure, and would not dare allow him to suffer even the slightest indignity. Huliena, being a saintess, was afforded the privilege of such a bow, for her status was not superior to that of an elder. However, the notion of the saint's son bowing was utterly absurd. He was not so foolish as to accept such an act. He understood that should he dare to accept this courtesy, Bibi Dong would swiftly remind him of the disparity between himself and the limit Douluo. His friend, Zhu Yueguan, had persistently advised him to show utmost respect to the saint's son, to cater to his every whim, and never to do anything that might displease him. Not even in the slightest. Currently, in the Spirit Hall, no one would dare challenge Bibi Dong's authority, and naturally, he would not offend the most favored saint's son. Yet, he was also deeply intrigued as to why Zhu Yueguan was so well informed about these matters, continuously reminding him of such. It was only after a particular incident when Zhu Yueguan revealed his soul ring in front of him that Ling Xiao was left dumbfounded by the radiant glow of the 100,000-year soul ring. They had been friends for decades. He thought he knew Zhu Yueguan inside out. Yet, how could he suddenly possess a soul ring of such extraordinary age? The shock this revelation brought was far greater than if the three sects had been annihilated in an instant. It was only after relentless inquiries that Zhu Yueguan hinted at the connection between this matter and the saint's son. Since that revelation, he had been acutely aware that even provoking the Pope or the Grand Elder was far less perilous than inciting the saint's son's wrath. The former might only result in some reprimand, while the latter could very well cost him his life. Chapter 5. Xianrenxue Saintus, the Pope has requested your presence. Ghost Douluo stated. Very well, I shall seek out my teacher immediately. Huliena nodded and followed the ghost elder toward the Pope's palace. However, before departing, she turned to Ling Xiao with a playful smile and said, Xiao, do not forget, you lost. I know. Ling Xiao responded irritably. A look of defiance etched upon his face. The reality of his defeat meant that he would have to share a bed with Hulaina that night. A prospect that was far from pleasant, as he would be treated like a mere doll. He would much prefer to be with his teacher, Bibi Dong, who was gentle and never meddled with him in such a manner, unlike Hulaina, who had a penchant for playful pinching and left him drenched in drool while sleeping. After Hulaina departed, Ling Xiao rubbed his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. He hurried to the spirit hall kitchen, gathering some fruit and bread, which he stowed away in a spatial storage device strapped to his arm, munching as he walked. This spatial storage device, a treasure unearthed by Bibi Dong from the treasure pavilion, boasted over 1,000 cubic units of space and was an exceedingly rare artifact, unmatched in its value across the continent. As Ling Xiao walked, he arrived at the sanctuary. Gazing at the angel statue standing before the entrance, curiosity stirred within him, for this was a place dedicated to the worship of the angelic deity. Bibi Dong had once mentioned that within the entirety of the spirit hall, he could venture wherever he pleased, and his intrigue towards the divine was undeniable. However, due to his perpetual drowsiness, he had not found the time to explore this sacred space before. Upon entering the sanctuary, Ling Xiao felt enveloped in light and purity. Yet, the vast hall felt rather monotonous, devoid of any adornments, and even the presence of people was absent. After a leisurely stroll, he ascended to the 4th floor of the sanctuary. This level was distinct from the others, as it lacked individual chambers, presenting instead a grand, expansive hall. The hall was resplendent, adorned by towering stone columns that supported the vast space, with the flooring crafted from exquisite jade. At the center stood a magnificent statue of the angelic deity, intricately fashioned from jade, gold, and precious gems. Notably, 3 sides of the hall were enclosed, while one side remained open, forming a grand semi-elliptical shape. Sunlight streamed in from outside, illuminating the statue and imparting an ethereal sanctity to it. Suddenly, as Ling Xiao admired the statue, a voice resonated, startling him from his reverie. Ling Xiao turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and beheld a golden-haired maiden seated upon the steps, her eyes fixed upon him. He noticed the crimson hue of her irises, and traces of tears adorned her cheeks. The girl regarded Ling Xiao with a mixture of curiosity and awe. Who was this striking child? This was the angelic sanctuary, a place where not everyone had the privilege to enter. Had her grandfather truly failed to notice him? Ling Xiao gazed at the golden-haired maiden and inquired, "Who are you? Are you also a devotee of the offering hall?" Ling Xiao perceived the possibility. For the revered hall housed the figure of the radiant feather Douluo, an embodiment of youthful vigor. "I am Qian Rinxue. I am not a devotee," the young lady remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. "Then who are you?" Ling Xiao inquired. "Qian Rinxue?" Upon hearing this name, a look of surprise crossed Ling Xiao's face as he replied, "I am Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao? Upon hearing this name, Qian Rinxue's breath caught in her throat as she stared blankly at Ling Xiao, her mind a whirl of confusion. So this is the one whom that woman cherishes the most. Qian Rinxue looked at Ling Xiao, her gaze filled with despair and fury. Ling Xiao gazed at Qian Rinxue and inquired, "You are the daughter of the teacher, are you not?" Taken aback by his words, Qian Rinxue stared at Ling Xiao, her mind racing with disbelief. How could he possibly know this? Few within the spirit hall were aware of her lineage, and she had always referred to that woman merely as a sister. With eyes glistening and a defiant spirit, Qian Rinxue retorted, "Who is that woman's daughter? That heartless person has no daughter at all." "That is not the case." Ling Xiao gently shook his head and responded, "The teacher once confided in me that she has a daughter named Qian Rinxue, and she is uncertain about the emotion she harbors towards her." Ling Xiao gazed into Qian Rinxue's eyes and spoke, "I can sense that the teacher suppresses certain emotions when mentioning you. Therefore, I believe something must have transpired between you two, although the teacher has not disclosed what it is. Is that true? Does that woman harbor not merely hatred towards me, but rather, is it rooted in something deeper?" Qian Rinxue murmured, her heart enveloped in confusion. No one comprehended her grievances. She had grown up without her parents, accompanied only by her grandfather, yearning for parental love. Upon discovering that Bibi Dong was her mother, she eagerly sought her out, believing she could finally receive maternal affection. Yet, the reality was far from her expectations. When she found Bibi Dong, she was met not with a mother's warmth, but with intense malice. Even as a child, she could unmistakably sense the unrestrained hatred in that gaze. Had it not been for her grandfather, she might have perished at Bibi Dong's hands. She could not fathom why this was so. She had done nothing wrong, and she too longed for a mother's love. While Qian Rinxue pondered, a piece of fruit was placed in her hand. She looked up to find Ling Xiao beaming at her with a gentle smile. Sister Shui, do not be sorrowful. Have some fruit. The teacher's feelings towards you must have a reason. It won't do to wallow in your own sadness. Perhaps understanding the root of the issue may lead to a resolution. Besides, sorrow can harm oneself. Look at you, Sister Shui. Your eyes are red. It is not becoming at all. Qianren Shui gazed at Ling Xiao, feeling the purity in his eyes and the sincerity of his kindness. And a sense of relief washed over her. Seeing the smile bloom on Qianren Shui's face, Ling Xiao smiled in return. Qianren Shui's gaze softened as she looked at him. May I call you Xiao? Of course. The teacher and sister nod or call me that. Ling Xiao nodded in affirmation. Thank you, Xiao. To be honest, I initially harbored resentment towards you. Ling Xiao looked at Qianren Shui, puzzled. Qianren Shui spoke softly. Because I could not understand why she held such disdain for her own daughter while showing concern for you. Now that I realize her feelings towards me are not entirely rooted in hatred, that is sufficient for me. I am content. The next step is for me to seek the truth myself. Her eyes were filled with determination. Yes, Sister Shui, do not dwell in sorrow. It is essential to remain joyful. Indeed, one must embrace happiness, Qianren Shui replied softly, extending her delicate hand to envelop Ling Xiao in a warm embrace. After a moment, Qianren Shui released Ling Xiao and said, Xiao, thank you. I feel much better now. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Sister Shui, I shall take my leave now. I will come to find you next time. All right, farewell, Qianren Shui replied, watching Ling Xiao depart until he vanished from her sight. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from behind her. Little Shui, are you reluctant to part with him now that he has gone so far? Turning around, Qianren Shui beheld a young, handsome man with golden hair standing behind her. His face bore a gentle smile, and although he appeared youthful, his aura resembled that of a weathered elder. Grandfather! Qianren Shui exclaimed, feeling no surprise at Qian Daoliu's arrival. In the Hall of Offering, nothing could remain concealed from him. Haha, what is this? Has my dear granddaughter been stirred by a mere child? Qian Daolu laughed heartily. Qianren Shui's face flushed slightly as she retorted, Grandfather, what are you saying? However, her expression soon turned serious as she inquired, Grandfather, can you reveal the truth to me? Why does she harbor such hatred for me? Understanding that Qian Daolu would possess knowledge of the truth, Qianren Shui recognized that he was decades older than that woman. He had already gained fame across the continent when she was still a child. He was one of the 3 ultimate Douluo in the world, the Angel Douluo, invincible in aerial combat. Upon hearing her question, Qian Daoliu's smile faded, his expression darkening. He had long wished to forget that incident, which was not only a disgrace to the spirit hall but also a stain on the Qian family and the descendants of the angel goddess, marking the sole blemish of his life. Observing Qian Daoliu's countenance, Qianren Shui understood that there was indeed a reason for his reluctance. A sense of apprehension gripped her heart. After all these years, would she finally uncover the truth? Grandfather, you have always been here, right? You heard my conversation with Xiao just now. As Qian Daolu remained silent, Qianren Shui grew anxious. After a considerable pause, Qian Daolu sighed deeply and turned to Qianren Shui. Little Shui, indeed, my family erred gravely in that matter. We owe an apology to Bibi Dong. Do not blame her. With reddened eyes and a hoarse voice, Qianren Shui replied. Then what of me? What wrong have I committed? Why does she treat me this way? She wishes for my demise. Grandfather, please, tell me the truth. Qian Daolu gazed at Qianren Shui, his expression filled with anguish. He truly wished to shield her from the harsh reality, to keep her from knowing that her father was a scoundrel. Yet, concealing the truth served no purpose. Perhaps it was time for her to learn, even if the revelation was unbearable. Very well, little Shui, I shall disclose the reason, Qian Daolu said solemnly. He looked into Qianren Shui's eyes and began to recount the origins of it all. This transpired many years ago. Your father, Qian Xuanji, was the former pope of the Spirit Hall, while Bibi Dong was the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. At that time, everything was normal, but Qianren Shui listened intently, fearful of missing a single word. Qian Daolu continued with a grave tone. Eventually, she fell in love with a worthless individual. Your father became aware of this and sought to sever their ties. Yet, she refused resolutely. Consumed by jealousy, your father took a misguided path. He imprisoned your mother and ultimately violated her, resulting in your birth. Qianren Shui's complexion turned ashen, her face contorted in anguish as she swayed unsteadily, feeling as though she might collapse at any moment. She could not fathom that the once noble figure she had revered as her father could be such a person, unworthy even of the title of human. Gazing at Qian Daolu, her voice trembled. She harbors hatred for me because I should never have existed. I am a stain upon this world, a mistake. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue fell to her knees, clutching her head as tears streamed down her face. Her expression twisted in agony, resembling that of a tormented spirit. This truth inflicted upon her such profound pain, far exceeding the agony of death. She could scarcely imagine the torment and despair Bibi Dong must have endured, forced apart from her beloved, confined, and violated by someone she had respected, ultimately giving birth to a child. A sudden roar erupted from Qian Rinxue, the revelation shattering her sanity, her face a mask of both laughter and tears, spiraling into madness. Her father was a scoundrel. Indeed, such a wretched offspring deserved to perish. Ninth soul skill, Angel's Purification. Witnessing Qian Rinxue's turmoil, Qian Dalu hastily unleashed his soul skill, enveloping her in a gentle golden holy light. Yet, Qian Rinxue felt no warmth, only despair, coldness, resentment, and solitude. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her. She wished for death, for a being steeped in such sin should not exist. Realizing the depth of her despair, Qian Dalu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and regret. He should never have exposed her to such a traumatic truth. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face as he embraced Qian Rinxue. Little Shui, this is not your fault. It is your father's doing. Though your mother may resent you, she also loves you. If she truly wished to harm you, she had the opportunity 3 years ago. Grandfather has already lost a son. You are all that remains. Without you, I have no family. Perhaps Qian Daolu's words began to resonate with her, for slowly, Qian Rinxue lifted her gaze, observing the tears upon her grandfather's face. In a hoarse whisper, she called out, "Grandfather. Little Shui, your father has passed away. He has paid for his actions. You must live on," Qian Dalu gently urged. Holding her close, Qian Rinxue remained silent for a moment before replying, "Grandfather, I understand now. I wish to be alone for a while." "Very well. But please do not do anything foolish," Qian Dalu cautioned. "Yes, I will not," Qian Rinxue softly responded. Slowly, Qian Dalu withdrew, casting a final worried glance at Qian Rinxue as he exited the hall. Alone within the temple, Qian Rinxue stood in contemplation for a long while, gazing towards the Pope's palace, reflecting on the cold gaze Bibi Dong had cast upon her. At last, she comprehended the reason behind it all. She had finally unearthed the truth. Even if it inflicted upon her a deep and abiding pain, for knowing the truth was far more agonizing than remaining in ignorance. Chapter 6. The system. Ling Xiao retrieves some food before making his way outside the spirit hall. "Greetings, Holy Son." The guards at the entrance of the spirit hall immediately bowed upon seeing Ling Xiao's arrival. "Holy Son, are you departing?" The captain of the guards inquired as he approached Ling Xiao. Indeed, Ling Xiao nodded, responding, "I wish to venture out for a while. Remaining within the spirit hall can become rather tedious. Do you require an escort?" the captain asked. "No need," Ling Xiao shrugged. What danger could I possibly encounter within Spirit City? Although the captain shared the sentiment that there was little risk in Spirit City, he could not shake the feeling of uncertainty. One could never be too careful. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, a figure clad in golden armor caught his peripheral vision, causing his pupils to widen in surprise. The figure shook their head at him, and the captain understood immediately. Indeed, in Spirit City, how could the Holy Son be in danger when an elder was discreetly safeguarding him? "Wishing you all the best, Holy Son. May you enjoy your time in Spirit City," the captain declared, choosing to say no more. "Very well." Ling Xiao nodded and proceeded toward the hall's exit, while the armored figure silently followed. Ling Xiao had been walking for quite some time when he paused in a garden, settling onto a bench to bask in the sunlight and relish the gentle, cool breeze. Everything around him appeared so serene and beautiful. Suddenly, he cast a glance towards the sky. The azure expanse dotted with white clouds revealed nothing amiss. Yet, in the next moment, a golden point of light abruptly materialized within Ling Xiao's line of sight, hurtling toward him. What could this be? Ling Xiao gazed curiously at the luminous point. Meanwhile, Douluo, who had been concealed nearby, noticed Ling Xiao's gaze directed upwards and followed suit, yet saw nothing, which instilled a sense of perplexity in him. In the next instant, the expression on Douluo's face became rigid. Ling Xiao gazed at the luminous points, suddenly sensing something peculiar. For it seemed he could no longer hear any sounds. The surroundings had fallen into an extraordinary silence. Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze from the sky, astonished to discover that the entire world seemed to be suspended in time. The fallen leaves hung motionless in the air, the water ceased to flow, and the wind had vanished entirely. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? Ling Xiao jumped off the bench and grasped a fallen leaf, only to realize that he was unable to move it, as if it were suspended in the air. At that moment, a luminous orb approached Ling Xiao, hovering before him. Ling Xiao reached out, But before his hand could touch the luminous point, it instantaneously entered his mind and vanished without a trace. Ling Xiao, in a state of bewilderment, began to touch his head, utterly perplexed about the strange sensation he felt. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his mind. The Celestial Ascendancy System has been bound. Host. Name. Ling Xiao. Age. For years martial soul. Unawakened realm. Mortal divine position. None. What is the Celestial Ascendancy System? Ling Xiao pondered, confusion etched across his face. Within his consciousness, a figure composed of white light materialized. Is this truly my host? Merely a child? The figure spoke, its tone tinged with melancholy. But soon it shook its head in resignation. Never mind, this is my first host since my inception. Even though he is but a child, I must diligently fulfill my duties. Completing this performance assessment will lead to my eternal life, allowing me to officially join the ranks of the system's lineage. Perhaps in the future, I might become a being as great as the Father God, transcending the original universe to explore the cosmic seas. As the figure contemplated its host, an overwhelming will descended, obliterating it before it could react. Yet, in an instant, it reappeared, not in Ling Xiao's mind, but in an infinite expanse of space. Where am I? The figure's voice trembled with fear. The existence that could annihilate it and resurrect it was at least of the same caliber as its Father God. It was unimaginable that it would encounter such an entity within an ordinary star of a small universe. Greetings, esteemed senior. I am unaware of where I may have offended you, and I humbly request your mercy, the figure proclaimed, kneeling without hesitation. Refraining from invoking its Father God as a threat, such an act would be foolish. Prostrate, the figure sensed two presences before it, yet it could not perceive them. A member of the system lineage, how rare indeed. Yet, it is fortunate that we have found a master, spoke one figure clad in black, its voice ethereal. What shall we do? Should we expel it, or allow it to remain within the host? Inquired another figure draped in crimson, its tone indifferent. This might merely be a whim of the master, however, a slight alteration should suffice, the black-clad figure suggested. Agreed, the crimson figure nodded. As the figure knelt, a transformation began. The white light surrounding it gradually dissipated. Initially formless, it now took on the appearance of a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her beauty exquisite, her form graceful, and her long white hair cascading naturally. Despite her stunning visage, her eyes were devoid of life, reminiscent of a puppet. Why alter her appearance? The crimson figure asked coldly. Merely to present a more pleasing sight for the master. Now, the master can enjoy themselves. The black figure's voice faded away. The woman reappeared in Ling Xiao's mind, her once lifeless eyes now sparkling with vitality. Gazing around, she suddenly brightened. I am the Celestial Ascendancy System. And this is my master. I shall assist my master in becoming stronger, she murmured softly. As Ling Xiao pondered the nature of the Celestial Ascendancy System, a voice resonated once more. Greetings, master. I am the Celestial Ascendancy System, designed to assist you in becoming stronger. Assist me in becoming stronger? Is that truly so? Ling Xiao's eyes brightened at the prospect, for he yearned for strength. Indeed, master. By completing tasks, you shall awaken your martial soul, attain divine status, and continuously grow in power, the system elucidated. That is splendid. Can we commence immediately? I am eager to awaken my martial soul, Ling Xiao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Certainly. Master, the system replied. The task is as follows. Proceed to the Elder Hall, the Offering Hall, and the Papal Hall. Simply focus on the thought of checking in, and it shall be accomplished effortlessly. Ling Xiao paused, realizing that it merely entailed traversing a few additional paths. Master, this is merely the beginning. This task is designed as a preliminary benefit, the system continued. Ah, I see, Ling Xiao nodded. Surveying his surroundings and noting that the world had returned to its previous state, I must hasten back to the Martial Soul Hall to complete my check-in. And then I shall awaken my martial soul, he mused, sprinting towards the Martial Soul Hall. Unbeknownst to him, the concealed Zhu Douluo had detected nothing amiss and followed Ling Xiao back to the Martial Soul Hall. Upon his return to the Spirit Hall, Ling Xiao did not linger. Hastening directly to the entrance of the Elder Hall, silently reciting his intentions, he then proceeded to the Offering Hall, followed by the Papal Hall. After checking in at these three locations, a voice resonated within Ling Xiao's mind. Congratulations, Master. Task accomplished. You are rewarded with the Twin Spirit Demon Eye Blood Sword, the Primordial Flame, and innate soul power of level 90. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao found it hard to believe that he was a twin martial soul. He understood the rarity of twin martial souls. Throughout the years on the Douluo Continent, they had been exceedingly scarce. What astonished him even more was that his innate soul power was an astonishing level 90, a feat perhaps achieved by no one else on the entire continent, with even level 10 soul power being exceedingly rare. As for innate soul power of level 20, it seemed that only Douluo, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, possessed it, with his martial soul being the six-winged angel, the only divine martial soul on the continent. System, can I awaken my martial soul now? Ling Xiao inquired, regaining his composure. Yes, Master can awaken the martial soul at any time, replied the system. Wonderful. With the system's affirmation, Ling Xiao hurried into the hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong was inside, attending to matters of the Spirit Hall, and upon seeing Ling Xiao rush in, she offered a gentle smile. Shower, what brings you such joy? Bibi Dong asked softly, opening her arms to place Ling Xiao on her lap. Teacher, I can awaken my martial soul, Ling Xiao declared. Bibi Dong paused for a moment, then smiled, saying, I know Shower wishes to awaken his martial soul to grow stronger. But you are only 4 years old. You must wait until you are 6. Teacher, I speak the truth. I truly can awaken my martial soul, Ling Xiao insisted earnestly. Bibi Dong chuckled, believing it to be mere childish play, yet as she gazed at Ling Xiao's expression, a rather absurd thought crossed her mind. Could it truly be possible for him to awaken his martial soul? Bibi Dong fell silent. Had it been anyone else, such a notion would not have crossed her mind. But Ling Xiao, he was extraordinarily unique. He had come from beyond the heavens and had been the catalyst for her attaining level 99 4 years ago. Shower, can you really awaken your martial soul? Bibi Dong asked. Indeed. Ling Xiao nodded affirmatively. Very well, I believe you, and I shall have preparations made at once, Bibi Dong replied, casting a glance towards a corner. An ethereal figure nodded and gradually vanished. Before long, Ghost Douluo returned to the hall of the Pope, accompanied by Douluo, Hulaina, and Douluo. Upon seeing Douluo, Bibi Dong's expression turned frosty as she regarded Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo appeared somewhat ashamed, yet Bibi Dong did not truly blame him, for the disparity between their strengths was vast. Douluo, why are you here instead of the Hall of Offerings? She inquired, puzzled as to why the elder would bring the soul power testing crystal and the awakening array stone to the hall of the Pope. Was it for that little fellow's awakening? This is none of your concern, Bibi Dong replied coldly. I am merely curious about that little fellow's martial soul awakening. Am I not permitted even to observe? Douluo responded in a deep tone, though in his heart, he doubted Ling Xiao could truly awaken his martial soul, deeming him far too young. Nonetheless, he felt that Bibi Dong would not engage in such folly, which prompted him to come and see for himself. Bibi Dong felt displeased but, considering Ling Xiao's future, had no time to waste with Douluo. Douluo smiled at Ling Xiao and said, Saint's son, please step into the center of the awakening array and extend your hand. Focus and feel carefully. Ling Xiao complied, and one by one, luminous orbs entered his body. In the next moment, a uniquely shaped blood-red longsword materialized in the palm of his right hand. He had truly awakened. Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. His gaze fixated on the sword, momentarily lost in thought. The others shared a similar reaction. At merely 4 years of age, how could one possibly awaken a martial soul? Douluo murmured, lost in wonder. Not only that, but there was also a martial soul in the Saint's son's left hand. The previously silent Ghost Douluo gasped again, drawing the attention of the others to Ling Xiao's left hand. In his left hand, a black flame floated gracefully. He actually possessed a twin martial soul. Douluo was once more taken aback. Twin martial souls. How exceedingly rare. The future achievements of the Saint's son could rival that of the Pope, Douluo remarked. Though deep down, he believed they would surpass, for he was aware of the extraordinary nature of their origins. Hulaina was utterly stunned. The mere fact that Ling Xiao could awaken a martial soul was already beyond her comprehension, and to discover he possessed twin martial souls was simply unfathomable. His future was limitless. Bibi Dong and Douluo fixed their gazes intently on the two martial souls beside Ling Xiao, certain they were anything but ordinary. Bibi Dong addressed Douluo, saying, it is time to assess Shower's innate soul power. Certainly. Douluo retrieved a blue crystal orb. Ling Xiao placed his hand upon the orb, and as the others held their breath, a sudden sound of shattering echoed through the air. The crystal sphere in Douluo's grasp shattered into countless fragments. Douluo stared blankly at the shards scattered across the ground. What has transpired? Could this be a substandard product? Douluo cast an irritated glance at Douluo. Such an occurrence was utterly unacceptable in this setting. Great offering. This is beyond my control. I am unaware of what happened. This was undoubtedly of the highest quality. Douluo stammered in a fluster. Enough. Fetch another. Douluo waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, permitting Douluo to retrieve another crystal orb for re-examination. Once Ling Xiao placed his hand upon it again, the orb shattered yet again, and this time, no one dared to attribute the fall to the crystal. The group turned their gazes towards Ling Xiao, and Bibi Dong inhaled deeply before inquiring, "What level of soul power does this test for?" Douluo swallowed hard and replied, "Level 30. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Had a 30-level soul power crystal truly been shattered? What could the innate soul power possibly be? 40 levels? The thought sent their breaths quickening. For this was an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of the continent's history. In the next moment, Bibi Dong instructed Douluo to procure a crystal orb designed to test for the rank of Soul Douluo. Douluo departed and returned after a considerable time, carrying a golden crystal orb. Bibi Dong's voice trembled slightly as she urged, "Shower, let us try once more." Ling Xiao nodded, refraining from unnecessary words, and placed his hand upon the crystal orb once more. Despite emanating a brilliant golden radiance, it could not alter its impending shattering. 90 levels of innate soul power. A naturally born title Douluo. Bibi Dong, supporting her forehead, struggled to articulate these two phrases, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. The others gazed at Ling Xiao in shock and even horror. A naturally born title Douluo. One must recognize how few titled Douluos exist across the entire continent at this moment. Ling Xiao, a mere 4-year-old child, embodies the entirety of countless lives. Chapter 7. The Divine Seat. The Examination of the Great Deity. Ling Xiao gazed upon the blood-red long sword that was his martial spirit, an embodiment that appeared exceedingly sinister. With a flicker of thought, Ling Xiao's long sword instantaneously expanded, reaching an impressive length of approximately 1.4 meters, towering even above Ling Xiao himself. Ling Xiao held the long sword in his hand, meticulously examining it. The blade was a deep crimson, its structure peculiar, adorned with enigmatic black patterns. The handguard was particularly striking, featuring a smaller blade on the far left, curving in the opposite direction of the sword's edge, and a massive, closed eye that dominated 70% of the handguard's size. Xian Daolu observed the long sword in Ling Xiao's grasp, recognizing its sinister nature, yet he felt no aversion. This perplexed him, as this weapon soul evoked a sense of purity within him, despite his own weapon soul being that of the six-winged angel. A symbol of purity and light, the antithesis of all evil. In contrast, Bibi Dong's weapon soul instilled in him a sense of revulsion. As Ling Xiao contemplated the weapon soul, the system's voice resonated. "Master, the weapon soul has awakened. The divine inheritance can commence. Shall we begin now?" Divine inheritance. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied internally, "Of course, let us commence." "Understood." The system affirmed. Master has obtained the first divine position, the giant god position. Initiating the 9 trials of the giant god. The first trial, endure a weight of 10 pounds. The second trial, endure 20 pounds. The third trial, endure 30 pounds. The fourth trial, endure 40 pounds. The fifth trial, endure 50 pounds. The sixth trial, endure 60 pounds. The seventh trial, endure 70 pounds. The eighth trial, endure 80 pounds. The ninth trial, endure 100 pounds. Is the divine trial this straightforward? Ling Xiao was taken aback, for his strength already surpassed 50,000 pounds, implying he would soon complete the giant god trial and ascend to that status. Yet, he was also puzzled. The first divine position? Could it be that I am destined for more than one divine position? Indeed, Master, there are multiple divine positions. The giant god is merely the beginning. By fulfilling tasks, you may acquire additional divine positions, the system clarified. Multiple divine positions? Ling Xiao's heart raced at the thought. If he could attain several divine positions, he might truly transcend the divine, surpassing even the divine realm itself. System, let us begin the divine trials at once. I wish to discover what the second divine position entails. He thought eagerly. Yes, Master. As the system's voice faded, Ling Xiao felt an immense pressure descend upon him, not as a collective weight, but as a burden of 10 pounds on every inch of his skin. In total, merely his hand bore the weight of hundreds of pounds. However, this pressure was trivial for him at present. The pressure escalated rapidly, soon reaching 70 pounds. With the total weight he bore exceeding 100,000 pounds. This caused a change in Ling Yao's complexion, which did not go unnoticed by those around him. "Shower, are you well? Do you feel discomfort?" Bibi Dong inquired softly, concern etched upon her face as she observed Ling Xiao's pallor. "I'm fine, teacher," Ling Xiao replied, shaking his head, but his changing complexion betrayed him, as the weight he currently bore surpassed 150,000 pounds. Master, shall we pause? You are nearing your limit. The system cautioned, noting that the weight had reached 170,000 pounds. Continue. Ling Xiao urged internally, though his body struggled to withstand the strain, causing him to kneel and brace himself against the ground. Xiao, what is the matter? Bibi Dong's expression shifted, and she attempted to assist Ling Xiao, only to be halted. Teacher, I assure you I am well. Ling Xiao forced a calm demeanor, though his face flushed with exertion. What is happening? Bibi Dong looked on, perplexed and worried. Could there be an issue with the weapon's soul? Master, the weight has now reached 96 pounds. The system announced. Continue. I can manage. In Ling Yao's eyes, blood vessels appeared, and his arms trembled slightly. Although Bibi Dong and the others wished to step forward and inquire, they were at a loss as to how to proceed, having been told by Ling Xiao moments ago that he was fine. The weight borne by Ling Xiao continued to escalate. 97 pounds, 98 pounds, 99 pounds, 100 pounds. Congratulations to the Master for completing the 9th trial of the Giant God, attaining the divine position of the Giant God, and receiving the divine body, stellar form, not yet activated, along with the divine ability, heavenly finger. The moment the system's voice fell, Ling Xiao felt an immediate release of the pressure enveloping him, while the demon eye blood sword in his grasp exhibited a peculiar reaction. The eye at the hilt of the blood sword opened, revealing a scene reminiscent of a swirling abyss, dark and desolate. What is happening? Bibi Dong's gaze shifted to the blood sword in Ling Xiao's hand, and as she beheld that eye, a wave of terror coursed through her, as if her very soul were being drawn in. At that moment, a golden radiance suddenly erupted from the abyss-like eye. In the next instant, a golden figure materialized above the eye. The individuals present were struck with immense dread as they beheld this figure. Towering and imposing, it stood at least 10 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. In a mere second, everyone present, save for Ling Xiao, was forcefully brought to their knees by the immense pressure. What is this? It is astonishingly powerful. Bibi Dong, pinned to the ground and unable to move, managed to utter with great difficulty. Fortunately, after a brief span of 10 breaths, the oppressive force dissipated entirely, allowing everyone to rise once more. As Ling Xiao rose, he gazed at the figure before him, curiosity blooming within. Is this the giant god? The others were engulfed in profound fear and vigilance. At that moment, 2 words slowly materialized behind the figure. Giant god. Divine being. Xian Delu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it was a deity. As a servant of the angel god, he was acutely aware of the grandeur inherent in such beings. A deity. Bibi Dong stared at the imposing figure, then suddenly turned to Ling Xiao. Xiao, is this your divine position? She inquired, her tone laden with disbelief. This was a divine position. There were scarcely a few across the entire continent. Yes, teacher, this is my first divine position, Ling Xiao replied, now fully restored to his former self. Having received the reward of the stellar body from the system, he felt that in just a few breaths, his power had surged beyond measure. Xiao has already awakened his martial soul and possesses a divine position? Bibi Dong's complexion flushed with excitement. After all, it was a divine being. Xiao already possesses a divine position? Hulaina looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with incredulity. She was merely a spirit master, while Ling Xiao had already attained a divine position. Ghost Douluo stared in horror at the towering figure before him. This was a deity, a being that had not graced the continent for millennia. Douluo remained calm. Having witnessed the events of that day, he felt no surprise at Ling Xiao's divine position. The prospect of becoming a god in the future was astonishing. Rather, it would be remarkable if he did not ascend to divinity. Though somewhat astonished, his surprise was merely at Ling Xiao's youth in attaining such a status. After a considerable time, Bibi Dong finally composed herself, her thoughts returning to Ling Xiao's assertion that this was his first divine position. Xiao, when you say this is your first divine position, what do you mean? Bibi Dong asked, feigning calmness. Xian Daolu and the others recalled what Ling Xiao had just said, their breaths quickening. Because I will have other divine positions in the future. The giant god is the first. But I have yet to discover what the second divine position will be. Ling Xiao gently shook his head. Not just one divine position? Bibi Dong's expression turned hazy. She herself had merely stumbled upon a divine position. The offering hall had another divine position, and the rest belonged to the sea god of Sea God Island. Divine positions were exceedingly rare on the continent, yet Ling Xiao was claiming more than one. The angel god. Am I dreaming? Xian Daolu stood in a daze, gazing towards the statue of the angel god. This time, even Douluo was taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure, deeming it a natural occurrence. Ling Xiao held the demon eye blood sword, and with a thought, the colossal figure gradually faded, the singular eye slowly closing until the martial soul vanished entirely. Bibi Dong regained her composure, casting a gaze filled with pressure towards Douluo and Ghost Douluo. What you have witnessed today, should you dare to speak of it, would be a capital offense. Your Holiness, we shall remain utterly silent, Douluo and Ghost Douluo hastily replied. Indeed. Bibi Dong turned to Hu Laina, whispering, Laina. The secret of today must remain confidential. I understand, teacher, Hu Laina replied earnestly. I won't utter a word. With someone like him in the spirit hall, I could hardly afford to speak out. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Qian Daolu stated plainly, I assure you, I will not speak indiscreetly. For he had dedicated his life to the spirit hall. Time swiftly passed, and a month went by in tranquility for Ling Xiao. Originally, Bibi Dong intended to accompany him to obtain a soul ring, but upon realizing that Ling Xiao had already attained divinity, she concluded that a divine gift soul ring would be most suitable. Any other soul rings might inadvertently constrain Ling Xiao, thus the trip was ultimately averted. On this particular day, Ling Xiao reclined on his bed, observing the system panel. Host. Name, Ling Xiao. Age, for martial soul, demon eye blood sword. Source flame rank. Title Douluo, stellar body yet to be awakened. Divine position, colossal god divine ability. Heavenly finger. Ling Xiao gazed at the somewhat altered system panel. His original martial soul had transformed into a soul weapon, and the once ordinary mortal had ascended to the rank of title Douluo. His strength now surpassed 300,000 kilograms. Inquiring about this transformation, the system elucidated that a soul weapon is a weapon of the soul, while a martial soul is merely a lesser entity. Ding. A task has been issued. Proceed to the Lake of Life in the Starry Forest to check in. Ling Xiao heard a voice resonating in his mind, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. He could finally embark on a new mission to earn rewards. Teacher, I shall step out for a moment, he declared as he exited the room. Approaching Bibi Dong in the Pope's hall, he continued, Shower. What prompts this sudden desire to venture out? Bibi Dong inquired, embracing Ling Xiao. A mission has arrived, and upon its completion, I shall attain my second divine position. He replied, Oh, should we invite Elder Ju and the others to accompany you? She suggested. No need, teacher, with my current prowess, I have no rivals. Ling Xiao shrugged, dismissing the notion. Very well, do take care. Bibi Dong, reassured by Ling Xiao's strength, relaxed. Yes, farewell, teacher. Ling Xiao waved as the demon eye blood sword materialized, allowing him to soar into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Ling Xiao perched upon his sword, arriving at the starry forest in merely half an hour. Ling Xiao gazed upon the verdant expanse of the forest, descending gracefully in altitude before alighting from his sword. With curiosity illuminating his expression, he surveyed the surroundings. For this marked his inaugural venture beyond the confines of the spirit city, and everything around him sparked a sense of wonder. Under the guidance of the system, Ling Xiao made his way to the heart of the Starry Forest. Naturally, he encountered several spirit beasts along the way, but after delivering a few swift punches, they hastily retreated. However, in his carelessness, Ling Xiao inadvertently wreaked havoc on the trees and ground, causing a commotion throughout the forest. After walking for several minutes, Ling Xiao once again mounted his sword, cradling a small white fox in his arms, and soared towards the center of the forest. During his flight, he spotted 3 enormous ants making their way out of the forest. Though he was intrigued, his current task took precedence. In just a minute, Ling Xiao arrived at the center of the Starry Forest, gazing at the resplendent lake before him. Wow, it is truly beautiful, he exclaimed as he landed, gently placing the little fox down and standing at the water's edge in awe. Unbeknownst to him, a massive figure in the depths of the lake opened its eyes, which were larger than a human head, peering curiously at the surface. What is happening? This is the center of the Starry Forest. How did a human child arrive here safely? And he carries a 1,000-year-old spirit beast? The figure, possessing a colossal bull's head and a serpentine body, was none other than the mightiest spirit beast of the Starry Forest, the spirit beast emperor, the 12,000-year-old Tianqing Yolong. Although the Tianqing Yolong was intrigued, it had no intention of intervening. Spirit beasts and humans were generally adversaries, yet it held no fondness for bloodshed and typically refrained from attacking humans, especially a child. However, the next action taken by Ling Xiao caused the Tianqing Yolong to flinch, its eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Ling Xiao sat by the lakeside, removing her shoes and socks, and letting her fair, smooth little feet immerse in the icy, refreshing water. She closed her eyes in contentment, savoring the sensation, while simultaneously completing her registration in her heart. Ding. Successful registration at Starry Lake, rewarded with the divine position of the god of life and the essence of lowly life water. Ling Xiao's soul entered the system space, where he discovered an expansive and boundless lake, its waters shimmering with an ethereal brilliance. Should he commence the trials of the god of life? He decided to proceed. Ding. The trials of the god of life have commenced. The first trial, heal a soul beast, with a reward of medium-grade life water. As Ling Xiao playfully splashed in the water, he recalled that he had encountered an injured white fox during his journey, which had now become still in this suspended time and space. Ling Xiao immediately evaporated the moisture from his feet with flames, donned his shoes and socks, and approached the small fox lying to one side. Upon seeing Ling Xiao approach, the little fox trembled as if confronted by something terrifying. Ling Xiao gently held the trembling little fox and softly reassured, "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I am here to aid in your healing. Come. Little fox, partake of this drop of life essence." As he spoke, a mesmerizing droplet of liquid shimmered in his palm. The little fox gazed at the enchanting fluid, captivated yet uncertain of its nature. However, having witnessed Ling Xiao's formidable strength, it hesitated to drink. Observing this reluctance, Ling Xiao delicately pried open its mouth with 2 fingers and administered the life essence. Reluctantly swallowing, the little fox felt its body begin to swell within 10 breaths. It had grown to 3 meters in height, with its entire form, including its tail, extending to 10 meters. Its fur became increasingly sleek and lustrous, radiating a pure white brilliance. Not only did its injuries mend, but it also transformed from a 3,000-year spirit beast to a 5,000-year spirit beast. Ding. Task completed. Reward. Medium life essence. The system's voice resonated, and Ling Xiao's system space expanded to reveal another vast lake, resplendent with vibrant colors, much like the previous one. Haha. The little fox has grown so large. Ling Xiao joyfully clapped his hands in delight. The spirit beast, now aware of its newfound power, gazed at Ling Xiao. Understanding that this transformation was a gift from the human, it gently nudged Ling Xiao with its enormous head, as if to express its gratitude. Chapter 8. Xiao Wu. Ling Xiao gently caressed the great fox, and in the next moment, a system prompt resonated. Ding. The second trial of the god of life. Capture a soul beast. Reward. High-grade life water. Capture a soul beast. Ling Xiao gazed at the magnificent fox before him, a smile gleaming in his eyes, and said, "Great fox, would you be willing to become my pet?" The soul beast looked at Ling Xiao, its eyes filled with confusion. But it quickly grasped his intent and nodded in agreement. "Really? Splendid. Let me give you a name. How about Bai Ling?" Ling Xiao joyfully ruffled the fox's fur. Ding. Task completed. Upon hearing its new name, Bai Ling happily nodded and affectionately nudged Ling Xiao with its head. "Bai Ling, can you shrink down to your original size? I can hardly hold you." At that moment, Ling Xiao found that he was still smaller than Bai Ling's head, and his hands could only barely grasp its mouth. Bai Ling nodded, and in the next instant, its form began to diminish, returning to its original size, while it called out to Ling Xiao a few times. As time and space returned to normal, Ling Xiao embraced Bai Ling, gazing at the vast Starry Lake before him, remarking, "Such a large lake. I wonder if there are any fish within." Bai Ling responded with a few cheerful calls, seemingly in agreement. Ling Xiao set Bai Ling aside and leaped into the Starry Lake, commencing his search. The azure bull python, having overheard Ling Xiao's words, watched in astonishment as he plunged into the water, its mouth twitching in exasperation. "Who is this child?" it mused, bemused by his antics. Nevertheless, in an effort to expedite Ling Xiao's departure, it summoned its soul energy to catch a small fish, approximately 1 meter in length, and presented it to him. Ling Xiao, spotting the fish, swiftly grasped it and swam towards the surface. Meanwhile, Bai Ling, awaiting on the shore, joyfully circled around Ling Xiao as he emerged, dragging the sizable fish, and called out to him softly. Upon reaching the shore, Ling Xiao ignited with black flames that swiftly evaporated the water enveloping him, after which he commenced his search for dry twigs to kindle a fire. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake, the azure bull python observed the flames that had danced upon Ling Xiao's form with a grave expression, sensing an imminent threat. This child, so small yet capable of instilling such peril within me, what might transpire when he matures? Would it signify a crisis for all soul beasts? Is there still a place for soul beasts to exist on this continent? The azure bull python pondered, recognizing the potency of such flames and understanding how he had traversed this realm. Yet, he grappled with the unsettling thought of extinguishing the life of this mere child. The expression of the azure bull python shifted between shadow and light. Ling Xiao retrieved a barbecue grill and an array of seasonings from the system space. Upon witnessing this scene, the Tianqing Niumang was astonished. Such treasures were undoubtedly of immense value. It seemed that this human held a position of great significance, which was only natural given his formidable power. Nearby, two figures concealed themselves in the shadows of a grand tree, curiously observing Ling Xiao. "Mother, what is that human doing?" inquired the petite figure in a hushed tone. "It appears he intends to grill fish. I have seen such things in the human world before," responded the more mature figure. "Mother, is grilled fish delicious?" the small one asked. "I cannot say for certain. I have never tasted it in the human realm," the mature figure replied uncertainly. "Then can we join that human for a meal?" proposed the petite figure eagerly. "No, we are soul beasts. If we are discovered by a human, it would be perilous," the mature figure admonished sternly. "Oh," the small figure responded with a hint of disappointment. "Who is there?" Ling Xiao suddenly called out towards the woods. The two figures in the forest were startled by the sudden shout, inadvertently locking eyes with Ling Xiao. "We've been discovered," they thought, alarmed by the child's keen perception. "Who are you?" Ling Xiao inquired, able to discern the two individuals clearly. One was a diminutive girl clad in a pale pink dress, adorned with a pair of upright rabbit ears, while the other was an alluring mature woman dressed in white, her eyes a striking shade of pink. After a moment's contemplation, the mature woman grasped the girl's hand and stepped forward. The two emerged from the trees, causing the Tianqing Niumang in the lake to become alert. Ling Xiao looked at the two with a hint of curiosity, pondering how there could be humans in this place, the very heart of the Stardo forest, a realm said to be so perilous that even a titled Douluo would think twice before entering. To his astonishment, there stood a soul emperor and a young girl who was not even a soul master. "Hello, little one. Do not be alarmed. We mean you no harm," spoke the mature woman with a warm smile. "Greetings. I am Xiao Wu, dance as in a dance," the spirited little girl chimed in cheerfully. Ling Xiao gazed at the little girl beside the woman, who was staring intently at his grilled fish. He understood her longing as the enticing aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Xiao Wu inhaled the savory scent, gently biting her fingertip, and swallowed hard, pondering to herself that this seemed far more delectable than a carrot. Douluo looked at the grilled fish in astonishment, never having imagined that it could be so incredibly fragrant. Ling Xiao returned to his original spot, flipping the grilled fish to continue cooking while glancing at the two individuals. "Who are you, and how did you come to be here?" he inquired. "We reside here," Douluo replied, sensing no malice from Ling Xiao, who did not seem like a villain. She forcefully diverted her gaze from the enticing fish. "Ah," Ling Xiao tilted his head slightly. "Living in a place like this is perilous, even for a titled Douluo. Brother, may we have a taste of the fish you were grilling?" Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed, her eyes fixed hungrily on the fish, inhaling its delectable aroma and swallowing hard. She then produced a few carrots. "How about I trade you these carrots for some of your fish, brother?" Ling Xiao observed Xiao Wu, acknowledging that she indeed appeared somewhat younger than him. Ling Xiao observed the two individuals, then glanced at the handful of carrots in Xiao Wu's grasp. He pondered that he could scarcely consume such a large fish alone, and the addition of carrots would be delightful. "Very well," he nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu hurried to Ling Xiao's side and handed him the carrots. Ling Xiao proceeded to the edge of Stardo Lake, where he meticulously washed the carrots, sliced the fish in half with a knife, and skewered it on a rack, sprinkling some seasoning over it. Before long, the fish was perfectly roasted. He retrieved a large plate and arranged the grilled fish alongside the carrots, then took out several small plates and pairs of chopsticks to distribute to Xiao Wu, Douluo. "And by Ling, it's ready," declared Ling Xiao, as he placed a generous piece of fish onto Bai Ling's plate. Bai Ling, unable to use chopsticks, simply pressed the fish with her paw and tore into it, emitting joyful sounds. Xiao Wu began to relish the fish, her eyes sparkling with delight, exclaiming, "It's so fragrant." Douluo picked up a piece of fish, and as the exquisite flavor unfolded in her mouth, she marveled at its deliciousness. Beneath the lake, the azure bull python watched the group intently, swallowing hard, momentarily dispelling the sense of danger within, and pondered whether this dish was truly delectable. Not far off, a figure resembling a small mountain silently gazed at the diners, his heart devoid of emotion, his eyes vacant, lamenting that Aunt Ro and Sister Xiao Wu no longer cared for him. After some time, the food on the plates had been wholly devoured. Burp. Xiao Wu patted her belly, inadvertently letting out a satisfied belch that flushed her cheeks crimson as she buried her face in Douluo's embrace. Douluo gazed at Xiao Wu, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh, her heart brimming with joy. Ling Xiao gently massaged Bai Ling's belly, which now appeared round and full. Just as several people were resting after their meal, a sudden loud noise erupted from the side. Ling Xiao turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, where an enormous figure, reminiscent of a small mountain, emerged. Both Tu Ro and Tian Qing Yomeng were taken aback, secretly alarmed. Tu Ro, her face etched with anxiety, stared at the sudden appearance of this colossal creature, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, the Titan giant ape appeared equally flustered. It had not intended to be discovered, but the aroma of the roasted fish was simply irresistible, causing it to inadvertently lean against the tree. Yet, how could such a fragile tree possibly bear its immense weight? Now, it seemed utterly disoriented. While Tu Ro and her companion were concerned that the Titan giant ape might startle Ling Xiao, and they exchanged anxious glances, urging it to retreat hastily. However, Ling Xiao, instead of feeling fear, marveled at the gigantic monkey before him, exclaiming, "Wow, what a magnificent monkey!" Ling Xiao gazed curiously at the Titan giant ape. Despite its imposing size, it lacked true strength, barely qualifying as a deity, and was akin to an ordinary mortal. Tu Ro and her companion stared blankly at Ling Xiao, noticing that his face bore no trace of fear, only intrigue. In the next moment, to their astonishment, Ling Xiao leapt onto the arm of the Titan giant ape and began to ascend towards its head. The Titan giant ape felt a surge of anger, yet, upon meeting Tu Ro's warning gaze, it could only remain still, refraining from any movement. Before long, Ling Xiao jumped down from the Titan giant ape. "Little one, stop teasing it. This is the Titan giant ape, a ferocious soul beast. Keep your distance to avoid any harm." Tu Ro hurriedly exclaimed as Ling Xiao descended. The Titan giant ape regarded Tu Ro with a sorrowful expression, as if to convey, "Aunt Ro, you have changed." Tu Ro, however, chose to ignore the look, taking Ling Xiao's hand and leading him away, returning to Xiao Wu's side. She then cautioned him, "Little one, refrain from such recklessness in the future. Soul beasts pose a danger to humans. You are still young, and encountering a soul beast without an adult supervision could jeopardize your life. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I understand. However, this colossal monkey appears to pose no real threat." Upon hearing this, Tu Ro cast a lingering glance at the Titan giant ape behind her, who immediately grasped her intent. The Titan giant ape suddenly raised both fists and began to pound its chest, emitting a series of furious roars. With a powerful strike to the ground, the earth trembled violently, fracturing beneath its might. Any ordinary person witnessing such a spectacle would surely falter. Yet, as Tu Ro glanced at Ling Xiao, she found him not only unafraid but rather captivated by the unfolding drama. In her mind, she mused about this peculiar little fellow and wondered why he remained undaunted by the Titan. Even the most formidable beings from the human realm, such as Soul Douluo or Tidal Douluo, would not display such composure. Observing Ling Xiao's demeanor, Tu Ro signaled the Titan giant ape once more, and in the next moment, it began to approach Ling Xiao slowly. A look of urgency crossed Tu Ro's face as she urged, "Little one, you must leave quickly. This soul beast is angered. If you do not depart now, it may be too late." "Wait, what about you two?" Ling Xiao inquired, tilting his head to regard the anxious expressions on Tu Ro and Xiao Wu. However, he sensed that their urgency was not as pronounced. "Fear not, for I am a soul emperor and capable of self-preservation. Moreover, we reside here and are quite familiar with the Titan giant ape. It will not harm us. But outsiders are another matter. While the Titan has yet to attack, you must flee at once." Tu Ro implored emphatically. Beside her, Xiao Wu echoed her plea, saying, "Brother, you must leave quickly. If the Titan giant ape approaches, you may not be able to escape." Ling Xiao gazed at the anxious expressions of the two individuals, then turned his attention to the Titan ape, which was less than 20 meters away from him. Scratching his head, he declared, "There is no need for concern. My strength surpasses that of the Titan ape. Alas, my dear child, why do you not heed my advice? You are so young. How strong can you truly be?" Rabbit Ro implored once more. The Titan ape, having overheard Ling Xiao's assertion, felt a surge of anger rise within. It thought to itself, "Aunt Ro forbids me from harming you, but surely it is permissible to frighten you." With this in mind, the Titan ape approached Ling Xiao, letting out a furious roar as it raised its colossal fist, poised to strike. Ling Xiao gazed upon the Titan giant ape, his fists clenched tightly. With a gentle leap, he positioned himself before the colossal creature and nonchalantly unleashed a punch, thinking to himself, "Just 50,000 pounds of force will suffice." The Titan giant ape, witnessing Ling Xiao's audacity to strike, scoffed internally, having no intention of defending itself. It was utterly confident that such a feeble blow posed no threat. Similarly, Douluo and Xiao Wu shared this sentiment, poised to caution the Titan giant ape to be wary and not to harm Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded. Boom! The enormous form of the Titan giant ape was sent hurtling backward, obliterating countless trees along its path, while Ling Xiao gracefully descended to the ground. Douluo and Xiao Wu stood agape, their minds momentarily blank, unable to fathom that the seemingly delicate Ling Xiao possessed such formidable strength. Even the Tianqing Niumeng, lurking at the bottom of the lake, looked on in astonishment, bewildered by the turn of events. How could this be? Why had the Titan giant ape been sent reeling? In terms of sheer strength, Ling Xiao's power could hardly compare to that of the Titan giant ape, let alone that of a mere human. Ling Xiao gazed at the dazed Douluo and Xiao Wu, spreading his arms and shrugging as he remarked, "I have stated that my strength surpasses that of the Titan giant ape. Do you believe me now?" Douluo and Xiao Wu regained their senses. Their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Ling Xiao, instinctively retreating. Ling Xiao gazed at the expressions of the two with exasperation and remarked, "Hey, is that really the expression you need? I have no intention of causing you any harm." Douluo swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Ling Xiao proudly declared, "My name is Ling Xiao. In the future, I shall soar beyond the heavens and ascend above all deities. Transcending the gods? How utterly arrogant." Rabbit Rome mused within her heart. Chapter 9, The Soul Beast Companion. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, a series of furious roars echoed from the distance. Ling Xiao turned to see that the Titan giant ape had returned. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, observing the furious demeanor, as if he were eager to resume the battle. Flexing his hands, Ling Xiao prepared to deliver another powerful punch to send the Titan giant ape flying once more. Meanwhile, Douluo, witnessing the impending clash, quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Both of you, cease this quarrel." At her words, the Titan giant ape gradually halted its movements, yet continued to glare at Ling Xiao with unbridled rage. Ling Xiao also relaxed his fists. Just as both parties ceased their confrontation and Douluo was finally able to exhale in relief, a question from Ling Xiao caused her heart to race once more. "Douluo, are you in this Titan giant ape family? Why does it obey your commands?" Douluo, feeling the weight of Ling Xiao's gaze upon her, instinctively averted her eyes, uncertain of how to respond. "Are you and Xiao Wu both soul beasts?" Ling Xiao inquired again, plunging Douluo's mind into further confusion, while Xiao Wu, too, found herself unable to meet Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao observed the behavior of the two individuals, fully aware of their intentions. "Is it really necessary for you to go to such lengths just to make me leave?" he remarked, somewhat exasperated. However, his attention soon turned to the astonishing sight of the transformed soul beast before him. So this is the essence of a shape-shifting soul beast. How remarkable to encounter one on my very first excursion outside the city. At that moment, the waters of Star Do Lake began to churn violently, and a colossal bull-headed creature emerged before Ling Xiao, one of its eyes the size of his entire being. "Human, what brings you to Star Do Lake?" the enormous soul beast inquired, its voice resonating with authority, akin to a thunderclap. "What does it matter to you?" "I am merely out for a bit of leisure," Ling Xiao replied with a dismissive roll of his eyes. "Human, do not attempt to deceive me," it retorted. "Deceive you? Who do you think you are?" Ling Xiao shot back, casting a sidelong glance at the creature. The Tianqing Niumeng paused, somewhat perplexed by the human's audacity, and insisted, "Human, you must vacate the Star Do Great Forest at once. You are not welcome here. And if I'm not welcome, I shall go wherever I please. If you possess the ability, then do try to expel me," Ling Xiao declared, shaking his fist. Though it appeared harmless, the Tianqing Niumeng dared not underestimate him, especially considering that even the Titan giant ape had been sent reeling. As Ling Xiao and the Tianqing Niumeng exchanged heated glances, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding, mission initiated. Challenge the Titan giant ape and the Tianqing Niumeng. Reward, the title of God of Death and the commencement of the 9 trials of the God of Death." Ding. Mission initiated. First and second trials of the God of Death defeat the Titan giant ape and the Tianqing Niumeng. Upon hearing the voice within his mind, Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated the opportunity to acquire yet another divine title. The Tianqing Niumeng, sensing Ling Xiao's gaze, felt an inner sense of caution. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape positioned itself protectively in front of the two individuals, Rabbit Rong and her companion. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled at the two soul beasts and said, "Since you wish for my departure, let us engage in a battle. If you triumph, I shall take my leave." Noticing the silence from the two soul beasts, Ling Xiao felt a surge of urgency if he did not defeat them. The reward he sought would remain out of reach. If you choose not to strike, then I shall take the initiative, Ling Xiao declared, raising his fist as if to strike the azure sky serpent. At that moment, the Titan Great Ape suddenly lifted its colossal fists to strike at Ling Xiao, exuding an unstoppable momentum. The azure sky serpent also shouted, "Aunt Ro, Sister Xiao Wu, quickly take cover." Ling Xiao turned slightly, delivering a gentle yet forceful punch, sending the Titan giant ape flying once more. However, it swiftly returned. Ling Xiao chuckled softly and remarked, "You actually resorted to a sneak attack." However, the two soul beasts remained unresponsive, as Tu Ro and her companion had already fled to a place of safety where they could unleash their full potential. The Titan giant ape let out a thunderous roar and unleashed its soul skill, Gravity Domain. Ling Xiao felt an additional weight upon himself, yet it bore negligible consequence. Easily dismissed. Observing Ling Xiao's composed demeanor, the Tianqing Yo Python, though astonished, unleashed its soul technique. The Tianqing Oblivion Thunder unleashed dozens of azure bolts towards Ling Xiao. Just as the thunder seemed poised to strike, Ling Xiao's figure abruptly became indistinct, vanishing in an instant. What? How is this possible? The Tianqing Yo Python gazed in horror at the spot where Ling Xiao had just been. The speed was too swift to be countered. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had already positioned himself atop a grand tree 100 meters away. Titan's Celestial Rupture. The Titan giant ape, situated nearby, launched a sudden assault, delivering a powerful punch towards Ling Xiao, the sheer force gathering so intensely that it shattered the surrounding trees. Yet, with such formidable might, Ling Xiao merely extended a hand and effortlessly parried the blow. This left the Titan giant ape enveloped in despair. Ling Xiao deflected the assault and gazed at the two soul beasts, saying, "Have your attacks concluded? Then it is now my turn." Ling Xiao leapt gracefully, delivering a powerful blow to the chest of the Titan Great Ape, sending it soaring through the air. This time, he exerted several tens of thousands of pounds of force, rendering the Titan Great Ape unable to rise again after being struck. Turning swiftly, Ling Xiao launched another punch towards the enormous head of the Azure Bull Python. Upon impact, the creature's eyes bulged as a wave of excruciating pain surged through its mind. This punch felt as though a colossal mountain had crashed upon its head, leaving it dizzy and disoriented until it ultimately collapsed to the ground. Ling Xiao beheld the true form of the Azure Bull Python, which, although adorned with a grand bovine head, possessed the physique of a serpent. Such a peculiar sight. The Titan ape, straining to maintain its stance, roared in agony upon seeing the fallen Azure Bull Python, its gaze directed at Ling Xiao filled with profound resentment. Following these events, the voice of the system resonated. "Ding. Congratulations, Master, on completing the task. You are awarded the title of God of Death and the initiation of the 9 Trials of Death. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on passing the divine examination. You are rewarded with the Book of Death and the Warlord of the Undead." Ling Xiao's soul entered the system space, where he beheld a black tome and a towering figure clad in ebony armor, both exuding a palpable aura of death. How does one utilize this book? What is the extent of the necromantic war god's power? Surely it cannot be merely at the divine level. Ling Xiao's soul returned, pondering these thoughts. Never mind. I shall examine the system panel shortly. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao approached the severely wounded heavenly blue bull python. At this moment, the creature had regained consciousness but was unable to move, its countenance reflecting resignation to death, relinquishing any will to fight. "Stop." A sudden voice pierced the air. Ling Xiao turned to see Tu Ro rushing back, tears streaming down her face. "Ling Xiao, do you desire the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone? Then you may kill me. I also possess a soul bone. Please spare Ming, Ming, and my daughter. I will not resist. I only ask that you let them be." "Huh?" Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Human, spare Aunt Ro and Sister Xiao Wu. I am willing to offer myself as a sacrifice to you. My strength surpasses that of Aunt Ro," the heavenly blue bull python weakly asserted. "No, Ming. Allow me to take this burden. I hope that after my demise, you will care for Xiao Wu," Tu Ro said with a light-hearted smile, though her tears flowed incessantly. "Mother." Xiao Wu, hidden in the shadows, wept silently. "Aunt Ro," Ming cried out in despair, while Ming shed tears. Hey, why the tears? When did I ever say I would kill you?" "I have no need for soul bones," Ling Xiao shrugged, baffled. "Ah?" Tu Ro looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. This was a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. How many titled Douluos yearned for such treasures? Were you not seeking to augment yourself with a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone? Who desires such worthless items? Ling Xiao replied, a hint of disdain on his face. What of the 100,000-year soul bone? Could it possibly compare to his system? And no, it's worthless. Douluo stammered. Had her previous existence truly been within human society? Or was it merely that her life in a small town had shielded her from the realities of the world, where, in the vast cities, 100,000-year soul beasts roamed freely? Ling Xiao gazed at the seemingly dazed Douluo and shook his head. He retrieved a small bowl from the system space, filled with a resplendent liquid, the water of lowly life. Open your mouth, Ling Xiao commanded as he leaped onto the head of the Titan Great Ape. However, the Titan Great Ape did not comply. Instead, it tightly shut its mouth, wary of the unknown liquid that might pose a threat. Seeing this, Ling Xiao showed no leniency and struck the Titan Great Ape on the head. After enduring this heavy blow, the Titan Great Ape became somewhat dazed, its mouth finally opening. Observing this, Ling Xiao poured the life-giving water into its mouth. Upon completing this task, he swiftly approached the Tianqing bull python, squinting as he spoke. So, will you drink it like that big monkey, or will you do it yourself? The Tianqing bull python trembled internally. It certainly did not wish to follow suit, as that would be utterly humiliating. Thus, it obediently opened its mouth and consumed the life-giving water. In no time, both soul beasts visibly recovered at an astonishing rate, returning to normal within mere seconds. The Tianqing bull python propped itself up, casting a complex gaze at Ling Xiao. This human had not only mercilessly beaten them, but had also healed them. What was his true intention? The peculiar liquid it had just ingested not only healed all its injuries, but also granted it a notable increase in strength. It was worth noting that it was a soul beast of 120,000 years. Enhancing its power was a formidable challenge, and yet, that small quantity of liquid had such an effect. Its rarity was undoubtedly immense, something a titled Douluo would covet with fervor. After a moment of contemplation, the Tianqing bull python inquired, "Human, if your actions are not for our soul rings and soul bones, then what is your purpose?" "Why, I am happy. You mind me?" Ling Xiao replied, lifting the previously frightened by Ling in his arms. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, which resembled a child's tantrum, the Tianqing bull python was at a loss for words. It was bewildering that such a formidable being exhibited the temperament of a child. Yet he indeed appeared to be one. Douluo regained her composure and said, "I apologize, Ling Xiao. We misunderstood you." At that moment, Xiao Wu rushed out, leaping into Douluo's embrace and softly weeping. She had been terrified, fearing she might lose her mother and friends. After crying for a while, Xiao Wu, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at Ling Xiao. "Brother, can we be friends?" "Of course. I have yet to have a soul beast friend." Ling Xiao nodded in affirmation. Coincidentally, Bai Ling had also awakened, and upon hearing Ling Xiao's previous words, expressed her displeasure. "Well, Bai Ling is my first soul beast friend, and Xiao Wu is my first transformed soul beast friend." Ling Xiao corrected himself as he gently stroked Bai Ling's head. "Then Douluo is my second transformed soul beast friend, and the big cow and big monkey are my second and third soul beast friends." Upon hearing this, the Tianqing bull python appeared somewhat displeased, and the Titan Great Ape let out a low growl in protest. "Human, we are not your..." Before the Tianqing bull python could finish its sentence, Ling Xiao's gaze turned towards it, glimmering with a hint of menace. Sensing the impending danger, the Tianqing bull python promptly fell silent, while the Titan Great Ape averted its gaze, unwilling to meet Ling Xiao's eyes. They had just endured a brutal beating, leaving them with lingering shadows of fear. "Humph." Ling Xiao, upon witnessing this, smiled with an air of pride. Douluo gazed at him, finding this human to be quite intriguing. Despite possessing immense power, his demeanor resembled that of a child. After all the commotion, it was time to return home. Ling Xiao mused. He had originally anticipated a brief outing, expecting to return swiftly, but yet another divine inheritance had delayed him. "Well, I've been out for quite a while. It's time to head back. Until next time." "Ah, are you leaving so soon?" Xiao Wu felt a pang of reluctance in her heart. However, Tianqing Niumang and Tai Tenju Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This human was finally departing, and being in his presence had been quite daunting. "Indeed." Ling Xiao nodded affirmatively. "No worries. I shall return." With that, the demon eye blood sword materialized, and Ling Xiao, cradling Bai Ling, ascended gradually into the air. "Farewell." Douluo, Xiao Wu, Denyo Dahozi. Ling Xiao waved, while Bai Ling mimicked the gesture with her tiny paws. "Farewell." Douluo and Xiao Wu also waved goodbye. Ling Xiao cast his gaze towards the direction of the spirit hall, and in the next moment, he vanished without a trace. "Mother, is my brother a titled Douluo?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Absolutely, and he is the strongest among them. Ordinary titled Douluo are no match for De Ming and Air Ming," replied Douluo. The heavenly blue bull python nodded in agreement, stating, "Among human titled Douluo, Few can contend with me on equal footing, and even fewer can best me, let alone dominate me as he does with ease. Perhaps none exist who can so effortlessly overpower both me and Ming. A typical 100,000-year soul beast is comparable to an ordinary tidal Douluo of levels 91 to 93, while a titan giant ape of such age corresponds to strength beyond level 95. A 12,000-year soul beast, especially a formidable one like the heavenly blue bull python, can reach levels exceeding 97. Tidal Douluo above level 97 are exceedingly rare across the continent. Meanwhile, after half an hour's time, Ling Xiao returned to the spirit hall. As he walked the path, Zhu Douluo approached him. "Saint Sun," Zhu Douluo greeted, slightly bowing. "Elder Zhu," Ling Xiao acknowledged with a nod. "Is the teacher in the hall of the Pope?" "Yes, Saint Sun. What of Sister Not?" "The saintess is in meditation." "Very well, Elder Zhu. I wish to see the teacher now. Please accompany me. And do summon Sister Nar, Ghost Elder, in the grand offering as well." Ling Xiao contemplated before speaking. "Understood." Though Zhu Douluo felt a twinge of confusion, he complied with Ling Xiao's request and swiftly disappeared from sight. Ling Xiao, unhurried, made his way towards the Pope's palace. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Zhu Douluo, accompanied by Hulaina, as well as the Ghost Douluo and the Grand Elder, who had just arrived. Chapter 10. The Water of Life. Saint Sun. The Ghost Douluo bowed respectfully. "Shower, what brings you here? You've gathered us all together." Hulaina stepped forward, enveloping Ling Xiao in her embrace and affectionately rubbing his face. "I have something wonderful to share," Ling Xiao replied, extricating himself from Hulaina's embrace and stepping into the Pope's palace. "Something wonderful?" Hulaina pondered, though she followed Ling Xiao into the palace nonetheless. Douluo and the others trailed behind. "Shower, is there something you wish to discuss?" Bibi Dong inquired, her gaze shifting curiously toward Hulaina and the others. "Teacher, do you recall what I set out to do today?" Ling Xiao asked mysteriously, a smile gracing his lips. "Is it not related to the divine position inheritance?" Bibi Dong responded. "Indeed, today I not only acquired my second divine position, the god of life, but also my third, the god of death," Ling Xiao declared, his words laden with significance. "Has the third divine position already manifested?" Bibi Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. The divine positions that others might seek for centuries seemed to appear effortlessly for Ling Xiao. 3 divine positions already, Douluo remarked, a note of wonder in his voice. "The reason I summoned you all here is because of this second divine position," Ling Xiao continued. "Shower, does this second divine position pertain to us?" Bibi Dong asked, intrigued. "Not directly. I have already completed the first and second trials of the divine examination for the second divine position, which rewarded me with the water of life. This will be highly beneficial for all of you," Ling Xiao explained, and before them appeared 5 small vials containing the water of life. Bibi Dong and the others held the vials curiously, captivated by the vibrant essence within. As Bibi Dong unscrewed the cap, an extraordinary fragrance wafted forth. The group inhaled the intoxicating aroma, their throats dry with anticipation as an inner voice urged them to partake of the elixir. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong resolved that Ling Xiao would not lead her astray, and she consumed the water of life in one gulp. All eyes were fixed on Bibi Dong, eager to witness the transformation. In the next instant, a luminous aura enveloped her, and 9 soul rings materialized around her. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the colors of the soul rings began to shift. The 5 black and 4 red soul rings transformed into 9 crimson rings, each one a 100,000-year soul ring. But the spectacle was not yet complete. The 9th soul ring underwent yet another transformation, revealing an unprecedented red-gold hue. Bibi Dong's aura surged dramatically, her overwhelming power fracturing the ground beneath her, a force so formidable that even Douluo struggled to withstand it. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao enveloped himself in a series of rippling waves, dissipating the overwhelming aura. Otherwise, few present would likely survive. After a considerable time had elapsed, Bibi Dong's imposing presence finally subsided, and she opened her eyes. "I feel as though my power has transcended the 99th level. Even several tidal Douluo at that rank could not possibly defeat me," Bibi Dong expressed, her eyes filled with disbelief. "What caliber of soul ring is this? A red gold hue? Could it be a 1,000,000-year soul ring? Truly, it is the reward of a deity, effortlessly forging the strongest beneath the divine," Douluo remarked solemnly, gazing at the life water in his hand, eager to consume it. In the next moment, akin to Bibi Dong, a faint golden luminescence enveloped him, and 9 soul rings emerged, their colors similarly transformed. However, the change was not as drastic as Bibi Dong's. His rings merely shifted to 9 red soul rings. Seeing this, several others, including Douluo, were also eager to partake of the life water, yet Bibi Dong halted them. Do not drink it all at once. Our strength must be sufficient to thoroughly absorb the energy within. For you, this force could very well cause you to burst, Bibi Dong cautioned. Upon hearing her words, Douluo and Douluo paused, refraining from gulping it down. Instead, they cautiously sipped a quarter of the bottle's contents. Nevertheless, even this modest intake proved overwhelming for them. Douluo fared somewhat better, merely feeling a warmth coursing through his body, while Douluo endured agony, experiencing fissures across his form from which blood flowed. Yet, due to the healing properties of the life water, his wounds would mend only to rend anew, causing his visage to contort in anguish. Nonetheless, both of their soul powers were on the rise. Douluo reached the 97th level, and Douluo attained the 96th. Observing their gains, Hulina could only watch enviously from the side. Her strength was far too feeble. She surmised that even a mere sip of the life water, which had such effects on tidal Douluo, would likely lead to her own catastrophic demise. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao retrieved a small vial of life water from the system space and handed it to Hulina. Sister Nar, drink this vial. It contains low-grade life water, which possesses less formidable energy compared to what I provided earlier. A mixture of low-grade and a small portion of medium-grade life water, Ling Xiao explained. At these words, the expressions of Bibi Dong and the others shifted slightly. The realization that this treasure, capable of enhancing their strength, was merely a blend of low-grade and medium-grade life water left them in awe of the sheer magnitude of energy contained within true medium-grade life water. Is that true? Hulina's face lit up with joy as she grasped the vial of life water, eager to augment her soul power. Having just acquired her second soul ring, her soul power was a mere 22 levels. Perhaps I should try just a little first. Low-grade life water should be safe for those below tidal Douluo, Ling Xiao suggested. Scratching his head, he then produced a vial of medium-grade life water and consumed it. All right. Hulina nodded and cautiously took a small sip, while Bibi Dong watched her with a hint of tension. Fortunately, there were no adverse effects. Even a great soul master could withstand low-grade life water. This life water is absolutely delightful, Hulina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she downed the entire vial. To the astonishment of those present, Hulina's soul power surged rapidly. 23, 24, 28, 29. Her aura finally stabilized upon reaching 29 levels. I have reached 29 levels of soul power, she shouted in astonishment, feeling the power coursing through her. I never expected her to reach such a level so swiftly. She's only just over 10 years old. Such talent is indeed rare even in a millennium, Bibi Dong remarked. A 10-year-old soul master. Xiandalu mused, his thoughts drifting to another individual. Xianrenxue had also achieved soul master status at 10, but that was due to her divine-level martial soul, the six-winged angel, which granted her innate soul power of 20 levels. However, Hulina's innate soul power was merely 9 levels, and her martial soul could only be considered top tier. She should have been striving between the ranks of Soul Master and Great Soul Master, yet due to Ling Xiao, she was on the verge of becoming a Soul Master. Shower, this life water must be precious. You simply gave it to us, Hulina remarked. Bibi Dong and the others also turned their gazes toward Ling Xiao. It's nothing of great value. I possess a lake of this life water, and what I've shared is but a trivial amount. Ling Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. A lake of such treasures. The group was momentarily taken aback. If a single vial could yield such remarkable growth, how many tidal Douluo, or even deities, could a lake produce? After all, this was a reward from the divine examination. It would not be surprising if it could indeed foster a genuine deity. As they pondered this, Ling Xiao continued, the god of life's divine examination has now rewarded us with medium-grade life water. What I just consumed was from that. The third trial should yield high-grade life water, which will again be in abundance. If we consider the dilutions, there will be even more medium and low-grade life water available. It is likely that the entire Soul Master City could not exhaust it, and we have yet to uncover what awaits in the fourth trial and beyond. Such an abundance, Xiandalu remarked, glancing at Bibi Dong. Nonetheless, even if Shower possesses a vast quantity of this treasure, it does not mean that everyone is entitled to it. Bibi Dong interjected, emphasizing that it belonged to Ling Xiao alone. Fear not, teacher. If the elders of the Spirit Hall or other members make significant contributions, they may also be rewarded. Ling Xiao waved off her concerns. He was indifferent to low-grade life water, and currently, no one was qualified to consume medium-grade life water. At most, it could be mixed in minute quantities with low-grade life water, which would suffice for thousands without exhausting a basin. Bibi Dong contemplated this and responded, "That is feasible, but the elders are often inactive, leaving little reason for them to receive rewards. I believe the golden crocodile deserves a vial," Douluo proposed. "He is an elder who has guarded the spirit hall for a century and should be entitled to it." Douluo, the golden crocodile, is already at level 98. If he receives a vial of life water, he would undoubtedly break through to 99. At that point, the elders would no longer heed my commands, Bibi Dong remarked coldly. Eyeing Douluo, even if the golden crocodile surpasses 99, what of it? Do not forget, the Holy Sun is the heir of a deity. Possessing strength that already transcends the title Douluo level, Douluo countered, a hint of a smile on his face. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that Douluo had referred to Ling Xiao as the Holy Sun, indicating his complete submission. "Shower, what do you think?" Bibi Dong inquired after a moment of thought. "Yes, since he is already at 98, he should be able to withstand this energy," Ling Xiao replied, producing a small vial. He filled it with low-grade life water and added a single drop of medium-grade life water. The others fell silent. Realizing that they too could only endure a mere drop of medium-grade life water's energy. They had just witnessed Ling Xiao consume an entire vial of medium-grade life water, which was 3 times the size of theirs and contained unimaginable energy. Yet, he had suffered no ill effects. It dawned on them just how vast the gulf was between them and Ling Xiao. "All right, High Elder, you may take this to the golden crocodile," Ling Xiao stated, sealing the small vial and handing it to Douluo. "Thank you, Holy Sun." Douluo accepted the vial with gratitude. "It's nothing." Ling Xiao shook his head and turned to Bibi Dong. "Teacher, I am weary and shall return to rest." "Very well, Shower. Do not hesitate to summon a maid if you require anything," Bibi Dong replied softly. "Understood." Ling Xiao nodded. Departing from Bibi Dong's embrace and walking towards the inner hall, disappearing from their sight in no time. "How fortunate we are at the Spirit Hall to welcome the Holy Sun," Douluo remarked, watching Ling Xiao's figure fade away. "Indeed, having the Holy Sun is a true blessing for our Spirit Hall," Douluo echoed. "With the Holy Sun, our Spirit Hall can easily dominate the entire continent." Ghost Douluo added. In response, Douluo delivered a punch to Ghost Douluo, his face filled with disdain. "Old Ghost, you truly lack vision. The Holy Sun is the heir of a deity. How could he be confined to this mere Douluo continent? His destiny undoubtedly lies within the grand divine realm." "Oh yes. Yes. My mistake. The Douluo continent is nothing in comparison to the Holy Sun." Ghost Douluo nodded repeatedly. "Enough of your chatter. Go about your own affairs," Bibi Dong instructed. Turning her gaze to Hulayina. "Nar, hurry and cultivate. Strive for an early breakthrough to Soul Master." "Yes, teacher," Hulayina replied, nodding before exiting the Pope's hall. Seeing this, Douluo and the others made no further delay and departed in succession. Finally, peace returned to the hall. Bibi Dong gazed at the empty Pope's chamber, shaking her head as she resumed her duties for the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Ling Xiao had returned to his chamber and reclined upon his bed. "System, activate the panel," he silently commanded. In an instant, the system interface materialized before his eyes. Host, name, Ling Xiao. Age, for soul weapon, Demon Eye Blood Sword. Origin Flame Realm, title Douluo, stellar body not yet awakened. Divine positions, Titan, God of Life, 2 nights. God of Death, 2 nights. Divine abilities, Celestial Finger Inventory, low-grade life water. Medium-grade life water, Book of Death, God of the Undead with the addition of 2 divine positions in an inventory slot. The rest remained unchanged. Ling Xiao scrutinized the system panel, eager to discover the utility of the Book of Death and the God of the Undead. Ling Xiao gazed upon the Book of Death, a tome enveloped in an aura of mortality. With a gentle touch, information about the book materialized before him. The Book of Death was forged by an entity of unparalleled power, imbued with a fragment of the essence of death itself. It possessed the ability to delineate the threads of demise. Those ensnared by these threads would have their visage inscribed within its pages. A mere stroke across the page would compel the target's death, regardless of causality or the constraints of time and space. Ling Xiao glanced at the information and nodded, feeling no particular excitement, for he had no one in mind whom he wished to eliminate. Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze and turned to another object, the God of Death. It was a figure clad in black armor, wielding a massive scythe, surrounded by the waters of the river Styx. An aura of death and destruction emanated from him, suffused with an endless chill and an air of mercilessness. Around his scythe swirled tendrils of black mist, coalescing in the air into grotesque and menacing visages. Ling Xiao gently pointed at the god of death. Born from the river of the dead, the god of death embodies the essence of mortality and annihilation. Those slain by him face total obliteration, their souls stripped of even the chance of reincarnation. It appears that the rewards are all intertwined with death, after all. This is a trial set by the god of death. However, such powers are of no use to me at present, Ling Xiao mused, as he closed the system panel and entered a state of slumber. Chapter 11. Qian Renxue meets Bibi Dong the following day. Ling Xiao awoke to find Bibi Dong beside him. He rose quietly, allowing her to rest undisturbed, and after completing his morning routine, he departed from the Pope's palace. Today, he intended to visit the offering hall to see Sister Shui and bring her a vial of the water of life, as he contemplated during his walk. Meanwhile, a figure stood within the Pope's palace, observing him as he made his way towards the offering hall. The expression on their face was a haunting blend of rage and sorrow. Upon entering the offering hall, Ling Xiao immediately sensed the presence of Qian Douluo, accompanied by another individual of the same formidable level, both at the pinnacle of strength. It seemed that the golden crocodile had consumed the water of life and achieved a breakthrough, yet his power was still a mere fraction of that of the great offering. Only 1/10 to be precise. Ling Xiao shook his head, disregarding them, and ascended towards the 4th floor of the offering hall. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Ling Xiao beheld the figure of Qian Renxue, once again seated alone in the grand hall. However, he could distinctly sense that she had grown even more sorrowful. Her frame appeared somewhat gaunt, her demeanor listless, as her gaze remained fixed upon the Pope's palace, lost in thought. Ling Xiao approached Qian Renxue, who seemed oblivious to his presence. "Sister Shui," he called out. This singular utterance drew Qian Renxue's gaze back to him, and her dim eyes appeared to regain a flicker of vitality. "It's you, Xiao," she exclaimed, a faint smile tugging at her lips, though her gaunt visage looked more sorrowful than if she were in tears. "Sister Shui, why have you become like this?" Ling Xiao inquired as he settled beside her. Qian Renxue appeared on the brink of despair, her eyes devoid of spirit, as though she had grown indifferent to life and death, accepting that even the prospect of imminent demise held little significance for her. "Xiao, am I not deserving of death?" she whispered. "Why would you think that, Sister Shui?" Ling Xiao asked. "Because I am a product of sin." Qian Renxue trembled as she spoke, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Now I understand why she harbors such hatred for me, why she wishes to end my life at every encounter. I, myself, wish for my own demise. Sister Shui, does the teacher truly wish to kill you? How is it that you are still here?" Ling Xiao gazed into Qian Renxue's eyes. "Because my grandfather is still alive. He would never permit her to take my life. Is the grand offering more powerful than the teacher? Indeed, my grandfather is at level 99. Few across the continent can compare to him. Moreover, with grandfather Golden Crocodile at level 98 by my side, I should have perished long ago were it not for them." Qian Renxue replied with a bitter smile. "But the teacher's current strength far surpasses that of the grand offering. Even all the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall combined would stand no chance against her," Ling Xiao asserted. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback. Incredulity etched on her face. "How can that be? Isn't she at level 96? Even with an increase in power, it is impossible for her to be stronger than my grandfather. Yet the situation has changed. The teacher's strength has far exceeded that of the grand offering. Even if everyone from the Spirit Hall were to join forces, they would still be unable to defeat her," Ling Xiao stated. "Then why?" Qian Renxue's words were interrupted by Ling Xiao. "Why hasn't the teacher come to kill you, correct? Yes, if she despises me so. Then why has she taken my life?" Qian Renxue pondered, lost in thought. "Sister Shui, what do you think? What is it that restrains the teacher's murderous intent towards you, especially when you believe yourself deserving of death?" Ling Xiao gently inquired. "Could it be that she truly loves me? Loves this tainted child?" Qian Renxue murmured. "Sister Shui, I believe you already possess the answer. When I visited the offering hall earlier, the teacher was aware of my presence and perhaps knew I was seeking you, yet she made no attempt to intervene." Ling Xiao remarked, his heightened awareness allowing him to perceive all that transpired around him. Qian Renxue remained silent, her gaze vacant as if she were deep in contemplation. Ling Xiao shook his head upon witnessing this, rising to his feet and descending the stairs. He was unaware of the precise events that transpired between the two, yet he was certain that it was far more than mere hatred. Otherwise, Qian Renxue would not have survived for so long. Ling Xiao emerged from the Hall of Offerings and made his way towards a nearby garden, where he encountered Hulaina, accompanied by two gentlemen. Upon seeing Ling Xiao, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly embraced him and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Xiao, you have arrived." The two gentlemen standing nearby were taken aback by the scene, their mouths agape, particularly the one exuding a fervent aura, whose eyes nearly bulged with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Ling Xiao silently wiped the saliva off his face, expressing his disdain as he remarked, "Sister Nar, could you please refrain from kissing me next time? It leaves me covered in drool." Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, one of the men nearby glared at him with a gaze filled with fury, as if flames were about to erupt from his eyes. He was about to rise, but was restrained by another person. "What's wrong? Do you have any idea how many people wish for my affection? Yet, I remain indifferent, and you dare to express distaste." Hulaina's temper flared at his comment. She was about to retort when another voice interrupted her. "Na, is this the saint you mentioned? The most favored disciple of His Holiness the Pope?" A handsome young man sitting nearby inquired with a smile. "Indeed, brother. Xiao is quite formidable, despite his young age. I assure you that the two of you combined would struggle to withstand even a single strike from him," Hulaina said, her eyes glinting mischievously. "That is impossible, even if he is the saint. Did you not say he was only 4 years old? He should not have even awakened his martial soul yet." The handsome man expressed disbelief. "Oh, brother, don't underestimate him. Xiao could easily knock you out with a light slap," Hulaina replied, glancing at Ling Xiao. "Xiao, this is my brother, Xiao, and the other is our childhood friend, Yin. Greetings." Ling Xiao nodded, directing his attention to the one named Yin, who emanated an odd emotion mixed with a hint of malice. Yin felt a shiver run through him as Ling Xiao's gaze bore down on him, as if he were being scrutinized by an extraordinarily terrifying presence, causing his blood to freeze. Fortunately, as Ling Xiao averted his gaze, Yin sighed in relief. Yet his eyes remained wary, perhaps sensing the strange atmosphere. Xiao spoke up. "Na, how have you increased your strength so rapidly? You're almost at the Soul Sage level, while Yin and I have just managed to break through to Great Soul Master." That's a secret." Hulaina smiled slightly. "How could you keep such a secret from your own brother?" Xiao exclaimed in mock outrage. "If you wish to uncover this secret, you should ask my teacher." Hulaina raised an eyebrow. Xiao's expression shifted. He dared not confront the Pope and replied sheepishly, "Forget it. There is no need to trouble His Holiness with this matter." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the papal hall was markedly different. Bibi Dong, who was engrossed in her affairs, suddenly narrowed her eyes as a gaunt figure materialized before her. Upon witnessing this silhouette, a strong intent to kill surged within her. As painful memories she wished to forget flooded her mind, causing her to clench her fists. Bibi Dong glared at Qian Rinxue, her voice icy. "What brings you here?" Qian Rinxue silently regarded Bibi Dong. In the past, she may have engaged in a quarrel with her. However, now, confronted by Bibi Dong's frigid demeanor, an expression of regret clouded Qian Rinxue's eyes as she bit her lip, silently enduring the mounting pressure. Bibi Dong noticed the shift previously. Qian Rinxue's eyes were filled with hatred, pain, and confusion whenever she saw her, but this time, she perceived a different emotion. Was it regret? Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Rinxue uncertainly, sensing the pressure gradually dissipate. "Mother." Suddenly, Qian Rinxue spoke, causing Bibi Dong's heart to tremble, as if a tender spot within her had been struck. Did she just call me mother? Yet, almost instantaneously, this strange sensation was forcefully suppressed, leaving only anger in its wake. Bibi Dong's expression fluctuated as she regarded Qian Rinxue, bewildered by her demeanor. Did she uncover that painful secret? As thoughts of her torturous past resurfaced, a sinister expression crossed Bibi Dong's exquisite face. But it shouldn't be. Qian Dalu had promised to bury that incident deep within his heart. Had he broken his word? Qian Rinxue observed the shifting emotions on Bibi Dong's face and calmly stated, "I have come to understand the reasons behind the events. I apologize on behalf of my so-called father." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's rage erupted uncontrollably, causing Qian Rinxue to cough up blood and collapse to the ground, her complexion growing even paler. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao in the garden cast a glance toward the papal hall. Despite enduring such a blow, Qian Rinxue remained composed as she continued, "I can comprehend your feelings." "Comprehend my feelings? Do you truly know what I have endured? Do you understand the terror I felt back then? Can you fathom that sense of despair and rage? You know nothing. How dare you claim to understand me?" Bibi Dong rose, her face twisted in fury. "I know everything. It was my father who wronged you. If it brings you joy, kill me, and I shall harbor no resentment." Hearing this, Bibi Dong's mood gradually calmed, her demeanor wavering. She gazed at Qian Rinxue with an expression devoid of emotion, as if she had transcended life and death. At that moment, with a mere flick of her wrist, she could extinguish Qian Rinxue's life. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to act. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong finally spoke. "You may leave. This is your final chance. Otherwise, I will truly kill you." Then, "Mother, do you forgive me? Can you accept me as your daughter?" "I genuinely long for a mother's love," Qian Rinxue asked, her tone and gaze filled with yearning. Upon witnessing the pitiful look in Qian Rinxue's eyes, Bibi Dong suddenly found herself unable to meet her gaze. With a surge of determination, she unleashed a burst of soul power that propelled Qian Rinxue out of the hall. As she landed, Qian Rinxue coughed up more blood. And upon seeing the crimson liquid on the ground, Bibi Dong's heart sank into a state of turmoil. She had never perceived blood to be so glaringly vivid. Quickly summoned some soul masters to tend to her wounds. Bibi Dong commanded with a stern tone, turning her back and refusing to look at Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue remained silent, struggling to rise, resolutely kneeling at the entrance of the papal hall, disregarding her injuries. Sensing Qian Rinxue's condition, Bibi Dong's anxiety heightened. As waves of pain crashed against her fragile heart, tears streaming down her face without a realization. In that moment, she had lost the dignity of a pope and resembled a wounded little girl. Just then, a furious roar echoed from afar. "Bibi Dong, how could you treat little Xue this way? She is your own daughter." Qian Douluo rushed to the entrance of the papal hall, preparing to assist Qian Rinxue. But she remained stubbornly kneeling in silence. With no other choice, Qian Douluo began to heal Qian Rinxue, his heart aching as he observed her. "My child, why must you be so obstinate? She does not regard you as her daughter. What are you striving for?" He then turned to Bibi Dong, his voice cold. "Bibi Dong, is there a mother as cruel as you?" Qian Xuanji aired, "And he has paid the price with his life. The spirit hall now belongs to you. If you are still unsatisfied, direct your anger at me, but do not harm little Xue." For reasons unknown in the past, Bibi Dong would have fiercely argued with Qian Douluo, yet now, as she opened her mouth, she found herself unable to articulate a single word. "Mother, can you forgive me?" Qian Rinxue's voice, weak and frail, broke the silence once more. Listening to her words, Bibi Dong felt an unprecedented sense of panic envelop her, as if an unbearable weight pressed down upon her chest. The empress who once commanded the entire continent now fled the papal hall, not daring to meet Qian Rinxue's gaze. Qian Douluo spoke again. "Little Xue, go receive treatment first. Once you are well, we can continue this conversation." Qian Rinxue shook her head, stating, "No, grandfather. I must wait for mother to answer me personally." "Sigh, my dear child. Qian Douluo understands that there is no way to dissuade you and can only wait together in this moment." Meanwhile, Bibi Dong returned to her chamber and swiftly closed the door behind her, as if a monster were in pursuit. She helplessly leaned against the door and gradually sank to the floor. In her current state, her thoughts were a tangled web, akin to a lost little girl cradling her head in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, Ling Xiao entered through the window, having finally extricated himself from the embrace of Hulaina. Ling Xiao approached Bibi Dong, who sat vacantly by the door, and gently inquired, "Teacher, what troubles you?" Bibi Dong lifted her gaze to Ling Xiao and, in a sudden motion, embraced him, weeping softly as she murmured, "Shower, what should I do? What am I to do?" The tears cascading down her cheeks soaked Ling Xiao's garments. Sensing Bibi Dong's helplessness, he tenderly wrapped his arms around her neck and softly asked, "Teacher, are you troubled by your relationship with Sister Xue? She has always yearned for a mother's affection, and you too hold love for Sister Xue, do you not? In my heart, you have always been gentle and revered. How could a teacher, who cares so deeply for me, be indifferent?" Ling Xiao took a slight step back, lowering his gaze to meet Bibi Dong's reddened eyes. His pure gaze gradually soothed her helpless heart. "Teacher, whatever decision you make, I will undoubtedly stand by your side, even if it defies all else, for you are my esteemed mentor." Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, the woman who had always been strong finally revealed her vulnerable side. She tightly embraced Ling Xiao's small frame and wept openly, yearning to pour out her sorrows in this moment. Ling Xiao did not resist. He could sense the tumultuous emotional fluctuations emanating from Bibi Dong at that moment. After a considerable span of time, the sobbing gradually subsided, and Bibi Dong gently lifted her head. Observing the large area on Ling Xiao's chest soaked with her tears, her face flushed crimson, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had never anticipated that, at her age, She would weep so loudly like a child, especially while nestled in the embrace of one so young, who consoled her as if he were an adult. It was an experience she had never encountered before, one that filled her with profound humiliation. Hastily, Bibi Dong wiped away the tears on her face. "Thank you," she said to Ling Xiao, accompanied by a gentle smile. Ling Xiao paused momentarily upon hearing this, then smiled and said, "You are my teacher. If there is anything else you wish to share, feel free to come to me. Always be cheerful." "Yes, we must remain joyful," Bibi Dong softly replied. Observing the dampness of her clothes from her own tears, Bibi Dong, with a hint of embarrassment, urged, "Shower. You should change into something else. Take this off." "All right," Ling Xiao nodded, searching through the wardrobe for a fresh garment before changing. As Bibi Dong watched Ling Xiao, an unexpected sense of distraction enveloped her. She suddenly realized that she had undergone a transformation. Yet, she did not resist it. Perhaps this change was indeed for the best. She mused silently. Now, she felt prepared to confront Qianrenxue. Gazing at Ling Xiao as he changed, her eyes softened. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and stepped outside, feeling as if she had become a different person. When Bibi Dong reappeared before Qianrenxue and Qian Daolu, both sensed that she seemed altered. "Xiaoxue, rise," Bibi Dong gently said as she approached Qianrenxue, reaching out to grasp her hand and help her up, tenderly caressing her pale face. Qian Daolu was taken aback by Bibi Dong's transformation, unsure of how to react. Qianrenxue, confronted with Bibi Dong's kindness, stood frozen in disbelief. However, upon meeting Bibi Dong's gentle gaze, all of Qianrenxue's pent-up grievances erupted, and she embraced Bibi Dong, weeping in her arms. "Mother, after so many years," she finally experienced the warmth of maternal love. It was a truly comforting sensation. Although Qian Daolu could not fathom the sudden change in Bibi Dong's demeanor, witnessing the bond between mother and daughter and seeing Qianrenxue's smile was of utmost importance. Observing them together, he felt somewhat superfluous. Ah, Xiaoxue has truly forgotten her grandfather in the presence of her mother. Qian Daolu sighed, shaking his head, and quietly exited the Pope's palace. Sunlight bathed the mother and daughter, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and peace as they conversed for an extended period. "Mother, may I stay in the Pope's palace?" Qianrenxue inquired, clutching Bibi Dong's arm. "Of course. Choose whichever room you desire, and I shall have the maid prepare it," Bibi Dong replied tenderly. Hesitant, Qianrenxue then asked, "Mother, which room does Shower occupy?" Bibi Dong hesitated before responding. "Shower currently stays with me, though there have been instances when he shared a room with Nar. Could I perhaps stay with Shower?" Qianrenxue asked shyly. "That depends on Shower's willingness. He has grown accustomed to being with me. Previously, Nar won a few competitions against him, which is why he stayed with her on those occasions." "I see," Qianrenxue murmured, her head bowed in contemplation. Noticing her silence, Bibi Dong added, "You may also reside with me as Shower does." "Really?" Qianrenxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed," Bibi Dong affirmed with a nod. "Wonderful." As they conversed, they arrived at the dining room where Ling Xiao awaited them. It was now time for dinner, and the table was adorned with a variety of delectable dishes. Upon seeing Ling Xiao, Qianrenxue's eyes lit up, and she rushed over to embrace him. "Sister Xue, you and the teacher have arrived." "Yes, Shower. Thank you for your patience. Let us begin our meal." Bibi Dong smiled warmly, turning to Qianrenxue. "Xiaoxue, all these dishes were prepared by Shower. Shower made these." Qianrenxue gasped, astonished that such delightful food had come from Ling Xiao's hands. Indeed, Shower possesses remarkable talent. After merely observing in the kitchen for a short while, he can cook beautifully. "Several months ago, we even constructed a kitchen in the Pope's palace for this purpose," Bibi Dong explained. "Then I must savor this," Qianrenxue declared. "Sister Xue, do eat more. You need to nourish your frail body," Ling Xiao advised, noting her gaunt appearance and pale complexion, indicative of malnutrition. "All right," Qianrenxue replied with a smile and a nod. Ling Xiao nodded, preparing to depart, but Qianrenxue, seated at the table, embraced him, preventing his exit. Ling Xiao looked at Qianrenxue with a hint of confusion. Qianrenxue said, "Shower, allow me to feed you." Ling Xiao scratched his head, perplexed. He had been independent since the age of 1, not requiring anyone to feed him, yet he did not refuse. At the dining table, Qianrenxue gently fed Ling Xiao, while Bibi Dong gazed at the two with soft eyes. This was the epitome of bliss. If only life could remain this tranquil forever, thought Bibi Dong. After finishing their meal, night fell. Following a brief conversation, Bibi Dong prepared to bathe and retire for the night with Ling Xiao, who also readied himself for a bath. Once they had cleansed themselves, darkness enveloped the room, and Ling Xiao slowly drifted into slumber. Chapter 12. Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The next day, Ling Xiao woke with the intention of seeking out Tu Rou and Xiao Wu in the Stardow Forest, while also planning to purchase some items to bring along, though he was uncertain about what to buy. Consequently, he enlisted the company of both Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo. It must be said, having additional companions proved beneficial. Ling Xiao selected a plethora of goods, food, necessities, and clothing, all in abundance. While he was perusing a dessert shop for sweet treats, he suddenly noticed Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo engaged in conversation with someone outside. Addressing the staff who were busy packing, Ju Douluo instructed, "Please finish packing these items. I will step outside to investigate the situation." Without awaiting a response, Ling Xiao exited the shop. "Lord Ning, what brings you to Spirit City?" Ju Douluo inquired, looking at a refined gentleman. Ning Fengji replied, "I have merely come to enjoy myself in Spirit City. However, I am curious as to why esteemed elders Ju and Gue are stationed at the entrance of a dessert shop." His countenance bore a gentle smile. "We indeed have matters to attend to, which seem unrelated to you, Lord Ning," Ju Douluo retorted, his tone devoid of courtesy. After all, he had attained the level of 97 title Douluo, and with his evolved soul rings, Sword Douluo was no longer his rival. "Oh, matters significant enough to warrant your vigil at the entrance. This must pertain to His Holiness the Pope. Might it be that His Holiness has a fondness for desserts?" Ning Fengji remarked, his expression seemingly astonished. Just as the two exchanged sharp words, Ling Xiao made his entrance. Ling Xiao regarded the two individuals standing before him. One possessed a refined and amiable demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his face, while the other, with a head of white hair, emanated an aura of sharpness, akin to a gleaming sword. "Elder Ju, who are these two?" he inquired. "Saint Sun, this gentleman is Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, one of the top 3 sects of the Heaven Do Empire," Elder Ju promptly responded, gesturing towards the other man. "And this individual is Chen Xian, one of the 2 pillars of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect." Upon hearing Elder Ju's introduction, Ling Xiao scrutinized the pair. Although Ning Fengji maintained a composed expression, he was taken aback internally. The Saint Son of the Spirit Hall, this was news to him, something he had never heard before. As Ling Xiao continued to observe Ning Fengji and the others, the system notification chimed. Mission issued, 3rd and 4th Trials of the God of Life. Astonish Ning Fengji and align the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect with the Spirit Hall in the same camp. Reward, Soul Weapon Advancement Energy and High-Grade Life Water. Another divine mission has arrived. Ling Xiao paused for a brief moment, gazing at the 2 individuals before him, and suddenly stepped forward. In an instant, he closed the distance to within half a meter of Ning Fengji. Both Ning Fengji and Chen Xian were taken aback. They had barely discerned Ling Xiao's movement. A sense of caution enveloped them, with Chen Xian poised to escort Ning Fengji away, as they found themselves in the perilous domain of the Spirit City. Meanwhile, Ju and Gue also advanced a step alongside Ling Xiao, though they held no concern for his safety. At this moment, Ling Xiao had also received his first reward. A spherical object materialized within the confines of the system space. Ling Xiao utilized his soul power to shatter the sphere, instantly unleashing a wave of enigmatic energy that permeated the system's space. In that moment, Ling Xiao sensed a shift within his surroundings. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he regarded Ning Fengji, formulating a plan to align the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with the Spirit Hall. In his youth, his mentor had enlightened him about the various powers in the world, noting that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was the preeminent auxiliary spirit in existence. The inclusion of this school would undoubtedly bolster the Spirit Hall's strength. However, a notable limitation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower is that its soul masters can never surpass the 80th level. Thus, Ning Fengji's utmost aspiration was to transcend this limitation, and the current soul martial progression energy was fortuitously opportune. Yet, since this energy pertains to soul martial advancement, it surely transcends the confines of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, potentially benefiting other spirits and even soul-related artifacts. As his demon eye blood sword and origin flame are indeed forms of soul martial energy, Ling Xiao pondered. "Greetings, Sect Master Ning and Sword Douluo. It is a pleasure to meet you both," Ling Xiao suddenly interjected. "Hello, Holy Son," Ning Fengji replied with a smile, though his mind was abuzz with thoughts regarding Ling Xiao's intentions. "May I inquire if Sect Master Ning has the time for a private discussion? I believe the topic I wish to address will pique your interest, as it pertains to a matter you have long sought to resolve." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's heart stirred. A matter he had long wished to address? He was perplexed by the Holy Son's words. "Might you clarify what you mean?" Holy Son? Ning Fingji maintained his composure, exhibiting a demeanor of calmness and poise. Ah, then please allow me to share a few words before you decide. Ling Xiao beckoned Ning Fingji closer. Sect Master. Chen Xian's gaze implored caution, yet Ning Fingji's curiosity had been ignited, compelling him to draw nearer to Ling Xiao. He crouched beside Ling Xiao, who signaled to Zhu Douluo, who promptly understood and isolated their conversation from the others. What is it you wish to discuss, Holy Son? Ning Fingji inquired. I have heard that the 7 treasure glazed tile tower can only cultivate to the rank of Soul Sage, reaching its limit. Is that correct? Indeed. Holy Son, this fact is well known throughout the Soul Master community, Ning Fingji replied, his expression unwavering. What if I possess a means to break this limitation? Ling Xiao gazed intently into Ning Fingji's eyes, articulating each word with precision. What? That is impossible. Holy Son, I implore you not to jest at my expense. Ning Fingji responded emphatically, though his countenance betrayed his surprise. Chen Xian observed Ning Fingji with a grave expression. Bewildered by the Holy Son's words and their effect on the usually composed sect master. Whether to believe or not rests solely upon sect master Ning's choice. To trust in the possibility of shattering the 7 treasure glazed tile tower's constraints, or to remain stagnant. Forever unable to ascend beyond the 80th level. Should you choose to believe, I invite you to the Spirit Hall at noon today, where the truth of my assertions will be revealed. I eagerly await our meeting, Sect Master Ning, Ling Xiao concluded, gesturing for Zhu Douluo to withdraw his soul power. Before walking back into the confectionery shop, indifferent to Ning Fengji's thoughts, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo resumed their posts at the entrance, disregarding Ning Fengji and Chen Xian. Sect Master, what did the Holy Son speak of with you? Chen Xian inquired, assisting the still crouched Ning Fengji to stand. Ning Fengji, regaining his composure, cast a deep glance in the direction Ling Xiao had departed, his eyes shimmering with an unspoken thought, before silently leaving with Chen Xian. Zhu and Gue exchanged curious glances, engaging in discussion once the two had departed. Old Ghost, what do you think the Holy Son and Ning Fengji discussed just now? Who knows? Such matters are beyond our purview. We shall find out in due time, came the reply. Indeed. After walking a short distance, Chen Xian could no longer contain his curiosity. Fengji, what did that Holy Son say to you? Why did you react as you did? Sword Uncle, I am at a loss for words myself. But I feel it imperative to visit the Spirit Hall at noon today, Ning Fengji replied, his face serene, yet his eyes glinted with a hint of fervor. Chapter 13, Soul Martial Evolution. Soul Martial. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had departed from Spirit City, opting to travel alone. After half an hour, he arrived at the heart of the Stardo Forest. The Titan giant ape lay asleep upon a hillside, while the sky blue bull python practiced in Stardo Lake. And both Rabbit Ruo and Xiao Wu resided in a cabin by the lakeside. Ling Xiao did not conceal his presence, and thus was swiftly detected by the azure bull python. The creature's immense head emerged from Starry Lake, regarding Ling Xiao, who hovered in midair, with both caution and a hint of trepidation. Ah, it is you again, my old friend. Ling Xiao descended gracefully to the ground and greeted the azure bull python. I am not to be called simply Big Bull. You may refer to me as Azure Bull Python, or to Ming, the python replied. A slight twitch at the corner of its mouth as it spoke in a low tone. It is merely a name, do not take it to heart. Ling Xiao waved his hand dismissively. The Azure Bull Python's expression darkened, for it was not he who was being addressed improperly. Naturally, he would not be concerned. Brother, you have arrived. A sudden voice broke through, and the figures of Tu Ro and Xiao Wu appeared before Ling Xiao. Tu Ro, Xiao Wu. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded at the two. I have come bearing gifts for you. Gifts? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. And even Tu Ro gazed at Ling Xiao with curiosity. Ling Xiao retrieved an assortment of items from his storage device, including snacks, desserts, clothing, accessories, and tableware. Xiao Wu disregarded the tableware, her gaze fixated on the array of snacks and sweets before her. Brother, are these all for us? She inquired eagerly. Of course. I spent quite some time selecting these, Ling Xiao replied, noting that the total cost amounted to over 100,000 gold soul coins. Although he did not need to worry about such expenses, thanks to the Spirit Hall's abundant resources. Tao Rou observed the items before her, having lived in human society. She recognized their considerable value. Go ahead and indulge. Ling Xiao encouraged, noticing that Xiao Wu seemed on the verge of pressing her face against the desserts. Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically, taking a bite of a small cake, savoring the sweetness of the cream and the tangy delight of the strawberry jam. This is delicious. It's my first time trying this, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, Tao Rou's expression dimmed slightly, her eyes filled with regret as she watched Xiao Wu. It dawned on her that despite the passage of time, she had yet to take Xiao Wu out of the Douluo forest, let alone allow her to sample human delicacies. Mom, brother, you should eat too, Xiao Wu urged, her mouth smeared with cream. Taoro, go ahead. I've had my fill of these, Ling Xiao said, shaking his head. He had already sampled nearly all the food in Spirit City, especially frequenting several dessert shops. All right. Xiao Wu nodded and offered a small cake to Taoro. Mom, you should eat too. Very well, I shall indulge, Taoro replied, her demeanor softening as she accepted the cake from Xiao Wu and took delicate bites, appearing quite elegant compared to Xiao Wu. Dainio, would you care for some? Ling Xiao asked the Tianqing Yomang. No, thank you. I am not fond of sweets, it replied, preferring the savory dishes Ling Xiao had prepared previously. What a pity, Ling Xiao remarked. After Xiao Wu had consumed 3 small cakes, 2 cream breads, and 2 bottles of milk, she finally felt satiated. I think I've eaten too much, she said, a hint of bashfulness in her voice. No worries, overindulgence is of little concern. I consume far more than you, Ling Xiao casually remarked, as his appetite surpassed that of several adults combined. Now that we've eaten well, let us take a look at these clothes and accessories. I had them tailored to fit your figures, Ling Xiao indicated towards a selection of boxes. How would you know what size we wear when we were not around? Xiao Wu asked curiously. I can tell, Ling Xiao shrugged. You can tell? That seems rather simple to me. Nothing peculiar about it. Would you like to try them on? He inquired. Let us give it a go. Taoro and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and each took a box back to the wooden cabin. Before long, they emerged from the cabin. Brother, do I look pretty in this dress? Xiao Wu twirled, clutching the hem of her skirt, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She appeared delicate as a willow branch, garbed in a simple gown that radiated an astonishing beauty, her skin gleaming like crystal in the sunlight. You look wonderful. You are inherently adorable, Xiao Wu. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. Really? He. Xiao Wu beamed at his words. Taoro, observing Xiao Wu's transformation, smiled with happiness. In the Douluo forest, few could engage with Xiao Wu, and now she finally seemed more lively. Mother, you look beautiful too, Xiao Wu exclaimed, admiring Taoro, who was clad in a resplendent crimson gown, draped in a white veil that accentuated her graceful neck and visible collarbone. The flowing fabric resembling the gentle light of snow and moonlight cascading to the ground. Well, I have delivered the items, and I must take my leave. Ling Xiao addressed the two. So soon? Won't you stay a while longer, brother? Xiao Wu's expression reflected her reluctance. I have matters to attend to. I shall return next time with an abundance of delicious treats, Ling Xiao promised, settling onto the demon eye blood sword and gradually ascending into the air. With a final wave, his figure vanished instantaneously. After half an hour, Ling Xiao arrived at the hall of the Pope to seek Bibi Dong. Teacher, Xiao is here. Is there something you need? Bibi Dong set aside her affairs upon hearing his voice, embracing him gently. Teacher, if the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were to ally with us, wouldn't it be a tremendous boon for the Spirit Hall? Ling Xiao inquired. Naturally. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tower is the continent's foremost support-type martial soul. Although the Spirit Hall currently faces no threats, an alliance with them would be ideal. However, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School belongs to the Heaven Do Empire, and Ning is quite the cunning fox. Without a compelling incentive, such collaboration is nearly impossible. Bibi Dong replied with a shake of her head. But teacher, you mentioned that Ning Fingji's greatest desire is to break the restrictions on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. What if that were the incentive? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes brightened. Realizing that Ling Xiao would not casually mention such a matter unless he had a means to facilitate the evolution of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. If he could indeed achieve this, even Ning Fingji would likely be unable to maintain his composure, making an alliance with the Spirit Hall highly probable. Indeed, teacher, I have arranged a meeting with Sect Master Ning at noon today to discuss matters with the Spirit Hall. The time is drawing near. Very well. I shall make the arrangements. Bibi Dong nodded and summoned Elder Ju. Elder Ju, at noon. Please go and welcome Sect Master Ning of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and bring him to the Hall of the Pope. Understood. Elder Ju responded without hesitation. After Elder Ju departed, Ling Xiao turned to Bibi Dong. Teacher, shall we proceed with the evolution of your martial soul now? Can my martial soul also undergo evolution? Bibi Dong asked, her eyes shining with excitement. Her soul-devouring Spider Emperor and Death Spider Emperor were both top-tier martial souls. If they could evolve, they might attain divine status. Certainly, Ling Xiao affirmed, placing his hand on Bibi Dong's shoulder, gradually infusing her with energy for soul and martial advancement. Initially, she felt little But gradually, she sensed a warmth enveloping her body, though it was not painful. After several minutes, Ling Xiao withdrew his hand, and Bibi Dong noticed the peculiar sensation had dissipated. Has the evolution been completed? She inquired, as she had never experienced martial soul evolution before. Yes. Your martial soul should now be referred to as a soul weapon, Ling Xiao explained. Soul weapon? Bibi Dong's expression was one of confusion as she unleashed her two martial souls. These martial souls, once deemed grotesque and even repulsive, were rarely manifested in their true form. However, they underwent a remarkable transformation, shedding their previously fearsome appearances in favor of an astonishingly exquisite visage. The Death Spider Emperor, with its elongated and graceful body, was encased in a layer of shimmering, darkly luminous armor, reminiscent of the most brilliant obsidian in the night sky. Its 8 slender legs were delicate, and at its head sprouted a pair of enormous, translucent compound eyes that radiated a captivating purple glow, akin to 2 rare gemstones embedded within. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor, while slightly smaller than before, exuded an air of agility and charm. Its body was enveloped in a layer of velvety, soft white fur, with elegantly flowing leg lines adorned with faint pink patterns, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Its appearance was as intricate as a finely crafted work of art, especially its eyes, which shimmered with a pale blue light, resembling a crystal-clear lake, gentle yet enigmatic. Is this truly my martial soul? Bibi Dong gazed in astonishment at her two martial souls, marveling at their unexpected beauty. What astonished her even more was that her martial souls appeared to be responding to her. Upon her expression of doubt, the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor shrieked, seemingly displeased with their master's disdain. This is soul weapons. The most significant difference from martial souls is the possession of consciousness. Though not a soul, it is indeed a form of life. Ling Xiao proclaimed. Life. Bibi Dong observed her two martial souls, sensing their emotions. She felt as if they could detach from her, becoming independent entities capable of autonomous action. With a mere thought, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor and the Death Spider Emperor materialized into corporeal beings before her, their powers equal to her own, transcending the limits of a tidal Douluo, verging on demigod status, effectively rendering her equivalent to 3 demigods. Soul weapons are truly formidable. They completely exceed the imagination of the world, Bibi Dong exclaimed, retracting her 2 soul weapons. After a quarter of an hour, Douluo Ju led Ning Fengji and Qin Xian to the Pope's Hall. At this moment, besides Bibi Dong and Ling Xiao, Qian Dalu also made an appearance. Qin Xian gazed at Qian Dalu with a mixture of surprise and excitement. This was a formidable figure standing at the pinnacle of the continent, the very one who had killed his father. Though it was his father who had voluntarily engaged in the duel, so he bore no ill will. He too harbored ambitions of challenging Qian Dalu, yearning to test his mettle against one of the 3 greatest tidal Douluos in existence. However, he was acutely aware that they were within the martial soul hall, and any disturbance would undoubtedly be met with immediate suppression. Your Holiness, it is indeed true that heroes emerge from youth. Your holy son of the martial soul hall is remarkable. Ning Fengji extolled Ling Xiao upon their initial meeting. Sect Master Ning, it appears you hold a favorable view of Xiao. If so, why not consider a collaboration with my martial soul hall? Bibi Dong proposed. Your Holiness jest. My 7-treasure glazed tile school is but a modest sect, possessing only a measure of wealth, not comparable to the martial soul hall, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Ah, but the 7-treasure glazed tile school is the wealthiest sect on the continent, possessing the finest auxiliary martial soul, not as inconsequential as you claim, Sect Master Ning. As Bibi Dong conversed with Ning Fengji, Ling Xiao gently tugged at the hem of Bibi Dong's skirt, and she nodded in understanding. Sect Master Ning, it seems you have indeed decided to join the martial soul hall. Does this imply you have made your decision? Ling Xiao inquired with a light smile. Holy son, I am indeed somewhat curious, but I have made no such statement. Ning Fengji maintained his composure. I see. Teacher, I apologize for the trouble, Ling Xiao said. As soon as he spoke, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the sword Douluo standing beside Ning Fengji. Your Holiness, I wonder what you mean by this. Ning Fengji's expression darkened as he observed the pained countenance of the sword Douluo. Sect Master. Qin Xian's face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down his brow, as the immense pressure rendered him speechless. It is nothing of consequence. I merely wish for Sect Master Ning to witness certain matters and ascertain whether he intends to collaborate with the martial soul hall. Ling Xiao replied, still smiling. Holy son, is your notion of cooperation one of coercion? Ling Xiao approached Ning Fengji, who wished to retreat. However, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped him, rendering him immobile. This pressure was even more formidable than that of the sword Douluo, emanating from the individual before him, causing him to gaze at Ling Xiao in terror. Beside them, Chen Xan stared in horror at Bibi Dong, as the intensity of her presence left him utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. Ling Xiao extended his hand, intending to place it upon Ning Fengji's shoulder. However, he was still too short. Just as Ling Xiao prepared to unleash the demon eye blood sword, Bibi Dong stepped forward and lifted him, allowing him to reach Ning Fengji's shoulder. In the next moment, the soul power within Ling Xiao surged forth, penetrating Ning Fengji's being, causing him to experience excruciating pain that twisted his expression. This agony was not intentional on Ling Xiao's part. He could have infused the energy gradually, sparing Ning Fengji from suffering, much like Bibi Dong had done. Yet, as the recipient of the energy, Ning Fengji remained indifferent to the abrupt, forceful infusion, which, albeit painful, bore some advantages. Concerned, Chen Xian observed Ning Fengji, bracing himself under pressure as he spoke. Is the spirit hall seeking conflict with the 7 treasure glazed tile school? With a cold snort, the title Douluo exerted his nearly 98th level soul power onto the sword Douluo, further intensifying the pressure. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji's cries of anguish gradually subsided as Ling Xiao's soul energy propelled forth, manifesting Ning Fengji's martial spirit. Ning Zongzhu, do you wish to behold your martial spirit now? Ling Xiao retracted his soul energy and aura, addressing the panting Ning Fengji. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji, disregarding his pain, hurriedly focused on his martial spirit. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Ning Fengji counted the layers of the 7 treasure glazed tile in disbelief. My martial spirit has transformed into the 8 treasure glazed tile. Indeed. As you can see, your martial spirit has evolved, allowing you to surpass the level of 80. Ling Xiao remarked, observing Ning Fengji's astonishment. Thank you, Holy Son. For fulfilling my long-held desire, Ning Fengji replied solemnly after several deep breaths. Bibi Dong's pressure on Chen Xian dissipated, prompting Chen Xian to shield Ning Fengji behind him. Uncle Jian, there is no need for such measures. Ning Fengji interjected. Chen Xian, glancing at the 8 treasure glazed tile in Ning Fengji's grasp, felt a tremor in his heart. What does Ning Zongzhu think about the prospect of collaboration? Ling Xiao inquired once more. Ning Fengji fell silent. In the past, he would have politely declined, but this was a rare opportunity for the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile, a chance to break through limitations. How could he resist such temptation? Observing Ning Fengji's hesitation, Ling Xiao pressed on. Ning Zongzhu, is merely the 8 treasure glazed tile sufficient for your satisfaction? This statement struck like a massive stone, stirring tumultuous waves within Ning Fengji's psyche. Holy Son, are you implying that my martial spirit can continue to evolve? Ning Fengji gasped. Indeed, come closer, Ling Xiao replied. Ning Fengji stepped forward, ready to embrace the pain, yet this time, there was none. He remained transfixed, eyes wide, as he witnessed the 8 treasure glazed tile gain another layer. The 9 treasure glazed tile. This signifies I could become a title Douluo. Ning Fengji murmured, his eyes ablaze. Ling Xiao then asked, Ning Zongzhu, have you made your decision? Of course, I shall collaborate with the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji declared firmly, snapping back to reality. Very well. May our collaboration be fruitful, Ning Zongzhu. I trust you will uphold your promise and not choose betrayal, Ling Xiao said with a light smile. Indeed, Holy Son. May our collaboration thrive. I will not break my word, Ning Fengji assured. At that moment, Ling Xiao leaned closer to Ning Fengji and whispered, Ning Fengji, I hope you can honor your words, for I possess the ability to facilitate the evolution of your martial spirit into the 9 treasure glazed tile. Have you considered that I might also be able to cause its regression? Ning Fengji suddenly felt a chill. Indeed, if Ling Xiao could induce evolution, he could potentially instigate regression as well. Ning Fengji watched in astonishment as the 9 treasure glazed tile in his hand transformed back into the 8, 7, and 6 treasure glazed tiles. An indescribable cold enveloped him. Fortunately, the regression was swift, and his martial spirit reverted to the 9 treasure glazed tile. Ning Zongzhu, now that you possess the 9 treasure glazed tile, you may very well be the first 9 treasure glazed tile soul master at the title Douluo level in the continent, destined for the annals of history. Congratulations. Ling Xiao retreated, offering his congratulations to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji regarded Ling Xiao. This was no mere child, but a veritable demon. Yet, the prospect of martial spirit evolution was too tantalizing to forsake, compelling him to abandon all else, and although his complexion was pale, a glimmer of a smile graced his lips. Haha, this is all thanks to the Holy Son. With your assistance, our 7 treasure glazed tile school we must now refer to ourselves as the 9 treasure glazed tile school, shall surely grow more formidable in the future. Holy Son, Your Holiness, I must return to the sect to attend to some matters. Ning Fingji bid farewell to the group. Farewell, Ning Zongju. Ling Xiao responded. After Ning Fingji departed from the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong inquired, Shower, why did Ning Fingji appear to suffer during the first evolution of his martial spirit, yet not afterward? Because it was never meant to be painful. It merely required careful handling. However, he spoke to my teacher rather disrespectfully. While he did not solely experience pain, the process also honed his body, enhancing his strength and constitution, which ultimately benefited him. After all, if it were merely punishment, though it facilitated the evolution of his martial spirit, he might have felt displeasure. Instead, I was fortifying his physique, which was advantageous for him. So he harbors no resentment and instead feels gratitude towards me, Ling Xiao elucidated. Well, Shower, you are so astute. I hadn't considered any of this, Bibi Dong praised, a smile illuminating her face. Ling Xiao's gentleness towards her was palpable. Chen Daolu nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in such an approach. He was somewhat astonished that Ling Xiao, at such a tender age, could contemplate so much, but as a divine inheritor, his exceptional nature was not surprising. Moreover, this would ensure that in his absence, someone could care for Qian Renshui. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the 4th trial of the God of Life. Reward, high-level life water. The system's voice resonated. Ling Xiao's soul entered the system space, gazing at the newly manifested lake of life-giving water, exhilarated by the potent energy it contained. Meanwhile, Ning Fingji emerged from the spirit hall, his expression a blend of excitement and helplessness. Fingji, must we truly ally with the spirit hall? Our sect resides within the Heaven Dou Empire. Chen Xian exclaimed. Sighing, Ning Fingji replied, Sword Uncle, we can no longer choose not to cooperate. We are irrevocably bound to the spirit hall, but I perceive that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is not so easy to deal with. Today, despite our collaboration, his demeanor was rather unwelcoming. Although he evolved your martial soul without apparent pain during the second instance, the initial experience was undoubtedly painful. This is clearly a form of intimidation. Collaborating with such a person seems fraught with peril. Ah, Sword Uncle, please examine my body with your soul power. What is it? Sect Master? Has he left any hidden dangers within you? Chen Xian grasped Ning Fingji, probing with his soul power, and suddenly his expression grew grave. Sword Uncle, you have noticed it too. My physique has significantly strengthened. Could it be that? Chen Xian's astonishment was evident. Indeed, we underestimated this holy son. Though the initial experience was agonizing, it pales in comparison to the benefits reaped. I cannot bring myself to complain. Rather, I must express my gratitude. Ning Fingji shook his head in resignation. Chen Xian's expression fluctuated. He had not anticipated the holy son's cunning. This was no mere child, but a veritable old fox. With such a holy son in the spirit hall, the future is unfathomable. Our 7 treasures glazed tile school must learn to align itself, or we may face annihilation when this holy son comes into his own. Even now, I sensed a presence from him more formidable than yours, Sword Uncle. Ning Fingji stated gravely. What? Chen Xian's face paled in shock. Thus, Ning Fingji pressed on, for the sake of our sect's present and future. We must stand alongside the spirit hall. With a heart laden with mixed emotions, Chen Xian departed from Spirit City. 3 days later, Ning Fingji returned to the 7 treasures glazed tile school, where a charming little girl, appearing around 5 or 6 years old, bounded toward him. Both Ning Fingji and Chen Xian regarded her with smiles, feeling the shadows of their worries dissipate considerably. The girl leaped into Ning Fingji's embrace. Daddy, Grandfather Jian, you have returned. Yes, Rong, have you been well behaved at home? Have you been mischievous? Humph, Daddy is naughty for thinking that. I'm angry. Ning Rong pouted. Of course, our Princess Rong is the most obedient and well-mannered. Fengji, how could you say such things about her? She is still young. A little mischief is only natural. Chen Xian's face darkened as he reprimanded Ning Fengji. Sword Uncle, both you and Bon Uncle spoil Rong too much. This is not beneficial. Ning Fengji replied with a wry smile, feeling helpless against Jian and Gu's indulgence toward Rong. Yet, he understood their sentiments, as both had no descendants and thus lavished boundless affection upon her. Fengji, old Jian, you have returned. A voice resonated as a tall, slender figure approached, possessing a notably large frame. Uncle Bone, Grandfather Bone, Old Bone, are you itching for a fight again? Chen Xian's expression darkened. Let us fight then. Old Jian, do you think I fear you? Bone Douluo retorted, unperturbed. Uncle Bone, please calm down. I have something important to discuss with you. Ning Fengji interjected amid their tense standoff. Bone Douluo, puzzled, could see from Ning Fengji's serious countenance that something significant had transpired. Rong, go play elsewhere. Daddy and your grandfather Jian and grandfather Bone have matters to discuss. Daddy is naughty, keeping secrets from me. I won't play with you anymore. Rong exclaimed, leaping from Ning Fengji's arms and running off to another area. The three men were unfazed. Within the confines of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, no one could harm her, allowing her the freedom to wander. They convened in the sect's council hall. Fengji, why the somber demeanor? What is amiss? Bone Douluo inquired, as it was rare to see Ning Fengji so grave. Uncle Bone, we are to ally with the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji stated directly. Fengji, what has prompted this sudden decision to ally with the Spirit Hall? Bone Douluo frowned. Old Bone, we cannot avoid cooperation with the Spirit Hall. It is not merely for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, but also for Rong's future. Sword Douluo added. Fengji, old Jian, you must have arranged this on the way here. However, since you have made your decision, I shall not oppose it. Bone Douluo conceded. It is truly a relief to have Uncle Bone's agreement. Ning Fengji exhaled in relief. But could you enlighten me on the reasons behind this? Certainly. Ning Fengji nodded, summoning his martial soul. 1, 2, 9 tiers? Bone Douluo observed the 9 treasures glazed tile tower in astonishment. Uncle Bone, please allow me to explain. Ning Fengji stated seriously, recounting the events of the past few days. The future of this holy sun is boundless. If our sect can seize this opportunity, we may surpass other sects, however. Choosing incorrectly could lead to our destruction, Ning Fengji articulated. Hiss. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Bone Douluo gasped sharply. This holy sun is indeed extraordinary. I cannot fathom what the Spirit Hall has done to acquire such a prodigy. Why is such a person not part of our Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Bone Douluo lamented. Exactly. Therefore, Uncle Bone, in light of the Holy Sun's presence within the Spirit Hall, our survival hinges upon our alliance. Moreover, you just provided me with an intriguing idea. What if we invite the Holy Sun to be a guest at our Seven Treasures glazed tile school? This could deepen our collaboration, Ning Fengji proposed. However, Fengji, if the Holy Sun resides within our sect, and it becomes known, it would clearly indicate our alliance with the Spirit Hall. While we are not afraid of the Heavendo Empire's royal family, being based in Heavendo Empire does present certain complications, Sword Douluo remarked, furrowing his brow. Fear not, Sword Uncle, currently, no one is aware of the Holy Sun's existence within the Spirit Hall. Even if other sects or the royal family were to catch wind of it, they wouldn't recognize who he is. Should any doubts arise, we can claim to have discovered a promising talent and welcomed him into our sect. Being one of our own, no one would dare question it. The Spirit Hall would also have no reason to expose our ruse, as it would not benefit them. Furthermore, if he grows accustomed to our sect and forges strong ties, we may be prioritized for future benefits from the Spirit Hall. Additionally, Rong will need to awaken her martial soul in the future. Cultivating a good relationship with him might allow her to directly awaken the 9 treasures glazed tile tower, or perhaps yield unexpected benefits down the line. Even if nothing transpires, there is no downside. Ning Fengji articulated, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Should we then consider renaming our sect to the 9 treasures glazed tile school? This matter must remain confidential for now. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of a 9 treasures glazed tile tower might raise suspicions. Let us not reveal it just yet. Ning Fengji contemplated carefully before speaking. Very well, Fengji. You may proceed according to your own judgment. We 2 old fellows are not adept at intricate schemes. We are merely fighters, so we shall defer to you. Bone Douluo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is best for you, Fengji, to make the decision regarding this matter. Jian Douluo added, casting a glance at Bone Douluo. However, I differ from old Bone. He is but a brute, entirely ignorant of subtleties. Old Jian, are you itching for a fight again? Bone Douluo, upon hearing Jian Douluo's words, trembled with fury. Old Bone, if you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige. Jian Douluo retorted, narrowing his eyes. Very well, let us engage. Bone Douluo snapped, striding towards the exit, his fists clenched in anticipation of thrashing Jian Douluo. Jian Douluo, undaunted, snorted coldly and followed suit. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, you too. Ning Fengji sighed, witnessing the brewing conflict and attempting to intervene, yet ultimately resigned to a deep breath. Such incidents were not uncommon within the sect. He had grown accustomed to them, knowing that it was merely a sparring match that would not result in genuine harm. At the Spirit Hall, Ling Xiao awoke early and, while traversing the Pope's Hall, observed Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu engaged in discussion from a distance, with Qian Renxue standing beside them. However, he paid them no mind. as he had never involved himself in the affairs of the spirit hall. As was his routine, he exited the hall to have breakfast and procure some items. Before long, the day had slipped away. "Shower, why don't you accompany me for a stroll today?" Qian Rinxue gently suggested, embracing Ling Xiao in the garden of the spirit hall. Ling Xiao sat upon Qian Rinxue's lap, idly gazing at the sky when he heard her words and replied, "Sure, Sister Shui, where shall we go? A casual stroll will suffice." As Qian Rinxue spoke, her gaze lingered on Ling Xiao, concealing an array of emotions beneath her serene exterior. In the shadows, Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo observed this scene, both sighing softly, fully aware that this separation might endure for a decade or even two. On this day, only Ling Xiao and Qian Rinxue traversed the streets of Wuhuan City, devoid of any companions. They arrived at a boutique where Ling Xiao had previously ordered several garments, intending to present them as gifts for Qian Rinxue's 15th birthday. Since they were out, it was the perfect opportunity to retrieve them. Upon receiving the dress, Qian Rinxue was overjoyed and eagerly tried it on. When she emerged, the shop's employees and owner were left utterly captivated. Clad in a knee-length chiffon gown, she possessed an unparalleled beauty, her face radiant and striking, with eyes that outshone the stars. Her porcelain skin was smooth, her lips a soft, cherry red, and her lustrous hair cascaded gently, naturally curled and falling casually behind her. She resembled a pure and angelic being. Qian Rinxue turned to Ling Xiao, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Shower, do I look beautiful?" "Indeed, Sister Shui, you are breathtaking, as pure and kind as an angel, noble and elegant." Ling Xiao praised without reservation, acknowledging that Qian Rinxue's martial soul was indeed that of an angel. Hearing his compliments, Qian Rinxue covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Sister Shui, try this one on," Ling Xiao exclaimed, presenting her with another dress. In total, there were 5 garments, 3 for Qian Rinxue and 2 for Ling Xiao. With a mere thought, Ling Xiao summoned the blood sword of the demon eye, retrieving the items they had purchased. The two continued their leisurely exploration outdoors. Upon arriving at a restaurant, they noted that it was midday and decided to indulge in a delightful meal. Unfettered by financial concerns, they opted for a private room, where they could enjoy tranquility, freedom, and cleanliness without disturbance. As they dined together, Ling Xiao turned to Qian Rinxue and suddenly inquired, "Sister Shui, is there something troubling you?" At his words, Qian Rinxue tensed momentarily before swiftly regaining her composure. She replied, "It's nothing, Shower. I have matters to attend to and may be away from the spirit hall for an extended period." "What matters?" he pressed. "Secrets," she said softly, gently caressing Ling Xiao, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao refrained from commenting further. The two continued their joyful outing, as if nothing had transpired moments before. They ventured to the arena to observe the battles, placing modest wagers that yielded them a tidy sum of several tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Elated, they utilized these coins to procure a secluded wooden cabin in the countryside, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the city. Though distant from urban life, the tranquility and picturesque surroundings were their greatest rewards. The entire afternoon was spent arranging their new abode. After tidying up the cabin, they purchased an assortment of flowers and plants, which they lovingly cultivated in the yard. They also acquired various household items and ingredients for cooking. As evening approached, they prepared a meal together, enveloped in a serene and blissful atmosphere. It would have been perfect had it not been for Qian Rinxue's clumsy cooking, which nearly set the house ablaze. "Haha, Sister Shui, perhaps you should refrain from cooking next time. Our newly acquired home was almost set on fire." Ling Xiao chuckled, gazing into the pot at the charred remnants that were once a piece of meat. "I am just a novice in the kitchen. Shower, you mustn't laugh at me again," Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ling Xiao shook his head, methodically cleaned the pot, and neatly arranged the meat and vegetables before commencing his culinary endeavor. The stove in this quaint wooden cabin was rather high, unlike the one meticulously designed for Ling Zhao's stature in the Pope's palace, necessitating him to stand upon a stool. However, this inconvenience did not deter him. Qian Rinxue silently observed the earnest Ling Xiao, a faint smile gracing her lips. If only life could continue in such tranquil harmony, she mused silently. After finishing their meal, the two sat before the door, gazing at the serene night sky. It was the first time they had the leisure to simply admire the view, and they discovered the night sky was extraordinarily beautiful. Gazing at the twinkling stars, Qian Rinxue felt a sense of wonder. "Does Sister Snow enjoy the night sky?" Ling Xiao inquired, his eyes fixed on the celestial display. "How could I not adore it? The dark expanse is adorned with shimmering stars. It is simply breathtaking," she replied, Since you cherish it so much, once I become powerful, I shall create a starry sky that belongs solely to you. How could that be possible? She chuckled, shaking her head, dismissing his words as mere whimsy. After all, constructing a starry sky was a feat even the divine might find implausible. Perhaps it is indeed feasible. Ling Xiao contemplated as he gazed at the heavens, envisioning a time when he would complete all his tasks, attain every divine rank, and transcend the gods themselves. As the night grew cooler, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a hint of chill to Ling Xiao and Qian Rinxue. They returned indoors, nestled together in bed, gradually drifting into slumber. At that moment, an enigmatic figure appeared outside the door, silently observing the dwelling, peering through the window at the slumbering couple. It let out a soft sigh before vanishing into the night. The following morning, the two awoke early, tidied the cabin, and set off towards the spirit hall. Without utilizing their spirit abilities or soul power, they walked for a full hour before reaching their destination. Upon arriving at the Pope's palace, they were greeted by Bibi Dong, Qian Dalu, Douluo Seabed, and Douluo Porcupine, who had been waiting for them. Grandfather, mother, esteemed elders. Qian Rinxue bowed respectfully to the gathered company. Ah, little Snow. You need not go, Qian Dalu said, shaking his head. Grandfather, this is my choice, Qian Rinxue declared, her gaze resolute. Take care of yourself, even if you fail. It is of no consequence, Bibi Dong advised her, a glimmer of reluctance in her eyes. Mother, grandfather, shower, farewell, though her eyes reflected reluctance. Qian Rinxue ultimately departed with the Douluos, resolute in her decision. Chapter 16. Replacing the Crown Prince. Ling Xiao watched as Qian Rinxue gradually disappeared, internally inquiring. System. Master. I am here. Is there anything I can use to assist Sister Shui? Indeed. The system replied after a brief pause. She now intended to assume the identity of Shui Qinghe, the current member of the Tiando royal family. Under normal circumstances, a staged attack would need to be fabricated, allowing her to replace Shui Qinghe amidst the ensuing chaos. Master can personally intervene during the divine trial. At that moment, time and space will come to a standstill, thus enabling the mission to be completed unnoticed. All right, let us commence the divine trial when Sister Shui encounters the target. Understood. In a forest, a luxurious carriage advanced slowly along the road, flanked by dozens of soldiers. General, how long until we return to the Tiando Empire? A gentle voice emerged from within the carriage. Your Highness, we shall arrive in 1 day's time. A commander replied from the front, mounted on a white horse. Clad in silver armor, his expression solemn. After such a lengthy journey, we are finally close to home. A hand pulled back the curtain, revealing a handsome young man peering out with delight. Meanwhile, 100 meters away in the forest, Qian Rinxue stood alongside Xi Miao and Xiai Tun, quietly observing the moving convoy. Your Highness, I will create chaos shortly, confronting the leader for a while. Xiai Tun will then act, and amidst the confusion, you should be able to swiftly assume Shui Qinghe's identity, Xi Miao Delaw informed Qian Rinxue. Indeed, dealing with a group of ordinary people devoid of soul power is quite simple. Qian Rinxue nodded, having attained the 52nd level of soul power after consuming the life water. Ordinary individuals posed no challenge to her. Just as the group was about to act, time and space suddenly froze, all sound vanished. And the three gazed in astonishment at the immobile convoy and the leaves suspended in midair. What is happening? Xi Miao Dolawa exclaimed, instinctively shielding Qian Rinxue. Sister Shui. As the three remained vigilant, a familiar voice approached. Saint Child. Xiao. The trio gasped in surprise at the sight of Ling Xiao, who was slowly approaching. Xiao. What is going on? Qian Rinxue asked, surveying her surroundings. Sister Shui, I am currently undergoing the divine trial. During this process, time will remain at a standstill. If you wish to assume that person's identity, now is the moment. They will remain unaware. Ling Xiao explained. Time stands still. The divine trial. This is the power of the divine. Qian Rinxue mused silently, feeling relieved. The current situation guaranteed the successful completion of her mission. Xi Miao Doluo and Xiai Tun Doluo were at a loss for words. The original plan held risks that demanded utmost caution. Yet, given the current circumstances, any potential risk seemed trivial. If they encountered an accident now, it would be better to perish. Thus, the four confidently approached the convoy. Upon reaching it, Xi Miao Doluo pulled back the curtain and seized Shui Qinghe seated inside, tossing him aside. In the state of suspended time, not even a wisp of smoke was stirred, leaving no trace behind. Hence, the four acted without a hint of concealment. Qian Rinxue employed the angelic ensemble to alter her appearance, transforming to resemble the true Shui Qinghe perfectly, witnessed by her companions. Shower, thank you. Without your assistance, this would not have been so effortless. Qian Rinxue expressed her gratitude, now bearing Xueqing's visage, though her voice remained unchanged. No need for thanks. I was just about to undertake the divine trial and happened to seize the opportunity. Ling Xiao replied, shaking his head. What is the nature of your divine trial? The third trial of the god of death requires me to randomly eliminate one individual, rewarding me with a servant of the corpse king. Ling Xiao stated calmly. Kill someone. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Shower was barely 5 years old and already faced with the task of taking a life. Yes, Sister Xue, prepare yourself along with the 2 elders. Once I complete the divine trial, time will return to normal. Do you require assistance from the elders? That is unnecessary. The divine trial must be completed by me alone. No one else can assist. Ling Xiao firmly refused. Very well, Shower, please take care. The 2 elders and I shall take our leave. Qian Rinxue reluctantly bade farewell to Ling Xiao as she returned to her seat. Shi Miao Douluo and Ci Tun Douluo also concealed themselves. Ling Xiao nodded at Qian Rinxue, leaped from the carriage, and seized the wrist of the true Xueqinghe, dragging him away. They halted several hundred meters from the carriage. 2 black chains materialized beside Ling Xiao, a newfound discovery emerging from the eye of the demon eye bloodsword. He subsequently realized that even without wielding his soul weapon, he could still manipulate these chains. With a slight exertion upon the 2, he effortlessly severed Xueqinghe's head, and in the stillness of time, no blood flowed forth. Ling Xiao observed the scene before him with an unsettling calm, as if severing a person's head were as ordinary as plucking a fruit from a tree. With a chime, the task was complete, and the reward was the corpse emperor. In the very moment he twisted off Xueqinghe's head, the system's voice echoed. The flow of time restored to normalcy, and a towering figure materialized within the system's realm. His eyes were voids, reminiscent of an endless night, and his visage exuded an imposing authority, yet he was enveloped in an aura of death, adorned in a golden dragon robe and crowned with a dragon diadem. The corpse emperor. He appeared quite formidable. Ling Xiao's soul entered the system space, gazing at the corpse emperor, but deemed it ultimately irrelevant, thus swiftly relegating it to the recesses of his mind. As Ling Xiao's soul returned, time and space commenced their flow anew. In the eyes of Xueqinghe before him, a look of bewilderment emerged. He was at a loss, gazing at Ling Xiao, whose lips moved as if to articulate something, yet words eluded him. Soon, his consciousness was engulfed by darkness. Before Ling Xiao, the ground was stained crimson due to the blood seeping from Xueqinghe's lifeless body, a result of the restoration of time and space. With a mere thought, another black chain materialized, and 3 chains plunged into the earth before him, tirelessly excavating. In no time, a 10-meter deep pit emerged. Ling Xiao placed the lifeless body of Xueqinghe into the pit, meticulously excavating the blood-stained earth and depositing it alongside the corpse. As he completed this grim task, several chains gradually filled in the pit, compacting the soil with precision. Once all was done, Ling Xiao turned his calm gaze towards the direction of the convoy, noting with satisfaction that the plan had unfolded flawlessly. The caravan continued its journey undeterred, oblivious to any irregularities. After observing for approximately 10 minutes, he turned away, his next destination being the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. As Ning Fengji had sent word expressing his desire for Ling Xiao to visit as a guest, Ling Xiao sat upon his sword, holding a map leading to the 7 treasures glazed tile school, which had been delivered to him by Ning Fengji in his letter. In merely a few moments, Ling Xiao traversed into the Heaven Do Empire, arriving at the 7 treasures glazed tile school unnoticed. Chapter 17. Ning Rong, are you the Bon Douluo? It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Ling Xiao alighted in a clearing and addressed the elder before him. Indeed, the sect master has been waiting for quite some time. Please, follow me, Saint Sun, Bon Douluo replied, turning to lead the way. Ling Xiao followed Gu Douluo to the conference hall. Ha! Welcome, Holy Sun. As soon as he entered the hall, the voice of Ning Fengji resonated. At that moment, he occupied the central seat, with the sword Douluo sitting to his right, regarding Ling Xiao with a vigilant expression. Ning Sect Master, may I inquire why you summoned me? Ling Xiao took a seat, disregarding the sword Douluo's demeanor, and directly posed his question. Holy Sun, the matter is this. I have a daughter named Ning Rong, and I have invited you here to request your guidance in helping her become stronger. As long as you are willing to teach, the price is of no concern. If you have any other needs, I, Ning, will do my utmost to fulfill them, Ning Fengji stated, foregoing any further pleasantries to elucidate his purpose. I wonder why Sect Master Ning believes I would instruct others. Let us not forget that I am merely a child. Ling Xiao responded calmly, unfazed by the situation. Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting, their eyes reflecting a peculiar understanding of Ling Xiao's words. They thought to themselves, while it is true that you are a child, it would be foolish to consider you an ordinary one. There is no need for jest, Holy Son. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized that you are no ordinary individual, Ning Fengji remarked. A child of merely a few years, possessing the strength of a titled Douluo, could hardly be deemed ordinary. However, I genuinely lack the ability to teach others. My current prowess stems solely from my exceptional talent. Ling Xiao asserted. Ling Xiao paid no heed to Ning Fengji's boastfulness, and indeed, what he stated was a mere truth. His prowess was solely augmented by the assistance of the system. The Holy Sun need not be so concerned. Today, the mere presence of the Holy Sun is sufficient for Ning, and whether or not he achieves his goals is of little consequence. After all, my martial soul has now transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, enabling me to continue my ascent in strength. The might of our 7-treasure glazed tile sect has also flourished, promising even greater support to the Spirit Hall and His Holiness the Pope in the future. Ning Fengji declared, a smile gracing his features like a gentle spring breeze. Ling Xiao fell into silence upon hearing the words. The Spirit Hall had now allied with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and the augmentation of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's strength signified a corresponding enhancement of the Spirit Hall's power. Furthermore, he alone possessed the means to facilitate the evolution of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, which ensured that as long as the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School aspired to continue its development, it would not rebel. Thus, it was indeed essential for him to assist the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in growing stronger, starting with Ning Fengji's daughter. I will contemplate how to empower your daughter. As long as your sect remains loyal to the Spirit Hall, I shall do my utmost to assist you, Ling Xiao proclaimed. That is certainly the case. Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has already aligned itself with the Spirit Hall. Please rest assured, Holy Son. Now, I shall trouble Uncle Gu to show you to your quarters. Ning Fengji's smile deepened. After Ling Xiao and his companion departed, Sword Douluo could not help but inquire. Fengji, how do you know he is genuinely willing to mentor Rong? What if he harbors malicious intent? Moreover, he mentioned merely having exceptional talent without any experience in teaching others. What if he leads Rong astray? Sword Douluo's series of questions reflected his distrust towards Ling Xiao. After all, he had always cherished Ning Rong as his beloved granddaughter. Uncle Jian, it seems you still do not comprehend the nature of the Holy Sun. He would not act in such a manner, Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Why? We know nothing of him. Sword Douluo's expression was one of confusion, questioning why Ning Fengji would trust such a perilously enigmatic individual. Indeed, since that day, Sword Douluo had regarded Ling Xiao as an exceedingly dangerous entity. Indeed, my previous encounter with the Holy Sun did astonish and even frighten me. He is astute, indifferent, and bears no resemblance to a mere child. Yet, I also perceived another aspect. His concern for the Spirit Hall, or one might say, his regard for Bibi Dong. Ning Fengji smiled as he spoke. All that the Holy Sun does is for Bibi Dong. Just as that day, when he felt disrespected, he opted for punishment. Yet, to prevent us from harboring resentment towards the Spirit Hall, he sought to compensate in another manner. Furthermore, the other figure standing beside him that day was none other than the Angel Douluo, one of the world's preeminent powerhouses, who, by rights, should be treated with utmost reverence even by the Pope. However, I did not witness the Holy Sun displaying any deference towards him. As if he were merely observing an ordinary person, and the Angel Douluo seemed unfazed. This led me to understand that the Holy Sun occupies an extraordinarily elevated position within the Spirit Hall, and his kindness towards Bibi Dong implies that, as long as matters benefit Bibi Dong, the Holy Sun is likely to acquiesce. Sword Douluo was taken aback, realizing that Ning Fengji had contemplated so much that day. It seemed he had grown old, his mind dulled. However, we must not proceed too hastily, for our relationship is still in its infancy. All must unfold gradually. Ning Fengji stated, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Bon Douluo had arranged for Ling Xiao to stay in a lavish residence. Along the way, they encountered numerous members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, who were exceedingly curious about Ling Xiao's presence. After all, it was typically only the sect's little princess who enjoyed such treatment, accompanied by one of the sect's 2 pillars, Bon Douluo. Many speculated about Ling Xiao's origins, with even some Soul Douluo engaging in discussion. To quell the rampant speculation among the sect members, Bon Douluo informed them that Ling Xiao was the sect's young master. a promising talent discovered by the sect leader. Upon hearing this, everyone exhibited expressions of enlightenment, ceasing their wild conjectures regarding Ling Xiao's identity. However, the ripples caused by this revelation did not subside. Holy Son, you shall reside here for the time being. Should you require anything, simply summon someone. There will always be someone on standby outside. Yes, I understand. May I roam freely within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Of course, Holy Son, feel free. With that, Bo and Douluo departed. After sitting on the bed for a while, Ling Xiao also exited his room and began to wander about the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Just then, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Task issued. Life Ancient God 5th Assessment. Train Ning Rong. Reward. Life Essence. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing about the Life Essence. It was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure that would greatly benefit his future growth. Along the way, members of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect observed Ling Xiao with curiosity. News of the young master, as mentioned by Elder Gu, had already spread throughout the entire sect. Given that he was one of the two main pillars of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, they were all exceedingly intrigued by the identity of the individual who could be referred to as the young master. Ling Xiao paid no mind to others, as long as they did not disturb him. However, fate seldom aligns with one's desires. While Ling Xiao was strolling down the path, a few individuals suddenly approached him. Hey, you. Halt right there. Ling Xiao heard a voice behind him and turned to find a little girl. She was clad in a light blue dress, wearing knee-length azure trousers and brown shoes, accompanied by several attendants who seemed to be her retainers. Are you calling me? Who are you? Ling Xiao inquired. What? You don't even recognize me and dare to come to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? The girl exclaimed, her surprise suggesting that Ling Xiao's ignorance was a grave offense. Let me introduce myself. I am Ning Rong, the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Are you the so-called young master of some sect that Grandpa Bone mentioned? Ning Rong declared, crossing her arms with a haughty demeanor. That would be me. You are indeed Ning Rong. Your father has asked me to train you, Ling Xiao remarked, surveying Ning Rong with a sense of disinterest, pondering how best to assist her in becoming stronger. What? You? Train me? A mere child. Ning Rong retorted with disdain. Despite Ling Xiao appearing a few years her senior, he was still just a child in her eyes. Indeed, that is correct. You do not appear to be much older than I am. How dare you claim to train me? So, will you train me or not? Ling Xiao pressed. I refuse. I would never engage in such nonsense. Ning Rong replied, her tone dripping with arrogance. Is that so? It seems the daughter of the sect master is merely a rude, ill-mannered girl. Ling Xiao remarked as he turned to walk away. Come back. Who dares to speak of me in such a manner? I shall have my father, Grandpa Bone, and Grandpa Jian punish you. Ning Rong shouted, her face flushed with anger as she stamped her foot. Are you not behaving as such right now? Ling Xiao halted his steps. I am not. Ning Rong countered defiantly. Then prove it. Starting tomorrow, I will train you. If you can endure, it will demonstrate my error. If you cannot, it will reveal your own shortcomings. With that, Ling Xiao departed without a backward glance, leaving Ning Rong fuming in place. I will not lose to you. You big bad bully. I will surely persevere. Chapter 18. Training. The next morning, as Ling Xiao stepped out of his room, he noticed Ning Rong approaching, accompanied by several attendants wielding various tools. Ling Xiao was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Ning Rong would indulge in a leisurely slumber. Oh, you mischievous rascal. You're awake. I thought you were a slothful pig who needed someone to rouse you from your sleep. Upon seeing Ling Xiao emerge, Ning Rong approached him directly, casting a sidelong glance while crossing her arms. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao realized that Ning Rong had risen early to ascertain whether he was still asleep. If he were, she would undoubtedly come to rouse him, as evidenced by the items held by the attendants behind her. Today marks the commencement of training, and he hoped she would persevere. Without further ado, Ling Xiao stated, let us begin. All right, if we are to start, then let it be so. I fear no one. Ning Rong declared defiantly, puffing out her cheeks. Then let us venture over to that building. Ling Xiao indicated a structure not far off. Very well, I shall go, Ning Rong replied, pouting slightly as she ambled toward her objective. Ling Xiao approached one of the attendants and presented several packets of potions, instructing her. You are to boil water now and dissolve all these packets within it. Later, take her for a medicinal bath. Half an hour will suffice. After approximately another hour, she should awaken, and by then, she will likely feel a pang of hunger. Understood, young master, the attendant replied, accepting the packets and proceeding in another direction. Ling Xiao made his way toward the building, swiftly surpassing the leisurely Ning Rong. "Hey, why are you walking so fast?" Ning Rong called out from behind. "The training mission has commenced. That means you need to keep up with me," Ling Xiao replied as he entered the corridor. "It's just climbing stairs." "I thought it would be more challenging," Ning Rong muttered as she followed him into the hallway. "Be careful," Ling Xiao urged before sprinting upstairs. Although he maintained a slower pace, Ning Rong easily kept up, yet upon reaching the rooftop, she found herself slightly breathless. After all, 5 flights of stairs posed a challenge for a child just over 5 years old. Is training really this simple? Ning Rong asked, hands on her hips, looking at Ling Xiao with disdain. "This is merely the beginning. Going up is a bit tiring, but coming down is much easier. You can surely keep up, right?" Ling Xiao began to run downstairs. "Of course," Ning Rong replied with a light-hearted smile. Descending was indeed easier than ascending, yet running down posed its own dangers. One misstep could lead to a severe fall. As they descended, although the speed remained relatively unchanged, Ning Rong felt a surge of anxiety. For the act of running rendered her body unsteady, making her prone to falling. Fear gripped her, yet seeing Ling Xiao's relaxed demeanor ignited her determination to persist. However, she soon stumbled, tripping over her own feet. "Ah!" Ning Rong screamed, her body lurching forward as she lost her balance, bracing for the impending pain. Yet, after a moment of suspense, nothing happened. As her voice dwindled, she opened her eyes to find Ling Xiao at her side, having caught her arm just in time to prevent a mishap. "Are you all right? Now, let's continue, but be more cautious next time," Ling Xiao said, releasing her to resume his run. "You big bully, don't run so fast," Ning Rong exclaimed, hastily trying to keep up, albeit at a slower pace this time. Eventually making it back downstairs. "Do you need a break now?" Ling Xiao turned to inquire. "Not at all. How could I be defeated by such training?" Ning Rong panted defiantly. "All right then, let us repeat it 3 more times," Ling Xiao stated without offering any further encouragement. Ning Rong's expression stiffened at his words. She was already fatigued, and the near fall had unsettled her. However, seeing Ling Xiao already in motion, she had no choice but to follow suit. After another round, Ning Rong experienced no mishaps, but her breathing became increasingly labored, and by the time she reached the bottom, she was bent over, supporting herself with her hands on her knees. Yet, before she could catch her breath, Ling Xiao darted back upstairs without waiting for her. "Hey, don't run again. I'm exhausted. Are you giving up?" Ling Xiao asked from the staircase, observing Ning Rong sitting on the ground. "Humph, I'm done running. I want to play," Ning Rong declared, showing no intention of getting up. "Very well, then go play," Ling Xiao remarked, continuing his ascent without further comment. Ning Rong watched him leave, a flicker of joy igniting within her. Training was utterly unamusing compared to games. However, as she contemplated leaving, her gaze fell upon the empty surroundings, reminding her of Ling Xiao's words from the previous day. "Is this really it? Am I truly such a spoiled person? No way. I will definitely win." Gritting her teeth, Ning Rong stood tall once more and resumed her training. Midway through her run, she spotted Ling Xiao descending. Yet, he didn't glance her way. And she didn't mind. Fueled by her resolve, she pushed herself to keep running, albeit at a diminishing speed, but she didn't stop. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Xiao's figure soon vanished, while Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo stood nearby, observing her. What does this saint intend to accomplish? Look at how she's faring on the first day. What will happen in the future? Bone Douluo asked, concern etched on his face as he noted Ning Rong's pale complexion. Indeed, Fengji, the saint's training on the first day is too rigorous for her. She is a support-type soul master. After all, she can't withstand this. Sword Douluo shook his head in disapproval of Ling Xiao's demanding regimen. Sigh. Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, I understand your worries for Rong. But the saint must know his limits, Ning Fengji sighed, lowering his head. If he truly understood limits, he wouldn't train Rong this way. Support-type soul masters inherently possess weaker physical attributes, Bone Douluo countered. At that moment, a maid approached and greeted Ning Fengji and the elders. Greetings, sect master, esteemed elders. What brings you here? Ning Fengji asked graciously. I was sent by the young master to fetch the little princess, the maid replied. Did he send you to retrieve Rong for a specific reason? Yes, the young master mentioned that the little princess was fatigued from training, and he prepared a medicinal bath to help alleviate her exhaustion. The three exchanged glances just as Ning Rong finally ceased her exertions. Sword Douluo swiftly appeared before her, catching the nearly falling Ning Rong in his arms. Lead us to it. Yes, the maid replied, Not daring to refuse, they arrived at a room where a large tub filled with slightly milky water awaited them, emitting a peculiar aroma. Fengji, can you discern what ingredients are in this? Sword Douluo inquired, his brow furrowed with concern over potential dangers within. I can't say for certain, but I did spot purple lotus flowers and evergreen leaves. One is a medicinal herb, and the other is an ornamental plant. I'm puzzled as to why they're both present. Ning Fengji expressed his confusion. He claims this is a medicinal bath. Could it genuinely be beneficial? Bon Douluo speculated. It should be. Ning Fengji's eyes brightened. However, Fengji, this is too perilous. What if something goes awry? Sword Douluo cautioned. Ning Fengji's expression revealed inner conflict, but after a moment, he exhaled deeply, his resolve solidifying. Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, I believe he wouldn't engage in anything dangerous. He doesn't strike me as that kind of person. Sword Douluo opened his mouth to protest, but Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively. Let us proceed. Put Rong in. We'll step outside for now. With that, Ning Fengji departed, and Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo sighed, compelled to follow, hoping Ling Xiao harbored no ill intentions. The three waited anxiously outside for nearly half an hour until the maid emerged. They hurriedly inquired about the outcome, and, upon learning there were no issues, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Rushing into the room, they found Ning Rong sleeping soundly. Sword Douluo grasped her hand, using his soul power to assess her condition, and detected nothing amiss. He shook his head at the others, tucked her blanket snugly around her, and quietly exited the room. It appears this medicinal bath is indeed harmless. We need not worry, Sword Douluo remarked. Moreover, while probing Rong's condition, I found her entirely normal, even suggesting she shows no signs of fatigue. Yet, we just witnessed her collapse from exhaustion, Bon Douluo noted. This indicates that the saint's medicinal bath is indeed beneficial for Rong. I now find myself eager to see how she develops in the future, Ning Fengji said with a gentle smile. Ling Xiao returned to his chamber, contemplating. This arduous endeavor, coupled with medicinal baths, should enhance Ning Rong's physical constitution. Though the effects may not be immediately apparent, a daily medicinal bath, repeated 100 times, could potentially yield a striking force of 200 pounds with a single punch. Such strength could surely incapacitate even a somewhat weaker Great Soul Master. I am truly curious to see the extent of her power once she awakens her martial spirit. Could she possibly contend with a Soul Sovereign? In the room, after more than an hour had passed, Ning Rong finally stirred awake. How did I fall asleep? She murmured, rubbing her eyes. Right, I was running and must have exhausted myself. But who brought me back? After a moment's thought, Ning Rong called out, Someone come. Your Highness. You are awake. A maid entered. How did I return? The elder and the sect master escorted you back. I see. But what about that scoundrel? The young master has already departed. Humph, that scoundrel doesn't care about me at all, just left on his own. Not quite, Your Highness. The young master entrusted me with a medicinal package for you to take a bath, which is beneficial for your health, the maid explained. Really? Ning Rong mused, stretching her body and realizing she felt invigorated rather than fatigued. So, the scoundrel truly does care for me? Of course. You are the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and he is the young master. One could say you are akin to family. It is only natural to look out for one another. Very well. I shall forgive him for his previous shortcomings, Ning Rong haughtily declared. Though she soon felt a pang of hunger. I am famished. Prepare me a meal. Yes, Your Highness. The food is already prepared and awaits your enjoyment. That was quick. The young master anticipated that you would awaken after a little over an hour post-bath, so we were ready in advance. Oh, Ning Rong quickly donned her clothes and shoes before heading to the dining area. After satisfying her hunger, she encountered Ling Xiao on her way, rushing up to him. Scoundrel. Why did you leave without waiting for me? Because your sect master and the others arrived. They can look after you. How do you feel now? Ling Xiao inquired. The medicinal bath was quite effective. I feel brimming with energy, Ning Rong exclaimed, patting her chest. With such vigor, you can continue training this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Ning Rong's expression immediately soured. More training? I just finished this morning. Are you not feeling energetic? It is the perfect opportunity to train. Very well. Ning Rong replied dejectedly. What sort of training awaits this time? It wouldn't be more running, would it? Not at all. The next phase involves weight training. What kind of training is that? Running is to build your endurance, while weight training involves binding heavy objects to enhance your strength. Ling Xiao produced several small sandbags, stating, You shall bind one to each of your limbs to ease your initial burden. Upon receiving the sandbags, Ning Rong instantly perceived their weight, and her heart grew heavy as well. Will I still be able to run if I attach these? In the ensuing months, Ning Rong endured a grueling regimen. Each morning commenced with runs that left her exhausted, followed by medicinal baths, and in the afternoons, she engaged in weighted training until she collapsed, only to repeat the cycle. Ning Rong unleashed a punch, and though her hands bore 5 sandbags, the weight had become inconsequential after her extensive training. Excellent. Your punch now delivers a force of 200 pounds, Ling Xiao remarked as he approached her. Humph, now you recognize my prowess. Ning Rong retracted her fist with a playful huff. Indeed, you are formidable. It seems I misjudged you. Ling Xiao nodded, then shifted the topic. In a few days, you shall turn 6 and awaken your martial soul. Yes, you mischievous rascal. What martial soul do you think I will awaken? What will my innate soul power level be? Ning Rong inquired, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. What if my martial soul is subpar, or my innate soul power is lacking? She expressed her concerns. Do not dwell on the negatives. Think positively. Perhaps you shall awaken the 9 treasure glazed tile and possess full innate soul power. Ling Xiao assured her. Confident in the energy he possessed to enhance martial souls, thus eliminating worries regarding their quality. A high-quality martial soul would naturally correlate with substantial innate soul power. You hold my potential in too high regard. I have never even heard of the 9 treasure glazed tile, and full innate soul power is exceptionally rare. My father's innate soul power is only at level 9. Ning Rong exclaimed in astonishment. You shall discover the truth once you awaken your martial soul. Ling Xiao replied with a shake of his head. Time passed swiftly, and 4 days later, the awakening ceremony for the 7 treasure glazed sect commenced. Ning Fingji presided over the event, flanked by the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. Elders and offerings from various sects occupied the sides, while a group of children awaited their own martial soul awakenings below. The first child awakened an ordinary iron sword, with an innate soul power level of 2. The second child manifested a blue lotus, a healing-type martial soul, but with a mere level 3 soul power. Witnessing such outcomes, the elders and offerings furrowed their brows. This year's awakenings were dismal, with none exceeding level 5. However, the 5th child's awakening brought them slight relief, a high-level assault-type martial soul known as Nightwind Wolf, with an innate soul power level of 7, which was commendable. If nurtured properly, perhaps our sect could gain another soul sage, or even a soul Douluo. It seems the second elder will have good fortune ahead, one offering remarked to an elderly figure nearby, whose face flushed with excitement. As discussions among the elders and offerings continued, the awakening ceremony remained in progress. Observing the subsequent martial souls, which were of commendable quality and all possessed innate soul power above level 5, the elders nodded in satisfaction, their eyes brimming with hope for the children. Meanwhile, Ning Rong watched the proceedings with palpable tension, her small hands gripping Ling Xiao's sleeve tightly. What if I awaken a worthless martial soul? What would I do then? She asked anxiously. You shall not. You are the daughter of the Ning sect master. It is highly likely your martial soul will be the 7 treasure glazed tile. Furthermore, after all this training and medicinal baths, your innate soul power may be remarkably high. Ling Xiao reassured her softly. Ning Rong nodded, and finally, it was her turn. The 13th in line. All eyes turned towards her, eager to witness the talents of the sect master's daughter. Ling Xiao gently patted her hand, and under his encouraging gaze, Ning Rong took a deep breath and stepped into the center of the formation. Little princess, please come forward and strive to sense your martial spirit, spoke one of the gentle observers of the awakening ceremony. Ning Rong nodded, standing in the center of the formation, closing her eyes. After a brief moment, her martial spirit manifested, causing everyone to hold their breath as they gazed upon the familiar form of her spirit. Indeed, it is the 7 treasure glazed tile, as expected. However, suddenly, the crowd's breath caught in their throats as Ning Fingji and a few others rose from their seats, their faces alight with excitement. This is the 9 treasure glazed tile, a startled voice exclaimed, snapping everyone back to reality. They examined the tower, counting its levels repeatedly. Indeed, it has 9 layers. Unprecedented. Rong, quickly proceed with the innate soul power assessment. Ning Fengji urged, suppressing his elation. Yes. Ning Rong replied, her eyes brimming with joy as she approached the soul power crystal ball, and the crowd watched intently. In the next moment, the crystal ball erupted with radiant light. Innate full soul power. Ning Fengji exclaimed in delight, his voice sending ripples of excitement throughout the crowd. The little princess not only awakened an unprecedented martial spirit, the 9 treasure glazed tile, but also possessed the rare innate full soul power. Truly, the divine has blessed our 7 treasure glazed sect. An elder from the sect spoke, tears glistening in his eyes. Ning Rong joyfully dashed back to Ling Xiao's side, eagerly proclaiming, "You bad guy, look. I not only awakened the unparalleled 9 treasure glazed tile, but I also have innate full soul power. Congratulations. You may have the potential to surpass the title Douluo in the future." Ling Xiao replied with a slight smile. Ning Rong's expression froze in excitement as she looked at Ling Xiao's calm demeanor and asked, "Why do you seem so unfazed? Aren't you happy for my powerful martial spirit awakening?" "Of course, I am pleased." "Then why are you so composed?" Ning Rong pouted, her face clouded with discontent. "Because this is merely the beginning. I will genuinely rejoice when you reach title Douluo." Title Douluo? Upon hearing this, Ning Rong clenched her small fists and declared to Ling Xiao, "I, Ning Rong, will definitely become a title Douluo. I will make you see me in a new light." "Well, I await that day," Ling Xiao replied, nodding with a gentle smile. Ning Fengji and the others exchanged curious glances, falling into a contemplative silence. They should have felt excited at this moment, yet an inexplicable pang of sorrow pierced their hearts, as if something precious had been snatched away. "Fengji," the sword Douluo remarked, his lips twitching in uncertainty. "Sigh. Old sword, we cannot control these matters now. Let nature take its course. Their bond is merely a pure friendship." Ning Fengji replied softly, though the slight twitch at the corner of his eye revealed his inner turmoil. "Haha, Fengji, old sword, we need not worry about the affairs of the young. Besides, don't you think this is rather nice? He doesn't seem like the type to harm Rong." The bone Douluo chimed in, his demeanor relaxed. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo's eyes brightened, considering Ling Xiao's prodigious talent. If he were to develop, it might not be such a bad thing. "Well then, we old folk shall refrain from meddling in the matters of the youth. What do you think, Fengji?" The sword Douluo said, his expression lightening. "Since both Uncle Sword and Uncle Bone feel this way, I have nothing more to say." Ning Fengji replied with a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. The surrounding elders observed this exchange without concern. After all, Ling Xiao had been close to Ning Rong for several months, spending every day together. And the sect leader had said nothing. Although Ling Xiao had never revealed his martial spirit or soul power, it undoubtedly was not weak. Otherwise, the sect leader would never have allowed such a situation. Hence, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was already considered the sect leader's son-in-law, and their closeness was quite normal. Once the martial spirit awakening ceremony concluded, Ning Rong, without speaking to Ning Fengji and the others, eagerly dragged Ling Xiao away. The elders shook their heads, reflecting. It seems that the young lady has quickly forgotten her elders. "You bad guy, I'm hungry. I want to eat something delicious," Ning Rong exclaimed, pulling Ling Xiao to the kitchen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Not long ago, Ling Xiao had ventured into the kitchen to prepare a feast, which Ning Rong, just finished with her training, had stumbled upon. This was a departure from her previous habits, as she would usually return to her room to rest after training. However, her improved physical condition allowed her to retain energy after a day of training. One day, while walking through the sect, she caught the familiar aroma and rushed into the kitchen, discovering that the exquisite meal she had enjoyed was indeed prepared by Ling Xiao. She had asked many people, but no one had revealed this to her. Since then, whenever she had the opportunity, she would eagerly drag Ling Xiao into the kitchen to whip up more culinary delights. "What delicious dish are you preparing this time, bad guy? I can't wait to eat," Ning Rong inquired, her mouth watering at the thought of Ling Xiao's cooking. "Rong, didn't you just overindulge 2 days ago?" Ling Xiao remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He recalled how Ning Rong had refrained from eating all day, waiting for him to prepare a feast, which she devoured almost entirely, consuming an adult's portion. Afterward, she had been so stuffed that she could barely move, swearing she would never indulge again, claiming she was tired of it. Hee. Ning Rong chuckled awkwardly, recalling that moment. But how could she resist Ling Xiao's delectable cooking? She tugged at his arm, playfully pleading, "Bad guy, please make something just once more. Today, I awakened such an extraordinary martial spirit and innate full soul power. It is indeed a moment worth celebrating. I promise I won't ask you to cook again for 5 days after this, okay?" Ning Rong's sparkling eyes gazed earnestly at Ling Xiao as she gently shook his arm. Sigh. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, resigned to the situation. "Very well. Remember your words. After today, you are not permitted to come and cook for me for a week. Hooray! I knew the big bad guy would treat me the best. Ning Rong exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Ling Xiao shook his head. What would Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, as well as the bone Douluo, feel upon hearing such words? Surely, it would sadden them. Ning Rong pulled Ling Xiao into the kitchen and addressed the chefs within the room, saying, "You all must leave. The bad guy is about to prepare something delicious." The chefs exchanged glances, reluctantly stepping outside. They were eager to witness how Ling Xiao could make such exquisite dishes. However, in the culinary world, to steal someone's craft is deemed disgraceful, though they had contemplated apprenticing under Ling Xiao to learn his culinary prowess. The thought of doing so at their age, with a child as their teacher, felt laughable. Yet, mastering such culinary skills would be an undeniable gain. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao had no intention of teaching. His esteemed status did not allow for such imposition. The chef stood in a line outside the door, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, their eyes fixed with longing. Soon, an alluring aroma wafted out, tantalizing their taste buds, causing them to collectively swallow hard, their eyes glistening with desire. "What are you all doing standing there?" A voice interrupted, prompting the chefs to turn in unison and bow to the arriving Ning Fengji and his companions. "Greetings, sect master and esteemed elders. The young master and the little princess are preparing delicacies in the kitchen." Ning Fengji sighed, his expression one of resignation. Rong has entangled him again. "Enough. You may leave for now," said the sword Douluo. "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is vast, with many kitchens. It cannot be that there is only this one." Indeed, the chefs, though reluctant, recognized that lingering here to merely inhale the enticing scents without partaking was a torment. It would be better to depart early, thus alleviating their suffering. Once the chefs had exited, Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, and the bone Douluo promptly entered the kitchen, their mouths watering at the sight of the two platters of culinary delights. "Ning sect master, sword Douluo, bone Douluo, you have arrived." Ling Xiao gazed at the three individuals, diligently serving the third delectable dish into a plate, unfazed by their arrival. Ahem. Ning Fengji cleared his throat and remarked, "Well, it seems Rong has once again persuaded you to prepare something delicious." "Indeed, the three of you must indulge as well," Ling Xiao replied. The sword Douluo remained silent, feeling rather embarrassed by the situation. "Then we, these old fellows, shall not stand on ceremony," Bone Douluo boisterously declared. Ling Xiao pondered that he would need to prepare even more, having initially thought that 3 plates would suffice, but now, with the addition of 3 adults, a grand feast was required. "Father, you and Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu are here for a free meal again." Ning Rong pouted, expressing her discontent. "Haha, thanks to Rong. We old folks have the opportunity to savor such exquisite culinary creations. Only she could persuade him to cook for us. We certainly lack such influence." Bone Douluo laughed heartily. "Grandfather Gu, what are you saying?" Ning Rong blushed, shyly lowering her head and stamping her foot. Ning Fengji and the others chuckled at her reaction, choosing not to tease her further. After half an hour, in a pavilion outside the kitchen, a table laden with an array of culinary delights awaited. Though everyone gazed at the sumptuous spread with eager anticipation, none dared to pick up their chopsticks until the final dish arrived. Ling Xiao placed a large bowl of fish soup on the table. Now, everything was ready: 6 meat dishes, 4 vegetable dishes, and 2 soups. Once Ling Xiao took his seat, Ning Rong could no longer contain herself and swiftly picked up a piece of rib, savoring the unparalleled flavor that burst in her mouth. As expected from the big rascal, this is truly the most delicious. It surpasses anything else by 1,000-fold. Ning Rong exclaimed, eagerly reaching for another piece of fish. Ling Xiao smiled gently without uttering a word, savoring the delectable feast before him. Ning Fengji and the other 2 began to eat as well, their demeanor suggesting an imminent scramble for food. However, none dared to snatch from Ling Xiao and Ning Rong, for to wrest food from children would tarnish one's reputation irreparably. Moreover, they might not even succeed against Ling Xiao. "Old sword master, what do you mean by that? I had my eye on that piece of fish first, and you audaciously dared to take it." Bone Douluo glared at sword Douluo in indignation. Yet his chopsticks remained in motion. "Humph. Blaming others for your own sluggishness, old bonehead, you seem to be regressing with age." Sword Douluo replied, his countenance grave, his eyes sharp and radiant, embodying the essence of a peerless master. If only he weren't so preoccupied with devouring food, his face smeared with grease. "Sword uncle, bone uncle, why let such trivial matters incite anger? Let us all simply enjoy the feast." Ning Fengji interjected, his demeanor refined and his tone serene, though his chopsticks moved with equal swiftness. "Oh dear. Fingxi, you have the audacity to say that, yet your speed is hardly lacking. And to think you would snatch from my chopsticks, do you not know that stealing food from a dragon's mouth is perilous? Douluo felt his temper rising. Sensing they conspired against him, Ning Rong watched the playful squabble over food with a smile, assured that it would not extend to her or Ling Xiao. Here. You naughty boy, this large drumstick is for you, she declared, offering the biggest piece on the plate to Ling Xiao. Don't mind me, just enjoy your meal. Ling Xiao replied, an odd look in his eyes. It was worth noting that in the past, Ning Rong would eagerly seize the drumstick for herself, flaunting her victory each time. What had prompted this change in her behavior today? No way. I have given it to you, naughty boy, you must eat it. Ning Rong retorted, turning away in mock indignation. Very well, I shall eat. Ling Xiao conceded, shaking his head as he picked up the drumstick. Ning Rong beamed with joy at his compliance. Then I shall offer you this piece of fried fish. It is the most tender part of the fish, Ling Xiao said, also selecting a piece of fish for Ning Rong. Kiki. Ning Rong gazed at the fried fish, smiling down at it, only to catch Ning Fingxi and the others looking at her with peculiar expressions. Ah! Ning Rong exclaimed softly, blushing as she lowered her head to eat the fish. Haha! Rong is shy now. Fingxi, look! Douluo laughed heartily, turning to observe Ning Fingxi and Sword Douluo, only to find them already engrossed in their meal. Douluo's expression stiffened at this sight. You all, how could you treat me this way? He lamented, gazing at the vanishing food before him, his face a mask of sorrow and indignation, feeling the world as profound malice against him. Burp. Sated, Ning Rong let out a small belch, her eyes narrowing in contentment as she reclined back, patting her now round belly. I can't eat another bite. If I do, I'll burst, she said softly. Rong, why do you always overindulge to this extent? You can hardly move. You must understand that gluttony is an unhealthy habit. Be careful not to gain weight, Ling Xiao remarked, rolling his eyes at Ning Rong. I want to gain weight, naughty boy. Stop trying to scare me. Ning Rong shot back defiantly, returning the eye roll. Haha. Since we have no further business here, we shall take our leave. Ning Fingxi and the others shared a knowing smile as they prepared to depart. Ling Xiao stood up to clear the plates, though it seemed unnecessary to wash them, as there was not a drop of sauce left in the dishes. Goodbye, father. Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, Ning Rong said, already so full that she could hardly move, mustering all her strength to lift her head and bid farewell to the others. After Ling Xiao tidied up the cluttered kitchen, half an hour had already passed, and Ning Rong lay still in the pavilion, motionless. Ling Xiao closed the kitchen door and walked to the pavilion, addressing the drowsy Ning Rong. Well, do you still intend to remain seated here? Hurry back. The big bad guy. I have eaten too much and cannot move. Could you carry me back? Ning Rong replied, her eyes half closed, on the verge of slumber. How can I carry you when you've overindulged? What if you suddenly feel nauseous and vomit all over me? Ling Xiao shook his head in refusal. I want tea. I simply don't wish to move right now. Please, big bad guy, help me. Ning Rong pouted, her tone turning playful. Has it been half an hour and you still cannot move? Get up and walk. Ling Xiao observed her, remaining unmoved. Humph. I refuse to get up. Ning Rong pouted, tossing her head defiantly, ignoring Ling Xiao. Have I been too indulgent with you lately? Ling Xiao remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over Ning Rong, recalling the arduous training endured over the past days. She turned to Ling Xiao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her lips pursed. Ling Xiao gazed curiously at Ning Rong. Suddenly, without warning, Ning Rong began to sob, tears streaming down her face as her small hands hurriedly wiped away the flowing droplets. Why are you crying? Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. You wicked scoundrel. You have tormented me for such a long time. I only made a small request, yet you refused to comply. Go away. I shall not play with you any longer. After saying this, Ning Rong turned her head away, waving her hand with resolute finality, leaving only the sound of her weeping echoing in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao's lips twitched slightly. All right, you are impressive. How is it that you can cry whenever you wish? He had never shed a tear before. Stop crying. I will carry you, Ling Xiao said, supporting his forehead. As long as the big bad guy acknowledges his mistakes, this young lady shall forgive you. Upon hearing this, Ning Rong turned her head, and the sorrow that had adorned her face moments ago vanished in an instant, replaced by a haughty demeanor. Were it not for the tear stains on her cheeks, one might scarcely believe she had been crying so heart-wrenchingly just moments before. Ling Xiao resigned himself to his fate and turned around, with Ning Rong directly leaning on his back, her arms wrapped around his neck. Ling Xiao towered over Ning Rong by an entire head, effortlessly lifting her by her legs. "You rascal! Tomorrow I will be going with Grandpa Jin to obtain a soul ring. Will you accompany me?" Ning Rong said lazily, resting her chin on Ling Xiao's shoulder. "I suppose I shall join you. After all, I have nothing to occupy my time at the seven-treasure glazed tile school," Ling Xiao replied. "Suppose? I won't hear of it. It's not every day I get to go out, and you must come along," Ning Rong insisted, playfully swaying on Ling Xiao's back. Yet, her feeble strength was utterly inconsequential to him. When you grow up and become stronger, you can explore the world at your leisure. There is no rush for tomorrow, Ling Xiao said, his expression unchanged. Suddenly, Ning Rong fell silent, quietly resting on Ling Xiao's back, murmuring, "Rascal, the world outside is vast, and I wish to see it. Will you accompany me? Do not dwell on such thoughts. When you mature, you will be able to travel far and wide on your own. The world is yours to discover. I cannot remain by your side forever." "I am destined to leave," Ling Xiao replied calmly. "Why must you leave? Is the seven-treasure glazed tile school not good enough?" Ning Rong exclaimed, clearly agitated by Ling Xiao's words about departing. "In this world, no one can remain by your side eternally. Even with bonds, time erodes all. I cannot always be with you, and perhaps in the future, you will forget me." "I would never," Ning Rong countered defiantly. "Even if the rascal cannot be with me always, I will never forget you." "Perhaps," Ling Xiao said, maintaining his serene demeanor. As their conversation drew to a close, they arrived at Ning Rong's room. Ling Xiao gently placed her on the bed before taking his leave. He had other matters to attend to. Today marked the day for Xiao Wu to enroll in human society, and he intended to see how she fared and whether anything required his attention. Ling Xiao mounted the blood sword of demon eyes, and within mere minutes, he arrived at the town of Ning, where Xiao Wu was studying. His gaze fell upon a large courtyard below, which was the residence purchased by Douluo and her companion, costing over 1,000 soul coins, a considerable sum in such a modest location as Ning. "Brother." As Ling Xiao descended into the courtyard, the voice of Xiao Wu resonated. Observing the two figures emerging from the house, Ling Xiao smiled. "Douluo, Xiao Wu, how do you feel on your first day at the academy?" he inquired after entering the house. "It's quite good. On my very first day, the teacher referred to me as the academy's strongest genius," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her expression brimming with pride. Xiao Wu is a soul beast transformed into human form, so she possesses innate soul power of level 10. Such talent is quite rare among humans, Douluo remarked. "Indeed," Ling Xiao nodded, "with such aptitude, I imagine many teachers at the academy would be eager to mentor you. Of course, a majority of the teachers approached me, hoping to become my mentor. But in the end, I chose a teacher with a beast martial soul, a soul master," Xiao Wu replied. "Only a soul master? Douluo would be a better mentor for you. After all, she is on the verge of becoming a soul sage," Ling Xiao commented. "Honestly, having a teacher is not paramount. It's essential for us soul beasts to adapt to human society and interact with humans. Otherwise, I would suffice as your guide," Douluo explained. "Is Xiao boarding?" "No, it's unnecessary since home is so close," Douluo shook her head. "Very well, since there are no issues. I'll take my leave," Ling Xiao said as he rose to depart. "Brother is leaving again. You always stay for such a short time," Xiao Wu murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. "We will meet again. There is no need to be disheartened. Next time, I shall prepare a delicious meal for you." Ling Xiao reassured her with a smile. "Really?" Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled. The most delightful meals she had ever tasted were those prepared by Ling Xiao. "Certainly. I look forward to our next encounter," Ling Xiao declared, stepping out of the house while Douluo and Xiao Wu watched him depart. The following morning, Douluo, Ning Rong, Ling Xiao, and Ning Fengji traveled by carriage towards the soul-hunting forest. During the lengthy journey, surrounded solely by trees, Ning Rong had already dozed off from boredom. "Fengji, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, wrote again yesterday, wishing for you to become the tutor of the crown prince. What are your thoughts?" Douluo inquired. "I'm contemplating that as well. In the past, being a tutor to a prince would have posed no issue, but the current situation is quite unique," Ning Fengji responded, visibly troubled, as he now stood with the spirit hall. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly asked, "Ning Zhongzhu, who are the princes of the Tiando royal family?" "The first prince, Shui Qinghe, the second prince, Shui Junlin, the third prince, Shui Haizong, the fourth prince, Shui Beg, and the fifth princess, Shui Ku. These are the current descendants of the Tiando royal family," Ning Fengji replied without hesitation, recognizing their cooperative relationship in that Ling Xiao as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, would naturally wish to understand the Tiando royal family. The current emperor of the Tiando Empire is the Night Emperor, Shui, along with Prince Xuexing. The royal family's martial soul is a swan, lacking in combat prowess with a low innate soul power level. Consequently, their national strength pales in comparison to the Xing Luo Empire, and even more so to the Spirit Hall. However, the presence of the 3 great sects and 4 minor sects within the Tiando Empire maintains their stability. I see. Should Ning Zhongzhu consider becoming a tutor to one of the princes? Ling Xiao inquired. I am uncertain. We can only proceed step by step, Ning Fengzhi replied. In my opinion, it would be wise to choose the first prince, Xueqing, as he is most likely to compete for the throne of the Tiando Empire. Taking him as a disciple could facilitate the assimilation of the Tiando royal family. And having an emperor inclined towards the Spirit Hall would greatly ease future endeavors to convert the Tiando Empire into a sphere of influence for the Spirit Hall. Not necessarily. Until the heir to the throne is firmly established, the outcome remains unpredictable. Should we consider other princes? Ning Fengzhi shook his head. The rivalry among princes is intense. No one can guarantee that the prince chosen will ultimately ascend to the throne. The Night Emperor was not the first prince, yet he emerged victorious. That's irrelevant. The first prince is the most competitive, especially with support, Ling Xiao asserted. Indeed, with the backing of the Spirit Hall, the first prince's position would be nearly unassailable. Ning Fengzhi nodded in agreement. After an hour's journey, they finally entered the soul-hunting forest, and at that moment, Ning Rong awoke. Due to the terrain, the group disembarked from the carriage and proceeded on foot. Fengzhi, what kind of soul beast should we find for Rong? Perhaps a strength-type soul beast around 400 years old would suffice, Ning Fengzhi pondered. No, let us seek a 2,000-year-old giant strength griffin. Rong is capable of absorbing it now, Ling Xiao proclaimed, startling everyone. What? The first soul ring being 2,000 years old? How could that be possible? Rong is only level 10. Ning Fengzhi responded, shaking his head vigorously, thinking privately that this was someone who had never experienced weakness. Believing any soul master could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Daddy, trust the big bad guy. He won't harm me. Ning Rong chimed in. However, a first soul ring of 2,000 years? Such a phenomenon has never occurred, Douluo added, asserting that a soul ring of over 2,000 years should be a third soul ring. Just because it has never happened before does not mean it cannot now. If Ning Zhongzhu is willing to trust me, allow Rong to absorb the 2,000-year soul ring, Ling Xiao asserted, gazing intently at Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi's expression shifted uneasily. If this succeeds, it would be a monumental milestone, but if it fails, the consequences could be dire. Daddy, I believe the big bad guy. I want to absorb the 2,000-year soul ring. Ning Rong interjected decisively. Ning Fengzhi furrowed his brow, and after a long deliberation, he sighed in resignation. Very well. Jianshu, if the situation becomes precarious, I will rely on you. Douluo nodded gravely. If danger arose, they would have to forcibly interrupt, even at the cost of injury, as it was preferable to risking a life. Upon seeing their decision, Ling Xiao extended his hand, and a black chain emerged from the distance, revealing a 2,000-year-old soul beast, the giant strength griffin, bound within it. So you had already prepared. No wonder you specified this soul beast over others, Ning Fengzhi remarked, observing the struggling and roaring giant strength griffin before him. Ling Xiao nodded and turned to Ning Rong, saying, Rong, how about you absorb this soul ring? It might be worth a try. Ning Rong nodded in agreement. However, this was her first attempt at absorbing a soul ring, and she felt a twinge of anxiety, her palms growing clammy with sweat. As Ling Xiao's thoughts shifted, the chains tightened rapidly, instantly crushing the bones of the giant lion griffin. Its internal organs were also shattered, and it coughed up blood, its gaze dimming until it was left with but a breath. Ning Rong, pale-faced, observed this scene but mustered her courage to plunge a dagger into the creature's throat. The already weakened giant lion griffin succumbed to its wounds, and a purple soul ring emerged. Ning Rong, now use your soul power to draw the soul ring to yourself. Then meditate to absorb its energy. Remember to be cautious and guard your heart. A 1,000-year soul beast may harbor resentment that can affect a soul master. Ning Fengzhi instructed solemnly as he observed the ancient soul ring before him. Ning Rong nodded and began to follow Ning Fengzhi's guidance. The purple soul ring slowly enveloped her, and she immediately felt a chilling presence, the resentment of the soul beast. Ning Fengzhi and the sword Douluo encircled her, their expressions filled with concern as they noticed her furrowed brow. Several times, They contemplated interrupting the process, but feared it might disrupt Ning Rong. After about a quarter of an hour, Ning Rong suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, sweat glistening on her smooth forehead. Rong, how do you feel? Ning Fingji asked with worry. Father, I am fine. I did it. Ning Rong replied, a smile gracing her face. Ning Fingji looked at the pulsating purple soul ring around her, his heart trembling. It truly succeeded. This can be considered a miracle in the realm of soul masters. He exclaimed excitedly. Haha, the first soul ring is over 2,000 years old. If other soul masters knew, they would surely be astonished. The sword Douluo laughed heartily, relieved. This is all thanks to the training we undertook, Ning Fingji remarked, glancing at Ling Xiao. Indeed, Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. The initial training was aimed at strengthening Rong's willpower and physical resilience. The endurance she demonstrated during the grueling training allowed her to withstand the resentment from the 1,000-year soul beast, while her enhanced physical strength after the medicinal baths enabled her to resist the powerful soul energy. Unbelievable. Even witnessing it firsthand, Ning Fingji mused internally. This could be regarded as a pioneering approach in the realm of soul masters. If such training methods were to become widespread, one could hardly imagine the transformation of the world. After all, while other soul masters possess century-old soul rings, hers is a millennium-old, a significant disparity in quality. Auxiliary soul masters like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect often found themselves fleeing from adversaries, unable to match the physical prowess of agility or strength-type soul masters. However, under this training regimen, although Ning Rong was still merely a soul master, her strength of several hundred pounds could now knock out an ordinary soul sovereign with a single punch, no longer reliant on other soul masters for protection. The speed at which she acquired the soul ring was astonishing. They had initially anticipated it would take at least an hour. Once they returned to the carriage, Ning Rong, fatigued from the recent soul ring absorption, fell asleep almost immediately. The carriage ambled toward the Tiando royal family. Fengji, both Rong and I are exhausted. Can't we postpone our visit to the Tiando royal family? The sword Douluo expressed his dissatisfaction. Uncle Jian, we should resolve this matter first to prevent other princes from intervening later, Ning Fingji replied. The sword Douluo had no choice but to acquiesce. Before long, they arrived at the palace, and Ning Rong awakened, holding Ling Xiao's hand, curiously observing her surroundings. A group of guards, upon recognizing Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo, did not dare to show any negligence and promptly invited them into the palace. As they settled in, the voice of Emperor Shui Yi resonated from afar. Does sect leader Ning intend to become a mentor to one of the princes? The group turned to see Emperor Shui Yi seated upon the throne. Your Majesty holds the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in such high regard. I cannot refuse. The first prince, Shuqinghe, would be an excellent choice, Ning Fingji replied, his face adorned with a refined smile. Sect leader Ning need not be so modest. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, as one of the three great sects of the empire, is foundational to the state. I am naturally at ease with Qinghe studying under you. Let me summon him at once. Emperor Shui Yi gestured, acknowledging the potential benefits of a prince becoming a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect for the empire's governance. Shortly thereafter, a young man with a scholarly demeanor arrived. Your son pays his respects to his father. Qinghe bowed respectfully. Qinghe, I have found you a teacher, this esteemed individual. The leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Emperor Shui Yi proclaimed. Qinghe turned to Ning Fingji and the others, but upon catching sight of Ling Xiao, his expression froze, disbelief flickering in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure and offered a slight bow to Ning Fingji. Student Qinghe greets you, teacher. There is no need for excessive formalities, first prince. Ning Fingji waved his hand dismissively. Sect leader Ning, the young girl beside you must be your daughter, Ning Rong, correct? And who might the other child be? Emperor Shui Yi inquired curiously, his gaze shifting to Ling Xiao, with Qinghe attentively listening. Indeed, your majesty, this is my daughter, Ning Rong, and the other is the current young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, a talented youth I encountered by chance, Ning Fingji replied, conveniently omitting the fact that the spirit hall had a holy son. I see. It appears Rong shares a close bond with this young master. Emperor Shui Yi nodded. Yes, they have a strong relationship, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they are likely to become partners in the future, Ning Fingji said with a smile, unaware of the sudden coldness in Qinghe's gaze, nor the tightening of his fists, especially as he observed Ling Xiao and Ning Rong holding hands, fury flickering in his eyes. Oh, it seems sect leader Ning is quite fond of this young master. Just as the conversation continued, Xueqing suddenly interjected, "Teacher, father. I would like to have a conversation with this young master, if that is agreeable." Sect leader Ning, what do you think? Emperor Shui inquired of Ning Fengji. In his view, there was no harm in this. After all, Ning Fengji evidently valued this young master. And building a rapport between Xueqing and him would strengthen the ties between the royal family and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Beneficial for the stability of the empire. Very well, since the first prince wishes for it, let it be so. Ning Fengji responded, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes as he surveyed Xueqing and Ling Xiao, seemingly grasping something. Thank you, teacher. Xueqing bowed to Ning Fengji. Then turned to Ling Xiao with a smile. Little one, would you like to join me for some fun? Ling Xiao nodded and released Ning Rong. Thus, Xueqing took Ling Xiao away from that place, while Ning Fengji's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. After all, Ling Xiao was not the innocent child he appeared to be. How could he casually leave with a stranger? Ling Xiao and Xueqing exchanged no words as they made their way until Xueqing returned to her chamber. Chapter 21. Departure Shower. How did you end up at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and become the young master of the sect? As soon as the door closed, Qianren Xue could hardly contain her curiosity and reverted to her original appearance. Currently, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has formed an alliance with the Spirit Hall. I have been residing there recently, and to legitimize my identity, I publicly claim to be the sect's young master. I see. Qianren Xue comprehended, but her expression suddenly shifted, and she asked, somewhat shyly, then, what is this about Ning Fengji saying you will marry his daughter in the future? I am unsure. Yet everyone at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School seems to believe it. It does not particularly affect me, Ling Xiao replied nonchalantly. To his surprise, Qianren Xue's demeanor became fervent as she exclaimed, how can it not matter? However, she quickly realized they were in the Heavendo Empire. Despite the presence of Shimiao and Siju, she was wary of any outsiders knowing that old rascal Ning Fengji is truly delusional. He actually thinks to bind you to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School through his daughter. Shower, you must not fall for his tricks, Qianren Xue cautioned. Her voice lowered and her expression icy as she nibbled her crimson lips, harboring some resentment towards Ning Fengji. I don't think it's a big deal. Rong is quite nice, Ling Xiao remarked, puzzled by Qianren Xue's sudden anger, not understanding why she felt this way. Rong, you do seem quite familiar with her, Qianren Xue remarked with a smile, though her eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. That rascal Ning Fengji has led Xiao astray. It is impossible for him to take Xiao away, Qianren Xue thought to herself. Because we are friends. Humph. Qianren Xue huffed, then suddenly pushed Ling Xiao onto the bed, resting in his embrace with her eyes gently closed. Although Ling Xiao was merely 5 years old, he was comparable in size to an average 10-year-old. Appearing petite in Qianren Xue's arms. Xiao's body is both fragrant and soft. I do not wish to let go. Qianren Xue cuddled against Ling Xiao. Relishing the moment, Ling Xiao gazed helplessly at Qianren Xue, pondering to himself how Sister Shui had begun to resemble Sister Na, constantly seeking closeness. At that moment, the system's voice abruptly resonated, announcing, ding. Task initiated. Check in within the embrace of Qianren Xue. Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then silently recited in his heart, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful, acquiring the divine position of the God of Judgment, unlocking the 9 trials of the God of Judgment. As he listened to the voice of the system, a look of confusion flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. Another divine position? He had yet to complete the trials of the God of Life and the God of Death. Master, shall we initiate the trials of the God of Judgment? The system inquired. Let us begin. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, as each trial brought him closer to his goal of surpassing the divine. Ding. The 9 trials of the God of Judgment have commenced. First trial, proceed to the Star Do Forest to slay the Soul Beast, the Dark Demon Sacred Tiger. Ding. The 4th trial of the God of Death, proceed to the Star Do Forest to slay the Dark Demon Sacred Tiger. 2 trials occurring simultaneously, both targeting the same foe. This was a first. A hint of astonishment glimmered in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, he wondered what the rewards for these 2 trials might be. Regardless, he resolved to complete them first. Ling Xiao contemplated for a moment before gently nudging Qianren Xue, who was still resting upon his chest. Sister Shui, might you rise for a moment? We have lingered here for far too long. It is time for us to venture forth. Qianren Xue replied in a melodious tone. Reluctantly releasing her hold on Ling Xiao, she transformed back into her Snow Qinghe form using her angelic attire, tidied herself up, and took Ling Xiao's hand to return to the Grand Hall. At that moment, the conversation between Ning Fengji and the Snow Knight Emperor was nearing its conclusion. Qinghe, how did your discussion go? inquired the Snow Knight Emperor. Reporting to father, I had a delightful conversation with this young brother. As long as you enjoyed yourselves. That is what matters. The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled, stroking his long beard. If you found joy in your dialogue. The royal family shall secure the support of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Your Majesty, since the Crown Prince and the others have returned, we shall take our leave and not impose further. Ning Fengji interjected. Very well. Then, Master Ning, please take care on your journey. In the future, I shall rely on you to look after Qinghe. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao nodded at Shui Qinghe and returned to Ning Rongrong's side. You rascal. What did you discuss with the Crown Prince? Ning Rongrong inquired softly, pulling him close as soon as he returned. The refined Shui Qinghe observed this scene with a flicker of his gaze, his hands tightening behind him, and his eyes towards Ning Rongrong turned perilous. How dare this little brat be so intimate with Xiao'er? Nothing much, Ling Xiao replied, shaking his head, withholding any further information. You rascal. Why are you keeping secrets from me? Ning Rongrong huffed lightly. After bidding farewell to the Snow Knight Emperor, the group exited the palace. On their way back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ling Xiao addressed Ning Fengji, saying, Master Ning, I have matters to attend to and shall not be returning to the 7 treasure glazed tile school for now. You rascal, where are you going? Why won't you come back with us? Before Ning Fengji could respond, Ning Rongrong grew anxious. Ning Fengji regarded Ling Xiao previously. He had ventured alone from the sect multiple times, but returned swiftly. This time, however, it seemed he would be gone for quite some time. Is this matter particularly troublesome? Can we assist in any way? Ning Fengji asked. Daddy, let's go with the rascal. Ning Rongrong quickly interjected. No need. I can manage alone, Ling Xiao asserted. Rongrong, do not cause a fuss. He intends to go alone, and we naturally cannot interfere, Ning Fengji added, dismissing Ning Rongrong's suggestion. But I don't want to be apart from the rascal. Ning Rongrong's eyes reddened, and she began to sob softly. Rong. He has stayed with us at the 7 treasure glazed tile school for quite some time. It is time for him to return home, Ning Fengji sighed gently, feeling a pang in his heart at seeing Ning Rongrong so distraught. But the 7 treasure glazed tile school is the rascal's home. He's the young master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong protested. That's not the case. His status as young master is merely a convenience for staying at the sect. He has his own home, and it is time for him to return. But Ning Rongrong's crystalline tears fell as her small hand clutched tightly to Ling Xiao's sleeve. Rongrong, there is no need to be sad. I am only leaving the 7 treasure glazed tile school temporarily for some matters. Once I have resolved them, I will return, Ling Xiao said, reaching out to ruffle Ning Rongrong's hair gently. Ning Rongrong bowed her head in silence, her body trembling slightly as tears dripped onto her skirt. After a few minutes, she finally released her grip, clenching her fists and remaining silent with her head down. Ling Xiao retracted his arm, gazing at Ning Rongrong, who was with her head bowed in contemplation. He could not comprehend why, after such a brief separation, she would be in such a state. However, the imperative task of completing the divine examination took precedence. Ling Xiao stepped out of the carriage and summoned the demon eye bloodsword, ascending towards the Starry Great Forest. It was only after Ling Xiao departed that Ning Rongrong raised her head, her face marked by the trails of tears. She clung tightly to Ning Fengji, her body trembling. Ning Fengji sighed as he felt the dampness of his clothing. Yet he understood that Ling Xiao's departure was due to a matter of great importance. Chapter 22. The death of the dark demon evil god Tiger. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao arrived at Starry Lake, where he beheld the sleeping titan Great Ape. As he descended, the massive head of the sky blue bull python emerged from the lake. What brings you here again? Is there something you need? Inquired the sky blue bull python. I have come in search of a soul beast, replied Ling Xiao. A soul beast? The sky blue bull python hesitated momentarily. Which soul beast do you seek? I may know of it. Is there a soul beast known as the dark demon evil god Tiger? I am looking for it. Ling Xiao nodded, knowing that the sky blue bull python, having lived in the Starry Great Forest for so long, would be familiar with it. You seek the dark demon evil god Tiger, exclaimed the sky blue bull python in surprise. This soul beast, much like the human-faced demon spider, is not favored by other soul beasts. What is your intention? To slay it, declared Ling Xiao. What? That is virtually impossible. My companion and I have long sought to kill it, yet it always manages to escape. The sky blue bull python spoke without thinking. For only those who had truly battled the dark demon evil god Tiger understood its formidable nature. You two cannot defeat it. Does that mean the dark demon evil god Tiger is a soul beast of 150,000 or even 200,000 years? Ling Xiao inquired, astonished. The sky blue bull python is already a 12,000-year-soul beast, and even with the Titan great ape, a 100,000-year-soul beast, we could not vanquish it. Not quite. The dark demon evil god tiger is only 6,000 years old. In terms of true strength, it cannot match my companion and me. But it possesses a particularly troublesome ability. What is it? Asked Ling Xiao. The arena of life and death. Once activated, the dark demon evil god tiger regresses to its juvenile form, and so does its opponent. In this juvenile state, the dark demon evil god tiger is stronger than other soul beasts and humans, which allows it to turn the tables on its pursuers on numerous occasions. Explained the sky blue bull python. I find this soul beast quite intriguing. Ling Xiao remarked, his eyes glimmering with interest. Perhaps this soul beast would bring him some surprises. As long as it has the arena of life and death, do not entertain the thought of killing it. That is nearly impossible. The sky blue bull python shook its massive head. Why is it impossible? My strength surpasses that of a tidal Douluo, asserted Ling Xiao, who had experienced tremendous growth in his power over the past 6 months, leaving him uncertain of who could rival him. Even if your strength now exceeds that of a tidal Douluo, so what? You may be strong now, but in juvenile form, even you. The sky blue bull python suddenly halted, looking at Ling Xiao with an odd expression. Indeed, while the arena of life and death transforms opponents into their juvenile state, Ling Xiao, despite his formidable strength, remains in a juvenile form, similar in age to the human Xiao Wu, in a juvenile state. With strength surpassing that of a tidal Douluo, how could Ling Xiao possibly lose to the dark demon evil god tiger? Are you truly resolved to kill it? After a moment of silence, the sky blue bull python spoke again. Of course. However, I do not know its location. Do you? Replied Ling Xiao with a shrug. He could have used his soul search slowly, but that seemed too cumbersome. My companion and I can help lure it out. As for killing it, that will depend on you, said the sky blue bull python. Very well, you may proceed. Ling Xiao nodded. The sky blue bull python left Starry Lake, turning to awaken the still sleeping Titan great ape with a sweeping tail. Roar. The Titan great ape opened its eyes, gazing at the sky blue bull python in confusion, unsure why it had been struck. It then noticed Ling Xiao standing nearby. The Titan great ape's eyes widened in fear as it cowered behind the sky blue bull python, uncertain why this terrifying human had returned. Ming, let us draw out the dark demon evil god tiger. He will deal with it, directed the sky blue bull python in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the Titan great ape's eyes brightened. They had long wished to eliminate the dark demon evil god tiger, but had never found the opportunity when the rabbit spirit first transformed. Had it not been for the two of them, it would likely have been devoured by the dark demon evil god tiger. The same was true for Xiao Wu during her transformation. Thus, they harbored deep resentment, considering the dark demon evil god tiger their mortal enemy. If they could eliminate it, they would gladly assist. Consequently, the Titan great ape let out a few low roars in agreement. The sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape departed Starry Lake in search of the dark demon evil god tiger. Ling Xiao sat upon a massive boulder, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. After a while, the sounds of battle echoed through the forest. Ling Xiao swiftly arrived at the scene of the battle. Before him stood the azure bull python and the Titan great ape, facing off against an ominous soul beast. This soul beast, at first glance, appeared to be a colossal tiger entirely cloaked in deep black, devoid of any other hue, with its crimson eyes radiating a chilling aura. Its length undoubtedly exceeded 8 meters, with muscles rippling across its powerful form, exuding an air of formidable strength. The character for king emblazoned upon its forehead was also black, yet it possessed a somber tone, akin to mist, distinct from the deep black of its fur. Ling Xiao swiftly positioned himself between the two factions, gazing at the ominous dark demon evil god tiger before him. Its tail appeared remarkably unique. In comparison to ordinary tiger-type soul beasts, it was significantly longer and stood erect, composed of numerous bony segments, culminating in a massive backward-facing hook that glimmered with a chilling, ghostly light. Upon noticing Ling Xiao's sudden emergence, the dark demon evil god tiger sensed an imminent threat, one that surpassed the peril posed by both the heavenly blue bull python and the Titan giant ape combined. Not daring to underestimate the situation, it promptly activated its skill, Deathmatch Arena, with unwavering confidence in its youthful form. It believed that even when besieged by 200,000-year soul beasts, it could evade capture. Ling Xiao and the 3 soul beasts swiftly arrived at an alternate dimension. He observed that the 3 soul beasts had diminished in size, appearing as ordinary century-old soul beasts. Their aura had also become exceedingly feeble. To him, even in their prime, they bore no distinction from their current state. Meanwhile, he remained unchanged, as he was merely 5 years old. Ling Xiao gazed at the diminutive figure of the dark demon, divine tiger across from him. Previously, it had appeared exceedingly ferocious. However, at this moment, it seemed quite endearing. Ling Xiao even contemplated the idea of taking it as a pet. Yet, for the sake of the divine examination task, he had no choice but to impose some restraint upon it. With a furious roar, the now smaller dark demon divine tiger expressed its indignations. Yet its demeanor was surprisingly charming. Ling Xiao smiled as he regarded it. In the next instant, 2 black chains materialized from thin air, swiftly ensnaring the dark demon divine tiger and rendering it immobile. The tiger's eyes were filled with astonishment as it looked at Ling Xiao, perplexed as to why a power that had never failed before was now ineffective. With a mere thought, Ling Xiao conjured another black chain. Yet this one bore a sharp tip. The chain effortlessly pierced through the dark demon evil god tiger, causing its body to stiffen. As disbelief filled its eyes in the moment of death, with its demise, the arena of life and death ceased to exist. Chapter 23, The Divine Realm. Ling Xiao and the 2 soul beasts reappeared in their original location, with the surroundings returning to normal. It seemed as though nothing had changed, save for the presence of a lifeless soul beast on the ground. The sky blue bull python and the titan great ape gazed incredulously at the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger. Although they were aware that once Ling Xiao intervened, the dark demon evil god tiger was virtually doomed to perish, contemplating this was one matter. Witnessing Ling Xiao so effortlessly dispatch the creature was quite another. They were left in a state of astonishment, for a feat that had eluded them for so many years had now been accomplished in an instant. Ding, congratulations, master, task completed. Rewards, wings of judgment, death armor. As Ling Xiao cast his gaze upon the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger, the system's voice resonated. Ling Xiao's soul entered the system space, where he beheld 2 peculiar items that had suddenly manifested. One was a pair of strange white wings, their main structure seemingly crafted from some metallic substance, while each feather, identical in shape, appeared almost ethereal. The other item was a suit of black armor enveloping the entire body, exuding an aura of profound silence, with dark energy swirling around it. Merely casting a glance at it sent a wave of danger coursing through Ling Xiao. Why do these judgment wings appear so peculiar? Ling Xiao retracted his spiritual power, pondering this thought, yet he remained unconcerned, for he could discern the purpose of these items in the system space's inventory. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Task issued. Second trial of the God of Judgment. Capture the evil god orb. At that moment, as Ling Xiao contemplated, the system task was once again announced. The evil god orb? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao abruptly turned his gaze towards the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger and, indeed, beheld a sphere soaring forth from its remains, poised to break through the void. Ling Xiao swiftly advanced, extending his hand to firmly grasp the evil god pearl. As he seized the orb, he sensed a surge of power attempting to break free. Without hesitation, he intensified his grip, exerting an immense force that rendered the pearl completely immobile, even causing it to develop several cracks, nearing destruction. "What is that object in your hand?" inquired the azure bull python, observing Ling Xiao's apparent acquisition with curiosity. "A pearl that just escaped from the body of the dark demon evil god tiger," Ling Xiao replied, retracting his palm and gazing at the surface of the cracked evil god pearl, his brow slightly furrowing. "System, if this evil god pearl shatters, will the mission still be considered accomplished?" "Indeed, as long as the evil god pearl remains intact, the task is deemed complete." "That is reassuring." Ling Xiao's furrowed brow relaxed. It would indeed be absurd if the mission were to fail due to the pearl's fracture. Ding, mission accomplished, reward, wings of judgment. The system's voice resonated once more. But before Ling Xiao could examine the details, the notifications continued. Ding, new task issued. The third trial of the God of Judgment, absorb the evil god pearl. Ding. New task issued. The fifth trial of the God of Death, absorb the evil god pearl. Once again, 2 divine trials were set to proceed simultaneously. The dark demon evil god tiger was indeed extraordinary. Several months had passed without any tasks being issued, and yet from this single entity, 5 divine trials emerged. However, this should be the final instance, as the dark demon evil god tiger had exhausted all resources. Unless, of course, its very flesh and blood held some utility. Ling Xiao pondered silently. System, how should I absorb the evil god pearl? Simply consume it. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, opening his mouth to consume the cracked and sinister orb. In the next moment, the orb transformed into a liquid form, seamlessly entering Ling Xiao's body, accompanied by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for absorbing the sinister orb. You have acquired the domains of thunder and wind, as well as the mechanical evil tiger. Ding! Mission initiated. Devour the sinister orb. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Mission accomplished. You have attained the divine status of the Devourer God and unlocked the 9 trials of the Devourer God. Another divine rank. Ling Xiao listened to the incessant voices echoing in his mind, gasping in astonishment. He had yet to complete his divine trials as the God of Judgment, God of Life, and God of Death, and now he was faced with the daunting task of assuming the mantle of the God of Devouring. Truly an overwhelming burden. While Ling Xiao marveled at the multitude of divine positions, in a realm of the Douluo Continent known as the Divine Realm, 5 figures convened in a space, engaged in earnest discussion. Suddenly, one of the figures trembled, his countenance darkening. Noticing this, a graceful figure beside him inquired, "Evil, what troubles you?" The evil God King replied coldly, "A being I created in the lower realm has been annihilated." The good God King responded, "Is it not the spirit beast known as the dark demon evil god tiger that you initially created? While it is indeed unmatched among its peers, it is not invincible. It may have perished due to insufficient development, falling prey to a more formidable spirit beast or soul master. Indeed, evil, this is no great matter. It was merely a spirit beast. After its demise, it will re-emerge through your evil godly power," chimed in the Destruction God King, shaking his head. The evil God King retorted, "In the past, such occurrences were common, and I did not intervene. However, this time is different. It has vanished entirely and will not return. The evil god Pearl, which harbored my evil godly power within it, has also disappeared." "What? That is impossible. Such is the power of a god. How could it be eradicated in the lower realm? Moreover, you are a god king." The Shura God King exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. "Shura, I just not." The other deities fell silent, for in their endless existence within the divine realm, such instances of losing control were exceedingly rare. The last occurrence had been due to the dragon god's mischief, which ignited a war in the divine realm. It seemed that something unknown had transpired in the lower realm. Perhaps a god had emerged who chose to remain there, sealing away his powers. The goddess of life spoke gently. "Such nonsense. Once one ascends to divinity, why linger in the lower realm? It contravenes the established order and violates the laws of the divine realm." The Destruction God King said angrily. "Evil, what are your intentions?" inquired the good God King. "Whoever he may be, he has violated the laws of the divine realm that have stood for ages and must be captured and brought to the divine realm for judgment. Furthermore, his actions unmistakably challenge my authority. Yet, considering he will eventually join the divine realm as one of us, I shall administer punishment but also grant him an opportunity." The evil God King decisively proclaimed. "Agreed. I concur." The other deities, save for the goddess of life and the Shura God King, expressed their assent. "This may not be prudent. After all, he will be a member of the divine realm in the future," the goddess of life remarked, her inherently kind nature reluctant to see a new divine member face such calamity. "Ah, Green, there is no need for such concern. It is merely a lesson. This god has disdained the laws of the divine realm. Without punishment, how can we maintain order? Would that not render the laws of the divine realm a mere farce?" The Destruction God King replied softly. "Yet, Azura, I harbor a foreboding sense of dread," the goddess of life said, her brow furrowing with worry. She sensed that this course of action might bring disaster to the divine realm. "Humph, what could possibly go wrong if I take matters into my own hands? This god may dare to provoke me, but his hesitance to ascend to the divine realm reveals his lack of strength. At worst, I shall confront him alongside good, ensuring a favorable outcome," the evil God King said, his expression darkening at the thought of being challenged by a nascent deity. Sighing softly, the goddess of life chose to remain silent, watching as the evil and good God Kings departed for the lower realm, her unease growing within her heart. After their departure, a young deity clad in azure attire arrived. "See God, what brings you here?" the Destruction God King inquired. "Greetings, esteemed deities." The sea god bowed respectfully to the gathered divine beings. "Shura God King, I have decided to pass on my divine position," the sea god announced. Approaching the Shura God King, "Does this imply you have found a suitable successor?" The Shura God King replied gravely, his gaze shifting. They had been gods for far too long, and the tedium weighed heavily upon him. Though they wielded immense power within the divine realm, their freedom was constrained. limited to the confines of the divine realm. To escape this limitation, they must pass on their divine positions, yet a fitting successor had eluded them for ages. Indeed, he hails from a place in the lower realm known as the Douluo Continent, possessing a soul significantly stronger than that of an ordinary individual. His exceptional talent makes him an ideal candidate for my successor, the sea god said, a smile gracing his face, for he finally glimpsed the prospect of freedom. It seems fortune smiles upon you. I once had a suitable candidate, but my plans were thwarted due to interference from the Rakshasa god. The Shura god king shook his head. Rakshasa god? Is she still unaccounted for? Indeed, the divine realm is vast, and she is a first-level god, making her capture a daunting task. Then, why not consider passing on your divine position to a worthy candidate as well? There exists a legacy of the Rakshasa god on the Douluo Continent, the sea god proposed. The Shura god king pondered this, recognizing the opportunity to pass on his divine position while also pursuing a candidate associated with the Rakshasa god. Though he may not capture the Rakshasa god herself, eliminating her successor would serve as a fitting annoyance. Very well. Once he is sufficiently developed, I shall contrive a means to pass on my divine position to him, the Shura god king affirmed. Agreed, it is settled. The sea god nodded. By the way, Shura, I noticed the evil and good god kings hastily departed just now. What was their purpose? A deity has emerged in the lower realm who defies the law prohibiting divine beings from interfering there. The evil and good god kings intend to bring him back for judgment, the Shura god king replied. What? Such audacity! It has been ages since a deity dared to flout the laws of the divine realm. The sea god scoffed, suddenly struck by a thought as he turned to leave. Sea god, where are you off to? The Shura god king asked. I am gathering the gods of the divine realm to witness the consequences of violating divine law, lest some deities treat the rules as trifles. The Shura god king nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of demonstrating the repercussions of defying the laws of the divine realm to prevent another dragon god incident. This was why, despite being one of the law enforcers of the divine realm, he had not interfered with the evil and good god king's descent. Ding. Task initiated. The second trial of the god of devouring. Devour the flesh of the dark demon evil god tiger. Devour the dark demon evil god tiger? Am I to consume such a colossal spirit beast? Ling Xiao lamented as he beheld the immense carcass before him, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Very well. I shall take my time, one bite a day, and over several days, I shall surely finish it. Ling Xiao, feeling helpless, thought to himself as he lifted the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger with a black chain, making his way towards the starry lake. The azure bull python and the titan giant ape observed him with curiosity, unsure of his intentions regarding the tiger's remains. Yet they refrained from inquiring further and returned to the starry lake. Upon returning to Starry Lake, Ling Xiao immediately ignited a fire on the shore, producing a pot and erecting a substantial grill. He retrieved a sharp knife from his system space and began to carve the flesh of the dark demon evil god tiger. In a short span, he severed the left leg of the tiger, which was significantly larger than his entire being. He hoisted the tiger's leg with chains, stripped off the hide, and cleaved the leg into two halves at the joints, rinsing the blood in the waters of Starry Lake. One half of the leg was chopped into small pieces for a stew, while the other half was sliced with incisions to enhance flavor when seasoned and grilled. The blue bull python and the titan giant ape observed Ling Xiao's actions with wide-eyed astonishment, unable to fathom that he had brought back the body of the dark demon evil god tiger merely for consumption. You brought back the body of the dark demon evil god tiger just to eat? Inquired the blue bull python. Indeed. What else did you think I had in mind? Replied Ling Xiao with irritation as he coated the tiger leg in various seasonings. He had no desire for this, but to fulfill his mission, attain divinity, and grow stronger. He had no choice but to proceed in such a manner. Nevertheless, he was curious about the taste of the soul beast, as even amidst a divine trial, he felt he should not deprive himself of good flavors. The blue bull python and the titan giant ape exchanged glances, speechless. How he managed the situation was entirely his prerogative. The blue bull python returned to the depths of Starry Lake, leaving only its massive head above the surface, while the titan giant ape settled down in a nearby spot to rest again. The two soul beasts watched intently as Ling Xiao prepared the tiger leg, recalling the delectable roasted fish he had previously made, which made them swallow in anticipation. After a period of time, the leg was nearing completion, emanating an irresistible aroma that drew the attention of the two soul beasts, causing their mouths to water. Do you wish to partake as well? Ling Xiao inquired. Noticing their eagerness, the blue bull python remained silent, struggling to contain its saliva, while the titan giant ape vigorously nodded, saliva dripping continuously. If you desire to eat, You must catch your own soul beasts. I can assist you in preparation, but this dark demon evil god tiger is off limits. Ling Xiao shrugged. Aware that he needed to complete his task and could not afford to share the tiger with the blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Excited by Ling Xiao's words, the titan giant ape let out a few enthusiastic roars and sprinted toward the outskirts of Stardo Lake, while the blue bull python submerged itself into the water. Shortly thereafter, the blue bull python resurfaced, triumphantly tossing 4 fish, each 7 to 8 meters long, onto the shore, while the titan giant ape captured a tiger-like soul beast measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. Ling Xiao gazed upon the soul beast before him as 8 chains materialized. He retrieved 2 enormous barbecue grills from the system space, kindled a fire, and after meticulously preparing the food, commenced the grilling process, sprinkling an array of seasonings. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Chapter 25. Descent of the Deity. The azure bull python and the titan great ape watched eagerly as the delectable food emanated fragrant waves, both swallowing their saliva in unison. In their anxious anticipation, they had already believed they could indulge, given their previous habit of consuming their meals raw. Even uncooked morsels sufficed. After a span of several minutes, the feast was finally ready. The titan great ape seized a piece of roasted meat, opening its cavernous maw to devour it voraciously, the exquisite flavors prompting it to dance with delight. The azure bull python, utilizing its soul power, sent grilled fish into its mouth, although the fish were substantial in size. Its gargantuan form allowed it to consume an entire fish in just a few bites. Before long, several large fish had been entirely devoured. Ling Xiao savored the tender morsels of tiger meat, relishing each bite alongside a sip of broth. Despite the substantial size of the tiger's leg, he ultimately consumed every last bit. The azure bull python and the titan great ape regarded Ling Xiao with astonishment. They could scarcely fathom how such a slight figure could devour such an immense quantity of food. Even they, with their formidable stature, could manage to consume only about a quarter of their own size. The 2 soul beasts gazed at Ling Xiao's unchanged belly. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered where all that food had vanished to. Burp. Ling Xiao let out a contented burp. Leaning against a massive rock while gently rubbing his belly, beside him lay the remnants of a devoured tiger leg. After resting for a while, Ling Xiao secured the remaining tiger meat within his system space using chains. Within this space, certain areas were devoid of the passage of time, ensuring that no matter how long elapsed outside, the tiger meat would remain fresh. After finishing his meal, Ling Xiao walked to a quaint wooden cabin beside the starry lake, the former abode of Rong and Xiao Wu. As night had already begun to fall, Ling Xiao decided it would be prudent to rest for the night before returning. You shall remain in the starry forest. He bid farewell to the 2 soul beasts. I shall take my leave. The next morning, he waved goodbye to them. Be cautious on your journey. The sky blue bull python nodded in response. However, just as Ling Xiao departed, the sky underwent a sudden transformation. Thunder roared and a tempest raged. The once bright heavens turned ominous, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the starry forest. Under this oppressive aura, both the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape could only lie trembling upon the ground. Ling Xiao sat steadily on the sword, his curiosity directed towards the direction of the starry forest. What could that be? In an instant, the sky was torn asunder, and 2 figures emanating a terrifying aura emerged. Evil, is this the site of the dark demon evil god's demise? Inquired the benevolent god king, gazing below. Indeed. I can sense the last remnants of the evil god pearl dissipating nearby, the evil god king replied, his focus unwavering. Yet, apart from those 200,000-year soul beasts, there are no other formidable entities here. I do not detect the presence of a deity, remarked the benevolent god king, scanning the surroundings. Impossible. Who else but a god could obliterate my evil god pearl? It seems this deity is quite adept at concealment. No wonder they dare to provoke me. The evil god king's eyes narrowed. Let us descend and investigate. The 2 god kings alighted upon the head of the heavenly blue bull python. With but a single glance, the python sensed the chilling breath of death. Little creature, you inhabit this realm. Tell me who slayed the dark demon evil god. The evil god king hissed coldly. No. I do not know. The heavenly blue bull python trembled under the pressure. Wretched beast, do you comprehend the price of deceiving a deity? The evil god king advanced a step, and the python's body was instantly drenched in blood, teetering on the precipice of death. The titan giant ape, its eyes bloodshot and roaring in fury, found itself powerless. Little creature, concealing the truth brings you no benefit. It would be wise to speak honestly. Who knows? If we are pleased, we might elevate you both to soul beasts surpassing 100,000 years, while deceit shall only lead to your demise. The benevolent god king urged. I have nothing to say. The heavenly blue bull python croaked hoarsely. Very well. It appears you have chosen death, the evil god king declared coldly, ready to strike down the heavenly blue bull python and the titan giant ape. At that moment, a voice echoed, What are you? Who goes there? Hearing this, the evil god king and the benevolent god king exchanged glances, their expressions tightening. They had not sensed anyone's approach. Turning, they beheld Ling Xiao seated upon the sword, his countenance a mixture of curiosity and gravity. To their astonishment, they could not discern the strength of the individual before them. After all, they were god kings. Who are you? The evil god king stepped forward, unleashing his divine aura, yet was taken aback to find the figure before him exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. Ling Xiao did not glance at him, but rather focused on the severely injured Tianqing Niumang. Alas, why do you stubbornly refuse to acknowledge the truth? These two beings have come seeking the death of the dark demon evil god tiger. If you had simply revealed my identity, you would not be in such a grievous state now. Human, they are deities. You must flee at once. Tianqing Niumang gasped, attempting to convey urgency. Do not be hasty. Since these two have inflicted such harm upon you, let them perish to atone for their actions. For now, focus on your recovery. Ling Xiao replied with a light chuckle, producing 2 vials of life water. Human, your arrogance is unfathomable. We are gods, and you dare to speak to us with such disrespect. The evil god king's expression twisted in fury, and sensed that Ling Xiao not only disregarded him and the good god king, but also audaciously referred to them as mere beings. Upon hearing the evil god king's words, Ling Xiao retracted the life water, resolving to confront the 2 deities first, as it would be a swift endeavor. You insignificant wretches dare to harm my friends? Your audacity knows no bounds, Ling Xiao declared, his gaze turning frigid, as if the very fabric of space had solidified in response. Yet, the 2 divine kings remained oblivious, their reason clouded by rage. What? You dare refer to us, noble gods, in such a manner? The evil god king's face darkened, while the good god king's countenance also reflected dismay, for it had been ages since anyone had spoken to them in such a way. Ding. A task has been issued. Judgment God's 9th trial, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th trials engage in battle with the evil god king, inflict wounds upon him, seize the judgment scales, and usurp the evil god king's divine position. Ding. A task has been issued. Devouring God's 9th trial, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th trials engage in battle with the good god king, inflict wounds upon him, seize the heart of goodness, and usurp the good god king's divine position. Ding. A task has been issued. Death God's 9th trial, 6th and 7th trials, slay both the evil god king and the good god king. Ding. A task has been issued. Life God's 9th trial, 5th and 6th trials, heal Tianqing Niumang and the titan giant ape. Perhaps sensing the fury within Ling Xiao, the system promptly issued the tasks, sealing the fates of the 2 divine kings. Chapter 26. The Fall of the Gods. Shall we slay these 2 deities? Ling Xiao gazed upon the 2 divine kings before him, his eyes reflecting a chilling indifference, akin to observing lifeless entities. This very demeanor incited further ire in the 2 deities. You insignificant wretches, you had no business provoking me. Yet, having harmed what is dear to me, you shall face your demise, Ling Xiao proclaimed, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his gaze remained frosty. What did you say? The malevolent divine king bellowed, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and devastating the vicinity of the starry lake for hundreds of meters. Yet, the 2 soul beasts behind Ling Xiao remained utterly unscathed. The malevolent divine king's expression contorted with fury as he unleashed a powerful strike towards Ling Xiao, intent on subduing him. In his eyes, no matter how formidable Ling Xiao might be, he could never rival his status as a divine king. He yearned to capture Ling Xiao, to inflict torment upon him, rendering his existence a living hell, so that he might comprehend the repercussions of his insolence. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao regarded it with utter disdain. The force was far too feeble. A dark chain materialized, effortlessly thwarting the malevolent god king's strike, preventing any advancement. The evil god king and the good god king exchanged solemn glances, astounded that the individual before them could withstand a god king's attack. Although it was not a full-force assault, even the mightiest of deities would struggle against such power. Impressive, the evil god king conceded. It appears you possess considerable strength. No wonder you managed to slay the dark demon evil god tiger and dared to provoke me. Yet, there exists a disparity among gods. Can you truly fathom the might of a god king? Realizing that Ling Xiao was indeed responsible for the demise of the soul beast he had created, the evil god king withdrew his hand and clenched his fist, unleashing a more formidable force toward Ling Xiao. However, his manic expression soon froze, for once again. That very chain impeded his assault, remaining utterly unshaken. The good God King, observing this, approached the evil God King, and together they each struck the dark chain with a punch. To their astonishment, the chain remained unmoved. They were gods, after all, each wielding strength far exceeding hundreds of thousands of pounds, and combined, their power surpassed millions. Gazing at the composed Ling Xiao, they recognized their underestimation of him. Perhaps Ling Xiao's true prowess surpassed their own. Very well, you are indeed formidable. Let us put aside the matter of the dark demon, evil god tiger. You may enter the divine realm, and even aspire to become a law enforcer there, the evil god king declared solemnly. The strength of the individual before them would pose a challenge even for the god of slaughter. You harmed my friend, and now you seek peace? It shall not be so simple. Ling Xiao's voice was icy as the dark chain vanished, and he advanced to deliver a punch towards the evil god king. Enraged, the evil god king did not anticipate that even a god king would concede, yet Ling Xiao was intent on continuing the confrontation. If it is a fight you desire, then let us fight, the evil god king retorted, launching a punch at Ling Xiao as well. In the split second their fists collided. The evil god king's expression shifted dramatically, and excruciating pain surged through him. His fist was shattered by Ling Xiao, the bones in his arm fracturing, flesh torn asunder. Ah! The evil god king was sent hurtling backward, his face contorted in agony. This is impossible. How could you inflict such harm upon me? Despicable! The good god king exclaimed. Rushing to catch the evil god king, her gaze fixed on his mangled hand, her expression twisting into one of fury. Die! She cried, delivering a punch of her own. In truth, her strength slightly surpassed that of the evil god king, though she typically shunned conflict. Ling Xiao observed as the benevolent god king launched a powerful punch towards him. With a casual gesture, he extended his hand and effortlessly caught the god king's fist. However, the strength of the benevolent god king indeed surpassed that of the malevolent god king by nearly 1,000,000 pounds. This is impossible. The benevolent god king's expression shifted in disbelief. He had exerted all his might yet was still thwarted. Your strength surpasses that of that entity, but it remains insufficient, Ling Xiao declared, simultaneously releasing the fist and swiftly seizing the benevolent god king's wrist. An explosive force of tens of millions of pounds erupted, effortlessly crushing the benevolent god king's wrist. The benevolent god king's face contorted in pain as he stumbled backward, gazing in disbelief at the shattered remnants of his arm. The malevolent god king shielded the benevolent god king behind him, his hand now restored to its normal state. With a gaze filled with hatred, he glared at Ling Xiao. How dare this mortal from the lower realms injure both him and the benevolent god king? If he did not eliminate this threat, how could he uphold the dignity of his divine status? Ling Xiao, wielding the blood sword of demonic eyes, pointed its tip at the benevolent god king and the malevolent god king, his gaze serene. It is time for you both to meet your demise. You shall pay an unimaginable price for your transgressions. The voice of the malevolent god king dripped with hatred as a peculiar scale materialized in his hand, the judgment scale, one of the few super artifacts existing in the divine realm. As Ling Xiao beheld the scales of judgment, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he advanced and grasped this extraordinary artifact. The evil god king was taken aback, utterly bewildered by how Ling Xiao had appeared before him. The good god king, witnessing Ling Xiao seize the scales, hastily unleashed divine power in an attempt to counteract. However, the dark chains encircling Ling Xiao effortlessly deflected all the assaults, while simultaneously, the evil god king was sent flying by Ling Xiao's forceful strike, causing the scales of judgment to slip from his grasp. Ling Xiao cast a glance at the kindness god king, and, with a casual sweep of his sword, unleashed a wave of sword energy that severed the god king's limbs and inflicted a horrific wound upon his abdomen. After letting out a harrowing scream, the kindness god king plummeted to the ground. Kindness! The evil god king wailed, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury as he gazed at Ling Xiao, the murderous intent within him seemingly yearning to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. Ling Xiao directly ignored such a gaze, as the black chains ensnared the malevolent god king. Suddenly, a figure materialized in Ling Xiao's mind, and his gaze transformed, resembling the boundless void. Grasping a blood-red sword, he executed a swift strike. The first move, Judgment. A jet-black sword aura surged towards the evil god king, shattering the fabric of space itself. The evil god king's eyes widened in terror as he sensed the chilling breath of death. Impossible! I am a god king. How could I perish? He shouted in horror. Yet, the reality remained immutable. At the very moment the sword energy made contact, his body began to disintegrate, his soul unable to escape, ultimately leaving only the essence of the evil God King behind. One of the 5 God Kings of the divine realm, the evil God King, met his demise. At this moment, Ling Xiao's gaze returned to normal, and the dark sword light vanished, the fractured space mending itself. What was that? Ling Xiao pondered, perplexed. He had never learned any sword techniques, yet the move he had just executed felt as though it was innate to him. After a moment of contemplation yielded no answers. He dismissed the thought, attributing it to the system's influence. No. The benevolent God King on the ground cried out in despair, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Her body seemingly stripped of its self-healing capabilities. Having accompanied the malevolent God King for so long, she was struck by the reality of his demise. And she too could not escape the fate of death, for she saw Ling Xiao approaching her. Well, now it is your turn. You demon. The benevolent God King's eyes glared with loathing. Wait. What do you mean I am a demon? It was you two who provoked me first. Had you not harmed those 2 soul beasts, I would never have come here. Ling Xiao retorted nonchalantly. The truth was undeniable. Had they not injured the Azure Sky Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape, Ling Xiao would have returned long ago, and the system would not have issued a quest. Enough. Now, I shall send you to accompany that wretched being, Ling Xiao declared, transforming his hand into a claw that swiftly pierced the benevolent God King's chest. Extracting her heart, her eyes widened in shock as she let out a wail, but soon, as her heart was removed, she succumbed to death. In her final moments, her gaze remained fixed upon Ling Xiao, the hatred in her eyes refusing to dissipate. However, Ling Xiao remained indifferent, and with a wave of his hand, black flames descended, incinerating the benevolent God King's corpse to ashes, leaving only her divine seat behind. The benevolent God King, one of the 5 great God Kings of the divine realm, has met her demise. Ling Xiao carefully stored the 2 divine positions of the God Kings, gazing at the starry lake, which had suffered even greater devastation than during his previous encounter. He instinctively rubbed his temples. Approaching the Azure Bull Python, he produced a vial of life water. The Azure Bull Python opened its mouth, and Ling Xiao poured the life water inside. A black chain delivered another vial of life water to the Titan giant ape, which also opened its mouth to receive the precious liquid. Remarkably, within a mere minute, the severely wounded Azure Bull Python had fully restored itself to its peak condition. Thank you. The Azure Bull Python expressed its gratitude to Ling Xiao. It was nothing. This calamity befell you due to my slaying of that soul beast. Ling Xiao waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Task completed. Chapter 27. Dread of the Divine Realm, the God of Death's 9th Trial. 6th and 7th Trials completed. Reward. Death set. Shadow of the God of Death. The God of Judgment's 9th Trial. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th Trials completed. Reward. Judgment Eye. Judgment Flame. Angel of Slaughter set. Shadow of the God of Judgment. The God of Devouring's 9th Trial. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Trials completed. Reward. Soul Devourer. Devouring Beast God. Devouring Firmament. Devouring set. The God of Life's 9th Trial. 5th and 6th Trials completed. Reward. Life Essence. Life set. The rewards this time were abundant, with the system's voice continuing for over a minute before finally subsiding. Wow, these rewards are truly remarkable. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The starry forest was indeed a place of abundant fortune, and here he had reaped the greatest rewards. However, as he gazed at the starry lake and the surrounding ground, which had been ravaged beyond recognition, a frown creased his brow. This devastation was far more severe than my previous experience. Nevertheless, as long as we are alive, the environment can gradually be restored. The Azure Bull Python sighed, remarking that surviving under the hand of the divine was an exceedingly fortunate circumstance. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and a quiet fury began to rise within him. He gazed into the sky, as though transcending layers of space to glimpse the fabled divine realm. The divine realm. One day, I shall journey to the divine realm and make these so-called deities pay for their actions today. Alas, if only I could reverse time for now. I must first attempt to summon the phantom of the God of Life. Ling Xiao silently resolved. Ling Xiao shook his head and ascended into the sky, whereupon a hazy figure towering hundreds of meters appeared behind him. This specter floated gracefully, its eyes radiating a gentle green light, brimming with vitality. With a delicate wave of its hand towards the starry lake, the figure mirrored the gesture, scattering glimmers of light that prompted the flora and fauna below to flourish. While the tainted waters of the lake were purified, with some of the clean water cascading into the starry lake itself. The azure bull python and the titan giant ape gazed in awe at Ling Xiao above, feeling the invigorating light enveloping them, their powers incrementally rising. After a brief span of time, Ling Xiao descended, and the figure gradually faded away, leaving the azure bull python transformed into an 180,000-year-old spirit beast and the titan giant ape into a 150,000-year-old spirit beast. What is that? The azure bull python trembled with astonishment. The god of life, Ling Xiao declared. Witnessing the vibrant starry lake and sensing its newfound strength, the azure bull python marveled at the omnipotent power of the god of life. At that moment, the deities in the divine realm silently observed the events unfolding on the Douluo Continent, utterly speechless, as they were overwhelmed by shock. Even the sea god, who initially intended to demonstrate the consequences of breaching divine law, was struck with fear at the sight before him. How could there exist such formidable beings? The two divine kings had been effortlessly slain. If he were to arrive in the divine realm, would anyone be able to oppose him? My lord, the good god king and the evil god king have been killed. What should we do? Should we mobilize to eliminate this deity? The fire god cautiously inquired of the sure god king. In response, the surrounding deities cast fearful and furious glances at him, unwilling to meet their demise. The sure god king fell silent. The strength among these divine kings was relatively comparable, although he was the mightiest among them. The ease and swiftness with which the two divine kings were dispatched left him at a loss. Even the once most powerful deity, the dragon god, who instigated the divine war, could not have achieved such a feat, and he was uncertain of how to proceed. Even the most reckless of them, the god of destruction, remained silent, lacking the confidence to confront someone capable of effortlessly slaying the evil and good god kings and seizing their divine positions. He feared that even in alliance with life, he too might meet a similar fate. The goddess of life sighed deeply, having sensed an unsettling premonition, which had now culminated in the death of two divine kings and the emergence of an immensely terrifying adversary. What should be done? If this individual were to descend upon the divine realm, would a massacre ensue, akin to the dragon god's rampage? And his power undoubtedly surpassed that of the dragon god by a considerable margin. Did the divine realm truly have a path to survival? A second-tier god trembled and voiced his fears. What if he comes to the divine realm? He could slaughter the deities and seize their positions. And surely he has those in his company who aspire to become gods. Perhaps he may seek to hunt us down. His words cast a heavy pall over the assembly of gods, amplifying their trepidation. Some gods resolved to descend to plead for mercy from Ling Xiao, even if it meant violating divine law and facing punishment, as it presented at least a chance for survival. Optimistically, they considered that perhaps they might discover suitable successors for divine positions and regain their freedom. Silence, the sure god king bellowed, restoring quiet among the deities with his commanding presence. Everyone, let us remain calm and deliberate on our course of action. All divine kings and first-tier gods shall convene at the divine council to discuss this matter. After reaching a decision, he soared towards the divine council, accompanied by the god of destruction and the goddess of life, alongside several first-tier gods. The remaining deities, though burdened with worry, followed suit. But a persistent gloom lingered in their hearts, casting a shadow over their spirits. Now it appears that all is well. I have truly departed. Ling Xiao bid farewell once more to the two spirit beasts. Farewell, the azure bull python replied. Goodbye. Unexpectedly, the titan giant ape also spoke up, its voice endearingly clumsy. Diming, you can talk now? The azure bull python exclaimed in surprise, having never heard it before. Yes, perhaps it's because I am now a 150,000-year-old spirit beast. The titan giant ape chuckled, scratching its head with a sheepish grin. Ling Xiao waved his hand at the two soul beasts, instantly vanishing into the air as he soared towards the outskirts of the Starry forest, preparing to return to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 28. The Return to the Spirit Hall. Ling Xiao sat upon his sword, soaring towards the Spirit Hall. He had spent nearly half a year at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, although he had returned to the Spirit Hall during this period. His last visit was a fortnight ago. Prior to his return, he made a trip to Ning City, where he bestowed upon Rabbit Row and Xiao Wu some low-grade life water. After spending some time with them, sharing a meal, and resting a while, he set off again towards the Spirit Hall. Soon, Ling Xiao beheld the towering statue of the angel and the magnificent Spirit Hall in the distance. It had been quite some time. He wondered how his teacher was faring. As Ling Xiao entered the Spirit Hall on his swift journey, his return went unnoticed by anyone. As Ling Xiao arrived at the entrance of the Papal Hall, He dismounted from his sword and, upon entering, beheld Bibi Dong seated upon the papal throne. One hand propping her head, her eyes closed in a state of repose. "Teacher," Ling Xiao exclaimed, instantly appearing before Bibi Dong. Upon hearing his voice, Bibi Dong immediately opened her eyes. Upon seeing Ling Xiao before her, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she enveloped him in her embrace. "Shower, why have you not returned in the past month? I thought you had forsaken me." Bibi Dong inhaled the familiar scent of Ling Xiao, realizing he had truly returned. Throughout the past month, she had been consumed by thoughts of him. Never had time felt so interminable. In her dreams, his visage was ever present, and at times, she experienced vivid hallucinations, leading to restless nights and an evident weariness etched upon her features. Although she was his teacher, Ling Xiao's formidable strength rendered her more of a guardian than an instructor, and this deeply troubled her, as she feared he might deem her superfluous and abandon her. "How could that be? You are far too wonderful. I would never leave you," Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Bibi Dong nodded, suddenly casting aside her scepter. And in an instant, the two vanished from the papal hall, reappearing in a chamber where they tumbled onto the bed, leaving Ling Xiao bewildered. "Shower, do not move. I have been exceedingly weary of late and wish to rest properly," Bibi Dong declared, hastily discarding her shoes onto the floor. Before drawing Ling Xiao close and closing her eyes, slipping into a peaceful slumber with a faint smile gracing her lips. Ling Xiao remained still upon witnessing this, removing his shoes and socks with the chains and placing them on the ground before drifting into slumber. As the sun set and night enveloped the world, Bibi Dong awoke from her dreams, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Ling Xiao in her embrace. Her eyes grew hazy as she leaned forward to gently kiss his forehead. Thus, Bibi Dong held Ling Xiao quietly, her gaze softening, while beams of moonlight streamed through the window, casting a serene beauty upon the two. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ling Xiao gradually awoke, and upon opening his eyes, he found Bibi Dong looking at him. "Teacher, how long have I slept?" Ling Xiao inquired as he sat up, observing the night sky outside the hall. "It hasn't been long, perhaps 3 hours," Bibi Dong replied. Also sitting up and tidying her disheveled attire, noticing Ling Xiao's hand instinctively touch his stomach. "Are you hungry, Xiaoer? I shall have someone prepare food at once," Bibi Dong said, putting on her shoes and crown, and then making her way outside. Ling Xiao sat on the bed, stretching lazily before putting on his shoes and socks. After washing his face, just as he stepped out of the papal hall, a figure rushed towards him, enveloping him in an embrace. "Sister Nar, what brings you here?" Ling Xiao gently patted Hulaina's shoulder. "Shower, how could you stay away from home for so long and return without seeking me out? Do you have any idea how much I missed you?" Hulaina exclaimed, her grip on Ling Xiao tightening with growing intensity. Ling Xiao sensed a slight tremor in Hulaina's body. He gently patted her shoulder and looked up to see Xiao Wu and Yin, who were staring wide-eyed at them from a short distance away. Upon catching Ling Xiao's gaze, Xiao Wu immediately snapped back to reality, his body shuddering as he swiftly pulled the seemingly petrified Yin away, not daring to glance back. Once they had retreated to a safe distance, Xiao Wu paused, exhaling a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yin, who appeared to be on the verge of a breakdown, and with a hint of sympathy, he patted his shoulder. "Yin, my friend, it's not that I don't support your pursuit of my sister. But as you can see, Laina has someone in her heart, and it's the Holy Sun. You cannot possibly compare yourself to him. The Holy Sun's status is known throughout the Spirit Hall. If you dare to oppose him, well, I admire your spirit. I fear you will most likely not survive such a confrontation," Xiao Wu lamented. Though Hulaina was his sister, he could not force her affections. Moreover, the Holy Sun was not someone to be trifled with. Angering him meant opposing the Spirit Hall, leading to the wrath of numerous titled Douluo, Spirit Douluo, and Spirit Saints. Yin regained his composure, contemplating the dire consequences of opposing the Holy Sun, and felt a shiver run through him. The potential outcome was far graver than death itself, a fate from which even the gods could not save him. With hollow eyes, Yin sighed, "Brother Xiao Wu, I understand. Do not worry. I am not foolish enough to confront the Holy Sun. I wish to live." Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had known Yin since childhood and feared that in a moment of impulse, Yin might provoke Ling Xiao and meet a tragic end. "It is good that you understand. However, do not lose heart. The world is vast. Do you truly fear you will not encounter someone you admire?" Xiao Wu encouraged, patting Yin's shoulder. Yin nodded and said, "Brother Xiao Wu, let us go out for a drink." "All right, to help you forget today's troubles, I shall accompany you for a hearty drink. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." The The two linked arms and strolled towards the spirit hall's exit. Sister please set me down. I still wish to eat. Ling Xiao exclaimed. Haven't you eaten yet, Xiao Wu? Hulaina questioned as she let him down. No. I fell asleep with my teacher as soon as I returned and have only just woken up. Ling Xiao shook his head. Dinner is ready. At that moment, Bibi Dong returned, followed by several maidservants bearing dishes. Leave us. After the maidservants placed the food down, Bibi Dong instructed them to depart. Ling Xiao immediately seated himself, eagerly picking up his chopsticks to begin eating. Bibi Dong had not dined yet either, and although Hulaina had eaten, she chose to keep him company. After the meal, it was already quite late, and Bibi Dong and Hulaina took Ling Xiao to wash up and bathe. Ling Xiao shed his garments, revealing skin as smooth as jade, a slender waist, and a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. His physique resembled the most exquisite of artworks, flawless in every aspect. Bibi Dong and Hulaina gazed in wonder at this sight, marveling at how much more beautiful Xiao had become after such a long absence. Hulaina, blushing, contemplated as she entered the bathing pool, while Bibi Dong also joined, reflecting that, in terms of sheer beauty, Xiao surpassed even her own allure, making it hard to fathom how breathtaking he would be upon reaching maturity. After their bath, half an hour had elapsed. Once they donned their garments, they reclined on the bed and soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 29. The Yi family. The following day, after breakfast, Ling Xiao found himself alone in his chamber, perusing the system interface before him. Host. Name. Ling Xiao. Age. 5. Soul weapon. Demon Eye Blood Sword. Source Flame Realm. Late God Sovereign. Stellar Body not yet activated. Divine Positions. Titan. God of Life. 6 out of 9. God of Death. 7 out of 9. God of Judgment. 7 out of 9. God of Devouring. 6 out of 9. Divine Abilities. Celestial Finger. Judgment Eye. Judgment Flame. Blood Devour. Spirit Devour. Soul Devour. Celestial Devouring. Wind and Thunder Domain. Phantom of the God of Death. Phantom of the God of Judgment Inventory. Low-grade Life Water. Mid-grade Life Water. Soul Weapon Advancement Energy. High-grade Life Water. Life Essence. Life Set. Book of Death. Undead War God. Corpse King Servant. Death Armor. Death Set. Judgment Wings. Mechanical Evil Tiger. Angel of Slaughter Set. Devouring Beast God. Devouring Set. Having accumulated such an impressive array of gains was truly delightful. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy. After a brief assessment of the system panel, he closed it and exited his room, bidding farewell to Bibi Dong as he soared towards the Heaven Do Empire. After several minutes, Ling Xiao's figure appeared above a vast estate. He consulted the map in his hand, surveyed the estate briefly, and then flew in a particular direction. Qian, how did Lingling fare at the Heaven Do Royal Academy yesterday? An elder clad in black and white attire, his hair and beard already streaked with gray, inquired of a beautiful woman beside him, dressed in light azure. Father, Lingling quite enjoys the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and the instructors there are fond of her as well. Gaining admission poses no issue. Yi Qian replied respectfully, accompanied by a young girl who was none other than Yi Lingling. Now 11 years old, Yi Lingling had blossomed into a young lady, adorned in a pale blue dress. Her fair and translucent visage radiated an exquisite clarity, her bright eyes sparkling with vitality, her delicate nose perfectly shaped, and her hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her petite frame exuded an undeniable charm. Indeed, however, it's only natural. Lingling's talents must have astounded them. I even feel that the Heaven Do Royal Academy is somewhat beneath her, Yi Shuan remarked, her complexion flushing as she expressed a hint of disdain regarding the academy. Yet, Father, aside from the top 3 sects, the Heaven Do Royal Academy is the only suitable place for Lingling to learn, and the top 3 sects would never permit other families to join. I am well aware of that. Otherwise, how could Lingling possibly attend such a mere institution? At just 11, she has already reached the 32nd level as a soul master. Such talent is unparalleled. Yu Shuan scoffed, though the delight on her face was unmistakable. Lingling, should you desire anything, simply inform your grandfather. He will surely grant your wishes. Yu Shuan said with a gentle expression, a warm smile gracing her features. Grandfather, I wish to visit the spirit hall in the future. Yi Lingling uttered softly, her head bowed. Yu Shuyun's expression faltered momentarily before quickly returning to normal. He nodded with a gentle gaze, saying, since Lingling wishes to visit the spirit hall, your grandfather shall not obstruct you. However, you must be accompanied by guards. You are now the hope of our family and must not encounter any mishaps. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's face brightened, and she affectionately grasped one of Yi Shuyun's hands. Declaring, understood, grandfather, I will protect myself. Yushuan sighed, reaching out to stroke Yilingling's small head. How could he not understand her intentions for wishing to visit the spirit hall? Yet, as a neutral family, entangling themselves with the spirit hall was undeniably perilous. Aunt Chan. Sister Lingling. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. The three looked in the direction of the voice, and there, perched upon a blood-red blade, was a figure clad in white. The unexpected arrival startled Yi Shuyan, who instinctively grew wary. Meanwhile, Yu Chanqian and Yu Lingling gazed at the figure above in confusion, but upon hearing the familiar address, realization struck them, prompting them to exclaim in disbelief, "Shower!" Ling Xiao descended before a few individuals, waving his hand in greeting. Aunt Chanqian, Sister Lingling. It has been quite some time. The onlookers were stunned, unable to fathom that Ling Xiao had graced their home today, let alone that he had already awakened his martial soul. Yi Chanqian and Yi Lingling gazed at Ling Xiao in astonishment, recalling that he seemed scarcely 5 years old. Yet he had grown significantly, nearly matching Yi Lingling's height. "Shower, you've arrived. I was just thinking of seeking you out." Upon recognizing Ling Xiao, Yi Chanqian's expression softened. Over the course of that year, she had come to regard him as her own child, and the joy in her heart was palpable at their reunion. "Shower, it has been so long." Yi Lingling approached Ling Xiao with a radiant smile adorning her face. "Is this the boy who has lingered in Lingling's thoughts? He appears rather unremarkable." Yu Shuan observed Ling Xiao quietly, scrutinizing him. "Shower, when did you awaken your martial soul?" "We received no word," Yi Chanqian inquired gently, with Yu Lingling also directing her gaze at Ling Xiao. Initially, she had intended to wait until Ling Xiao turned 6 to witness his martial soul awakening at the Martial Soul Hall. Yet now, here they were, and he had already achieved it. "I awakened my martial soul a year ago," Ling Xiao replied casually, startling those before him. "Impossible. You were merely 4 years old a year ago. How could you have awakened your martial soul?" Yu Shuyan countered vehemently. The truth remained that martial souls were typically awakened at the age of 6, a universal truth in the Douluo Continent, one that no one could defy. "Is what you say truly the case?" Yi Chanqian asked, her expression reflecting disbelief. "That is indeed the reality. I have possessed my martial soul for a year," Ling Xiao stated, observing the significant reactions of those present without feeling any particular surprise himself. Yu Shuyun's expression was one of shock, however. Ling Xiao had no motive to deceive them, yet it was still difficult for her to accept, as such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. Ling Xiao gazed at the individuals before him, retrieving 3 vials of life water from his storage space and presenting them to the trio. "Shower, what is this?" Yi Chanqian inquired, her eyes fixated on the vibrant life water in Ling Xiao's hands, irresistibly drawn to its dazzling appearance, longing to consume it. Yi Lingling and Yi Shuyan also closely scrutinized the vials, their innermost desires ignited. "This is life water. Aunt Chanqian, your martial souls are all 9 heart Tang, which should be beneficial for you. Drink it quickly," Ling Xiao urged. Yi Shuyan hesitated, uncertain whether this was a scheme of the spirit hall. Considering they were the bearers of the 9 heart Tang martial soul, Yi Chanqian and Yi Lingling shared similar reservations, not out of fear of Ling Xiao, but rather because they perceived the item as exceedingly precious. "Shower, this life water must be valuable. We cannot accept it." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chanqian spoke, reluctantly diverting her gaze from the alluring vials. Yu Shuan was taken aback, pondering how both Chanqian and Lingling placed such trust in the man before them. Despite having previously lived together, after all, Ling Xiao was associated with the spirit hall. "There's no need for concern. I have plenty of life water. 3 vials are nothing." Ling Xiao waved his hand dismissively, completely unfazed, as he still possessed 3 lakes of life water. Yi Chanqian was at a loss for words as Ling Xiao directly seized a vial and removed its cap. "Lingling, quickly drink." Ling Xiao presented the life water to Yi Lingling, while simultaneously 2 chains appeared, delivering the vials to Yi Shuyan and Yi Chanqian. Seeing this, Yi Lingling had no choice but to drink the life water. Yu Shuan opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, and could only anxiously watch Yi Lingling. Upon consuming the life water, Yi Lingling's aura began to strengthen, her soul power rising from level 32 to 38. Yu Shuan and Yi Chanqian were astounded. Witnessing Yu Lingling reach level 38, their gazes shifting back to the life water in their hands. No longer hesitating, they too consumed the life water. Soon, like Yu Lingling, their soul powers began to ascend. Yi Chanqian reached level 70, seemingly not at her limit, while Yu Shiyun's power increased from 92 to 94. The trio, feeling the surge of their newfound strength, gaped in astonishment, their minds momentarily adrift. "How about that? I have more." Upon witnessing their expressions, Ling Xiao refilled the empty vials in their hands. They stared deeply at the life water, lost in contemplation. Yu Shuwen felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that Yu Qianqian and Yu Lingling had been with the spirit hall, for without that, how could he have obtained such a treasure? The group sealed the vials, keeping them close, recognizing that such a precious resource should be reserved for critical moments. Their rapid enhancement and strength necessitated a period of consolidation to avoid being overwhelmed by their newfound power. Why aren't you drinking? Ling Xiao inquired. No. Our power is increasing too quickly. We need to solidify our foundations. We shall consume this life water later. Yu Shuwen replied, with Yu Lingling nodding in agreement. This time, Yu Shuwen looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. With such items in his possession, he pondered how much the spirit hall's strength would grow. Perhaps now. The spirit hall was potent enough to challenge all forces on the continent. Yet, he found some solace in the fact that Ling Xiao maintained a good relationship with his daughter and granddaughter. Otherwise, he would not have presented such a valuable item. Chapter 30, Tiando Royal Academy. Saint Son of the Spirit Hall. Yi Shuyun stroked his beard, gazing at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao regarded Yi Shuyun, unsure of his intentions. Ahem, I recognize your close ties with Qianqian and the others, so I hope you will treat them well and not harm them. Yu Shuwen said, taking a deep breath. His eyes filled with complexity. Aunt Qianqian and Lingling are wonderful. Why would I harm them? Ling Xiao responded, puzzled. I hope the Saint Son continues to act in this manner. Qianqian, Lingling, please show the Saint Son around the Yi family. After saying this, Yi Xian departed. Yi Qianqian and Yu Lingling exchanged confused glances, unable to comprehend Yi Shuyun's sudden demeanor, as he had initially appeared so amiable. Shower. Let us take you on a tour of the Yi family. Yi Qianqian proposed. Sure. Ling Xiao agreed without reservation. As Yu Shuwen turned to watch the trio walk away, a lingering sorrow clouded his eyes. Alas, with the existence of this Saint Son, the Spirit Hall's ambition and strength may incite war between the two great empires, leading to the potential obliteration of countless families. The Yi family is too weak to withstand such conflict. All I can do now is hope that Qianqian and the others can forge a good relationship with him to ensure the survival of the Yi family in the future. Yu Shuwen sighed softly. Aunt Qianqian, I heard that your 9-heart Sitang martial soul can achieve resurrection. Is that true? Ling Xiao inquired. Indeed, it is possible. But we must reach the level of title Douluo first. Currently, my father is the only title Douluo in our family. Moreover, the 9-heart Sitang martial soul can only exist in 3 instances at a time, passed down through a single lineage. Throughout the years, only my father has attained the title Douluo level, Yi Qianqian explained. It was precisely due to Yi Shuyun's existence that the Yi family held a high status in the Tiando Empire, even earning respect from the 3 sections I see. Yet that is still quite impressive, as it entails resurrection. It is akin to having an additional life, a technique so divine that it is not an exaggeration. Some limitations are quite normal. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Certainly, my martial soul grants me a significant position within the Tiando Royal Academy. If not for the lack of offensive capabilities, I would be the leader of the Tiando battle team. Yu Lingling boasted with pride. Shower. Would you like to visit the Tiando Royal Academy? Yu Lingling suddenly suggested. Yi Qianqian's expression shifted slightly. After all, Ling Xiao is the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall, and he might face bullying at the academy. Sure. Ling Xiao nodded, as he had nothing else to do. Yi Qianqian contemplated for a moment before leaning closer to Yi Lingling and instructing, Lingling, remember, do not reveal Shower's identity at the Tiando Royal Academy. Do not even mention his name. If anyone inquires, say he is your younger brother and his name is Yi Yutian. The Tiando royal family was unaware of the Yi family's specific circumstances, only knowing about their title Douluo and martial soul lineage. So Ling Xiao's identity would not raise eyebrows nor arouse suspicion from the royal family. Aunt Qianqian, there is no need for that. I have already visited the Tiando royal family and met the emperor. Ling Xiao interjected, having grasped the rationale. What? Yi Qianqian was taken aback. Shower. How did you gain entry to meet His Majesty? Because I possess another identity, that of the young master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ling Xiao shrugged. Startling Yi Qianqian. Shower, are you not the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile school are allied, allowing me to be both the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall and the young master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ling Xiao spoke. And Yi Qianqian gasped upon hearing it. This secret appeared to hold great significance. If exposed, it could potentially lead to the downfall of the Yi family. Such matters must remain confidential. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qianqian declared, since you, Shower, possess a distinguished identity, it poses no issue. Lingling, Remember that Xiao is now the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Forget his status as the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Mother, I understand. Yi Lingling responded with seriousness. Very well, you may go and enjoy yourselves. Yi Qianqian nodded, escorting the two to the carriage, where the driver took them to the Tiando Royal Academy. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Yi Lingling held Ling Zhao's hand as they disembarked and strolled along the path of the Tiando Royal Academy. Xiao, this is the Tiando Royal Academy. It is rather splendid. Isn't it? Yi Lingling remarked, gesturing towards the scenic surroundings. Quite beautiful. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. The Tiando Royal Academy truly lived up to its reputation as a royal institution, emanating an air of opulence, though it paled in comparison to the estate he possessed within the Spirit Hall. As they wandered, three individuals approached them. Lingling, are you here to visit the academy? The leading handsome young man's eyes lit up upon spotting Yi Lingling, as he hastily stepped forward, disregarding Ling Xiao entirely. Captain, we are not yet on such familiar terms. I would appreciate it if you could address me by my full name, Yi Lingling replied, her expression unchanged, tinged with a hint of aloofness. Lingling, must you be so distant? I am, after all, the captain of the battle team. The young man's expression stiffened, yet he persisted. This individual is Yu Tianhing, the captain of the battle team I belong to in the Tiando Empire. The other young man is AOC Luo. And the girl is Du Guyan, my teammates. Yi Lingling introduced the trio to Ling Xiao, ignoring Yu Tianhing's advances. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and cast a glance at Du Guyan, the beloved granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo Dugubo. Although Dugubo is regarded as the weakest among the titled Douluo on the battlefield, none dare to underestimate him. For in the heat of team assaults, regardless of the number of opponents beneath the titled Douluo rank, none can rival his might. In Ling Zhao's mind, thoughts of Dugu Yen and Dugubo surfaced. Due to Dugubo's influence, few dared to provoke her, even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which boasted a titled Douluo. However, he soon dismissed these considerations as irrelevant to him. Lingling, who is this child? I've never seen him before. Dugu Yen inquired curiously. This is the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I met him when I was younger. Yi Lingling replied. The revelation caused both Yu Tianhing and Dugu Yen to stiffen. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Dugubo was considered the weakest among the titled Douluo, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had only one titled Douluo. Yet the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possessed two powerful titled Douluo. Among the top three sects, only the former Haotian clan could compare, and now, with the Haotian clan in seclusion, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School stood as the mightiest sect in the Tiando Empire. This news compelled them to reassess their perception of Ling Xiao. Though they would no longer underestimate him, they also felt it unseemly to ingratiate themselves too eagerly. Lingling, when did the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School acquire a young master? Duguyan asked. She was aware of a little princess from the sect but had never heard of this young master. I cannot say. That is a private matter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yi Lingling responded. Indeed, it is not our place to meddle in the affairs of their sect. Duguyan nodded. Come, Lingling, my grandfather is visiting the academy today. Accompany me to meet him, Duguyan said, shaking Yi Lingling's hand. All right. Yi Lingling glanced at Ling Xiao, who nodded in agreement. Duguyan pulled Yi Lingling away, while Yi Lingling grasped Ling Zhao's hand, ignoring Yu Tianhing altogether. Yu Tianhing felt a flicker of anger but managed to suppress it, for Yi Lingling's grandfather was not someone to be trifled with. His family had urged him to befriend Yi Lingling, yet she had never reciprocated. Oslo, standing nearby, remained silent. He lacked the backing of a powerful faction, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Lingling, what are your thoughts on Yu Tianhing? Duguyan asked curiously during their walk. What is there to think? I have no affection for him. Yi Lingling frowned slightly. If you dislike him, then so be it. Yu Tianheng, relying on his family, regards others with disdain. One might think he is a titled Douluo. Duguyan scoffed. That is to be expected. After all, he possesses the top-tier beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and is a genius within his clan, so his arrogance is understandable. Yi Lingling remarked, unfazed by this, recognizing her own exceptional talent and her family's strength, which justified a sense of pride. Let us not dwell on him, Duguyan nodded, turning her gaze back to Yi Lingling. Lingling, has your soul power increased again? Yes, there has been a slight increase, Yi Lingling confirmed. She refrained from disclosing the precise extent of her growth, as a 6-level increase in such a short time would be evident to any discerning eye. That's truly impressive. Yin expressed, envious. Lingling's soul power level was undoubtedly the highest among their team, had it not been for her martial soul. The captain would certainly have been her. As the trio entered the academy's committee room, they found not only the 3 committee members, but also an elderly man clad in green armor, his hair also green, seated and sipping tea. Upon seeing him, Yin gleefully rushed forward and sweetly called out, "Grandfather." Chapter 31. Journey across the continent. The extreme north. Yin leapt into the old man's embrace, nearly spilling his tea. "Ah, Yin, have you missed your grandfather?" Bo chuckled, gently ruffling Yin's hair. "Of course, I have missed you, grandfather." Yin affectionately replied, clinging to his arm. "Ha ha." Bo laughed heartily. After the passing of his children, he lavished affection on this granddaughter, determined to protect her forever, even at the cost of his own life. "Grandfather, this is my teammate and friend, Lingling." Yin introduced her to Bo. "Hello, senior title Douluo." Lingling stepped forward to greet him. Bo glanced at Lingling, smiling as he nodded. He was aware that she hailed from the Yi family, which boasted a title Douluo, and as Yin's friend, he naturally did not treat her with indifference. Yin, your friend is indeed a genius," Bo exclaimed, slightly surprised as he sensed Lingling's soul power level. Of course, Lingling possesses the strongest aptitude at the Tiando Royal Academy. Had it not been for her martial soul being the 9-heart begonia, the captain would undoubtedly be Lingling, Yin added. Bo, sensing Lingling's soul power, grew slightly solemn but did not dwell on it, considering her martial soul lacked offensive capabilities. "Haha, it seems your friend is quite the prodigy, with an immeasurable future ahead," Bo praised. This was a kind sentiment. For a talent like Lingling had a significant chance of achieving the status of a titled Douluo or even surpassing Bo in soul power level. Furthermore, with her unique 9-heart begonia martial soul, cultivating a good relationship would undoubtedly benefit Yin's future development. "You flatter me, senior titled Douluo," Lingling humbly responded. She maintained a deep respect for beings of titled Douluo caliber, acknowledging that even if she were to become one in the future, her combat strength would likely still be the weakest among them, given her martial soul's singular focus on healing. Reflecting on this, Lingling sighed resignedly. Yet, with every loss, there was a gain, and her martial soul's healing capabilities were unparalleled. Ling Xiao keenly sensed that Lingling was feeling somewhat downcast. After a moment of contemplation, he understood the reason why. In the past, he may have been powerless, but now he possessed the ability to harness the energy of soul weapon advancement. "I am not exaggerating. Your talent is unparalleled, the likes of which I have never encountered before. The future you will achieve is beyond imagination." Bo waved his hand dismissively. "Grandfather, did you come specifically to see me this time?" Yin inquired. "Indeed, Yin. This time, Grandpa will take you to a wonderful place," Bo replied, gently stroking Yin's small head, a glimmer of tenderness flashing in his eyes. "Yay, Grandpa. Can I bring Lingling along?" Yin's face lit up with anticipation. Bo's expression stiffened. The location he intended to visit was best kept a secret, lest others be overtaken by greed. "Yin, Grandpa wishes to take you to a secret place, a surprise just for you. Your friend is not suited to accompany us." Bo firmly declined. Though he was unaware of the specifics, he was certain that whatever lay ahead was exceedingly precious, and he could not risk the possibility of others harboring malicious intent upon encountering those treasures. "I see," Yin said, casting an apologetic glance at Lingling. "Yin, it's quite all right, since it's a secret prepared by the esteemed poison Douluo for you. It would indeed be inappropriate for an outsider like me to join," Lingling softly responded. She did not feel particularly disheartened, for everyone harbored secrets. With this thought, she discreetly glanced at Ling Xiao, whom she held by the hand. Yin, let's go with Grandpa now." Bo nodded, setting down his teacup, ready to lead Yin away. As for Ling Xiao, he was of little concern to him, merely a child. "All right, Lingling, goodbye. Esteemed committee members, farewell." Yin bid farewell to Lingling and the 3 committee members. "Farewell, esteemed poison Douluo." The 3 committee members, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, bowed respectfully to Bo. All of them were soul Douluo. Should they provoke the title Douluo Bo with his peculiar temperament, they could very well experience the sensation of poisoning. Though it would not lead to their demise, it would certainly be agonizing. After nodding in acknowledgement, Bo departed with Yin. The 2 then spent a little more time at the Heaven Do Royal Academy before departing. Lingling returned to the Yi family, while Ling Xiao made his way towards the Spirit Hall. Ling Xiao remained in the spirit hall for over a year, during which he left behind some life water. As a result of this life water, the strength of the tidal Douluo within the spirit hall has significantly increased, with no one below the rank of 95. Although he did not deliberately cultivate it, his pet, Bai Ling, has also approached the power of an 80,000-year spirit beast, its size surpassing even that of the Titan Great Ape. This revelation made Bibi Dong and others aware of his spirit beast companions, among which are 4 spirit beasts of 100,000 years. However, none of them harbored any covetous thoughts towards these spirit beasts, as Bai Ling had long since settled into the spirit hall. Following this period, Ling Xiao chose not to linger in the spirit hall any longer. Instead, he embarked on a journey across the continent, opting to traverse it step by step rather than relying on flight. Ling Xiao once again arrived at the dwelling of Tu Ro and her companion. After bestowing upon them some life-giving water, he set forth into the forest, leaving them with reluctant gazes. Over the course of more than a year, Ling Xiao had reached the age of 8 and attained the divine rank of the god of space, embarking on the divine examination. Presently, he appeared to be around 15 years old. Now, Ling Xiao found himself in a realm blanketed by pristine snow, walking upon the Douluo Continent for the very first time. This place was truly remarkable. The soul beasts here were predominantly of the ice and snow attribute, and it seemed that powerful soul beasts were more abundant and formidable than those found in the Stardo forest. Ling Xiao traversed the icy expanse, where the biting cold felt no different than temperate weather to him. After walking several kilometers, he paused to capture a 2,000-year-old soul beast. As he sat upon the ground, roasting meat, a massive white figure approached him, its power surpassing even that of the sky-blue bull python. However, he paid it no heed, considering it far too weak and unattractive. Otherwise, he might have contemplated adopting yet another pet. Yet, his indifference did not deter the approaching figure. Moments later, a soul beast towering several dozen meters stood before Ling Xiao. "Human, how dare you venture into the extreme north? Are you not aware that this is a forbidden zone for humanity?" The white soul beast intoned gravely. "The extreme north, a forbidden zone for humans? I was not informed." Ling Xiao replied nonchalantly, merely wandering about. Observing his dismissive demeanor, the soul beast's fury erupted within. "Human, how dare you underestimate me? Do you not know that I am the sovereign of the extreme north, the Titan Snow Demon King?" It roared, preparing to strike a lethal blow toward Ling Xiao. Yet, Ling Xiao's patience wore thin. With a mere swing of his fist, before even making contact, the force of his blow sent the Titan Snow Demon King hurtling away. The Titan Snow Demon King, landing hundreds of meters distant, rose in shock, gazing incredulously at Ling Xiao. At that moment, 2 more figures emerged from the distance. Ling Xiao gazed at them, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. One figure resembled a human woman, her skin as pale as snow, radiating an aura of chill, while beneath her sat an exquisitely beautiful scorpion. Perhaps a new pet was in the offing. "What is the matter, Titan Snow Demon King?" the woman inquired. "Snow Empress, Ice Emperor, be cautious. This human possesses immense strength," the Titan Snow Demon King proclaimed gravely, rising to his feet. "Powerful? I believe it is merely a reflection of your own frailty," retorted the scorpion beneath the Snow Empress, its tone dripping with disdain. This provoked a flicker of anger in the Titan Snow Demon King, yet he remained earnest as he continued. "Ice Emperor, I speak with sincerity. He merely unleashed a gust of wind with his fist that sent me sprawling. Such power must not be underestimated. It is still a matter of your weakness. Witness my prowess," declared the Ice Emperor, positioning himself before Ling Xiao. Ice Emperor's claw. The Ice Emperor's pincers became encrusted with formidable blocks of ice, amplifying both his strength and offensive capability. Ling Xiao shook his head and unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the ice blocks encasing the Ice Emperor's hands. The force sent the Ice Emperor hurtling back hundreds of meters, while the Snow Empress gracefully descended to the ground, her expression laden with gravity. "Little scorpion, you possess quite a charming appearance. Would you care to become my pet? I assure you, you shall not be mistreated," Ling Xiao declared as he rose to his feet. As the Ice Emperor, taken aback by Ling Xiao's formidable strength, processed these words, an overwhelming fury surged within him. "How dare you be so audacious, human, to presume to suggest that I, the Emperor, become your pet? If you possess the capability, then subdue me," the Ice Emperor bellowed, instantly closing the distance to confront Ling Xiao. In a fit of rage, the Ice Emperor's entire form radiated an eerie green glow, and with his body as the focal point, a towering ice pillar erupted, reaching a height of 100 meters. Spatial confinement. With a wave of Ling Xiao's hand, The Ice Emperor and the Ice Pillars abruptly came to a halt. Ling Xiao stepped forward and gently patted the body of the Ice Emperor, liberating him from his spatial imprisonment, causing the Ice Emperor to be thrust directly into the icy depths. How about that? Are you convinced now? Ling Xiao inquired. Not convinced. The Ice Emperor bellowed in fury. Perpetual frost enclosure. A cascade of icy rain descended from the heavens, intent on encasing everything in its vicinity in a frozen grip. Ling Xiao gazed at the icy rain cascading from the sky as the primal flames emerged beside him, instantly vaporizing not only the rain but also an expansive icy plain. What? The Ice Emperor has been subdued with such ease. The Snow Empress's expression grew grave. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, the Titan Snow Demon King launched a sudden attack. However, Ling Xiao had already detected it. A black chain lashed out, striking its body. The Titan Snow Demon King was sent hurtling 1,000 meters away, blood spewing from its mouth, and upon crashing to the ground, it succumbed to unconsciousness. The Snow Empress, her face drawn with concern, urged, Ice Emperor, retreat. You are no match for him. Snow Empress, I have yet to unleash my full power. The Ice Emperor replied, struggling to maintain composure on the ground. Noticing the Ice Emperor's condition, the Snow Empress hurried to her side, taking her away from Ling Xiao's presence. Hey, we had an agreement. If you subdue her, she shall become my pet. You are not honoring your word, Ling Xiao remarked, eyeing the vigilant Snow Empress. Human, we harbor no intention of enmity with you. Let us part ways here, the Snow Empress declared, her countenance solemn. Snow Empress, what are you doing? Do you think we would fear a mere human? The Ice Emperor retorted, aggrieved. Not at all. I have taken a liking to that scorpion, Ling Xiao stated, indicating that the scorpion would be a fine companion for Bai Ling. Then I must take offense. I shall not allow you to take the Ice Emperor, the Snow Empress asserted, her eyes glinting with a chilling light as snow and ice swirled around her. You are also a soul beast. Yet you bear a striking resemblance to a human. How intriguing, Ling Xiao remarked, a hint of interest flickering in his gaze. Emperor of cold heavens, dance of snow and sun. With the Snow Empress at the center, a 10,000-meter radius transformed into her domain. Emperor's palm, great flame dance. Observing the Snow Empress's technique, Ling Xiao pondered briefly before striking with a palm that unleashed a colossal fiery imprint, capable of covering a 10-mile expanse. Crashing into the Snow Empress, it not only shattered her domain, but also fractured 100 miles of space, plunging it into a dark void. What? How is this possible? The Ice Emperor could scarcely believe it. The Snow Empress, whom she perceived as immensely powerful, could not harm that human. The Snow Empress was equally astonished but gritted her teeth, preparing to unleash her next move, striking towards Ling Xiao. Emperor's palm, great cold, no snow. Ling Xiao continued to advance, black flames igniting beside him. Imperial flame, black flame dragon. The dark flames coalesced into a dragon, measuring merely a few dozen meters. Yet the terrifying heat it emitted caused the ice beneath to melt incessantly, even rendering the very space into nothingness. The black flame dragon surged towards the colossal hand, instantly piercing through and evaporating it. With this second strike, the Snow Emperor was defeated. At this moment, the Snow Emperor felt weariness encroaching upon her. Unleashing 2 full-power attacks in succession had drained her significantly. Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme, unmatched. Nonetheless, casting her gaze towards Ling Xiao, the Snow Emperor summoned the surrounding chill with her utmost strength, transforming it into a gigantic sword, though this came at the cost of her own body fracturing. Imperial Sword, Sword Rain. Around Ling Xiao, countless golden sword shadows materialized, pointing towards the Snow Empress. Innumerable blades surged forth, shattering her colossal sword. I have lost, the Snow Empress declared, unable to withstand any longer, collapsing to the ground. Snow Empress. The Ice Empress transformed into a petite figure, rushing towards her. At this moment, Ling Xiao stood before the two. Human, I will never yield. If you wish to kill, do so, the Ice Empress asserted. I shall not slay you. In fact, I have taken a liking to both of you, Ling Xiao remarked, producing 2 vials of life water, his gaze filled with intrigue as he observed them, one a strikingly beautiful scorpion, the other resembling a humanoid spirit beast. What? Human, you are truly a pervert, the Ice Empress exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that a human would take an interest in spirit beasts. Yet, considering that the Snow Empress was akin to a snow maiden, it was somewhat understandable. How am I a pervert? Ling Xiao retorted, extending the vials of life water towards the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. Drink this. It will be beneficial for you. Ling Xiao gazed upon the Titan Snow Demon King lying in the distance, pouring a vial of life-giving water over its form. I refuse to believe this. It must be your scheme, declared the Ice Empress. In response, Ling Xiao, showing no hesitation, bound her with chains and forced the life water into her mouth. The Snow Empress, too, lacked strength and employed a similar method, albeit somewhat forcefully. Yet, the results were remarkable, as both regained their vitality within mere breaths. The Titan Snow Demon King stirred, albeit retreating far from Ling Xiao. The Ice Empress, feeling not only restored but even empowered, found it hard to fathom. The Snow Empress shared her confusion, unable to comprehend why this human acted in such a manner. So, do you sense the benefits? Come, be my pet. There will be even greater rewards ahead. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. The Ice Empress's expression darkened as she retorted, Human, such thoughts are utterly unfathomable. It is absolutely impossible. Is it? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes at her. The Ice Empress felt a flicker of fear but maintained her composure, asserting, as the sovereigns of the far north, we shall never bow to a mere human. With a thought, a dark chain ensnared the Ice Empress. Ling Xiao sat upon the ground, the chains twisting the Ice Emperor in a new direction. In a state of panic, the Ice Emperor exclaimed, Human, what are your intentions? I caution you against reckless actions. With a resounding crack, silence enveloped the surroundings, as if even the biting wind and snow had paused. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly furious voice erupted. Ah, human, how dare you treat me thus? I shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. Ling Xiao remained unfazed by the Ice Emperor's threats, fully aware that the Ice Emperor could never surpass him in strength. After binding the Ice Emperor's mouth with chains, he proceeded with further actions. For this was his manner at the Spirit Hall, when Bai Ling occasionally disobeyed, he would administer a reprimand. The Snow Emperor was taken aback. Never anticipating Ling Xiao's course of action, she attempted to intervene, yet Ling Xiao, having discerned her intentions with a mere glance, ensnared her with chains as well. Across the snowy expanse, the frigid winds howled, and the sounds of fury and impact persisted for half an hour before finally subsiding. At this moment, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor lay quietly on the ground, their eyes devoid of light, their faces marked by traces of tears. Ling Xiao shook his hand and retrieved 2 bottles of life water from the void, turning the 2 individuals over. As they made contact with the ground, both gasped sharply in unison, emitting cries of pain. Ling Xiao pried open the mouths of the 2 and poured the life-giving essence into them. And soon their injuries began to heal once more. How about it? Would you like to be my pets? Ling Xiao remarked with a smile. At that moment, he appeared to the 2 as a being far more terrifying than a demon. However, they truly did not wish to become pets. The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor exchanged glances and said, Is it possible not to be pets? Why not? Isn't it wonderful to be my pets? Ling Xiao inquired. For he could effortlessly nurture pets to surpass even the God Kings. Upon hearing this, the corners of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor's mouths twitched. Of course, who would want to be a pet? Yet faced with such an overwhelmingly powerful existence, they felt powerless. After contemplating, the Snow Empress tentatively suggested, How about being friends instead? Let's be friends. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment. Having soul beast friends, he already had the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. A few more would not hurt. As for whether they would be pets or not, it mattered little, for he had already taken a liking to these 2 soul beasts. They could accompany him, and friends would suffice. Very well, I have set my sights on both of you. Whether you become pets is of little consequence. Ling Xiao nodded, glancing towards the distant Titan Snow Demon King. However, the Titan Snow Demon King seemed quite terrified and fled in panic as soon as Ling Xiao's gaze fell upon him. This left Ling Xiao somewhat speechless. He had no interest in the Titan Snow Demon King, who was rather unappealing. The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, though they felt quite exasperated internally. How could this human so brazenly speak such words? What did he mean by having his sights set on them? They were soul beasts. Was he not openly acknowledging his perverse inclinations? The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor could not help but think, yet they dared not let this human in front of them know. Otherwise, they would likely face yet another round of punishment. Having concluded his words, Ling Xiao paid no further heed to the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, making his way towards his designated spot for grilling meat. However, he had inadvertently knocked the skewers of meat to the ground just moments prior. Ling Xiao cast aside the skewered meat, opting instead to slice a portion from the nearby soul beast and set it ablaze. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress gazed at Ling Xiao with curiosity. Their dietary habits had always leaned towards raw consumption, never having indulged in cooked fare. However, being soul beasts, they were not overly concerned with this distinction. Before long, as the meat sizzled over the flames, infused with a sprinkle of spices, An enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the Ice Empress and Snow Empress to involuntarily swallow hard, their eyes fixated on the roasting meat. Noticing their lingering gazes, Ling Xiao turned to them, prompting them to quickly avert their eyes, though their glances still betrayed their interest in the food. If you wish to eat, just say so. Why the pretense? Ling Xiao pondered, bemused. We have no desire to partake. You are mistaken. The Ice Empress retorted, wiping the gleam from her mouth while casting a glance at the Snow Empress. To her surprise, the Snow Empress merely paused for a moment before responding. Then I must trouble you. As she approached and settled beside Ling Xiao, the Ice Empress was taken aback. Snow Empress, what are you doing? How can you abandon me? The Ice Empress exclaimed. Ice Empress, the Snow Empress replied softly, there's no need to subject yourself to discomfort. Since this human has offered, we may as well enjoy the meal. Indeed, you are now my fourth and fifth soul beast friends. It's merely roasted meat, not a significant matter. Ling Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress inquired, you have 3 other soul beast friends? Yes. Is that so strange? What kind of soul beast are they? A Titan great ape, a sky blue bull python, and a white fox, nearly 100,000 years old, my pet. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress exchanged astonished glances, unable to fathom that this human had acquaintances with 3 such rare soul beasts. That nearly 100,000-year-old soul beast is willing to be your pet? That is unexpected. The Ice Empress expressed disbelief, grappling with the notion that such an ancient being would allow itself to be subservient. What is so impossible about it? Ling Xiao rolled her eyes. I raised it from 1,000-year soul beast to nearly 100,000 years. What's wrong with it recognizing me as its master? Wait. The Ice Empress looked at Ling Xiao with shock. Are you saying that a nearly 100,000-year-old soul beast was cultivated? That's inconceivable. What resources would that require? How could you, being human, waste them on soul beasts? And why not? White Spirit is my first pet. Having accompanied me for many years, it has become family. Should I not nurture it but rather raise strangers or other soul beasts? Ling Xiao replied. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress exchanged glances, realizing this human was unlike any they had encountered before. All right, let us feast, Ling Xiao declared, producing several plates to serve the roasted meat. Humph, human. I shall not partake in your food. The Ice Empress maintained her haughty demeanor, even as her mouth watered incessantly. The Snow Empress sighed, shaking her head, thinking that the Ice Empress was making a grave mistake. This immensely powerful human should not be crossed, lest the consequences be dire. If you choose not to eat, then so be it. Just watch from the sidelines, Ling Xiao casually remarked, taking the meat from before the Ice Empress and placing it on her own plate. The Ice Empress could only watch, torn between her appetite and her pride, her body betraying her with sounds of hunger. What's so special about it? I'll find my own food, the Ice Empress declared, rising to suppress her desires and seek sustenance elsewhere. But a voice pulled her back into despair. Going to find food? Did I permit you? Ling Xiao said, conjuring a black chain that ensnared the Ice Empress firmly. Human, what are you doing? You won't even let me find food. The Ice Empress fumed. I am pleased that you have chosen to be my friend, yet your earlier defiance displeased me. As punishment, you shall remain here, Ling Xiao stated, sealing the Ice Empress's mouth with a wave of her hand. She then ignored her, contentedly relishing the roasted meat. Watching the Ice Empress struggle, the Snow Empress could only shake her head in helplessness. Gazing at the meat in her hands, the Snow Empress swallowed hard, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. This is surprisingly delicious. After a while, under the astonished gaze of the Snow Empress, Ling Xiao had nearly consumed an entire soul beast, several 100 pounds of meat. Not bad. The flavor of the soul beasts in this extreme north is quite commendable. Ling Xiao glanced at the Ice Emperor, who had ceased her struggles, and gently set her down. Having eaten to your fill, it is time to rest. Make yourselves comfortable, he remarked, directing his gaze towards the towering ice mountain beside them. With a mere thought, numerous black chains, each adorned with sharp tips, emerged and began to excavate the icy surface. Before long, a spacious ice cavern unfolded before their eyes, complete with an ice bed within. Ling Xiao entered the icy cave and lay upon the frozen bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The Snow Empress observed him, pondering in her heart, how could he be so defenseless? Did he truly harbor no concerns about potential dangers? Had his strength ascended to a level where he could disregard all threats? Shaking her head, the Snow Empress reined in her thoughts and approached the motionless Ice Empress. Ice Empress, awaken! The Ice Empress turned her gaze to the Snow Empress, her eyes filled with sorrow. Snow Empress, do you truly intend to befriend that human? Ice Empress. The Snow Empress sighed as she regarded her companion. Since earlier, I have been contemplating this matter. Our soul beasts harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards humans due to the cultivation system. However, that is merely a consequence of the edicts set forth by the divine realm. What if the rules of the divine realm could be amended? This human is remarkably powerful. Perhaps he will ascend to the divine realm as a formidable being. If we cultivate a good relationship with him, it is conceivable that, after his ascension, he may alter the circumstances for soul beasts. The Ice Empress parted her lips, finally grasping why the Snow Empress was so accommodating towards that human, not solely due to his formidable prowess, but also because this represented an opportunity to transform the plight of the soul beasts. Yet, he remains a human. Even if he were to attain divinity, would he truly stand against the divine realm for the sake of soul beasts? The Ice Empress hesitated. One must at least attempt it, mustn't he one? The former ice god took pity on our soul beast lineage, leading to his rift with the divine realm and ultimately his demise. What if he too is such a person? The Snow Empress remarked, her eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. The Ice Empress fell silent. She had never encountered the ice god, only hearing of him through the Snow Empress. Yet, she understood he was the deity revered in their far northern territory. Could he truly be such an individual? The Ice Empress gazed towards the cave's entrance, her expression complex. Let us give it a try. After all, the situation cannot worsen than it is now. Soul beasts are merely instruments for humans to grow stronger. We are forbidden from attaining divinity, and even enhancing our strength demands enduring life and death crises. If we do not attempt it, we shall remain in this predicament forever. The Snow Empress declared, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The Ice Empress trembled. The life and death crises faced by soul beasts extended beyond human hunting. They also contend with the restrictions imposed by the divine realm. Each soul beast that reaches 100,000 years of age is faced with two choices: either transform into a human and cultivate anew, albeit swiftly, yet as weaker beings. They become treasures in human society, vulnerable to being slain by the strong, or endure divine tribulations upon reaching 200,000 years of age. Success in overcoming these tribulations would naturally enhance their strength, but failure results in death and obliteration. They had experienced divine tribulations more than once and understood the excruciating pain and difficulty involved, often uncertain if they would survive the next trial. Facing each with a resolve to embrace death. If only he could indeed achieve such feats, she mused. Chapter 33. The God of Time flowed swiftly. And Ling Xiao had remained in the far north for 3 months. Snow Empress, Ice Empress, it is time for me to depart. I have lingered here too long. Ling Xiao proclaimed. Has it truly been a long time? I scarcely feel it. The Ice Empress responded, having lived for thousands of years. 3 months felt merely like a brief slumber to them. Perhaps you have lived too long. I am still quite young. Ling Xiao shrugged. Being merely 4 months shy of his 9th birthday, your strength is so formidable, you cannot be that young. Surely, you have surpassed 1,000 years? The Ice Empress inquired. Not at all. I am just over 8 years old, he replied. As Ling Xiao's words echoed, both the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress were rendered speechless. Their gazes fixed upon him, brimming with incredulity. What did you say? You are merely 8 years old. The Ice Empress exclaimed in disbelief. How could you possibly be only 8? You are undeniably so powerful. The Snow Empress remarked, her eyes devoid of clarity. My aptitude is exceptional. Upon awakening my martial soul, I became a titled Douluo, Ling Xiao replied. A titled Douluo upon awakening your martial soul? How is that conceivable? It is known that only a scant few humans can achieve such a status. The Ice Empress shook her head in utter disbelief. Believe it or not, I summoned you here today to present you with something remarkable, Ling Xiao declared, producing 2 vials of shimmering, ethereal liquid from his hands. Is this the water of life? Although its healing properties are formidable, we are not so easily harmed at present, the Snow Empress stated. Over the past 3 months, they had consumed some of this water of life, primarily due to the Ice Empress constantly provoking Ling Xiao, resulting in severe consequences for her. And occasionally for the Snow Empress as well. The water you consumed previously was of a lower grade, merely serving a restorative function for your current level of strength. However, this is a blend of lower and moderate grade water of life. Even with your prowess, it can enhance your abilities, Ling Xiao explained, tossing the vials to the 2 women. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before uncorking the vials. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of life energy flooded the vicinity. The Snow Empress's pupils constricted. Merely inhaling the essence allowed her to sense an increase in her strength. What a precious treasure. Why would you offer this to us? The Snow Empress inquired, suppressing her desire for the water of life. To her, it seemed utterly illogical. Such a treasure would prompt hesitation even among family. Yet it was so easily bestowed upon them. The Ice Empress also regarded Ling Xiao, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Though she had always been haughty and relentlessly provoked him, she was now being granted such a treasure. You are my friends. Is it so strange to gift you something? Initially, I intended for you to be my pets, but this is close enough, Ling Xiao remarked, casting a glance at the two women, as if harboring a tinge of regret. Had the Ice Empress heard him say this before, she would have undoubtedly contested it vehemently. Yet now, she remained silent. The fact that they could enhance their strength merely by inhaling the essence hinted at the potential to cultivate soul beasts spanning hundreds of thousands of years with such treasures, rendering them utterly unremarkable in comparison. Perhaps their acquisition of this treasure was simply due to their acquaintance with him. All right, drink up. I shall take my leave now, Ling Xiao said quietly, eyeing the two before summoning his demon eye blood sword. Ling Xiao sat upon his sword, soaring into the sky. Observing this, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress seemed poised to speak, but before they could utter a word, Ling Xiao's figure vanished. Why does this human treat us with such kindness? The Ice Empress pondered, her gaze drifting to the life water in her hands, her mind a tumult of thoughts. Perhaps it is due to his innocence, the Snow Empress murmured softly. He is so pure that he offers us such precious treasures simply because we are his friends. Despite whatever ulterior motives we may harbor, he genuinely regards us as friends, while we have always perceived him as merely a human, unworthy of trust. The Ice Empress's voice was tinged with bitterness. For the first time, she felt she had erred in always provoking him. It has always been this way, has it not? He possesses immense strength, yet even after your incessant taunts, he did not take your life. Perhaps he believed we were merely playfully sparring as friends. Maybe we can place our trust in him, trust a human. Perhaps he could be the hope for spirit beasts. The Snow Empress spoke with a somber tone. Trust a human? The Ice Empress whispered, her voice lost amid the swirling snow and wind. Suddenly, a notification resonated. Ding, mission released. Proceed to the Time Continent. Time Continent? Where's that? Ling Xiao inquired, his expression one of confusion. He had traversed the mainland for nearly 2 years, yet had never heard of such a place. Master, the Time Continent is a world within another galaxy, where all beings possess a unique talent related to the laws of time. This talent manifests in 2 forms. One is the ability to halt time, and the other is the ability to accelerate it. Each being initially possesses only one talent. If one can halt time, mastering the acceleration of time requires profound comprehension of the laws of time. The system elucidated, addressing Ling Xiao's bewilderment. Time. Could it be the god of time? If I were to attain this divinity, would it not signify my mastery over time, allowing me to glimpse the future? Could I reverse time and resurrect the fallen? Ling Xiao exclaimed. Master, acquiring the god of time's position merely allows one to see the past and future, to traverse the river of time, but it does not permit one to alter anything within that river. If you wish to resurrect life, you must also command space. Is that so? No matter. I also possess the God of Space title, so I can proceed with the divine examination now, Ling Xiao declared. System. How do I reach the Time Continent? Is it close to the Douluo Continent? Ling Xiao inquired. Having now the ability to venture beyond the Douluo Continent into the cosmic expanse the system mentioned. Master, I will open the portal to space. You need only step through it to arrive at the Time Continent, and the divine examination for the God of Time can commence. Very well. Let us begin promptly. An entirely different continent. My curiosity is piqued, Ling Xiao replied, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, for this was indeed another world. Transmission commencing. As the system's voice faded, a portal to space materialized before Ling Xiao. Without hesitation, he stepped through, experiencing but a fleeting moment of darkness before emerging into a vibrant world. Ding, congratulations, Master. On arriving at the Time Continent, you have attained the God of Time title, and the 9th examination of the God of Time begins now. The system announced. This is the Time Continent. Ling Xiao gazed upon the world before him, marveling at its vastness, which far surpassed that of the Douluo Continent. This realm was perhaps 1,000 times larger than Douluo, suggesting that its formidable beings possessed immense power. He pondered how he might measure up against them. He opened the system panel. Host. Name. Ling Xiao age, 8 soul weapon. Demon eye blood sword. Source Flame Realm. Late God Master, Stellar Body Not Yet Awakened, Divine Titles, Giant God, God of Life, God of Death, God of Judgment, God of Devouring 80%, God of Space 30%, Holy Spirit God 40%, Divine Abilities Celestial Finger, illusion of the god of life, Judgment Eye, Judgment Flame, Blood Devour, Soul Devour, Spirit Devour. Cosmic Devour, Wind and Thunder Domain, illusion of the god of death, illusion of the god of judgment, illusion of the god of devouring, spatial sealing, spatial strangulation, space traversal. Soul Capture, Soul Sea, Soul Shatter, 9 Soul Fragments Inventory, Low-Grade Life Water, Mid-Grade Life Water, Soul Weapon Advancement Energy, High-Grade Life Water, Essence of Life, Life Set. Ancient Life Tree, Life Divine Realm, Book of Death, Undead War God, Corpse King's Servant, Death Armor, Death Set, Eye of the Grim Reaper, Death Divine Realm, Judgment Wings. Mechanical Evil Tiger, Angel of Death Set, Judgment Sword, Judgment Divine Realm, Devouring Beast God, Devouring Set. Devouring Pearl Chapter 34. Time Beast. Although he had acquired numerous treasures from the Divine Examination, this trial pertained to time, a profoundly mysterious and intricate principle, leaving him uncertain. Ling Xiao contemplated this and closed the system panel, casting his gaze upon the expansive heavens. Ding, mission issued. First examination of the God of Time. Capture a native creature endowed with a time-accelerating innate secret method. An innate secret method for time acceleration? It seems I must search diligently. Who knows what the innate secret methods of these native beings might be? Ling Xiao shook his head and descended towards the continent below. Perhaps fortune was not on his side, for as soon as Ling Xiao touched the ground, he was ambushed. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, sensing a covert surge of energy approaching him. In an instant, he vanished from his previous position, ascending into the air, while the ground he had just occupied was obliterated. Trees torn asunder. This was not a manifestation of the laws of time, but rather the force of wind, one of the 10 lower laws. It seemed I have drawn attention to myself. Ling Xiao surveyed the ravaged area, releasing his soul power to seek out the source of the disturbance. At last, he found it. Ling Xiao directed his gaze towards a certain direction, where a figure was hastily fleeing. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, traversing hundreds of miles to confront that very figure. Upon realizing that Ling Xiao had swiftly caught up, the figure immediately heightened its vigilance. Standing in a tense standoff with Ling Xiao focused his gaze and beheld a remarkable creature, approximately 10 meters in length, adorned with azure scales. Its forelimbs bore sharp claws, while its hind limbs resembled hooves, a tail stretched an impressive 4 meters, and atop its head gleamed a crystalline horn. This was a native life form of this realm, possessing strength only at the divine sovereign level, yet its speed was astonishing. In mere moments, it had fled hundreds of miles. Could this be a creature endowed with the secret art of temporal acceleration? Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated encountering his target so swiftly. The creature seemed to sense Ling Xiao's ill intentions, letting out a fierce roar before darting in another direction. Its speed far surpassing that of the divine sovereign level, vanishing within mere breaths over 1,000 miles away. Had Ling Xiao only possessed the strength of a divine sovereign, he would have been unable to pursue it. However, now he was at the peak of the divine lord realm, his power exceeding that of the divine sovereign pinnacle by 1,000-fold. Space was sealed. With a single stride, Ling Xiao traversed 1,000 miles, closing the distance to the otherworldly beast to a mere fraction. The power of spatial manipulation emanated from him, solidifying the surrounding area for thousands of miles, even causing the beast's speed to diminish. Realizing its deceleration, the creature turned its gaze toward Ling Xiao, who was now less than 100 meters away, its expression turning frantic. With a thunderous roar, the beast began to radiate a faint luminescence, accelerating once more. Yet, under the constraints of the spatial seal, its speed paled in comparison to its initial burst. It is time to conclude this. Ling Xiao extended his hand towards the heavens, his fingers curling slightly. The space twisted and constricted. The aberrant creature let out a piercing cry, witnessing its own form being shattered by an unseen force, anguish flooding its mind. It yearned to escape the spatial strangulation, yet found itself utterly powerless. In mere moments, its entire being was completely disintegrated, vanishing without a trace from the realm. Ding! Congratulations. Master, the task is complete. Reward, divine ability, fleeting splendor. Ling Xiao glanced at his rewards, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The divine ability of time acceleration would enhance his speed. If previously, his swiftness allowed him to unleash a single attack per second, now he could deliver 10 strikes in the same span of time, and this was far from his limit. Ding! A new task was announced. The second trial of the God of Time. Eliminate a native creature endowed with the unique ability to halt time. The system's voice resonated once more. It seemed that in this realm, numerous opportunities awaited me. Ling Xiao murmured softly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as his soul power radiated forth. Judgment Flame. Ling Xiao gazed at the 19 peculiar beasts in the distance, surrounded by a sea of black flames that raged fiercely, shattering the very fabric of space and revealing vast expanses of dark void. The beasts looked on in terror at the engulfing black flames, which had even ignited the laws of time woven into their beings. At that moment, they found themselves powerless to utilize the stillness or acceleration of time. Perish. Your demise will forge my unparalleled strength, Ling Xiao declared coldly, his gaze toward the beasts brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, the sky split open, revealing a fissure that widened ominously, from which endless lightning flickered. Each bolt that descended left a scar upon the earth, stretching for miles. The system fell into a contemplative silence, having discerned that the relentless slaughter over the past 6 months had gradually shrouded Ling Xiao's mind in darkness, rendering him utterly transformed from his former self. Meanwhile, the 19 beasts, realizing their escape was futile, exchanged glances filled with resolve. Unexpectedly, a bizarre event transpired. These creatures began to devour one another. With each beast consumed, the fluctuations of time intensified, and even the sea of flames ceased its relentless inferno. Ling Xiao commanded the thunder within the heavenly eye to strike at them. However, just as the lightning reached its target, it halted midair as if a pause button had been pressed. Did they devour one another, thereby amplifying the power of time as suspension? Ling Xiao gazed at the otherworldly beasts, a glimmer of crimson light flickering in his eyes. Soul shatter. In Ling Xiao's eyes shimmered a golden radiance, and an immense surge of spiritual power descended upon one of the monstrous beasts like a sledgehammer. Roar. The beast, struck with tremendous force, convulsed momentarily, its visage contorted in agony, unable to focus on devouring any longer as it clutched its head in torment. Although it ceased its consumption, the other beasts remained undeterred. Ling Xiao continued his assault, yet his attacks were thwarted by a formidable beast, although this creature was severely injured. Another beast seized the opportunity to devour the one that had been gravely wounded. These beasts possessed the ability to amplify their strength, the mightiest among them, having consumed merely 7 beasts, was already approaching the early stage of a divine ancestor. Ling Xiao sensed the presence of this most powerful beast, and a look of astonishment crossed his face, for his own prowess had merely reached the mid-stage of a divine ancestor. Celestial Finger. With a mere gesture, Ling Xiao summoned a colossal golden finger that spanned thousands of miles, shattering the very fabric of space. This formidable force also significantly impacted the predatory dynamics among the otherworldly beasts, as the gigantic finger descended, obliterating 3 of these creatures. One of them, having devoured 3 others, had achieved the pinnacle of divine lordship, while the remaining 2 had each consumed a single beast. However, this maneuver left Ling Xiao feeling fatigued, as his divine energy had dwindled to less than 70%. It appeared that he could no longer avert the impending crisis. Thus, he resolved to first replenish his divine strength. Ling Xiao gazed upon the last 2 aberrant beasts, aware that he could no longer impede their advance. The mightiest among them had approached the mid-stage of the divine ancestor realm. Should he fail to regain his divine power, defeat was imminent. He retrieved 3 vials of medium-grade life water and consumed them, his divine energy steadily revitalizing. After a brief span of mere moments, his strength surged back to its zenith. Meanwhile, the aberrant beasts had completed their consumption. With a roar, the final aberrant beast unleashed its fury, creating a void amid the sea of flames, extinguishing even the thunderous might. Mid-stage divine ancestor. Ling Xiao regarded the beast before him, sensing an aura that was only slightly inferior to his own, his gaze turning frigid. The creature's eyes brimmed with resentment as it clawed at him, a tempest infused with chilling power surging forth. The laws of wind and ice among the 10 lower-tier principles. Ling Xiao mused, his eyes glinting with dark brilliance as he withdrew the judgment flame and judgment eye, swallowing the heavens. In an instant, a vast expanse of 100,000 miles succumbed to darkness, drawing Ling Xiao and the aberrant beast into a peculiar realm. The power of wind and ice enshrined in the creature's claws was consumed by this space. The aberrant beast stared in disbelief at its surroundings, perplexed as to why its assault had vanished. Now that your strength has surged so significantly, once I have absorbed you, my power may very well transcend the mid-stage of the divine ancestor realm, Ling Xiao declared, his gaze upon the beast akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Devour spirit. Instantly, a colossal vortex manifested within the darkened realm, from which emerged dozens of chains that ensnared the aberrant beast, drawing it inexorably towards the whirlpool. The creature let out a terrified shriek, sensing the impending specter of death emanating from the vortex. Being drawn into it would surely spell its demise. Temporal fluctuations enveloped the beast, yet the chains continued to pull it away from the vortex. No, this is not a retreat from the vortex. It resembles a return to a position far removed from it. Time reversal. Ling Xiao observed the aberrant beast with astonishment. Indeed, while this world primarily revolved around the cultivation of time, it also encompassed the laws of space. He had not anticipated that it had already comprehended two such principles. Ling Xiao's gaze transformed into one of exhilaration. Should he devour this extraordinary beast? He could simultaneously accomplish both the fifth trial of the god of space and the fifth trial of the god of time. 9 souls. Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened as 9 ethereal manifestations of his soul materialized beside him, each possessing 1/10 of his original strength. Should he cultivate his soul power to be indistinguishable from his physical form, he would wield an equivalent prowess. Chapter 35. Return to the continent. Beasts of the otherworld. You cannot evade your fate. Ling Xiao gazed upon the extraordinary beast before him, his essence and 9 ethereal soul manifestations executing simultaneous actions, each wielding distinct divine powers against the creature. A celestial finger stretching across tens of thousands of miles, accompanied by flames, thunder, and tempestuous winds, unleashed a torrent of chaotic spatial currents born from the fabric of fractured space. The immense force of his soul surged into the beast's consciousness. Concurrently, 3 colossal divine apparitions struck forth with a single palm, imbued with boundless destructive might. In the face of such an onslaught, the beast found itself momentarily paralyzed, overwhelmed by an insurmountable sense of despair. In its stupor, the relentless assault descended, obliterating its corporeal form and essence almost instantaneously. Ling Xiao gazed at the utterly vanished otherworldly beast, retracting the devouring of the heavens and reclaiming the 9 souls. In the next moment, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have completed the 5th trial of the God of Space. Reward. Divine ability, void banishment. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have completed the 5th trial of the God of Time. Reward. Divine ability, temporal torrent. Aha. Both the God of Time and the God of Space have completed their 5th trials. The devouring trial has been entirely accomplished, and the Holy Spirit trial has also reached its 6th trial. It will not be long before everything is completed. Ling Xiao listened to the voice of the system, laughing with excitement, yet his gaze was tinged with a malevolent cruelty. His master had indeed changed so much. After all, he was still merely a child of just over 9 years. The prolonged period of slaughter, lasting more than half a year, had profoundly impacted his disposition, mused the system. Over this relentless span, he had taken countless lives, far exceeding 100,000, and even the most formidable of warriors could scarcely endure such a reality, let alone a child. It seemed prudent for the master to take a substantial rest now. What shall be the next divine trial? Ling Xiao inquired, yearning to grow stronger. Yet the system denied his request. Master, you have engaged in excessive slaughter recently. It is time for you to rest, the system replied, simultaneously channeling a soothing force to calm Ling Xiao's turbulent thoughts. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's demeanor gradually softened. Lost in reverie as he recalled the harrowing experiences of the past 6 months, he felt as though he had transformed into a different person. Engulfed in a cycle of killing each day, driven by the divine trials and the pursuit of greater mastery over the laws of time, he had extinguished lives numbering over 100,000, ranging from the early stages to the pinnacle of divine lordship, even including those of divine sovereigns. Perhaps it is indeed time for a respite. This past half year has been exhausting. Ling Xiao finally spoke, the crimson hue in his eyes fading, exhaustion evident on his face. After casting one last glance at the world around him, a portal of space materialized behind him, revealing a vast and unknown realm. Upon entering this new world, the rich essence of divinity enveloped him, accentuating his weariness. Just then, a grand estate emerged within the system's realm, spanning at least 100,000 kilometers. Before this estate stood an exquisite figure clad in white. Who are you? Ling Xiao questioned, perplexed by the sight of the woman and the estate behind her. Master. The beautiful woman bowed respectfully. You are the system, and you are female? Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, shocked to discover that the system took the form of a woman. Master, I am the system. In truth, I possess no gender nor specific appearance. I merely assumed this form for your comfort, the system explained, her previously emotionless tone now imbued with warmth and gentleness. I see. Do you have a name then? Is it simply system? Ling Xiao queried, nodding. I have no name. One could say that the system of universal ascendance is my designation. A peculiar name, Ling Xiao remarked. If you find my name odd, you may bestow upon me a name of your choosing, the system offered. Bestow a name. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with inspiration. You are so mysterious and clad in white. How about Lan Shui? He proposed. Lan Shui. Thank you, master, for the name. She replied, her face brightening with a smile. It is nothing. Is this the system's space? Ling Xiao inquired, having sensed a significant difference from when his soul first entered the system's domain. Indeed, master. This is a world created within the system's space. You may enter at any time should you wish to rest, Lan Shui confirmed. How convenient. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Aware that his capabilities extended far beyond mere battles in Douluo, viewing the divine realm as merely a stepping stone towards the vast cosmos. Yes, in this world. You may do as you please, Lan Shui affirmed. Then I shall indulge in a bath and subsequently rest. This time, my slumber may be quite prolonged, Ling Xiao decided. Entering the estate alongside Lan Shui. After bathing, Ling Xiao entered a lavish chamber, spacious enough to accommodate hundreds. It has been over half a year since I last slept. I wonder how long this rest will last, Ling Xiao mused, lying down and gently closing his eyes. As he succumbed to slumber, Lan Shui appeared beside him, kneeling with her hands cradling his head, emanating a gentle glow. Though the master has fallen into deep sleep, the violent desires for slaughter within his mind remain unabated, and can only be gradually alleviated and purified. As time passed, 6 months elapsed. In the system's realm, Lan Shui maintained her original posture, her gaze fixed upon Ling Xiao, glimmering with a golden light. Within her sight, she perceived the bloodthirsty desires within Ling Xiao's mind beginning to wane. It is time for the master to awaken. As soon as Lan Shui's words fell, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Unlike the previous gaze filled with wrath and murderous intent, his eyes now radiated purity and tranquility. As Ling Xiao opened his eyes, he beheld the visage of Lan Shui. Master, Lan Shui, how long have I been asleep? You have slumbered for half a year. So, I am now 10 years old. Ling Xiao sat up, stretching his limbs and feeling utterly rejuvenated from his slumber, the fatigue that had weighed upon him, both physically and mentally, had dissipated completely. By the way, can the divine trials commence now? He inquired, glancing at Lan Shui beside him. Master, do you wish to undertake the divine trials immediately upon awakening? Shouldn't you rest a while longer? She replied, concern lacing her voice. No need for that. I have rested for half a year, and it is time to venture forth. My strength has not improved at all during this period, Ling Xiao said, shaking his head as he realized he remained at the mid-stage of the divine ancestor realm. Ling Xiao stepped out of the manor. The portal to the realm of time swung open, and upon entering, he returned to the time continent. A chime echoed as the task was issued, the 6th trial of the god of time, to comprehend the secret art of time stasis. The voice of Lan Shui resonated. Instead of resorting to slaughter, one must grasp the principles of time. However, within this time continent, it should prove somewhat easier, Ling Xiao remarked, casting his gaze around until he arrived at a desolate expanse. This barren land was devoid of life, not a single plant in sight, for here time and space were in disarray. The chaotic forces of wind, thunder, and fire intertwined. Only those of formidable strength could survive its touch. Yet, Ling Xiao possessed a devouring suit, which allowed him to absorb the essence of these chaotic forces, proving beneficial for his understanding of the 10 lower laws of the universe. His body was enveloped entirely in a black armor, his features obscured by a visage resembling a still yet unfathomable black hole. Intricate lines symbolizing mysterious laws were etched upon the armor, and numerous black hole patterns emanated an inexhaustible power of absorption. Here, he would comprehend the laws unbothered by any life forms. Ling Xiao found a patch of open ground, seated himself, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind, focusing intently on capturing the threads of time that traversed the space around him. Half a year passed, and the lines of the laws of time began to manifest beside him. In the next moment, time within a radius of several thousand miles came to a standstill. Hurricanes, thunder, and flames all ceased their movement. A chime sounded again. Congratulations, master, task complete. Reward, time suit. The instant Lan Shui's voice faded, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. The time suit would allow me to traverse the river of time without suffering its backlash, with each part of the suit exhibiting a different temporal flow. Capable of distorting attacks, a most splendid reward indeed. Ling Xiao gazed at the introduction of the time suit, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He stood up, and in an instant, his figure vanished, while the tempestuous winds and flames resumed their tumultuous dance, transforming the area into a desolate domain once more. Instead of continuing with the divine examination, Ling Xiao chose to embark on a genuine exploration of this vast world. To his astonishment, he discovered that the realm was even larger than he had anticipated, with the smallest domain spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This world boasted 12 such domains, each governed by its own lord. The domain he had previously occupied was merely a territory of one such lord, whose feeble strength resulted in a poor environment, with vast stretches of desolation within its hundreds of thousands of kilometers. After several months of wandering, Ling Xiao had traversed 40% of this world and garnered numerous insights. It's time to return and check in, he mused. While my travels have broadened my horizons, there truly is no place like home. With that, he stepped through the portal and returned to Douluo Continent. On Douluo Continent, during a meeting of the Divine Council, the goddess of life suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat trickling down her flawless forehead, her delicate hands clenched into fists, her lips parted slightly, her eyes brimming with terror. The god of destruction was the first to notice her distress and quickly grasped her hand, inquiring, "Alu, what is the matter?" His concern drew the attention of the other first-tier gods, and the god of Shura solemnly asked, "Life, what has happened?" I do not know. But just now, it felt as though I were being targeted by some terrifying entity. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I had already perished once. The goddess of life replied, her pallor betraying her lingering fear. What? The god of destruction immediately extended his soul perception, searching the vicinity of the Divine Council. The god of Shura furrowed his brow and joined the search, yet found nothing amiss. The area surrounding the council was devoid of any suspicious presence. Life, are you certain of your feelings? Even with all my soul power, I have found nothing unusual, the god of Shura stated, his fierce gaze scanning the surroundings. The first-tier gods dared not meet his gaze, for none possessed such formidable power. Could it be that one? The sea god suddenly suggested. At his words, all the gods present stiffened. They understood precisely whom the sea god referred to. Although reluctant to speak the name, they recognized that no one else could wield such power. Not even the dragon god in his prime. What shall we do? It seems that one has truly set their sights on us. Are we doomed? The fire god stammered, fear evident in his eyes. Do not speak such despairing words, that one may not arrive in the divine realm so swiftly. Yet we must indeed consider our course of action. A day in the divine realm equates to a year in the mortal world, the sea god proclaimed, emphasizing the source of their greatest dread. These final words undeniably cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere within the Divine Council. This crisis was the gravest since the inception of the divine realm, surpassing even the tribulations faced by the beast god. Yet, they found themselves without any means of resistance. That being had possessed the power of the god of slaughter at merely a few years of age, and now, for days had passed in the mortal realm. Equating to over 4 years, they could not fathom how much stronger he had become. Now, over 4 years had passed in the mortal realm, and he likely possessed strength beyond comprehension. If they failed to make the correct decision soon, the divine realm would be doomed. Some gods sighed in resignation. Indeed, the divine realm now seemed on the verge of collapse, with many gods appearing dazed and a few teetering on the brink of madness. Were it not for the intervention of several first-tier gods, 3 or 4 more might have already perished. The god of wrath lamented, his previous bravado replaced by a troubled countenance. Sighing, the god of Shura leaned wearily against his chair. All eyes turned to him. For as the current strongest god in the divine realm, he was tasked with making a decision, one that could forever brand them with disgrace. Yet, they found themselves devoid of any alternative. Alone, he might have fought to the death, embracing a glorious end. But now, the fate of the divine realm rested in his hands, and a single command could yield entirely disparate outcomes. Go forth. The divine realm cannot perish like this. After a prolonged silence, the god of Shura finally announced the conclusion of the council's meeting. Upon hearing his words, the gods fell silent. This was the outcome they yearned for, yet dreaded. Following the announcement, the first-tier gods departed one by one, with the goddess of life and the god of destruction leaving in silence. In the end, only the god of Shura remained seated, his expression hollow, lost in thought. The revelation of the divine council's deliberations sent shockwaves throughout the divine realm. All gods were incredulous, yet acknowledged the inevitability of the decision. In their hearts, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Avoiding conflict with that one was undoubtedly the best outcome. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, at Stardew Lake, a figure clad in white sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, his black hair cascading to his waist, a white gold mask obscuring much of his face. Beside him, in a quaint wooden cabin, a tall girl dressed in a pink dress adorned with rabbit ear-like accessories and a mature woman in pale blue garments quietly observed him. In the center of the lake, a colossal figure resembling an ox emerged from the water's surface, while on the adjacent shore, a gargantuan ape sat obediently upon the ground. "Mom, when will brother wake up?" "It's been 13 days, Xiao Wu said, resting her chin on her hands, her lips pouting. "I do not know." He merely stated that he needed to delve into his cultivation for a while. Without specifying a duration, Ro replied, gently ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. "What shall we do? The Academy's break is not long, and we've already spent a considerable amount of time traveling. I was so looking forward to seeing brother, only to find him in the midst of his cultivation." Xiao Wu lamented, her rabbit ears drooping, revealing her despondence. At this moment, Ling Xiao delved deep into his consciousness, his soul transcending into the realm of the system, meticulously cataloging his acquisitions. Host, name, Ling Xiao age, 10 soul weapon, demon eye blood sword. Primordial flame realm, pinnacle of divine ancestor, stellar body yet to be awakened, divine positions, Titan, god of life, god of death, god of judgment, god of devouring, god of space, 5 nights, god of the Holy Spirit, 8 nights, god of time, 6 nights, divine abilities, heavenly finger, illusion of the god of life, judgmental eye, judgmental flame, blood devour, soul devour, spirit devour, celestial devour, wind and thunder domain, illusion of the god of death, illusion of the god of judgment, illusion of the god of devouring, spatial lockdown, spatial strangulation, spatial translocation, void shattering, exile to the void, soul capture, sea of souls, soul shattering, 9 soul fragments, ancient divine eye, galaxy soul, illusion of the Holy Spirit, imperial soul palace, fleeting moments of beauty, time, temporal stasis, time reflection, time rupture, temporal torrent, temporal divine armor inventory, low-grade life water, medium-grade life water, soul weapon advancement energy, high-grade life water, life essence, life set, ancient life tree, divine realm of life, book of death, wraith war god, corpse emperor servant, death armor, death set, eye of the grim reaper, divine realm of death, wings of judgment, mechanical evil tiger, angel of slaughter set, judgment divine sword, divine realm of judgment, devouring beast god, devouring set, devouring pearl, divine realm of devouring, beast god of space. Ling Xiao inquired of Lan Shui. "Lan Shui? It seems I have encountered a bottleneck in my strength. What should I do? Should I not remain in Douluo Continent any longer?" "Master, there is no need for concern. In the future, you will venture into other, more powerful worlds, where you can continue to augment your strength. Moreover, the trials for divine status require elements from another realm." Lan Shui replied, "That is reassuring. However, Lan Shui, what did you mean when you mentioned that the divine realm still holds some usefulness?" Ling Xiao asked. "Master, there are indeed valuable components within the divine realm. The core of the divine realm is a star spirit, although it remains feeble and lacks significant consciousness, being controlled by those lesser beings. Nonetheless, it possesses the potential for evolution and may prove useful in the future," Lan Shui elucidated. "A star spirit? What is that?" A newfound term piqued Ling Xiao's curiosity. Chapter 36. The Divine Realm. Lan Shui, when you say the core of the divine realm is a star spirit, what does that imply? Ling Xiao inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Master, allow me to explain," Lan Shui began. "Stars typically refer to lifeless celestial bodies. While the existence of star spirits signifies a living star, such a star is termed a world. Above the star spirits, we have what is known as the heavenly path, which only exists in higher-tier worlds. In other words, the star spirit of this divine realm may eventually evolve into a heavenly path, thereby transforming the divine realm into a superior world." Ling Xiao comprehended, realizing why Lan Shui suggested retaining the divine realm's utility. It was destined for advancement. "Indeed, Master. When the core of the divine realm metamorphoses into a true heavenly path, you, as the sovereign of the divine realm, will possess dominion over the heavenly path. Under its auspices, you will wield the power to alter existence itself, with life, death, and the fabric of time and space spinning to your will. Furthermore, should any external intruders arise, they will be subdued by the heavenly path. If their strength matches yours, they will be diminished in this realm, allowing you to triumph effortlessly," Lan Shui declared. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes brightened, Was it truly the case that there were so many benefits? However, Master, all of this requires a prerequisite. Just as Ling Xiao was lost in thought, Lan Shui suddenly spoke up. What prerequisite? Ling Xiao has made a resolute decision, regardless of the circumstances. He is determined to accomplish his goal. It is imperative for the Master to inscribe a divine power mark upon the way of heaven, for without it, the way of heaven shall not serve life. Should one attempt to wield the powers of the way of heaven through sheer force, the repercussions could be dire. Thus, it is advisable for the Master to take advantage of the present moment while still merely a star spirit and hastily inscribe the divine power mark. What must I do? Simply infuse the star spirit with one's own strength, and as the star spirit evolves into the way of heaven, it shall grow fond of the Master, allowing the Master to wield the powers of the way of heaven with ease. Excellent. Ling Xiao secretly nodded, opening his eyes, contemplating a visit to the Celestial Realms core shortly. Ah, brother, you have finally awakened. Just as Ling Xiao had opened his eyes, a voice filled with delight echoed around him. Ling Xiao glanced over, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Xiao Wu Turo. Ling Xiao rose to his feet, and in an instant, Xiao Wu leaped into his embrace, closely followed by Tu Ro, now standing over 1.90 meters. Ling Xiao found that both Xiao Wu and Tu Ro only reached his chest. Brother, I've missed you. Why have you taken so long to visit us? Xiao Wu tightly clung to Ling Xiao, her petite face nestled against his chest as she spoke softly. Ling Xiao gently stroked Xiao Wu's little head and said, "It is because I have numerous matters to attend to. It has been quite a while since I last returned to the Spirit Hall." Ling Xiao sighed softly to himself. It had been a year since his last return to the Spirit Hall, and he wondered how his teachers were faring. However, he reassured himself that they were likely safe. For the Spirit Hall was the most formidable power, and recently, Bibi Dong had truly ascended to the divine level, with Qian not far behind. Additionally, the life water he had previously left behind ensured that no title Douluo in the Spirit Hall possessed a soul power level lower than 96. Only Shimu Douluo and Sichuan Douluo remained at that level, the lowest among the title Douluo, with Bibi Dong and Qian having attained divine strength. They were merely a position away from divinity. This journey to the divine realm would be an opportune chance to secure a divine position for Qian Daolu. While Bibi Dong could inherit the position of the god of devouring, he had previously inquired of the system, and these divine positions could indeed be passed on to others. Since he had already received his reward, the position held no further utility for him. Brother, are you going back to the Spirit Hall? Xiao Wu raised her face, her eyes filled with reluctance. Not so soon. You've only just returned. I certainly wish to spend a few days with you all. Ling Xiao gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. Really? Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, and a smile also blossomed on Rabbit Ro's face. Of course. I will take you both to the city for some fun and buy you gifts. Ling Xiao declared, but suddenly he halted, lifting his gaze to the sky. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Wu inquired, noticing Ling Xiao's unease. It's nothing, just some unwelcome visitors arriving, Ling Xiao replied, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light. The three humans and two beasts turned their eyes skyward, where a black rift in space appeared, and 5 figures stepped forth. It is the gods, Ling Xiao murmured softly. The Tianqing Niu Meng and Titan Giant Ape glared at them with palpable disdain, and Rabbit Ro shared their sentiments. They had heard from the Tianqing Niu Meng about the previous misdeeds of these deities, and due to the restrictions of the divine realm, soul beasts faced perilous trials for growth. From any perspective, they bore no favorable sentiments toward these gods. The 5 figures descended to the ground, remaining silent and motionless. Do you have business here? If not, you may return, for I shall seek you soon, Ling Xiao stated, causing a flicker of realization among the 5 gods. Some trembling visibly. They exchanged glances, and the foremost deity stepped forward, speaking slowly. Respected powerful one, we bear no ill intent. We have come to apologize for past transgressions. I am the Shura God King of the Divine Committee. These 2 are the God of Destruction and the Goddess of Life, while the other 2 are the Sea God and the Angel God. As the Shura God King introduced the deities, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow upon hearing of their intent to apologize. You have come to apologize? For what transgression? Respected powerful one, 5 years ago, 2 of our divine kings offended you, and we deeply regret it, the Shura God King explained in a subdued tone. At that moment, he felt his dignity trampled into the dirt, yet he dared not express discontent. Oh, Ling Xiao remained silent, shifting his gaze towards a deity clad in azure garments, beside whom stood a woman adorned in golden armor, her eyes shimmering with a golden light. The deity, sensing Ling Xiao's penetrating gaze, instinctively recoiled several steps, her complexion paling, her body trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down her face, her expression laden with terror. She felt as though the weight of his gaze reverberated through her very soul. "Is this the angel god?" Ling Xiao suddenly inquired. "Indeed, this is the angel god revered by the spirit hall," the Shura god king promptly replied, his eyes fixed anxiously on Ling Xiao. He was uncertain whether the angel god he accompanied would prove useful, yet considering her status as a deity of the spirit hall, perhaps it might compel Ling Xiao to show leniency towards the divine realm. "Angel god, I have heard that your divine position requires sacrificial offerings for succession. Is that correct?" Ling Xiao remarked casually, having learned this information just a year prior from Qin Douluo. Yes, the angel god stammered in response, lowering her head, unable to meet Ling Yao's gaze. Could this rule be altered? Moreover, the divine position could be bequeathed to the offerings. As for the successor, I possess another divine position for her. Certainly, that can be arranged. The angel god replied, her form drenched in perspiration, droplets of sweat cascading down her face. No one could fathom the immense pressure she was enduring, a force potent enough to shatter her very essence. Ling Xiao nodded, retracting his gaze from her, and with that, the oppressive weight began to dissipate. The angel god, devoid of any semblance of dignity, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes vacant. Golden strands of hair disheveled against her exquisite visage. "You have come to offer an apology. Thus, demonstrate your sincerity. What of your divine positions?" Ling Xiao addressed the assembly of deities. Although his tone suggested inquiry, they understood that refusal would lead to immediate obliteration, followed by the forfeiture of their divine ranks. "If the esteemed one has suitable candidates, we shall naturally raise no objections," the Shura god king declared. "Very well." Ling Xiao gazed at the goddess of life and remarked, "Why not bestow your divine position upon one named Yi Qianqian? She possesses the 9-heart begonia martial soul, which seems quite befitting for your divine status." The goddess of life, upon hearing this, refrained from disputing his words. She understood the futility of resistance, rather than provoke Ling Xiao and risk being slain, thereby losing her divine rank. It would be wiser to surrender willingly. After all, she had already resigned herself to the sacrifice of certain aspects. After receiving a response, Ling Xiao turned to the Azura god king, the destruction god king, and the sea god, furrowing his brow. He was uncertain as to which of these divine positions would be suitable, one embodying slaughter, another annihilation, and the last, the ocean. "I have yet to select candidates for your divine positions, so I shall defer my decision for now and reassess later," Ling Xiao stated, waving his hand dismissively. This attitude caused the corners of the Azura god king's eyes to twitch. It was as though they were regarded as mere pawns, summoned and dismissed at will. Nevertheless, they refrained from expressing their anger, for they knew the consequences of provoking him. After Ling Xiao inquired about several matters, they respectfully bowed and took their leave. "We shall return to the divine realm and await your summons, my lord." With that, the 5 gods ascended into the air, disappearing into a black spatial rift that led back to the divine realm. As they watched the rift gradually mend itself, Turu and the 2 others were left in a state of disbelief. They had not expected to see the gods in such a humble state, pleading as they descended to the mortal realm. "Well, it's merely a trivial episode. Now, let us venture into the city for some amusement." Ignoring the peculiar gazes around them, Ling Xiao led Turu and her companions towards the city. The 2 did not inquire further. Some matters were beyond their grasp. Over the course of 5 days, the trio roamed extensively, darting between the city and the forest. When fatigue set in, they would find respite in restaurants or hotels, or capture soul beasts in the woods for sustenance, constructing makeshift shelters to rest when wearied. During this time, they acquired an abundance of food, clothing, and supplies, ultimately erecting a larger wooden cabin beside the starry lake, which they adorned splendidly with various decorations. Unbeknownst to them, 5 days swiftly passed, bringing them to the moment of parting, coinciding with the time when Xiao Wu was also due to return to the academy. After Ling Xiao escorted the 2 individuals back to their residence, he ascended upon his sword and soared towards the direction of the spirit hall. "Teacher." Upon entering the Pope's chamber, Ling Xiao immediately spotted the familiar figure clad in a purple gown. The exquisite woman resting upon the Pope's throne opened her eyes at his call and gazed at him. "Xiao, you have finally returned." Bibi Dong swiftly approached Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with affection as her delicate hand caressed his face. "It has been a year since we last parted. Xiao, you have grown so tall." Bibi Dong sighed, noting that Ling Xiao now stood taller than her. Teacher, I have returned to bestow upon you a divine position, Ling Xiao declared, looking directly at Bibi Dong. A divine position for me? Shower, have you forgotten? I already possess a divine status. Bibi Dong replied with a smile, gently declining his offer. Teacher, the position of the Rakshasa god is hardly commendable. As a deity, the divine trials yield no significant rewards, and her strength is lacking. I have learned much about the Rakshasa god from the divine realm. Though she is a first-level god, her power pales in comparison. The sea god, also a first-level god, could easily rival 5 Rakshasa gods. Ling Xiao remarked, a hint of disdain evident on his face regarding the Rakshasa goddess status. However, those are your divine positions. How could I possibly take yours? Bibi Dong said, her expression slightly awkward yet resolute. It matters not. I possess more than one divine position. You are well aware, teacher, that losing one is inconsequential. Furthermore, I have already completed the divine trials and received my rewards. Even if my divine position were to be passed on, my rewards would remain intact. The status itself bears little significance. Ling Xiao reassured her, but Bibi Dong still wished to refuse. He interrupted her gently. Enough. Teacher, please do not decline. Simply accept it. As he spoke, he guided Bibi Dong back to her chamber. Very well, she sighed, no longer resisting. But what shall we do about the Rakshasa god position? Bibi Dong inquired. Leave it to me. Ling Xiao replied with a smile, his eyes shimmering with a golden light. He perceived the hidden Rakshasa god position within Bibi Dong's soul. She felt as though her very essence was laid bare before him. And upon witnessing the golden glow emanating from his eyes, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Ling Xiao dismissed his concerns. Extending a hand that did not harm Bibi Dong, but rather pierced through her form to grasp the divine position of the Rakshasa god, yanking it out forcefully. At that moment, in a mysterious realm, a figure clad in black suddenly opened her eyes, her brows furrowed in confusion. What has transpired? Has my legacy been stripped away? In an instant, her figure flickered and vanished from sight. Well, my teacher, after resolving this minor inconvenience, you shall inherit the divine position of the Devourer god. Ling Xiao remarked, glancing at the Rakshasa god's divine position in his grasp. What minor inconvenience? Bibi Dong inquired, her expression revealing her perplexity. Naturally. It is the Rakshasa god. Ling Xiao replied, reaching out towards the side. This is bad. She has discovered me. The Rakshasa god, concealed in the shadows, felt a surge of urgency and swiftly retreated. However, escape was a futile endeavor. Spatial confinement. In an instant, the Rakshasa god found herself ensnared, unable to move. What is this? Though her body was immobilized, her thoughts raced. Yet, in the next moment, her slender neck was seized in Ling Xiao's grip. You are the Rakshasa god. And it appears you are rather unpopular among other deities. While that is of no concern to me, it is your folly to have set your sights on the wrong individual, Ling Xiao declared. The Rakshasa god yearned to plead for mercy, but Ling Xiao offered her no reprieve, immediately employing spatial strangulation. In an instant, the divine position of the Rakshasa god, along with her body and soul, was shredded into fragments, resulting in her complete demise. Bibi Dong's gaze reflected a complex array of emotions, for this was her first divine position in many years, one for which she had exerted considerable effort. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. At this moment, Ling Xiao also summoned the divine seat of devourment, a black divine emblem materializing in his hand. Ling Xiao extended his hand towards Bibi Dong, and in an instant, the divine position entered her being. Chapter 37, The Inheritance of the Divine Position. At the moment the divine essence merged with Bibi Dong, a formidable force of devouring energy erupted from within her, stirring the surrounding winds and clouds, causing the very fabric of space to warp. Bibi Dong immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, closing her eyes. In that moment, her soul power underwent a transformation, evolving into a peculiar form of energy that transcended mere soul power, and it continued to grow. Behind her, 2 colossal spider spirit beasts materialized, their immense forms dominating the entire Pope's Hall as they roared fiercely. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao directly drew Bibi Dong into the entirety of the devouring divine realm. Within the divine realm, an abundance of divine essence permeated the atmosphere, a unique form of energy that transcended the soul power of Douluo Continent and the divine power of the divine realm itself. At this moment, the 2 spiders also unveiled their gaping maws, voraciously consuming the surrounding energy. Their forms underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming increasingly solid, adorned with peculiar and mysterious golden patterns that emerged upon their bodies. Meanwhile, the energy within Bibi Dong continuously metamorphosed, transitioning from soul power to divine essence. Her figure and visage grew ever more exquisite, and the aura she emanated became increasingly formidable. Ling Xiao gazed at Bibi Dong, recognizing that her strength now rivaled that of the God King, even surpassing that of the Goddess of Life, placing her on par with the God of Shura. After a brief interval of 3/4 of an hour, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, which glimmered with a hint of golden light. The two spider-like creatures behind her had transformed into a colossal, tangible form, emanating a formidable aura that was not inferior to Bibi Dong herself. "Congratulations, teacher, on becoming a deity," Ling Xiao remarked with a smile upon seeing Bibi Dong awaken. "What is there to celebrate? Ascending to divinity is merely the beginning." Bibi Dong replied with a light chuckle. "Not quite. Teacher, your current power has reached the level of a God King, and there are very few of that caliber even in the divine realm," Ling Xiao asserted. "Currently, there are only 3 God Kings in the divine realm. Although Bibi Dong's strength is now at the God King level, her future potential is undoubtedly limitless." "Is that so?" "God King," Bibi Dong echoed, looking at Ling Xiao in silence. She had always known Ling Xiao was formidable, perhaps even an unparalleled powerhouse in the divine realm, yet now, even as a God King herself, she remained unable to grasp the full extent of Ling Xiao's strength. "Xiao," Bibi Dong inquired, "to what level has your power ascended?" Ling Xiao paused for a moment and said, "At present, my strength is at the pinnacle of the divine ancestor level. The divine realm is merely a trifling place I can obliterate at will." "Hiss," Bibi Dong gasped in astonishment. Although she was unaware of the specifics of the divine ancestor realm, the ability to casually destroy the divine realm was a testament to his formidable power. She gazed at Ling Xiao with a tranquil expression, realizing that he had indeed become, as she once envisioned, someone who transcends the heavens, as his name suggests. "Teacher, what is the content of your divine examination?" Ling Xiao inquired with curiosity. He was uncertain whether the divine examination would be the same for him after the divine position was revealed. If the task still involved vanquishing the dark demon, evil god tiger, it would be impossible to complete since the evil divine king was already dead and the dark demon, evil god tiger had vanished. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong sensed the situation and replied, "The content of my divine examination is quite simple. It merely requires continuous cultivation. Each time I break through a realm, it constitutes the completion of one examination. The first 3 examinations correspond to the 3 levels above the divine king: divine sovereign, divine lord, and divine ancestor. Each significant advancement enhances one's power 1,000-fold. As for the subsequent divine examinations, I am yet to ascertain, perhaps due to my current weakness and the distance from my goals." "I see," Ling Xiao mused for a moment before asking, "What about the rewards for the divine examination?" "Currently, there are 3 stages of rewards. Upon reaching the divine sovereign level, one can obtain the first reward, devouring heaven and earth, which is a domain skill that allows the user to absorb energy from the surroundings and convert it into personal power. Upon reaching the divine lord level, the second reward, devouring armor, is granted. Finally, upon attaining the divine ancestor level, the third reward, divine beast of devour, is bestowed." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao nodded. Although these rewards could not compare to his own, they were indeed valuable treasures. "What an incredibly powerful divine position," Bibi Dong exclaimed. She also realized that above the God King, there were 3 additional tiers, with Ling Xiao currently being the highest rank of God Ancestor, surpassing her by 9 minor realms. With Ling Xiao's formidable strength, extinguishing her life might be accomplished in the blink of an eye. "Shower, do you have any plans for your next destination?" Bibi Dong inquired, aware that such a potent being as Ling Xiao could never be content with merely remaining in this location. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment upon hearing those words. After securing divine positions for those dear to him, it was time for him to venture into another realm. His strength had reached its pinnacle here. He needed to explore more formidable worlds to continue his growth. "Indeed," Ling Xiao said, "Teacher, once I have assigned the divine positions for all of you, I shall depart from this place. As for when I will return, I cannot say." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a pang of anxiety in her heart, accompanied by a sense of melancholy. Yet, she understood that this was inevitable. She and Ling Xiao were not on the same level. Even with her current divine position, the disparity in their strengths remained too vast, making their separation unavoidable. Ling Xiao remained oblivious to any peculiarities regarding Bibi Dong. He still had to complete the 9th trial of the Spirit God, the test of allure and illusion, which could be facilitated by Hu Laina's soul skills. Once accomplished, this divine position could be bestowed upon Hu Laina. "Teacher, I shall seek out Sister Nara now, as my spirit god trial requires her assistance. Ling Xiao declared. Very well. Nara is resting in her chamber, came the response. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded, and with a flicker, he vanished from Bibi Dong's sight, along with the devouring divine realm. As the devouring divine realm dissipated, Bibi Dong found herself back at her original location, only to furrow her brow in sudden realization. At that moment, she recognized that the energy of this world was exceedingly low grade, making any enhancement of strength excruciatingly slow. It seemed that only the divine realm offered a marginal improvement. At this moment, Ling Xiao arrived at the threshold of his chamber, where he sensed the presence of Hulaina. Although a sense of perplexity washed over him, he gently raised his hand and knocked softly on the door. Sister Nara, are you there? Ling Xiao inquired in a hushed tone. After a brief silence, a flurry of sounds erupted from within the room. Xiao, please wait a moment. I shall be with you shortly. Hulaina's flustered voice soon resonated through the air. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression turned somewhat bewildered, yet he refrained from entering. After a few moments, the door to the room swung open. Ling Xiao gazed at Hulaina, who appeared disheveled, her hair in disarray and her attire poorly arranged. One delicate shoulder was exposed, and she wore a single shoe on one leg, her smooth, jade-like foot resting upon the floor. Sister Na, what has transpired? Why are you in my room? Seeing Hulaina in such a state, a flicker of curiosity crossed Ling Xiao's eyes. It's nothing. Hulaina responded somewhat flustered, her gaze evasive. Ling Xiao gazed at the peculiar Hulaina, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter, as it was not her first time visiting his chamber. Upon entering, he beheld the disheveled bed and the garments strewn across it, then turned his attention once more to Hulaina. At that moment, her mind was a tumultuous haze. Her face flushed crimson, and her gaze cast downward as her hands nervously twisted the fabric of her clothing. Sister Nar, why did you come to my room while I was away? Was it not always when I was present that you would visit? Ling Xiao inquired. Hulaina was at a loss for words, her heart racing in turmoil. Why had the teacher mentioned that Xiao had returned? What would she do now that she had been caught red-handed? Thoughts raced through her mind, yet she despairingly concluded that there seemed to be no adequate explanation. Ling Xiao gazed at Hulaina, then cast his eyes upon his bed, where an assortment of garments lay strewn about. Among them were not only Hulaina's belongings, but also several articles imbued with the distinct aura of Bibi Dong. Ling Xiao shook his head and stepped forward, swiftly seizing several articles of clothing. These garments were intimate in nature, made of minimal fabric, allowing him to grasp multiple pieces with a single hand. Upon witnessing the items in Ling Xiao's grasp, Hulaina's face flushed crimson. They were indeed personal garments, specifically designed for intimate areas. The sight of them being held so openly by Ling Xiao left her mind in a state of utter bewilderment. Ling Xiao carefully sorted the garments according to their distinct fragrances, setting aside one pile for Hulaina and another for Bibi Dong. Just as Ling Xiao was engaged in this categorization, a voice filled with astonishment echoed through the air. Shower. Ling Xiao turned around and discovered that it was Bibi Dong standing at the door. However, at this moment, her complexion was flushed, and her eyes were filled with shyness and confusion. Teacher. Ling Xiao gazed at the flustered Bibi Dong, his eyes brimming with confusion. Unable to comprehend the turmoil she was experiencing, Bibi Dong stood in the room, her gaze fixed upon the neatly arranged garments on the bed and the fragment of purple fabric with several straps that Ling Xiao still clutched in his hand. Her form trembled, and her countenance shifted to one of utter despair. Ling Xiao looked at Bibi Dong with a puzzled expression. Sensing that she seemed to have become completely dazed, her eyes devoid of life. Teacher, are you all right? Ling Xiao carefully arranged his garments before approaching Bibi Dong. Upon hearing his voice, Bibi Dong finally regained her composure, yet she dared not meet Ling Xiao's gaze, bowing her head with her hands clenched tightly. Teacher, why did you not inform me that Shower had returned? Hulaina, blushing, leaned in to whisper in Bibi Dong's ear. I completely forgot, Bibi Dong replied softly. After inheriting the position of the devouring god, her thoughts had been consumed with the pursuit of cultivation, leaving her to overlook this matter until just now, prompting her hurried arrival, though it was too late. Teacher, Sister Nar, you have both been residing in my room during this time, haven't you? Ling Xiao remarked. He sensed the lingering aura of Bibi Dong and Hulaina within his chamber, indicating they had spent a considerable amount of time there over the past year. Yes. Both Bibi Dong and Hulaina responded, their voices barely above a whisper, utterly unable to meet Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao nodded, refraining from inquiring about the reason. It was inconsequential. Within the grand hall of the Pope, The two of them could naturally choose to be wherever they desired. Sister Nar. Ah, Shower, you called me. Hulaina glanced at Ling Xiao, her expression tinged with shyness. Yes, Sister Nar, I require your assistance. Ling Xiao declared. What is it? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's request, Hulaina lifted her head slightly. I need you to employ your charm soul skill on me. This is the final examination of my Holy Spirit God assessment. All right then. Hulaina acquiesced, promptly approaching the bedside to tidy her clothing and hair. After donning her shoes, she faced Ling Xiao and unleashed her soul skill. A yellow, a purple, and 4 black soul rings materialized around Hulaina, floating gracefully. 6th soul skill, fragrance of enchantment. Hulaina's pupils transformed into a delicate pink hue, emanating a soft pink mist from her being. An alluring aroma wafted from her, even catching the unsuspecting Bibi Dong off guard, momentarily affecting her senses. Unprepared, Ling Xiao stepped into the misty realm, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself surrounded by a dozen enchanting women clad in delicate pink veils, their figures graceful and alluring. However, Ling Xiao paid them no heed, for the voice of Lan Shui had already resonated. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully completed the 9th trial of the Holy Spirit God 9. Reward, Holy Spirit Realm. As the system's voice faded, Ling Xiao spoke. That will be all, Sister Nar, please now. Although he could forcibly shatter the illusion, doing so would undoubtedly harm Hulaina. As the scene before him dissipated, Ling Xiao turned to Hulaina and declared, All right, Sister Nar, I shall now bestow upon you the divine position. What? The divine position? Hulaina was taken aback, quickly regaining her composure to exclaim, No, Shower, although you possess more than one divine position, how can you give it to me? After all, this is a divine matter. Fear not. I have already received the reward for the divine position. It is of no further use to me, and it is better to bestow it. Ling Xiao insisted. Please do not decline, Sister Nar. But before Hulaina could respond, Ling Xiao had already retrieved the divine position and gazed at her. Hulaina looked on with curiosity at the divine position before her. Ling Xiao pointed towards Hulaina, and in an instant, the divine essence entered her body. Hulaina closed her eyes as a fox spirit beast emerged behind her, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Her form began to solidify, and her fur became immaculate and pure white. Simultaneously, her soul power surged, elevating her rank as the 7th soul ring manifested, its hue shifting until it settled into a deep black, adorned with a faint red gleam. This was a divine bestowed soul ring, nearing 100,000 years in age. Bibi Dong's pupils constricted slightly. Ling Xiao gazed at Hulaina. Had it not been for her current frailty, which hindered her complete assimilation of the divine position, she would have undoubtedly attained the strength of a demigod upon receiving her divine status. At that moment, Hulaina's form underwent yet another transformation. Suddenly, an ethereal silhouette materialized to her right. As the figure solidified, its features mirrored those of Hulaina perfectly before merging seamlessly with her being. Ling Xiao nodded, fully aware that this was the 2nd soul, akin to his 9 souls. In the future, Hulaina's soul power would surpass that of her peers by 2-fold. As Hulaina opened her eyes, a pink luminescence sparkled within them. Bibi Dong glanced over, momentarily entranced, but quickly regained her composure, astonished that, despite her current divine status, she could still be influenced. This was undoubtedly due to her complete lack of defense. Teacher, can I also ascend to divinity? Hulaina inquired, still somewhat dazed. Of course. Nana, not only can you become a god now, but you are also destined to surpass the rank of a divine king, Bibi Dong responded softly. Shower. Upon hearing this, Hulaina turned her gaze towards Ling Xiao, a mysterious expression swirling in her eyes, silently contemplating that Shower had indeed matured. Ling Xiao opened the wardrobe and placed the clothes inside, bringing the two individuals back to their senses. Shower, why did you put our clothes in the wardrobe? Bibi Dong murmured softly. Teacher, aren't you also staying in this room? If that's the case, it's only fitting to keep the clothes here, Ling Xiao casually remarked, causing a wave of embarrassment to wash over the two, who could only respond in hushed tones. Chapter 38. The Ascendance of Qian Daolu after tidying up the room. The trio strolled through the papal hall when suddenly, a fleeting white figure darted past. Ling Xiao gazed over, and there sat a white fox spirit beast on the ground, its eyes shimmering with delight. Bai Ling! Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, recalling that a year prior, Bai Ling had been residing in the Stardo forest. Yet now it had unexpectedly appeared in the spirit hall. Master! Bai Ling called out excitedly, its voice melodious and enchanting, as it leapt into Ling Xiao's embrace. Its massive head nuzzling against him. Bai Ling had grown considerably. Its length now spanned 20 meters from snout to tail, and its power had surged to an impressive 15,000 years. I never anticipated that you would quietly venture to the spirit hall. Ling Xiao shook his head, gently caressing Bai Ling, whose form began to diminish until it was less than half a meter in size. He cradled Bai Ling in his arms, tenderly stroking the soft, pristine fur. Bai Ling closed her eyes, emitting a soft, contented sound, her entire body relaxing in Ling Xiao's embrace. Meanwhile, Hulaina, witnessing this scene, inexplicably felt her cheeks flush with warmth, lightly biting her crimson lips. At that moment, the skies outside the hall suddenly shifted, a beam of light descending, only to vanish swiftly. Ling Xiao cast a glance and recognized the arrival of the angel god. The group continued towards the Pope's hall, and upon reaching it, Douluo hurriedly entered, exclaiming upon seeing Bibi Dong, "Your Majesty, a divine presence has descended upon the offering hall." A divine presence? In the offering hall? Could it be the angel god? Bibi Dong murmured. Douluo replied, "It must be so, although I did not see the appearance of the deity." The grand offering was indeed very excited. Ling Xiao remarked, "The angel god is likely here to transfer her divine position to the grand offering." His gaze traversed through layers of space, observing several offerings kneeling in reverence to the angel god, their expressions sincere and devout. What? The angel god is transferring her divine position to Douluo? Bibi Dong was taken aback and said, "But isn't he supposed to sacrifice himself to bequeath the divine position to Xiao Shui? This is his duty as the grand offering and part of the divine succession process. It was I who instructed her to do so. The angel god's position is to be given to the grand offering, and as for Sister Shui's divine position, I have selected a more suitable one." Ling Xiao declared. "Xiao heir, are you saying you commanded the angel god to confer the divine position to Douluo?" Bibi Dong questioned, "Is the angel god truly so obedient?" "Indeed. My power far surpasses that of the deities, and they naturally dare not defy my commands. If the grand offering were to sacrifice himself, Sister Shui would be heartbroken." Ling Xiao responded. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Douluo held a significant place in Qian Rinshua's heart, indeed the most important person to her. If Douluo were to perish, Qian Rinshua would undoubtedly be devastated. "Let us go and see," Ling Xiao said, stepping forward and instantly appearing in the offering hall. "Master." Upon seeing Ling Xiao manifest within the hall, the angel god froze momentarily before immediately bowing her head, visibly trembling. "Is the transfer of the divine position complete?" Ling Xiao inquired casually, casting his gaze at the angel god. "Reporting to you, Master, it is nearly finished. I have already stripped him of his divine power and revoked his status as grand offering. We can proceed with the divine succession." The angel god obediently replied. At that moment, including Douluo, several offerings were left in a state of bewilderment. They had anticipated the angel god's arrival to bear a mission, only to learn she intended to confer the divine position to the grand offering. Douluo's face displayed confusion. Upon becoming the grand offering, he had understood his fate, to sacrifice his life to aid Qian Rinshua in ascending to divinity. Although he felt regret, he was willing to do so for her sake. However, he did not expect the angel goddess' sudden arrival to drain a portion of his power, reducing his soul rings to merely superior to an ordinary title de law. Yet, he felt a certain confinement within him dissipate, indicating he could inherit the angel god's divine position. Just as he was pondering this, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared, and the angel god seemed to fear him. "Well, once this is completed, you shall be free, correct?" Ling Xiao addressed the angel god. The divine position would enable her to ascend and wield immense power, yet it also imposed limitations. Now that the divine position was being transferred, she would gain her freedom and could depart from the divine realm. "Yes, Master. The grand offering strength is already close to divine level. Once he inherits the angel god's position, he will ascend directly to divinity and enter the divine realm," the angel god stated. Just as everything was agreed upon, Douluo abruptly voiced his refusal. "No, angel god, this divine position belongs to Xiao Shui. How can I inherit it? What will happen to her?" Douluo respectfully protested, seeking to have the angel god retract her power. The angel god was momentarily at a loss, glancing helplessly at Ling Xiao. "Douluo, you should inherit the angel god's position. As for Shui's divine position, Xiao heir naturally has alternative arrangements." Ling Xiao interjected. At that moment, Bibi Dong and the others arrived in the offering hall. Alternative divine positions? The several offerings gasped in astonishment. Douluo turned to Bibi Dong and asked, "Is that true?" Would I have any reason to deceive you? Accept this divine position. After all, Xiao Shui does not wish for your demise. Bibi Dong replied coolly. Then, what about the divine position inherited by Xiao Shui? If her power does not surpass that of the angel god, then she ought to inherit the angel goddess position. And I shall take another. Douluo pondered for a moment before stating. Douluo, have you grown too old to think clearly? Bibi Dong rebuked sharply. Do you truly believe Xiao would grant Xiao Shui a feeble divine position? If the position bestowed were weak, how could it be that you inherit the angel goddess position? Douluo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, if that position were weak, it wouldn't fall to him. Enough, bestow the divine position upon the grand offering. Ling Xiao commanded. The angel god promptly nodded, immediately channeling another surge of divine power into Douluo. In the next moment, the divine position manifested and flowed into Douluo. Closing his eyes, Douluo felt 9 soul rings bloom around him. At that moment, the soul power within his body began to transform into divine power. A 10th soul ring appeared, and all his soul rings turned into golden divine rings, exuding an overwhelming divine might that compelled the offerings and Douluo to kneel in reverence. Only Ling Xiao and Bibi Dong remained unaffected. This transformation was swift. Merely 3 minutes had passed, and all of Douluo's soul power had metamorphosed into divine power. He opened his eyes, which now glimmered with golden light, his entire being radiating sanctity and authority. Chapter 39, The Path to Divinity with Everything Accomplished. The angel god exhaled in relief, having expended considerable divine power to ensure Douluo's swift and smooth inheritance of the angel goddess position. Cautiously, the angel god looked to Ling Xiao and said, Master, my task is complete. Enough, you are free now. Ling Xiao waved his hand, showing indifference. Upon receiving this response, the angel god relaxed, a flicker of joy crossing her face. After bowing to Ling Xiao, she hastily returned to the divine realm. All of this transpired too quickly, leaving the offerings in a state of shock. However, seeing Douluo ascend to divinity, they hurried to congratulate him. Congratulations, elder brother, on becoming the angel god. You shall now possess eternal life. Their eyes brimmed with envy, for attaining divinity signified not only the acquisition of power beyond this world, but also immortality. As for themselves, they would ultimately perish after a few centuries, their lifespans exhausted. Even if they all reached level 99, and Jean East was close to semi-divine status, without a divine position, they remained mere mortals, bound by the limits of their lifespans. Douluo looked at the offerings and sighed. The divine positions in this world were few and far between. Apart from the angel god they served, he was only aware of the sea god's position on Sea God Island and Bibi Dong's position as the Rakshasa god. There was truly no other way. If you wish to attain divinity, opportunities do exist. Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. What? Holy Son, do we also have a chance at divinity? The offerings were initially taken aback by Ling Xiao's words, before their eyes lit up with excitement, their breaths growing heavy. Indeed, you now have 2 options. Ling Xiao spoke. Your qualifications have undergone a transformation after partaking of the water of life. You might attempt to create a divine position for yourselves. Or I could descend to the divine realm and bring some deities down to discern which one of you is most suited to ascend to divinity on your own. The several offerings were taken aback, their hearts filled with confusion. Could they truly accomplish such a feat? After all, these were gods. Yet, nothing is impossible. Even the angelic deities and the sea god were once mere mortals. Through their relentless efforts, they reached the divine level at a certain opportunity. Perhaps you too can achieve this. Ling Xiao continued. The offerings trembled with anticipation, hope glimmering in their eyes. They had already attained the pinnacle of Douluo, a level they had previously deemed unimaginable. If that was the case, why not strive for even greater heights? Ling Xiao tossed out several bottles of life water, which were promptly caught by a few individuals. Now let us put it to the test. With the aid of the life water, let us see if you possess the capability to ascend to divinity. Thank you, Holy Son. Several acolytes bowed deeply before hurriedly retreating to their secluded chambers for cultivation, striving to achieve godhood. Holy Son, I have already attained divinity. Do I still require the life water? Douluo inquired, gazing at the bottle of life water in his hand. Great acolyte, you have only just become a deity, even with the assistance of the former angel god. Your strength is comparable to that of a formidable second-tier god. In dire circumstances, you may rival a slightly weaker first-tier god. This bottle of life water is distinct from what you have previously consumed. It remains immensely beneficial for deities, Ling Xiao elucidated. Upon acquiring the tree of life and the divine realm of life, the nature of the life water underwent a transformation, influenced by the boundless essence of the divine. The life water was reclassified into various tiers. The first tier is suitable for ordinary soul masters and soul beasts. The second tier is for common deities. The third tier is for divine lords to ancestral gods, and the fourth tier exceeds that of ancestral gods. Beyond these, there exist 4 additional tiers of life water, whose immense power even he cannot endure. Merely approaching it would result in the shattering of his divine body due to the overwhelming essence of the divine. I see. Dalu nodded, stowing away the life water. Douluo also promptly took his leave to enter seclusion for cultivation, for his strength now rivaled that of a demigod. Perhaps with the assistance of the life water, he might have the opportunity to ascend to divinity. Ling Xiao casually handed a few bottles of life water to Douluo, instructing him to deliver them to the other elders, as well as to Xiao Wu and Yin. Xiao, do you believe they can all ascend to divinity? Bibi Dong inquired. I do not know. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it matters not, as long as they are obedient. Even if they cannot ascend to divinity themselves, we can simply choose another path, select a few divine positions in the divine realm for them to inherit. After all, I hold the authority in the divine realm. Hiss. Dalu inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Ling Xiao was quietly asserting control over the entire divine realm. Such strength was indeed formidable, and it was no wonder the angel god displayed such reverence. Saint Son, I have achieved divinity. Is it time for me to venture to the divine realm? Dalu inquired, a hint of reluctance in his heart. After all, Qian Rinshui remained on the continent, and he had no other familiar companions. Embarking on the journey alone would be somewhat solitary. No need. You may go whenever you wish. The divine realm will not interfere, rest assured. Ling Xiao responded, though there were rules in the divine realm. What significance did they hold for him? Is that so? Dalu exhaled in relief, glancing at the 3 and wisely choosing to depart. The group returned to the papal hall, where Ling Xiao drew them all into the realm of life. They immersed themselves in cultivation. And when they finally emerged from the divine realm, the sky outside had darkened. Bibi Dong gazed at Ling Xiao beneath the night sky, asking, Shower, how much longer until you leave? What? Shower is leaving? Hulaina quickly turned her attention to Ling Xiao. I still have some time, as I wish to depart after participating in the Soul Master Tournament. Ling Xiao reflected before responding. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Hulaina also felt reassured, knowing that several years remained until the Soul Master Tournament. Let us take a stroll tonight, Bibi Dong suggested suddenly. Sure, staying in the Wuhuan Hall all day is rather dull. Hulaina agreed. Ling Xiao had no objections, it mattered not to him. In an instant, Bibi Dong vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later clad in a completely different attire. She had shed her priestly crown and papal robes, donning instead a youthful ensemble that exuded a sense of girlish charm, her hair cascading freely adorned with several hairpieces. Wow, teacher, you look stunning, Hulaina exclaimed upon witnessing Bibi Dong's current appearance. Really? Bibi Dong, with her delicate fingers playfully entwining her locks, offered a shy smile. Yes. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen, Hulaina exclaimed, rushing forward to nestle into Bibi Dong's embrace. At your age, still behaving like this. Aren't you a bit shy? Bibi Dong gently chided, lightly tapping Hulaina's forehead with her finger. Hee. Hulaina replied mischievously. Let us go. The spirit city is truly enchanting at night, Bibi Dong suggested, to which Hulaina nodded and released her. The group strolled towards the spirit hall, unaccompanied by anyone else. The streets of Spirit City were ablaze with vibrant lights and bustling excitement. As soon as Bibi Dong and Hulaina emerged onto the street, they captured the attention of all around them. They were simply too beautiful, yet no one dared approach, even in her ordinary attire. Bibi Dong emanated an undeniable aura of authority cultivated over years as a pope, which deterred others from coming near. Hulaina, gazing around, displayed a keen interest in the myriad sights. For years, she had seldom left the spirit hall due to her rigorous training, which had somewhat stifled her youthful spirit. After all, Hulaina was still but a girl, navigating the exuberance of her adolescence. In contrast, Bibi Dong seemed less inclined to indulge in such carefree abandon. Ling Xiao gazed at Bibi Dong, perceiving a hint of melancholy and unfamiliarity in her eyes. Once, I was like Nana, vibrant and full of life, marveling at everything in the streets of Spirit City. However, I have transformed. I am no longer that carefree girl. Perhaps sensing Ling Xiao's gaze, Bibi Dong spoke up. Is there anything troubling you, teacher? Ling Xiao inquired. With her unparalleled power in the divine realm, She should be devoid of worries in the mortal world. Perhaps there is. But I can never return to my former self, Bibi Dong lamented. Over the decades, she had changed immensely, evolving from a Na'vi girl into the formidable pope who now dominated the continent. Why not? People can change, yet some aspects remain constant. Throughout these years, you have treated me well, and you have always been kind to Sister Nar, and that has never wavered, Ling Xiao murmured. Teacher, you merely concealed your original nature because you were the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Yet, here, no one knows your identity. You can be an ordinary woman. Bibi Dong's body trembled, as if the shackles of her heart shattered in an instant. A radiant smile, absent for over a decade, blossomed on her face, and she moved with a newfound lightness, reminiscent of a youthful maiden dancing. Ling Xiao gazed at the graceful figure of Bibi Dong before him. As the river of time flowed within his eyes, time illuminated. A hazy silhouette of a girl from 20 years ago emerged in Ling Xiao's vision, gradually becoming clearer and eventually merging with Bibi Dong. The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity about the world, radiating joy and innocence. Chapter 40. Task Reward Shower. Thank you. Bibi Dong said upon returning to the Pope's palace, her gaze towards Ling Xiao filled with boundless tenderness. Ling Xiao gazed at Bibi Dong, a flicker of purple light shimmering in his eyes as a strand of his soul power probed her essence. He discerned the dissipating shadows within her heart, and nodded in satisfaction. Shower, will you be venturing out again? Bibi Dong inquired. Indeed, I have numerous divine trials to undertake, and I anticipate my stay at the Spirit Hall will not be prolonged, Ling Xiao replied. Oh, Bibi Dong nodded, her heart unperturbed. Shower, you are still heading out? Hulaina, who was munching on something, remarked. To grow stronger, there is no alternative, Ling Xiao shook his head. Yet, Shower, you are already formidable enough. You could annihilate the divine realm. Hulaina expressed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Nana, Shower is unlike us. Our potential leads us merely to the threshold of divinity, whereas for Shower, achieving godhood is merely the beginning. Bibi Dong countered, shaking her head. Oh. Hulaina felt a twinge of melancholy. Whether in childhood or now, the chasm between her and Ling Xiao is vast. The trio walked silently along the path, Ling Xiao lifting his gaze to the myriad stars above, a stir within his heart. He recalled the promise he made in his youth to pluck a fragment of the galaxy for Qian Renxue, yet he knew the time was not ripe. With his current prowess, the endeavor to gather a piece of the cosmos as a gift remained a formidable challenge. At present, his strength could only suffice to obliterate worlds the size of several tens of thousands of divine realms. A single galaxy, however, harbors countless stars, far exceeding 1,000,000. Upon reaching the Pope's Hall, they parted ways, each embarking on their separate paths. Ling Xiao had just returned to his room and barely removed his shoes and socks when a knock echoed at the door. Xiao. As Ling Xiao opened the door, he found Hulaina standing at the threshold. At that moment, she was clad in delicate garments, her figure graceful and her complexion flushed. Sister Na, what brings you here? Ling Xiao inquired. Oh, it's nothing much. I simply wanted to keep you company after such a long time apart. Hulaina replied as she entered the room. Ah, I was just about to take a bath. Would you care to join me, Sister Na? Ling Xiao suggested. Yes, that sounds delightful. Hulaina responded, her cheeks deepening in color. Just as the two were about to indulge in their bath, another knock echoed at the door. Ling Xiao peered through the door and beheld Bibi Dong, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Why had both of them come to his room today? Nonetheless, he opened the door. Shower. Bibi Dong, adorned in a flowing purple gown, gracefully entered, her gaze falling upon Hulaina standing aside. The two exchanged a brief glance before diverting their eyes, both sensing the awkwardness reflected in the other's expression. Teacher, have you come to keep me company as well? Ling Xiao inquired. Bibi Dong replied softly, remaining rooted in place. The atmosphere was palpably uncomfortable, making her wish to disappear into a crack in the ground. Well then, teacher, Laina and I are about to take a bath. Would you care to join us? Ling Xiao suggested, unfazed by the situation, as it had occurred several times before. Very well. Bibi Dong nodded lightly. The trio entered a grand chamber, within which a vast bathing pool had been constructed, large enough to accommodate 100 people. The warm water was already prepared, a gentle mist enveloping them all. Ling Xiao shed all his garments and stepped into the bath. Bibi Dong and Hulaina gazed at Ling Xiao before them, momentarily rendered speechless. Ling Xiao's visage is exquisite, beyond the grasp of any vocabulary. It is a beauty that transcends understanding. Her form is equally flawless, as pure as glistening jade, with skin as delicate as silk. Enveloped in the gentle mist of the bath, there exists an ethereal and enchanting allure. Ling Xiao stepped into the bath, observing the two who remained unresponsive. Teacher, Sister Nar, why don't you come in? Oh. Both Bibi Dong and Hulaina snapped back to reality, involuntarily swallowing hard, feeling a dryness in their throats. In an effort to conceal their embarrassment from Ling Xiao, they hastily removed their garments and entered the water. As soon as they approached Ling Xiao, they were enveloped by an unusual fragrance. Upon inhaling this captivating scent, both Bibi Dong and Hulaina were instantly entranced, their gazes becoming dazed and unfocused. Ling Xiao observed the two individuals, perplexed by their peculiar demeanor. With a subtle surge of spiritual energy, he jolted them back to their senses, their eyes regaining clarity. With a deep breath, Bibi Dong turned to Ling Xiao and inquired, "Shower, what is that fragrance emanating from you?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao raised his arm to take a whiff, but found no particular scent. "There's hardly any aroma. It must be your natural fragrance, Shower. I can hardly believe that merely your scent could be so irresistible, even surpassing your martial soul, Nana," exclaimed Bibi Dong in awe. "But why can't we perceive it usually?" Hulaina inquired with a hint of confusion. Bibi Dong then glanced at the garments Ling Xiao had discarded and asked, "Shower, you aren't wearing ordinary clothing, are you?" "No. These are crafted from divine essence," Ling Xiao replied. "Indeed, they are extraordinary. Garments made from divine essence are akin to divine attire," Bibi Dong marveled. Recognizing the profound mastery required to achieve such a feat, something she herself could not accomplish. Meanwhile, Hulaina was lost in her thoughts, gazing at Ling Xiao's visage and contemplating. "How is it that Shower is so strikingly beautiful, far surpassing both me and my teacher? In comparison, my appearance seems utterly commonplace." After a brief interval, just as Ling Xiao was about to rise and don his attire, the voice of Lan Shu suddenly resonated. "Ding! Mission issued. Complete the shared resting task with Bibi Dong and Hulaina." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although it was not a divine examination, the prospect of a reward was enticing enough. After all, this was not the first time he had encountered tasks that did not pertain to divine assessments. Moreover, the undertaking was remarkably simple. All he needed to do was share a bed with Bibi Dong and Hulaina for a night. They had slept together for several years during their childhood, so there was absolutely no challenge involved. After a long bath, it was time to retire for the night. Ling Xiao rose to his feet, using flames to evaporate the water droplets clinging to his skin before donning his nightwear. Bibi Dong and Hulaina also got up, drying themselves off and changing into the sleepwear that had been laid out in Ling Xiao's room. The two exchanged a glance, their cheeks flushed. Before they took their places on either side of Ling Xiao, who lay on the bed, Ling Xiao glanced at the two individuals, silently invoking, "Check-in. Task accomplished. Congratulations to the master for acquiring the divine artifacts, the Dreamweaver bracelet and the Spirit Eater ring." The voice of Lan Wei echoed. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's soul entered the system's realm, where he beheld the two items. As he held them in his hands, he instantly comprehended their attributes. The Dreamweaver bracelet, a soul-type artifact, possesses the powers of hypnosis, illusion, confusion, and soul trials. The Spirit Eater ring, a devouring artifact, can absorb and store energy, including divine essence attacks, and can also unleash divine essence shocks, functioning as both offense and defense. Note: these items are exclusively for use by deities and those of lower tiers. After examining the information on the two items, Ling Xiao sat up, and Bibi Dong and Hulaina looked at him in confusion, also sitting up. "Xiao, what is the matter?" Ling Xiao remained silent, yet in a fleeting moment, a brilliant light emanated from his hand, revealing two exquisite items. "Teacher, Sister Nar, these are gifts for you," he proclaimed, presenting the objects to both individuals. "What are these?" one inquired. One item was a soul-type artifact, the Dream Bracelet, ideally suited for Sister Nar. It contained a realm for soul trials, designed to enhance her spiritual prowess and endowed with capabilities such as hypnosis, illusion, and confusion. The other was a devouring artifact, the Soul-Devouring Ring, capable of absorbing energy, soul power, divine strength, and divine essence. This ring could even harvest incoming attacks from adversaries, storing them for later release, thus embodying both offense and defense. Ling Xiao elucidated. "Such formidable capabilities," remarked Bibi Dong. "However, Shower, you ought to keep them for yourself. You have a greater need for these treasures." "Teacher, these items hold no value for me, as their maximum utility is confined to the level of a divine ancestor, while my strength will soon surpass even that," Ling Xiao replied, shaking his head. "Is that so?" Bibi Dong nodded thoughtfully in response. The might of Ling Xiao is beyond her current imagination. Ding. Mission issued. Check in at the northernmost land. Reward. The position of the fire god. The northernmost land. Is that the snowy expanse? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment. After more than 2 years, he wondered how those two soul beasts were faring. Ling Xiao shook his head, dismissing all thoughts, and set forth towards the northernmost land to clock in and visit them. After a night of silence, the three arose early the next day. Following a shared breakfast, Hulaina resumed her training, while Bibi Dong made her way to the papal hall. Ling Xiao embarked on his journey towards the extreme north. En route through the Tiando Empire, he paused, and with a ripple of space, he materialized in Xueqing's chamber. At that moment, 2 figures appeared. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao gazed at the 2 individuals before him, namely the snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo, dispatched to safeguard Qianrenxue. Their current prowess had ascended to a remarkable 96th rank. However, in comparison to the elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall, they remained woefully inadequate, tossing 2 vials of life water. The snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo hurriedly caught them. You must strive diligently. Within the entirety of the Spirit Hall, none among your generation of offerings and elders possess a rank below 97, save for 2 newly appointed elders whose spirit power barely reaches 91. Do not allow yourselves to be surpassed by those who follow. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo grew somewhat awkward. Their obligation to protect Qianrenxue within the Heaven Do Empire meant that they occasionally found themselves deprived of resources to enhance their abilities, resulting in their current relative weakness. Suddenly, a startling realization struck them. When had they begun to disdain their own 96th rank spirit power, a level they had once deemed inconceivable? The emergence of the Holy Sun had rendered the elder title Douluo of the Spirit Hall hesitant to claim the title of Stronger without a rank of 97. Oh, how disparate the levels are, leading to divergent perceptions. The 2 pondered silently, lamenting that the common title Douluo seemed lesser than a mere dog in comparison. After waiting for a while in the room, Ling Xiao gazed towards the door, where a young man entered, exuding an air of refinement and amiability. Sister Xue, shower, Qianrenxue exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Ling Xiao, as she promptly dispelled her disguise. Shower, tell me, how long has it been since you last visited me? Qianrenxue pouted, gazing up at Ling Xiao with surprise. It had been 2 years, yet he had grown so tall. The serpent spear and the porcupine had long since departed, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. Sister Xue, I have come bearing a gift for you. A gift? Humph, do not think you can easily appease me with anything. Qianrenxue replied, though a flicker of anticipation and joy danced in her eyes. He. Shower still holds a place for me in his heart. Qianrenxue mused, feeling a sweet warmth blossom within her. Ling Xiao directly presented the divine seed of the god of judgment to Qianrenxue. Shower, this is... Qianrenxue's eyelids twitched violently as she gazed at the object before her. This is the divine seed of the god of judgment, a gift I bestow upon you. What? The divine seed? Qianrenxue exclaimed, her voice a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Fortunately, there were no guards outside Xueqing's dormitory. Otherwise, her exclamation would have undoubtedly drawn a crowd. Quickly lowering her voice, Qianrenxue continued, Shower, what are you doing? You must put away the divine seed. Sister Xue, this is for you. I cannot accept it. The divine seed is exceedingly rare. Even if you possess numerous divine seeds, it does not diminish their significance. Besides, I still have the divine seed of the angel god. You should swiftly put it away, Qianrenxue insisted. Sister Xue, you may find it difficult to inherit the divine seed of the angel god now. It has been granted to the grand offering. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders. Ah, my grandfather. Qianrenxue was taken aback by this revelation, yet she harbored no particular feelings about it, as it was her grandfather who had received the divine seed, not a stranger. Should I return the angel set immediately, as it is also part of the divine seed? Qianrenxue inquired. No need. Therefore, Sister Xue, you should inherit this divine seed of the god of judgment now. That cannot be. Each divine seed represents a measure of strength. How can you bestow it upon me? Qianrenxue continued to refuse. Sister Xue, I have already received the rewards from the divine examination, so giving away the divine seed has no impact on me. You should accept it. Teacher and Sister Nar have already inherited the divine seeds of the devouring god and the Holy Spirit god. So you have already given away 2 divine seeds. Qianrenxue was momentarily stunned. This is a divine seed. How extraordinarily precious. How can one simply give it away? Ling Xiao gazed at the stunned Qianrenxue, and before she could react, he swiftly drew her into the Judgment Divine realm, merging the divine position of the Judgment God within her essence. In an instant, a formidable aura surged from Qianren, causing her to close her eyes as her soul power began to ascend. 2 purple and 5 black soul rings manifested, soon followed by the emergence of an 8th soul ring, its hue shifting until it culminated in a vivid crimson. Qianren then opened her eyes, astonished by the sight of the red soul ring. She sensed her soul power had reached the formidable level of 85. Qianren appeared momentarily dazed. Sister Shui, what are the contents and rewards of your divine trial? Ling Xiao inquired. Huh? Qianren collected her thoughts, momentarily taken aback. Xiao, did you not complete your divine trial? How can you be unaware of its contents and rewards? The trials and rewards for my teachers after inheriting their divine positions differ from mine. And I suspect yours are as well. Ling Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I see. Qianren comprehended, pondering for a moment before continuing. My divine trial comprises 9 tests, but I am only aware of 3. The first is to slay the Rakshasa god, rewarded with the Judgment Sword. The second is to vanquish the evil god king, rewarded with the Judgment Angel armor. The third is to undergo the illusionary test, rewarded with the Judgment Heavenly Flame. Upon hearing Qianren words, Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. Xiao, what troubles you? Qianren discerned something was amiss with him. Sister Shui, it seems that the timing for these 3 divine trials will be postponed, at least until I have completed the 7th trial of the Time God. Why is that? Because I have already slain both the Rakshasa god and the evil god king. Now, I must wait until I finish the 7th trial of the Time God to reverse time and resurrect these 2 deities, allowing you to complete your tasks. Qianren, however, remained unperturbed and reassured him. It's all right, there is no rush, time is still abundant. Once I attain the title of Douluo, I will enjoy a lifespan of several centuries. Sigh. Ling Xiao sighed quietly, realizing that he must hasten his progress to the 7th trial. Upon lifting the judgment from the divine realm, the 2 returned to their original location. Qianren eyes sparkled with anticipation. She yearned for the day when she too could attain such formidable strength. She glanced at her current soul rings, which were far too conspicuous. Disguising them with the angelic set, she transformed them into the semblance of ordinary soul emperor rings. Sister Shui, I am leaving. Ling Xiao waved his hand, preparing to depart on the demon eye blood sword. Why are you leaving so soon? You've only just arrived. Qianren responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice. I must swiftly complete the divine trial. Once I succeed, I will spend ample time with you. Very well. But, Xiao, should you dare to go back on your word, I shall not let you off easily. Qianren huffed. That will not happen. Farewell, Sister Shui. Goodbye, Xiao. In the next moment, the space trembled, and Ling Xiao appeared high in the sky, soaring in a particular direction. After a while, he arrived at the far north. Atop an icy expanse, 2 figures opened their eyes. Snow Empress, it is the presence of that human, the Ice Empress declared. Indeed, it has been over 2 years since we last parted. I find myself somewhat nostalgic for that peculiar human, the Snow Empress replied softly. Recalling their encounter over 2 years ago, a bittersweet smile graced the Snow Empress's face. Alas, he was already so powerful then. I wonder how much stronger he has become in these 2 years. With a sigh, she recalled the astonishment they felt when they learned that the human was not yet 9 years old, a shock that rivaled the sight of deities. Regardless of his strength, what does it matter to us? He is ultimately human. It is sufficient that he does not pursue us, the Ice Empress remarked. Ice Empress, do not speak thus. You must learn to trust him. He had the opportunity to slay us, but chose not to, the Snow Empress advised, feeling a slight headache. She could not fathom why the Ice Empress consistently opposed that human, enduring numerous beatings each time, yet never learning from her experiences. Humph. You always defend that human. You never intervene when I am being beaten? The Ice Empress exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Who prompted you to provoke him each time? I had no reason to intervene, and if I did, he might have turned on me as well. Although his strikes were light in the end, it was still quite embarrassing. The Snow Empress replied, that human is so wicked. He hurt me terribly upon our first meeting. I must seek revenge, the Ice Empress declared, her face flushing at the recollection of that encounter. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao traversed the far north, silently reciting, check-in. Task completed. Congratulations, Master. On obtaining the Flame God's divine position, Lan Shu announced. Ling Xiao nodded, having attained yet another divine position, bringing him one step closer to his aspiration of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. He arrived in the far northern region, eager to visit the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. Ling Xiao contemplated, his gaze sweeping across the vast expanse until he discerned the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor upon an icy plain. In an instant, he vanished from sight and reappeared directly before them. Observing the surprise and slight disarray on their faces, Ling Xiao greeted them with a warm smile. Snow Empress, Ice Emperor, it is a pleasure to see you again. Indeed, it is a pleasure, the Snow Empress replied, nodding in invitation. Please, come inside and have a seat. Very well. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement, following the Snow Empress toward an icy cave. The Ice Emperor trailed behind, muttering softly to herself, casting glances filled with unspoken sentiments at Ling Xiao's retreating figure. Ling Xiao naturally sensed the disdain, yet chose to ignore it, for he had encountered such gazes numerous times before. The Ice Emperor had displayed a similar expression after each defeat at his hands, as had by Ling. As the trio settled into the ice cave, the Ice Emperor, with a look of utter disdain, addressed Ling Xiao. Human, what brings you here again? Ding. Task issued. Discipline the obstinate Ice Emperor. Reward. 3 secret techniques of the Flame God. The voice of Lan Shui resonated in the air. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao, who had initially intended to disregard the Ice Emperor, shifted his gaze towards her, narrowing his eyes. Ice Emperor, it seems that during our time apart, you have forgotten the lessons of the past. How can you say such a thing? The Ice Emperor retorted, her face flushed with anger as she recalled the humiliations she had endured. You struck me at the slightest provocation. Those beatings were self-inflicted, Ling Xiao replied dismissively. What? The Ice Emperor ground her teeth in fury. You audacious human, how dare you speak to me like that? I challenge you to a duel. A duel? Very well. Bring it on. Ling Xiao scoffed at the Ice Emperor's provocation, beckoning her with a dismissive gesture. The Ice Emperor's beautiful face twisted in indignation at his insolence. Ah, how dare you underestimate me? Eternal Frost Seal, she roared, unleashing a wave of frigid air directed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, unfazed, rose to his feet and effortlessly dispelled the chilling aura with a mere wave of his hand. He then teleported directly behind the Ice Emperor. A dark chain materialized, binding the Ice Emperor in an instant. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, the Ice Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Human, you shall not, he bellowed. But his protest fell on deaf ears. The sound of slapping echoed through the ice cave, reverberating and amplifying in intensity. After a few minutes, Ling Xiao loosened the chain, allowing the Ice Emperor to stand. At that moment, the Ice Emperor's face flushed crimson, his slender legs trembling uncontrollably. This is merely a small lesson. Should you dare to provoke me again, Ice Emperor, it will not be so simple next time. Ling Xiao warned sternly. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor's countenance changed once more, his hands clasped tightly behind him as he regarded Ling Xiao with palpable caution. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Task completed. Reward. 3 great secrets of the Flame God. Ling Xiao nodded, disregarding the Ice Emperor's thoughts, and settled beside the Snow Empress. Here, I have a splendid gift for you, Ling Xiao proclaimed, presenting a vial of life water to the Snow Empress. Another vial of life water, yet it feels distinctly different, the Snow Empress remarked, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she observed the radiant liquid within the bottle. This life water has been upgraded. Perhaps if you drink it now, you could surpass the threshold of 700,000 years. The original life water and the current version are both exceedingly precious. Are you truly giving this to me? A soul beast? She inquired softly, gazing at the vial in her hand. We are friends. What does it matter whether one is a soul beast or a human? Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Is it because we are friends? The Snow Empress looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. She recognized that although he was immensely powerful, he possessed an extraordinary innocence, offering such a treasure simply out of friendship. Thank you. The Snow Empress expressed her heartfelt gratitude after a moment of silence. Not at all. The Ice Emperor interjected, her complexion still flushed. Do I have any? You did. But since you just annoyed me, you no longer do. Ling Xiao stated. Ah. The Ice Emperor was taken aback. Never mind, I don't need it. I don't care. What does it matter? I'm still alive without it, she declared, retreating to a corner, her figure appearing desolate. Alas, don't take it to heart. I truly don't understand why the Ice Emperor harbors such animosity towards you. The Snow Empress sighed. It's fine. Considering her appealing appearance, I shall not hold it against her. Ling Xiao responded nonchalantly, for he merely appreciated the Ice Emperor's looks, as long as she did not cross any lines. Sigh. The Snow Empress lamented, observing the formidable presence before her, who was so carefree. However, it was precisely this trait that allowed them to survive. Hurry and drink it. Let us see how much you can enhance. Ling Xiao urged. The Snow Empress nodded. Uncapping the vial, and a delicate fragrance immediately permeated the icy cave. The sulking Ice Emperor turned her gaze momentarily but quickly averted her eyes, silently repeating, "I don't need it. I don't need it." Upon consuming the life water, the Snow Empress closed her eyes, and a surge of energy enveloped her being. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao promptly sealed the space to prevent any destruction of the ice cave. The aura of the Snow Empress continued to surge, reaching an astonishing 67,000 years within mere breaths, and it showed no signs of ceasing. After several minutes, her imposing presence gradually calmed, and at that moment, her strength had ascended to 74,000 years. The Snow Empress opened her eyes, astonished by her newfound power, her lips parting in disbelief. "Your strength has indeed increased significantly," Ling Xiao remarked. "This is all thanks to you. I've always been unaware of your name," the Snow Empress replied, her face lighting up with joy as she turned to Ling Xiao. "My name is Ling Xiao, soaring above the 9 heavens." "Above the 9 heavens, you say?" The Snow Empress nodded, acknowledging that such power truly transcended all. Meanwhile, the Ice Empress felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Although she was unaware of the Snow Empress's true strength, it was evident that it had grown tremendously from her demeanor. Silently, the Ice Empress turned away, her head bowed and her eyes devoid of life. Suddenly, a hand appeared before her. Startled, she looked up to find Ling Xiao seated beside her, a vial of life water in hand. "Here you go. The Snow Empress has already attained 74,000 years of strength, while you have only just reached 300,000. Drink this to enhance your power," Ling Xiao urged, placing the life water into the Ice Empress's hands, gently ruffling her hair before departing. Throughout this exchange, the Ice Empress stared blankly at Ling Xiao, unresponsive even when he tousled her hair. It was only when Ling Xiao sat beside the Snow Empress that she regained her senses, lowering her gaze to the life water in her hands, a smile creeping onto her lips. No longer hesitating, the Ice Empress uncorked the vial and drank the life water, closing her eyes as her aura began to stir. After 10 minutes, her presence stabilized. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she had transformed into a 39,000-year-old spirit beast, her eyes sparkling with delight. Eager to share this news with Ling Xiao. However, seeing Ling Xiao engrossed in conversation with the Snow Empress, her smile faltered. Observing the close proximity of the two, the Ice Empress felt an unsettling discomfort wash over her. It seemed no one cared for her, as if she were superfluous. Noticing the Ice Empress's despondency, the Snow Empress inquired with concern, "Ice Empress, why do you appear troubled despite your strength enhancement?" "Nothing at all, Snow Empress," the Ice Empress replied, shaking her head as she approached the two, sitting closely beside Ling Xiao, nearly pressing against him. Ling Xiao gazed at the Ice Emperor with a hint of perplexity, pondering how moments ago they were poised for battle, yet now he sat here in serene tranquility. Nevertheless, there was no need to dwell on such matters. Ling Xiao continued conversing with the Snow Empress, inquiring, "Is it true that your spirit beasts must endure a thunder tribulation every time they ascend by 100,000 years?" "Indeed, yet for some unknown reason, this time there has been no tribulation accompanying the increase in power," replied the Snow Empress, a hint of perplexity in her voice. In previous instances, each tribulation had nearly cost her half her life. She had anticipated a similar fate this time, only to be surprised by the absence of any thunderclouds. Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress became suddenly alert, though she too sensed no trace of impending tribulation. Could it be that the deity had perished? She mused with a malevolent thought. It was those divine beings that had made their ascension so arduous. Their demise would be welcomed. It is likely that the gods have refrained from unleashing the tribulation upon witnessing both you and the Snow Empress by my side, Ling Xiao conjectured. These deities must have been intimidated. Why would the gods be afraid? The Snow Empress asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. That is of little consequence. It is good news for you need not fear perishing in a thunder tribulation henceforth, Ling Xiao replied. Indeed, the Snow Empress, though still puzzled, chose not to press the matter further. Where do you plan to go next? She inquired. I know not. I shall wander where the winds take me. This continent holds little interest for me now, Ling Xiao declared, anticipating a journey to another realm following the conclusion of the continent-wide Soul Master Tournament. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress fell into silence. The Ice Empress, anxious from being unable to join the conversation, finally saw her chance. Listening intently to Ling Xiao's words, she suddenly brightened and exclaimed, Human, there is something that might pique your interest. Wait here. With that, the Ice Empress exited the icy cave. The Snow Empress, struck by an idea, followed suit. Before long, the Ice Empress returned, dragging a large, plump caterpillar behind her. "What is this creature?" Ling Xiao asked, gazing at the insect the Ice Empress had brought forth. "This is the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm, a spirit beast that has reached the venerable age of 1,000,000 years." The Ice Empress replied, releasing her grip with a look of disdain. "A million-year spirit beast, such a being has attained divine status. Yet, why does it appear so feeble? It seems unlikely to best even a Titan giant ape of a mere 150,000 years," Ling Xiao remarked, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm. "We discovered the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm 50 years ago in a glacier. At first, upon noticing the 10 golden stripes adorning its body, we believed it to be immensely powerful and were both taken aback. Who would have thought that, despite its million-year cultivation, it is but a pitiful creature that cannot even contend with some 10,000-year spirit beasts? Even more outrageous is the fact that it once sought to court me before revealing its true nature. Thankfully, I recognized its deceit in time," the Ice Empress recounted, her expression twisted in distaste as she kicked the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm. "I truly love you, Bing Bing. How could you speak of me so?" The Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm lamented, its voice tinged with sorrow. "How dare you call me that?" The Ice Empress, incensed, sent the Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm soaring through the air with a powerful kick, causing it to spin several times before crashing to the ground, shaking the very earth beneath them. Fortunately, the ice cave was spacious enough. Otherwise, the Ice Empress's kick could have toppled the ceiling. "Is this creature of any use to you?" Ling Xiao inquired. "Indeed, both the Snow Empress and I can absorb the spirit power it possesses, significantly accelerating our cultivation. However, it is rather bothersome, which is why we have kept it confined elsewhere. Moreover, it harbors a secret. It originally did not hail from the far north, but escaped from an exceedingly terrifying place," the Ice Empress stated, her countenance grave. "Is that so?" Upon hearing these words, Ling Xiao's interest was piqued. He turned to the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm and inquired, "Little creature, whence do you hail?" However, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm disregarded Ling Xiao, casting a despairing glance at the Ice Emperor. "Bing Bing, how could you be so heartless towards me? I have cherished you so dearly," it lamented. "Bah, you are merely a Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, nothing more than sustenance for my Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion clan. Spare me your nonsensical ramblings." The Ice Emperor's countenance darkened. Just as the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was about to utter more, an overwhelming chill enveloped it, causing its very soul to tremble in astonishment. Despite its lack of prowess, it was undeniably a soul beast of 1,000,000 years, and few could rival its mental fortitude. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm then turned its attention to Ling Xiao, whom it had previously overlooked, and suddenly cried out in despair, "Bing Bing, you are a soul beast. Why would you strike me for the sake of a human? What are you babbling about, insect?" The Ice Emperor's face flushed crimson as it unleashed a flurry of punches upon the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's form, eliciting cries of pain from the creature. "Cease. I concede. I was wrong," the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm pleaded. After several minutes of relentless blows, the Ice Emperor finally withdrew, returning to Ling Xiao's side, still flushed. "Human, do not misunderstand. I simply cannot abide his absurdities," the Ice Emperor clarified. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm turned its gaze towards Ling Xiao, although no emotion was discernible on its face. Ling Xiao could sense the palpable aura of despair emanating from it. "Alas, having just escaped the clutches of a horde of demons, I now find myself confronted by another." The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm despaired inwardly. "Little creature, may I inquire as to your origin?" Ling Xiao stepped forward, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm suddenly regained its composure, meeting the terrifying gaze and saying, "I can disclose that. But will you allow me to depart?" "Not at all. If you prefer silence, I shall delve into your memories myself, though the experience will be excruciating, akin to 1,000 cuts. Do you wish to endure that?" Ling Xiao replied, possessing the soul capture technique to probe into memories, albeit with a process fraught with agony that could drive the subject to madness. Ling Xiao's tone was remarkably calm, yet it instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. "I will tell you everything." The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm cried out in fear, beginning to recount its tale. "Initially, I was merely an ordinary soul beast, an ice silkworm, dwelling peacefully within the glaciers. However, one day, I unexpectedly fell into a cave filled with abundant 10,000-year-old cold ice marrow, immensely beneficial to soul beasts. As a mere ordinary soul beast, lacking in strength and fearing becoming prey for others. Discovering such a treasure that could rapidly enhance my power, especially in such a secure location, was a stroke of fortune. Thus, I chose to remain there, consuming the cold ice marrow and eventually succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, I would continue to feast, and my power steadily grew to 1,000,000 years. Upon hearing the heavenly dream ice silkworm's words, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor fell into silence, astonished that one could attain the status of 1,000,000-year soul beast in such a manner. However, the Ice Emperor noted that such weakness was unbecoming of 1,000,000-year soul beast, a true disgrace to their kind. And then, Ling Xiao inquired, intrigued by the legendary life of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. After an indeterminate period, I awoke once more, finding myself in a mysterious realm occupied by several soul beasts, the weakest among them being 20,000-year soul beasts, and the most formidable a black dragon of tremendous power. I sensed that even the current Snow Emperor may not stand a chance against him. The heavenly dream ice silkworm spoke gravely. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Despite the heavenly dream ice silkworm's weak stature, the mental prowess of 1,000,000 years was no fabrication. If he claimed this, it was likely true. Exceeding 74,000 years of power? How intriguing! Ling Xiao remarked, his interest piqued. Subsequently, I found myself imprisoned in that place, drained of energy by the resident soul beasts. I was engulfed in despair, yet thoughts of being waiting for me fueled my resolve. Finally, I encountered an opportunity and escaped. The heavenly dream ice silkworm exclaimed passionately, moved to tears. However, the Ice Emperor's countenance darkened. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the Snow Emperor and Ling Xiao, the Ice Emperor advanced and struck the heavenly dream ice silkworm with great force. The ice silkworm let out a cry of pain. Ouch! Insect! Just recount your experiences without embellishing. Dare to utter such trivial matters again, and I shall carve a piece of flesh from you. The Ice Emperor warned menacingly, his hands transforming into sharp scorpion pincers that glimmered ominously, causing the heavenly dream ice silkworm to tremble. All right, Bing, calm down. I will speak properly. The heavenly dream ice silkworm replied in fear, continuing, during that time, I sensed something deep within the space, a voice of authority that echoed through, prompting the soul beasts to flee deeper into the realm. Although I was curious, I dared not hesitate and fled for my life. Fortunately, they did not pursue me. After a long journey, I returned to this place and chose a location to slumber and regain my strength. Upon awakening, I was delighted to see the Ice Emperor, but my joy faded upon realizing he was consuming me. The heavenly dream ice silkworm conveyed, his tone heavy, his chubby visage reflecting disappointment. I am the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion. You, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, are destined to be our sustenance. How could I possibly coexist with such a large insect? It is but a dream, the Ice Emperor declared, his gaze filled with disdain. The heavenly dream ice silkworm appeared utterly disheartened upon hearing this. Where's that place? Ling Xiao disregarded the feelings of the heavenly dream ice silkworm and asked directly, I do not know. After escaping, I was solely focused on survival, paying little attention to my surroundings. The heavenly dream ice silkworm replied. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before approaching the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Time illuminated. The river of time manifested before Ling Xiao's eyes, as the experiences endured by the heavenly dream ice silkworm transformed into vivid scenes that flashed before him. From the moment the ice silkworm consumed the marrow of the millennium cold ice, to its imprisonment, Ling Xiao beheld a black dragon, a purple dragon, and a swan. As the heavenly dream ice silkworm finally escaped from its confining space and emerged into the world, it encountered two enormous rabbits, a colossal ox-headed creature, and a fleeting gorilla amidst a forested area. Soon, they arrived at the farthest north, and after a shroud of darkness, light returned to reveal the figures of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was once again ensnared, and at that moment, the vision abruptly ceased. Ling Xiao fell into deep contemplation. What he had just witnessed was the Tianqing Yopong and the Titan giant ape. And those two enormous rabbits must be the untransformed figures of Douluo and Xiao Wu. To his surprise, the location of those soul beasts was beneath the Stardow forest. Did Douluo and the others know about this? He would inquire upon his return. Enough. I understand. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Indeed. The Ice Emperor nodded, seizing the dream ice silkworm and dragging it back. Such a substantial source of nourishment was rare, and they could not let it slip away. No. I have divulged so much information to you. Spare me. The dream ice silkworm cried out in a pitiful tone. Precisely because you have shared so much information, I shall grant you a reprieve. However, The nourishment you possess cannot go to waste. We shall wait until we have consumed it before discussing your fate. Rest assured, you will survive. The Ice Emperor replied coldly. The audacity of the Dream Ice Silkworm to speak so defiantly would not be overlooked. Upon hearing this, the Dream Ice Silkworm was engulfed in despair but dared not utter another word. After all, surviving was already a stroke of fortune. After the Ice Emperor dragged the Dream Ice Silkworm away, Ling Xiao unleashed his formidable soul power, sweeping across the entire continent. Beneath the Starry Lake, he indeed discovered a mysterious space where several soul beasts were present, along with a silver dragon. By the standards of the divine realm, its strength had already reached the second tier of divinity. A second-tier deity on the continent, surely the beings from the divine realm had not detected this, otherwise tranquility would not reign in the divine realm, Ling Xiao mused. Observing the resting Tianqing Niupong, Ling Xiao's soul power infiltrated its mind. Tianqing Niupong. Who? Upon hearing the sudden voice in its mind, the Tianqing Niupong's eyes widened. It is I, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, where are you? The Tianqing Niupong's head emerged from the lake, scanning its surroundings. I am in the far north, still quite distant from the Starry Lake. I wish to inquire about something. What is it? Do you know what lies beneath the Starry Lake? What lies beneath the Starry Lake? Is it not just me? What else could there be? The Tianqing Niupong was momentarily taken aback, submerging into the Starry Lake to search, yet finding nothing. You and they do not exist in the same space. In that space, there are several soul beasts, the weakest of which possesses a strength of at least 200,000 years. The Tianqing Niupong's mind was momentarily dazed, astonished that beneath the Starry Lake, a place it had inhabited for so many years, such formidable beings were concealed. Are you seeking them for a reason? I merely find it intriguing. By the way, you and the Titan giant ape must hasten to increase your strength. Otherwise, when that group of soul beasts beneath the Starry Lake emerges, you will have no means to resist. Ling Xiao warned, and upon hearing this, the Tianqing Niupong's expression grew grave. Ling Xiao produced 10 vials of life water and cast them forth. After traversing through layers of space, the life water landed before the Azure Bowl Python. These 10 vials should suffice to elevate both your and the Titan giant ape's strength to 30 or 40,000 years. Thus, even when that group of soul beast emerges, you will hold a certain standing. The Azure Bowl Python spoke gravely. No need for that. You are my soul beast friends. I cannot allow you to endure any grievances. Ling Xiao replied, severing the connection. The Azure Bowl Python extended its tail from the lake to rouse the slumbering Titan giant ape, explaining the situation and distributing 5 vials of life water to it. It then consumed a vial of life water itself, commencing its breakthrough. Ling Xiao, after reclaiming his soul, retrieved an iron pot, a porcelain bowl, and wooden chopsticks, preparing to cook. Are you hungry now? Inquired the Snow Empress. Indeed, it's been such a long time. It's time to eat. As Ling Xiao spoke, a ripple emanated from the adjacent space, causing several stones and pieces of wood to tumble forth. While a crystal-clear lake floated gracefully in the air, Ling Xiao constructed a stove from stones, ignited a fire, and meticulously prepared the ingredients before commencing to saw it. At that moment, Snow Empress silently swallowed, well aware of the delectable flavors inherent in Ling Xiao's culinary creations. Just then, Ice Empress returned, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Ling Xiao cooking, prompting her to take a seat and patiently await the meal. Following their previous experience with Ling Xiao's dishes, both had developed a fondness for cooked food. Occasionally, they would attempt to replicate his recipes, yet the taste invariably fell short of Ling Xiao's exceptional standards. Soon, everything was ready: a large pot of steamed rice, a generous portion of stir-fried meat, braised ribs, rib soup, and sauteed greens adorned the table. The 3 of them each served themselves a bowl of rice and began to eat. In human terms, it could be said that whoever shares a meal with you is truly fortunate, Ice Empress remarked between bites, her cheeks full of food, presenting a rather endearing sight. Ling Xiao gazed at the Ice Empress, shaking his head, then turned his attention to the Snow Empress. In contrast to the Ice Empress's exuberance, the Snow Empress appeared significantly more tranquil. Her movements were graceful, savoring each bite. Upon meeting Ling Xiao's gaze, the Snow Empress felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety, her delicate face tinged with a flush of color. The Ice Empress, noticing this scene, found her meal suddenly lacking in flavor. Her eating slowed, and her eyes dimmed with a hint of melancholy. Ice Empress, why have you stopped eating? Ling Xiao inquired, his gaze shimmering with a golden light as he perceived her somber mood. Gently, he placed a hand upon the Ice Empress's small head, a subtle thread of spiritual energy weaving into her consciousness. The Ice Empress shivered, lifting her head to meet Ling Xiao's eyes, and to her surprise, her spirits lifted. Joy surged within her. How could this be? Why does the touch of this human bring me such happiness? This sensation never even occurred when the Snow Empress caressed me. She pondered, a wave of confusion washing over her as her heart raced with unsettling thoughts. Ling Xiao sensed the turbulent emotions swirling within the Ice Emperor. Gently, he caressed the Ice Emperor's small head, allowing a faint surge of spiritual energy to flow into her soul, soothing her inner turmoil and restoring her calm. You feel much better now, don't you? Ling Xiao remarked with a light smile. Yes, much better. The Ice Emperor replied softly, casting another glance at Ling Xiao. Within her heart, subtle changes were occurring, which she recognized but did not resist, finding solace in this newfound state. Ling Xiao, upon witnessing the Ice Emperor's regained composure, gently withdrew his hand. Moments earlier, he had harnessed his power to subtly influence the Ice Emperor's soul, successfully stabilizing his emotions. Chapter 43. The Snow Emperor after a while. The trio finished their meal, tidied up their surroundings, and settled into a leisurely conversation within the icy cavern. Snow Emperor, your strength has reached an astonishing 74 million years. However, that black dragon's prowess indeed surpasses yours, not to mention the divine silver dragon. Ling Xiao remarked, his thoughts drifting towards the enchanting silver dragon. Although the black dragon may be stronger than you, it could never rival your might, for you possess strength akin to that of a deity. Yet, concerning this silver dragon with divine power, do you not fear potential peril? The Ice Emperor inquired, casting a glance at Ling Xiao. That silver dragon, despite its divine status, is rather weak. Moreover, these soul beasts might even serve as delightful companions. Ling Xiao replied. Nevertheless, he pondered the appearance of those soul beasts. Never mind. Aside from the silver dragon, the rest are rather unappealing, particularly that large goose, which looks quite foolish. Ling Xiao pondered over the several spirit beasts, helplessly rubbing his temples. Upon hearing the suggestion of becoming pets, both the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor involuntarily recalled past events, their faces flushing with warmth. As a faint pain lingered at the back, prompting them to tightly cover it with their small hands. Their formidable strength rendered them unwilling to accept such a fate. Unwilling? That would not be their choice. It would be quite effortless for me to incapacitate them. Ling Xiao chuckled heartily at this thought. However, the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor sensed a profound malice, silently lamenting the unfortunate fate of the spirit beasts, for encountering such a powerful individual was indeed a misfortune. Are you heading to that place now? The Snow Empress inquired softly. Let us rest here for a while. I have not paused since departing from the spirit hall. Ling Xiao replied, though decades of rest would pose no issue for him now. He still preferred the comfort of sleep. With that, Ling Xiao exited the ice cave and approached the base of a colossal iceberg, using chains to carve out an ice chamber. This chamber extended deep into the ice for about 100 meters, soaring several dozen meters high, with a central ice bed measuring approximately 5 meters in length, width, and height. Ling Xiao's figure flickered as he lay down on the icy bed, closing his eyes to rest. In the realm of the system, a silhouette formed from his soul hovered in the air, surrounded by black flames. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to practice the 3 great secret techniques of the Flame God. Observing the 3 volumes of the Flame God's inheritance before him, he began his studies. Simultaneously, he exerted a bit of power to reinforce the ice cave and the icy bed, creating a secluded space around himself. Otherwise, the terrifying temperature would leave him facing the sky upon awakening. Outside the system space, black flames suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's body, causing the temperature within the ice cave to rise rapidly. However, with the reinforcement, the cave sustained no damage. What on earth is happening? The Ice Emperor, hiding outside and peering into the cave, gasped at the scene, successfully drawing the Snow Empress's attention. The Snow Empress frowned, observing the rising temperature and the flames enveloping him. What should we do now? At this rate, he won't be reduced to ashes, will he? The Ice Emperor's face was anxious as he entered the cave and summoned cold air around Ling Xiao, slightly lowering the temperature within. It should be fine. This black flame must be related to his black chains. It shouldn't harm him. The Snow Empress replied, her tone uncertain. However, this situation cannot continue. His body temperature has soared to such an extent that it can be felt hundreds of meters away. The Ice Emperor was growing increasingly frantic. The Snow Empress, deep in thought, was interrupted when the Ice Emperor bit her lip, closed her eyes, and dashed to lie beside Ling Xiao, continuously releasing her cold aura. Ice Emperor, what are you doing? The Snow Empress exclaimed in surprise. There is no other choice. Perhaps this will lower his temperature, and if not, at least it will prevent it from rising further. The Ice Emperor whispered, her face flushed, her small body pressed tightly against Ling Xiao. The Snow Empress's lips twitched. Given the Ice Emperor's current state, she might melt from her own rising temperature before she could help Ling Xiao. Nonetheless, it might be a solution. Ling Xiao had elevated her strength to 74,000 years, and she would consider this an act of gratitude. As the Snow Empress moved slowly toward the icy bed, her face also turned as red as the Ice Emperor's. The two exchanged glances, each seeing shyness reflected in the other's eyes. Having just completed his study of the Flame Star secret technique, Ling Xiao sensed something unusual nearby, but did not perceive any danger. With his current strength, encountering any peril was implausible. Even if that group of gods exerted themselves, they could not harm him in the slightest. Thus, he resumed his practice of the next flame god technique, the flame armor. The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor noticed a slight decrease in Ling Xiao's temperature, and a flicker of joy crossed their eyes. While the reduction was minimal, it was still effective. Yet, in the next moment, amidst their confusion, the black flames dancing upon Ling Xiao's body gradually coalesced into a suit of armor. The black armor was adorned with fiery patterns, flames swirling over it, completely encasing Ling Xiao's head, with a plume of black fire dancing atop the helmet. What is happening? How did these things suddenly appear on him? The Ice Emperor asked, her cute face filled with bewilderment. I don't know. It seems to be armor, perhaps activated during times of danger. Is there a threat now? The Snow Empress questioned, her expression puzzled, as she failed to detect any danger. Being a naturally born ice goddess, she could sense the entirety of the extreme north. Their confusion did not last long, as the flames enveloping Ling Xiao's armor began to dissipate. Suddenly, a wave emanated from him, and a space cloaked in flames materialized. The terrifying temperature sending the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor into a state of panic. What is going on now? The Ice Emperor exclaimed, feeling distressed as the oppressive heat made her head spin. We must leave this domain. The heat is unbearable. The Snow Empress, straining her body to escape, found her strength sapped by the intense temperature, causing her to faint onto the icy bed. In the next moment, the temperature within Ling Xiao's fiery domain surged again, melting half of the reinforced ice mountain and dissolving half of the icy bed, leaving the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor completely unconscious. Ling Xiao, within the system space, nodded in satisfaction. He had successfully practiced the third secret technique, the flame domain, and could now enter a state of rest. Time flew by, and when Ling Xiao awoke, it was already midday the following day. Stretching and rubbing his eyes, he sighed in contentment. This nap had been quite refreshing. However, as his hands fell, they encountered a softness that was not part of the icy bed. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, gazing in bewilderment at the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor lying beside him. It appeared that even with the reinforcement of the icy bed and cave, they could not withstand such extreme heat. This, however, was to be expected. Yet, why were the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor by my side? Could it be that the unusual occurrences outside were caused by the two of them? But weren't they supposed to be in another icy cavern? Ling Xiao, feeling a sense of confusion, shook his head and led the two individuals back into another ice cavern, gently placing them down. Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, awaken. After laying them on the bed within the ice cave, Ling Xiao called out using his soul power to rouse them. Human, what happened? The Ice Emperor inquired upon awakening, only to suddenly recollect the events of the previous day. Human, what transpired yesterday? Why did you suddenly engulf yourself in black flames? The Ice Emperor questioned. It was merely a practice of some secret techniques. But what about the two of you? Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to remain in this ice cavern? Ling Xiao asked. We saw you engulfed in flames, and your body temperature was extraordinarily high. We were concerned for your well-being, which is why we came close. Unexpectedly, a fiery domain enveloped us, and that terrifying heat caused us to lose consciousness, explained the Ice Emperor. Ah, I understand now, Ling Xiao replied. Humph. We acted out of concern for you, and you dare question us. The Ice Emperor retorted, her small face filled with indignation. All right, this is my fault. I should have informed you beforehand about what I was doing, Ling Xiao chuckled. Just so you know, the Ice Emperor huffed. What secret technique are you practicing to wield such terrifying heat? The three great secret techniques of the Flame God. The Flame God's secret techniques? By the gods, the Snow Emperor exclaimed, who had remained silent until now. Indeed. You mean to say you possess the legacy of the divine? The Snow Emperor asked, her voice steady. Yes. Are you familiar with the divine legacy? Ling Xiao replied, raising an eyebrow at the Snow Emperor. I am, for we in the far north also have a deity. The Ice Goddess. She is the divine I revere, the Snow Emperor declared. Where is this Ice Goddess? She has perished. She was killed by the divine realm while trying to aid the soul beast of the far north. The Snow Emperor said, her tone heavy with sorrow. Dead. What a pity. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted. Did none of you inherit her divine position? None. We dared not. You, the Ice Queen, dared not? The divine realm forbids soul beasts from ascending to godhood. This is what the Ice Goddess informed us before her demise. The Snow Emperor whispered, though her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Fear not. That decree is no longer in place. You shall inherit the divine position, Ling Xiao proclaimed, causing the Snow Emperor's beautiful eyes to widen in astonishment. How do you know it has been revoked? You shall come to know in due time. Do not forget that I also have a divine position to inherit. I am well aware of matters concerning the divine realm. Is that truly the case? Of course. Do you wish to be the first soul beast to ascend to divinity in many years? Ling Xiao asked, sending a tremor through the Snow Emperor's heart. Can I really? The Snow Emperor questioned hesitantly. Snow Emperor, do not hesitate. We have a general understanding of his character. If he says so, it must be true. The Ice Emperor interjected from the side. Very well. I shall attempt it. If all fails, I will perish. After contemplating the Ice Emperor's words and Ling Xiao's assurances, the Snow Emperor finally resolved to pursue the inheritance of the divine position. Under the guidance of the Snow Emperor, they approached a palace of ice and snow. Upon entering, they beheld a statue of a woman standing majestically within the palace. Her beauty was unparalleled, her expression gentle, adorned with a soft smile, as sunlight illuminated her, imparting an air of mystery and grace. This is the Ice Goddess. Ling Xiao gazed at the statue, his mind drifting through the river of time. Recognizing her as a secondary deity, a subordinate to the primary water god, with average strength, the Snow Emperor stepped forward, standing before the statue of the Ice Goddess. When a gentle voice echoed, Snow Emperor, have you finally arrived? A sudden voice emerged, and beams of light from the statue coalesced into the form of a woman. Ice Goddess, you are not dead? The Snow Emperor asked, her pupils narrowing. My corporeal form has indeed perished. What remains is but a fragment of my consciousness. The Ice Goddess replied, her face devoid of fear of death, only curious as she regarded Ling Xiao, recognizing him as a human. Yet, she did not dwell on it, for she was already deceased. I have awaited your arrival. Now that you are here, I shall pass on the legacy of the Ice Goddess to you. Perhaps, upon your ascension, you may alter the fate of the soul beasts. The Ice Goddess stated, aware of the difficulty, if not impossibility, of this endeavor. For the divine realm would not permit soul beasts to ascend. Yes, Ice Goddess, I am prepared. The Snow Emperor's eyes glimmered with determination. Good. The Ice Goddess nodded, gesturing as she extracted the divine position from the statue. The Snow Emperor closed her eyes as the Ice Goddess' divine position began to fuse with her, causing her aura to surge and stir the heavens and earth. At that moment, the Ice Goddess gazed solemnly into the sky, fearing that the divine beings might descend to obstruct the transfer of the divine position. Sure enough, after a brief period, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, and two figures materialized in the air. The god of Shura and the water god. How is this possible? The Ice Goddess gasped. She had anticipated divine beings might intervene, yet she never expected both the water god and the god of Shura to come in person. The water god was a primary deity, his strength comparable to that of the sea god, the only difference being that he lacked a supreme artifact. Yet the water cloud sphere he possessed was a rare divine weapon capable of withstanding the assaults of several primary deities. As for the god of Shura, he was a king among gods, capable of effortlessly slaying primary deities. What shall we do? Both of them have arrived. The Ice Goddess felt a wave of despair wash over her. Not only was she merely a fragment of consciousness now, but even at her peak, she would have been no match for the water god, let alone the god of Shura. The Ice Emperor also turned pale, the pressure emanating from the god of Shura and the water god leaving her breathless. However, the god of Shura and the water god ignored them and approached Ling Xiao, respectfully bowing as they spoke. My lord, this soul beast beside you is suited for the Ice Goddess' divine position, which is why I brought the water god along to assess her worthiness. Indeed, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and addressed the water god, who dared not raise his head. You may transfer your divine position to the Snow Empress. Yes, my lord. The water god, fearing any hint of dissent, promptly approached the Snow Empress, infusing her with divine power as his divine position materialized, ready to be bestowed upon her. At that moment, Ling Xiao clenched his fist, And amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the divine positions of the water and ice gods merged, encircling the Snow Empress with a path of ice and a path of water. This is perfect. The Snow Empress shall wield both the powers of water and ice, Ling Xiao declared nonchalantly, unconcerned by the astonishment of others. Chapter 44, The Ice and Snow Goddess. After a brief interval, observing the calming aura surrounding the Snow Empress, Ling Xiao nodded at the still-waiting water god and the Shura King, stating, "Now that the transfer of divine positions is complete, you two may take your leave." "Yes, my lord, we shall depart." The Shura King responded hastily, leading the seemingly liberated water god away. As he watched the Shura King and the water god return to the divine realm, Ling Xiao shifted his attention to the newly awakened Snow Empress. "How do you feel now?" he inquired. "I feel magnificent. My power has reached 990,000 years, and I sense that soon I shall surpass 1,000,000 years, attaining the true essence of divinity." The Snow Empress exclaimed with excitement. She had never imagined she would one day ascend to godhood, and her gaze toward Ling Xiao was filled with gratitude, joy, and a hint of something else. However, as she glanced at the Ice Emperor and the Ice Goddess, she noticed their expressions were marked by shock and confusion, devoid of any delight regarding her impending divinity. "Ice Goddess, Ice Emperor, what troubles you?" the Snow Empress asked with concern. Yet, the Ice Goddess ignored her, instead looking at Ling Xiao with fear in her eyes, opening her mouth but failing to articulate her thoughts. "Human, what is the meaning of this? Why do these two deities tremble before you, obeying your commands? Even with a divine position, this should not be the case," the Ice Emperor queried, her lips pressed together, voicing the question that plagued her as well. The Ice Goddess, too, gazed at Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with confusion. After all, he was the supreme ruler of the divine realm. What is there to be puzzled about? "I am immensely powerful," Ling Xiao replied. The Snow Empress's bewilderment deepened. She struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. Why were the Ice Goddess and Ice Emperor behaving so strangely? Had something occurred during her ascension to divinity? "We know you are powerful, but those two are deities. Moreover, they are even more formidable than the Ice Goddess," the Ice Emperor muttered, her gaze faltering before Ling Xiao. "Because I surpass all deities within the divine realm, I could easily obliterate the entire divine realm if I wished. Long ago, I had already vanquished 2 of the 5 supreme divine kings," Ling Xiao stated casually. "I am currently undergoing the trial of the fire god. But that does not imply I possess only this divine position. I had acquired divine status years ago, and not merely one. Presently, my strength is such that I could even create a divine realm. So, tell me, why should these 2 deities harbor fear of me?" Ling Xiao asserted, fixing his gaze upon the Ice Emperor. The Snow Empress, listening intently, began to understand. During her ascension, powerful deities had descended upon her. Yet they were afraid of Ling Xiao. "Snow Empress." Ling Xiao turned to the Snow Empress and remarked, "Just now, the water deity from the divine realm bestowed upon you a divine position. He is a level 1 deity, significantly more powerful than the level 2 Ice Goddess. I have fused these 2 divine positions together, so even without fortuitous encounters in the future, you will ascend to the level of a divine monarch, which is regarded as a supreme power in the current divine realm. However, this is merely the present. Above the divine monarch, there exist even higher tiers of divinity. It is possible that soon, beings beyond the divine monarch will emerge. If you wish to seize control of your destiny, diligent cultivation in the divine realm is imperative." The Snow Empress nodded and inquired, "Ling Xiao, could you enlighten me on the tiers that exist beyond the divine monarch? Additionally, what level do you currently possess?" The Ice Goddess and Ice Emperor perked up at this. One knew that the most exalted beings in the divine realm were divine monarchs, the strongest among them, while the other believed that merely becoming a deity was the pinnacle. Thus they were both filled with curiosity. Beyond the divine monarch, there are the divine sovereign, divine master, and divine ancestor. As for my own strength, I have already surpassed the divine ancestor, though I am yet uncertain of the exact level I have attained, Ling Xiao replied. His power had significantly increased after acquiring the position of the flame deity, but to ascertain the precise tier, perhaps he would need to venture into an even more powerful world. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress and the others gasped in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom the might of such a formidable being, especially since even the Ice Goddess was merely a level 2 deity. The Ice Emperor lowered her head even further, her mind swirling in a haze. After learning of Ling Xiao's prowess, she felt a twinge of fear, no longer daring to converse with him as casually as before, and even hesitated to meet his gaze. Gradually, the Ice Emperor began to retreat. Ling Xiao also noticed the Ice Emperor's unusual demeanor and approached her. As the Ice Emperor sensed Ling Xiao's approach, her fear intensified, causing her to tremble in place. He placed his hand gently upon the Ice Emperor's small head, and this single gesture elicited a sudden jolt from her. "What troubles you, Ice Emperor?" Ling Xiao inquired softly, perceiving the terror within her as a thread of soul energy entered her mind. I am very afraid of you." The Ice Emperor hesitated for a long while before responding. "Why?" "Because you are too powerful." Under the soothing influence of the soul energy, the Ice Emperor gradually alleviated some of her fear, yet she still dared not meet Ling Xiao's gaze. "What is there to fear? Did you not once revel in provoking me and even dared to engage me in combat? Because I was unaware of your true strength. Even the legendary deities are but trifles in your presence. Had I known of your might, I would never have dared to show you any disrespect." The Ice Emperor exclaimed urgently, suddenly recalling Ling Xiao's formidable prowess, falling silent once more. "Ha. So what if I am powerful? There is no need for such trepidation. After all, we are good friends, are we not?" Ling Xiao chuckled, shaking his head with a smile, his voice imbued with soul energy that dispelled the Ice Emperor's fears. As he tenderly stroked her small head, Ling Xiao chuckled at the Ice Emperor, surprised that the one who often provoked him now seemed to fear him. "Is it true? Are we truly good friends?" The Ice Emperor lifted her gaze to meet Ling Xiao's. She was somewhat petite, barely reaching his waist. "Of course it's true. How could you not consider me a friend after knowing each other for such a while?" Ling Xiao replied, slightly bending down to gaze directly into her eyes. A playful glimmer sparkling within them, their noses nearly touching. The Ice Emperor stared into Ling Xiao's eyes, their gazes colliding, feeling his breath upon her. His warm exhalation brushed against her face, causing her cheeks to flush with a sudden heat, resembling the hue of blood, while her breathing grew increasingly rapid. "Human. Why are you so suddenly close to me?" The Ice Emperor stammered in a flustered tone, hastily stepping back and casting her eyes around in a frantic manner. Unable to meet Ling Xiao's gaze. "Then why did you move so far away from me?" Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at the retreating Ice Emperor and stood upright, grasping one of her hands as he led her towards the Snow Empress. In that moment, as Ling Xiao held her hand, the Ice Emperor's gaze instantly turned vacant, her ability to think extinguished, allowing Ling Xiao to pull her along without resistance. "Snow Empress," Ling Xiao called out, "now that you have ascended to divinity, shall you not venture to the divine realm?" "I do not wish to go," the Snow Empress replied, a hint of sorrow crossing her face. "There is no one I know in the divine realm. I would be all alone. Yet it seems that once one becomes a deity, remaining in this world is no longer an option." The Ice Emperor, momentarily lost in thought, chimed in to comfort her, albeit with a heavy heart for the Snow Empress. "It is customary for deities to journey to the divine realm. Who says that ascension must lead to the divine realm?" Ling Xiao shrugged. "If the Snow Empress does not wish to go, then she may remain here." Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress's eyes lit up. If even the divine kings of the realm feared Ling Xiao, then surely his words granted her the freedom to stay. "Ling Xiao, thank you," the Snow Empress said, her gaze filled with gratitude and shyness. "How splendid! The Snow Empress can remain," the Ice Emperor exclaimed joyfully. After so long together, the prospect of sudden separation was indeed heart-wrenching. The Ice Emperor leaped with excitement, but the force of Ling Xiao's grip brought her back down to the ground before she could fully rise. Realizing her hand was still held by Ling Xiao, her cheeks flushed once more. Yet, instead of pulling away, she grasped his hand in return, leaning closer to him with a gentle smile adorning her rosy face. The Snow Empress observed this exchange, biting her lip in silence, though a sense of melancholy brewed within her heart. Meanwhile, the Ice God felt increasingly superfluous amidst the gathering. Sighing inwardly, alas, the extreme northern lands seem even colder now. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy that the Snow Empress had encountered such an immensely powerful being. Even though her true form had long perished, leaving only a wisp of her essence, she remained proud of her successor. Ice God, the Snow Empress suddenly recalled, gazing at the Ice God's increasingly ethereal figure, her heart heavy with sadness. "Snow Empress, do not mourn for me," the Ice God comforted, noticing the sorrow etched on her face. "I have already departed. What remains is merely a fragment of my essence. To witness your ascension to greatness is enough for me. I have become a deity, safeguarded my kin, and even after eons, my legacy endures. I have beheld such formidable beings, my life has been fulfilled." With a resounding laugh, the Ice God's essence began to dissipate into luminous motes. "Do you wish to return to life?" Ling Xiao suddenly inquired, looking at the Ice God's lingering essence. "What?" The Ice God froze in shock. "If you desire to live again, I can restore you, even as just a remnant." "No, thank you for your kindness," the Ice God replied, reflecting for a moment before smiling gently. "I have lived enough. I achieved godhood and fulfilled the dreams of countless lives over the ages. Even in the divine realm, there are intrigues and rivalries. To live once more would merely invite more troubles. Very well. I respect your choice. Ling Xiao nodded, refraining from imposing his will. Life or death is a decision that lies solely with oneself. He could revive the ice god, but could not restore the will to live in one who sought death. Thank you for your understanding. The ice god, now half vanished, bowed to Ling Xiao before completely fading from existence. In that moment, it seemed as though the snowfall in the extreme north intensified, mourning the ice god's departure. The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor shared no words. Though sorrowful, they understood this was the ice god's choice and felt no right to intervene. They bowed one last time to the remnants of the ice god before departing. Snow Empress, what name would you choose upon your ascension? Ling Xiao asked, seated upon a throne crafted of ice. I do not know. Since I have inherited the ice goddess title, perhaps I shall be called the ice goddess. Or, if you would, Ling Xiao, please suggest a name. The Snow Empress pondered. You now embody the powers of the water god and ice god. Why not call yourself the goddess of ice and snow? The deity of life in the divine realm is known as the goddess of life, Ling Xiao suggested, resting his chin on his hand, as a fragment of his soul had already entered the divine realm. Goddess of ice and snow, the Snow Empress repeated, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yes, upon my ascension, I shall be known as the goddess of ice and snow. The Ice Emperor looked on with envy, as she remained the only one without a divine title. Ling Xiao turned to her and said, Ice Empress, you may attempt to create a divine rank yourself. Or I could venture into the divine realm to seek a suitable position for you. Create a divine rank, me? The Ice Empress exclaimed, pointing a finger at herself, her expression one of disbelief. How could I possibly achieve that? Why not? Ling Xiao replied, your innate talent is already remarkable. With a little more of the essence of life, you could enhance your abilities even further. It is certainly within the realm of possibility. Ice Empress, you should give it a try. After all, even if you ultimately fail, there remains a second option. The Snow Empress added, very well, I shall give it a try. Upon hearing their encouragement, the Ice Empress resolved to take a chance, knowing there was a fallback. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and retrieved 20 bottles of life essence from the system space. 10 of these bottles were sufficient to elevate the Ice Emperor to over 900,000 years, while the other 10 could be utilized by both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor once they ascended to divinity. This supply of life essence should suffice, however. I wonder who amongst you and the elders of the Spirit Hall will first attain divine status, Ling Xiao remarked. That would undoubtedly be me. The Ice Emperor retorted without hesitation. I am the Supreme Soul Beast, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion. In my rank, even 5 humans combined would not intimidate me. After all, human bodies are inherently fragile. Is that so? Yet, are you aware that your current prowess is merely average within the Spirit Hall? The majority of titled Douluos there have reached level 97 or higher, with several having approached semi-divine status. Ling Xiao responded, omitting the fact that there were already 2 genuine deities among them. What? The Ice Emperor was taken aback. Have humans truly become this formidable? What are the soul beasts? They no longer require the hunting of soul beasts, and currently, most titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall are engrossed in seclusion, seldom venturing beyond their doors. Ling Xiao replied rather curtly. Indeed, they will refrain from attacking soul beasts, yet weaker soul masters are still in demand. As long as these titled Douluos remain inactive, soul beasts can continue to exist. It is a tenuous balance between the two, the Snow Empress interjected. Ice Emperor, you must seize the moment. The Snow Empress estimates that she will ascend to divinity in just a few years, while you are still at 400,000 years, leaving you far behind. I understand. I will strive diligently to ensure I do not lag too significantly, the Ice Emperor declared with unwavering determination. Very well, Ling Xiao shrugged and remarked. Having stayed here for quite a while, it is time for me to return. You all must strive diligently. Are you leaving already? Why so soon? Ice Emperor inquired upon hearing Ling Xiao's intention to depart. I find little purpose in remaining here, and your focus on cultivation is paramount. My presence may even serve as a distraction. It is far better for me to return home, where I can take some time to stroll by the Stardo Lake. Ling Xiao responded, but you could always visit me at the Spirit Hall. It is not far from here, and with your current prowess, you could reach it swiftly. However, there may be times when I am not available. In such instances, present this token to the Pope or the Grand Offering, Ling Xiao said, retrieving a platinum-colored medallion from his system space, emblazoned with a purple character for Ling. Present this token at the Spirit Hall, and my teachers will undoubtedly recognize you as my friends. Just remember, do not force your way in. The Spirit Hall is guarded by 2 deities, you know? Ling Xiao cautioned. Of course, we are not foolish. Ice Emperor rolled her eyes in response. That's good to hear. Farewell. Ling Xiao nodded and exited the ice cave, swiftly vanishing from their sight atop his demon eye blood sword. Come, Ice Emperor, we must devote ourselves to our cultivation. We cannot disappoint his expectations, Snow Emperor said, casting a glance in the direction Ling Xiao had departed, before retreating back into the ice cave. Indeed, Ice Emperor nodded, and in the next moment, the area was completely enveloped in ice and snow. Chapter 45, Zhu Alas. To complete the 7th trial of the God of Time, one must shatter the 7th layer of the Time Law's seal, yet I have barely made any progress, Ling Xiao sighed as he sat in his courtyard, resting his chin on his hand. It had been 7 days since he returned to this home, which he had initially purchased with Qian Rinqiwei, and during this span, he had been engaged in the trials of the God of Time, but had yet to fulfill the task at hand. Ling Xiao shook his head, delving deep into his thoughts as his spirit traversed a long river, enduring the relentless onslaught of time. After a considerable journey, he arrived at a transparent barrier, already marred by signs of fragmentation. Ling Xiao struck with a powerful fist, unleashing a surge of temporal energy from the barrier, propelling him back 100 meters. The new fissure he had created moments ago vanished once more. The trial of the God of Time is truly vexing. It must be the most troublesome among all divine assessments, Ling Xiao lamented. Indeed, time stands as one of the most formidable principles of the universe, proving to be more complex than the laws of strength encountered with the Titan, the laws of the soul from the Holy Spirit, the laws of life from the God of Life, and the laws of death from the God of Death. Ling Xiao shook his head and once again charged towards the transparent barrier, striking it with all his might. The cracks widened, and the temporal shockwave surged once more. At that moment, in Ling Xiao's eyes, the river of time suddenly manifested. Time stood still. The temporal shockwave halted against the barrier. In that fleeting instant of beauty, Ling Xiao wielded the blood sword of demon eyes, striking against the temporal shockwave. In but an instant, he unleashed myriad slashes that shattered the temporal disturbance. This time, the fissure lingered upon the transparent barrier, refusing to vanish. Observing the newly formed crack upon the barrier, Ling Xiao sighed deeply. It was truly arduous. Here, not only was his speed constrained, allowing him to unleash countless strikes in an ephemeral moment, but it also accelerated the weariness of his soul. A single year spent here equated to the passage of tens of thousands of years in the outside world. With such an astronomical flow of time, even Ling Xiao found it challenging to endure. Exiting the system's divine examination space, he rose, massaging his temples to dispel the fatigue that weighed upon his heart. Opening his eyes, he beheld the flower bed before him. The vibrant blossoms offered him solace, as these were planted years ago alongside Qian Rinqiwei. Ling Xiao glanced at the sky, realizing that several hours had passed in the outside world. The simultaneous flow of 3 different time streams left him feeling even more fatigued. With a flicker of his form, he arrived in the depths of the forest and settled upon a massive, flat stone in a clearing. Nearby, a black chain erupted from the undulating void. Observing the extinguished bonfires before him, Ling Xiao gathered some dry grass and branches to rekindle the flames, fashioning a barbecue grill atop one and placing an iron pot on another. Before long, the chain returned, bearing a lifeless tiger-like soul beast. After meticulously preparing the beast, a surge of sword energy cleaved it in two. One half was placed on the grill, while the other was chopped into smaller pieces and added to the pot of water, each portion generously seasoned. As Ling Xiao busied himself with his culinary endeavors, several figures darted through the jungle in the distance. At the forefront was a young girl clad in a purple-black leather outfit, her figure graceful and alluring. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her fair skin contrasted sharply with her unexpectedly voluptuous form. The expression on her face was one of profound indifference, an innate chill reflected in her pure, unyielding demeanor. Her dark eyes betrayed not a hint of anger, clashing with her otherwise beautiful visage. Her limbs were long and proportionate, exuding an unsettling aura of desolation and frost. Casting a glance behind her, a fleeting shadow of loneliness flickered across her black eyes. "Second miss, please return with us. Do not resist," called out the pursuers trailing behind her. "Indeed. Second miss, come back. The eldest miss has assured us that no harm will come to you." A glimmer of derision and sorrow passed through the girl's eyes. No harm. How utterly absurd. They cannot dictate her fate. Why had she been born into such a family where sisters, who should have shared a bond, turned against one another in a ruthless struggle for the position of queen? She desired no such title. She merely wished to survive. As Ling Xiao awaited his meal, he slightly raised his head towards the thicket, intrigue flickering in his eyes. He utilized spatial confinement to seal away the enticing aroma of the food, preventing its scent from escaping. Moments later, the girl stepped into the clearing, momentarily caught off guard by Ling Xiao's gaze, causing her to falter slightly. A perfect opportunity. The excitement in the eyes of her pursuers ignited as one unleashed a soul technique, propelling the girl forward and causing her to crash onto the ground less than 10 meters from Ling Xiao. Naturally, he refrained from exerting his full strength. After all, the eldest miss had instructed them merely to bring the second miss back, and if she were to perish, their own lives would be forfeit upon their return. Observing the girl sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from her lips, Ling Xiao did not rush to assist her but rather regarded her with an amused expression. Chin in hand. 4 men and 1 woman emerged from the jungle, initially startled by Ling Xiao's presence, yet they quickly approached the girl on the ground. Second miss. Please return with us, the woman urged. 2 of the men, however, cast glances at Ling Xiao, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Ling Xiao gazed at him, raising an eyebrow. Was he contemplating an attack? Young man, you are quite unfortunate to witness this scene. It seems you must meet your demise, the man declared. While the others turned their attention towards Ling Xiao, Zhu Shiqing lifted her head to look at Ling Xiao, a glimmer of sorrow in her eyes, and said, "Please do not harm those who are uninvolved. I will return with you." There was still a faint chance for her to escape on the way back. But the individual before her had no such opportunity. Upon hearing the words, Ling Xiao turned his gaze towards Zhu Shiqing, his interest intensifying. At that moment, the voice of Lan Shu resounded. A mission has been issued. Rescue Zhu Shiqing and take her as a disciple, with rewards including celestial divine positions and the initiation of the celestial divine examination. A new divine position? Zhu Shiqing. Ling Xiao gazed at Zhu Shiqing. His heart stirred with surprise at this unprecedented task. Apprenticeship? It certainly piqued his interest. Apologies, second miss. We cannot acquiesce to this matter, one of the men declared as he charged towards Ling Xiao. The others remained unperturbed, believing that even if the individual before them was a soul master, he would not pose a significant threat. A soul master of the same rank would be sufficient to vanquish him. However, in the very next moment, they were rendered speechless. The figure before them had effortlessly seized the assailant by the throat, rendering him unable to escape despite his desperate struggles. With a resounding crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed, and the man's arm fell limply to his side, his pupils dilating in disbelief. What? Is he dead? The others gasped, their pupils contracting in shock as they instinctively took a step back. Dare you lay hands on me? Then prepare to meet your demise, Ling Xiao proclaimed, casting aside the lifeless body with disdain. Let us attack together, or we shall not survive. One man gritted his teeth, and the others steeled their resolve, charging at Ling Xiao in unison. Yet, as they surged forward, they found the figure before them had vanished. In the next heartbeat, their gaze shifted, revealing Zhu Shiqing behind them, and they all tumbled to the ground, their consciousness slipping into darkness. Ling Xiao approached Zhu Shiqing, and in her line of sight, several corpses lay sprawled on the ground, their heads directed skyward. Greetings, Ling Xiao addressed Zhu Shiqing. Startled, she gazed at him, astonished by his formidable power. The 4 soul ancestors had been effortlessly dispatched, and she had scarcely perceived the manner of his assault. Was this not the strength she had long aspired to attain? With great effort, Zhu Shiqing rose and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. Not at all, Ling Xiao replied, standing and turning back toward the fire. Zhu Shiqing contemplated. Given the immense strength of this senior, why should I not seek his guidance? With his mentorship, I could bolster my own defenses and perhaps even pursue Dai Mubai. Resolute, she summoned her strength and approached Ling Xiao, respectfully stating, Esteemed senior, I am Zhu Shiqing. May I become your disciple? To be my student is no simple matter. Are you prepared to endure the trials that await? Ling Xiao inquired, scrutinizing her. I am aware. Esteemed senior, please subject me to your trials. Zhu Shiqing replied with unwavering determination, unafraid of the challenges ahead. Very well, Ling Xiao nodded, and a flame shot forth, incinerating the 5 corpses into nothingness. Holding a bowl brimming with soup, he remarked, First, replenish your strength. Yes, senior. Zhu Shiqing observed the vanishing bodies in flames, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, yet she paid it no mind. Accepting the bowl of soup from Ling Xiao, she inhaled its fragrant aroma, her mouth watering in anticipation. Since being pursued, she had gone days without consuming any cooked food, surviving instead on dry rations and biscuits, often neglecting to restore her energy. Sitting beside Ling Xiao, Zhu Shiqing took a sip of the soup, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. As a member of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire, she had tasted countless delicacies. Yet the flavor of this single bowl of soup eclipsed all previous culinary experiences. At that moment, a bowl filled with roasted meat was presented before her. Don't just drink the soup. Have some meat as well. Feel free to choose between stewed or roasted, Ling Xiao said with a smile. For reasons unknown, he felt a profound joy in having taken on an apprentice. Thank you, senior. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude, her eyes sparkling with delight and appreciation. After enduring relentless pursuit for so long, this was the first time she felt cared for. Half an hour later, Ling Xiao inquired, have you regained your strength? Senior. I am nearly restored, Zhu Zhuqing replied, rising to her feet. After resting and eating, she had recovered much of her energy. Good, then follow me. Ling Xiao nodded, brandishing a golden soul coin. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing gazed earnestly at him. In the next instant, Ling Xiao vanished from her sight, reappearing 50 meters away. Zhu Zhuqing, not daring to be careless, hastily pursued him. After another half an hour, Zhu Zhuqing felt her strength waning. Yet, with Ling Xiao almost fading from her sight, she gritted her teeth, pushing her weary body to keep up. Finally, after an hour, Zhu Zhuqing arrived before a wooden cabin, where Ling Xiao sat in the courtyard. Holding a golden soul coin, Zhuqing, she shook off her fatigue, standing straight in front of Ling Xiao. I have scattered some golden soul coins along the way. Retrieve them all, Ling Xiao instructed, without specifying the number he had placed. Yes. Despite her exhaustion, Zhu Zhuqing responded without hesitation. Ling Xiao took out an hourglass and declared, retrieve the correct number of golden soul coins within the allotted time, and you shall be my student. Let the challenge commence. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing retraced her steps, while Ling Xiao returned to his chamber. The spacious room contained but a single bed, prompting Ling Xiao to conjure another bed from the system space. Placing it within the room, he then summoned a bathtub, filling it with water and infusing it with a touch of life water, transforming the once transparent liquid into a spectacle of vibrant colors. Having completed these preparations, Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction and seated himself in the courtyard, awaiting Zhu Zhuqing's return. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky gradually darkened. Ling Xiao lit a lantern in the courtyard, glancing at the hourglass. Only half an hour remained, and the night had fully descended. Ling Xiao continued to wait, and after approximately 20 minutes, a sound approached. Zhu Zhuqing returned to the wooden cabin, holding 17 golden soul coins. Senior, I have retrieved all the golden soul coins. Zhu Zhuqing gasped, her voice hoarse. She was now so fatigued that her legs trembled with each step. Upon seeing the golden soul coins handed over by Zhu Zhuqing, Ling Xiao nodded and remarked, indeed, 17. As he accepted the coins from her hand, he noticed they were completely soaked, drenched in Zhu Zhuqing's sweat. Follow me. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, and, her legs shaking, followed Ling Xiao into the wooden cabin, where she saw a bathtub placed inside. Now, step in and soak to relieve your fatigue, Ling Xiao suggested. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. But as she caught Ling Xiao's gaze, she hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately refraining, and prepared to enter the bathtub fully clothed. You bathe with your clothes on? Ling Xiao inquired, puzzled. However, upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing's expression, he quickly comprehended her unspoken thoughts. If you want me to leave, just say so. There's no need to hold back. Ling Xiao shook his head, and with a graceful wave of his hand, a piece of black fabric materialized, partitioning the room into two distinct sections. Ling Xiao reclined upon his bed, his spirit venturing forth to assault the barrier. He was accustomed to sharing intimate moments with Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Hulaina, whether sleeping together or bathing. Yet Zhu Zhuqing was a different matter altogether. Upon encountering the black fabric, Zhu Zhuqing exhaled in relief, approaching to inspect it and discovering that the other side remained entirely concealed. It was only then that she finally shed her garments and stepped into the bathtub. The resplendent water piqued her curiosity regarding its nature, yet fatigue overcame her. She luxuriated in the warmth and gradually closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao once more etched a fissure upon the barrier, his consciousness returning. Observing the twilight beyond, he surmised that Zhu Zhuqing had likely finished absorbing the life-giving water. As he directed his perception back, he discerned Zhu Zhuqing's aura was tranquil, and she had indeed fallen asleep, while the water in the tub had once again become crystal clear. Ling Xiao, with a sense of resignation, pulled Zhu Zhuqing from the bathtub using chains, and with the flicker of flames, evaporated the droplets of water clinging to her hair and body before placing her gently on the bed and covering her with a quilt. He then poured the water from the bathtub into the flower bed. After completing these tasks, Ling Xiao closed his eyes once more, surrendering to slumber. He was weary. The exhaustion of the mind often surpasses that of the body. Soon, dawn broke, and Ling Xiao opened his eyes to sense that Zhu Qing was still resting. He rose, washed himself, and stepped out into the city to procure some breakfast before returning to the wooden cottage. Through the black fabric, Ling Xiao called out, "Qing, rise and wash up, breakfast awaits, and then we shall commence training." Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Qing, hidden behind the barrier, immediately opened her eyes. Momentarily stunned as she gazed at the ceiling. I thought I was supposed to be in the bathtub. How did I end up in bed? Reflecting on her situation, she glanced at the quilt covering her, perplexed. As Ling Xiao summoned her again, an ominous premonition washed over her. Gently lifting the quilt, Zhu Qing's expression froze. She realized she was completely unclothed. Instantly, she bolted upright, clutching the quilt tightly around her body. Her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she hurriedly donned the garments placed by her bedside. After a while, Ling Xiao, seated in the courtyard, noticed Zhu Qing emerging. Her complexion flushed to an unusual hue. "Yu Qing, what troubles you?" he asked softly, his voice imbued with a touch of soul power to soothe her emotions. "Senior." Zhu Qing approached Ling Xiao and inquired in a hushed tone, "May I ask if you were the one who placed me on the bed?" "Indeed, you fell asleep yesterday," Ling Xiao affirmed with a nod. Zhu Qing opened her mouth, struggling to find the right words. "Rest assured, I merely used chains to place you on the bed. I did not touch you," Ling Xiao reassured, quickly perceiving her anxiety. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing's gaze fell upon the black chains before her, and she felt a slight sense of relief as she sat down across from Ling Xiao. "Come, partake in breakfast. Once we finish, you may officially become my disciple and begin your training," Ling Xiao said, pushing the meal towards Zhu Qing. Excitement surged within Zhu Qing. She was finally on the brink of becoming a disciple, ready to gain strength and take control of her destiny. After finishing her meal, Zhu Qing, with a respectful demeanor, presented a cup of tea to Ling Xiao, bowing in reverence. Ling Xiao took a sip and gazed at the Zhu Qing before him. "Now, you are my disciple." "Yes, Master." The voice of Lan Shu echoed. "Congratulations, Master, the task is complete. You have attained the divine position of the heavenly realms and unlocked the heavenly divine examination." Ling Xiao gazed at Zhu Qing, producing 4 heavy bags from his hands. "Attach these 4 weighty bags to your limbs and follow me," he instructed. As Zhu Qing accepted the bags, the considerable weight caused her expression to shift slightly. The combined heft of these bags was likely around 100 pounds, and as a speed-oriented agility-type soul master, she excelled in swiftness rather than strength. Nonetheless, she offered no objections and diligently secured the bags. Subsequently, she accompanied Ling Xiao to an open space, and even the mere sprint of a few hundred meters left her feeling fatigued. "Now, launch an attack on me. If you can touch me even once, I shall reward you," Ling Xiao declared. Zhu Qing nodded and charged towards him, extending a clawed strike. As Ling Xiao's form shifted slightly, Zhu Qing passed by him directly. The movements should not be too exaggerated. Wide and sweeping actions not only consume energy, but also render one susceptible to exploitation of weaknesses. Ling Xiao spoke while evading. Zhu Qing listened intently, gradually altering her offensive strategy. Although she occasionally fell back into broad movements, there was a noticeable improvement compared to before. However, as time wore on, Zhu Qing's stamina visibly waned, leading to a disarray in her attacking style, once again resulting in sweeping gestures. "Regulate your breath, maintain composure, and observe my breathing pattern." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing immediately focused her attention, diligently studying Ling Xiao's rhythmic inhalations and exhalations. Yet, attempting to mimic this breathing technique left her feeling breathless, and darkness threatened to engulf her as she nearly succumbed to the ground. Ling Xiao swiftly supported Zhu Qing, and once she had regained her composure, he reiterated, "Pay attention to your breathing rhythm. If your breath becomes erratic, your mind will follow suit, which can be fatal in battle." "Yes, Master." Zhu Qing nodded, gradually adjusting her breathing once more, calming her mind, and a flicker of clarity crossed her thoughts. Again, Zhu Qing launched another attack, maintaining the steadiness of her breath. Ling Xiao nodded imperceptibly, gazing at the figure of Zhu Qing before him, feeling a sense of agreement within. Though her innate talent among soul masters may not be exceptional, her unwavering spirit and relentless effort rendered her truly remarkable. After hundreds of exchanges, Ling Xiao observed Zhu Qing and deliberately revealed a flaw. Zhu Qing's gaze sharpened as she focused on the impending target of her attack, her left hand poised to grasp it. As Ling Xiao was about to dart to the other side, Zhu Zhuqing's right hand suddenly moved, its speed surpassing that of her left hand, successfully capturing him. Ling Xiao paused slightly, a look of satisfaction in his eyes as he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing. How did you know to reach for my left side? Zhu Zhuqing halted and replied, I believed that the teacher would not be so careless as to allow me to succeed, so I surmised it was a deliberate ploy. Therefore, while I feigned an attack on your right with my left hand, my right hand was also poised for action. Excellent. In battle, one must remain vigilant and attentive to numerous details. Ling Xiao gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with increasing satisfaction. Since you have encountered me, that signifies your victory. This shall be your reward. He produced a vial of life essence. Zhu Zhuqing stared at the liquid, momentarily taken aback, as it resembled the substance she had poured into her bathtub the previous day. This is life essence. You also infused some into your bath yesterday. It is beneficial for your body, Ling Xiao explained. Ah, I see. Thank you, master. Zhu Zhuqing bowed respectfully and accepted the vial. Drink it. It will swiftly restore your vitality. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing unscrewed the cap and consumed the life essence. Instantly, the weariness that enveloped her dissipated, her energy rejuvenated, and even her soul power experienced a slight enhancement. Master, I can sense that I have reached the 28th level of soul power. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned. That's perfectly normal. There is no need for alarm. You will encounter more of such treasures in the future, Ling Xiao remarked nonchalantly. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Ling Xiao with deep contemplation, silently pondering who her master truly was to possess such remarkable treasures. However, she soon shook her head, dismissing these thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing, how ungrateful you are to not express gratitude for this precious gift from your master, but instead dwell on other matters. How fortunate others would be if their masters were like him. Now, let us continue our training. Remember, keep your movements controlled and avoid excessive exaggeration. The practice resumed. And Zhu Zhuqing's pace quickened, the burden of her weighted attire becoming less of an impediment. Ling Xiao nodded. Having consumed the elixir of life the previous night and again that day, after undergoing rigorous training to expedite the absorption of energy from the elixir, Zhu Zhuqing's physique had markedly improved. After approximately an hour, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer endure, prompting Ling Xiao to suggest a brief respite. During her practice, she distinctly sensed her strength augmenting. In the past, had she been bound with weights of around 100 pounds on her limbs, it would have been inconceivable for her to endure even half an hour of continuous training, let alone a full hour. After resting for half an hour, Zhu Zhuqing resumed her sparring with Ling Xiao. Time quietly slipped away during their training, and by noon, they casually captured a soul beast for sustenance. Following another period of rest, they resumed their practice until dusk fell, at which point they returned to the wooden cottage. After filling the bathtub with water and adding some life essence, Ling Xiao departed, while Zhu Zhuqing shed her garments and entered the tub. This time, however, she remained vigilant, unwilling to succumb to slumber. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao prepared another tub filled with life essence, disrobed, and stepped into the water, gradually closing his eyes as his soul transcended to confront the temporal barrier. Upon leaving a fissure in the barrier, Ling Xiao wakened and poured the now ordinary water from the life essence into the flower bed. For the next 10 days, the two engaged in rigorous training. Zhu Zhuqing's strength surged rapidly as the once cumbersome weight of 100 pounds no longer hindered her. Excellent, your soul power has now reached level 30. Your speed can almost rival that of an agile spirit master at the Soul Emperor level, Ling Xiao remarked, observing Zhu Zhuqing. Such achievements are only possible with the guidance of my teacher. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a bow, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she gazed at Ling Xiao. Very well. Today we shall venture into the forest to acquire your spirit ring, Ling Xiao declared. After all, in this world, the cultivation of spirit masters necessitated the hunting of spirit beasts, unlike his own path. Yes, teacher, Ling Xiao nodded, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. In an instant, amidst the shifting scenery, the two swiftly arrived at the outskirts of the Starry forest. Gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment, despite standing still. She found herself in an entirely alien place. This is the Starry forest. Here, seek a soul beast that suits you, Ling Xiao instructed. Simultaneously, his spiritual energy radiated outward, enveloping half of the Starry forest, where he discovered a wind shadow cat, a speed-oriented soul beast over 5,000 years old. Adept at stealth perfectly suited for Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Xiao chose the soul beast and simultaneously observed the titan great ape slumbering beside Starry Lake. Shaking his head in silent disapproval, This Titan great ape seemed to do nothing but sleep day after day, lacking the ambition of the sky blue bull python, which diligently practiced in the depths of Stardo Lake. Ling Xiao retracted his soul power and gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, I have found a soul beast for you. You shall use this soul beast as your third soul ring. Upon finishing his words, a black chain materialized from the void, binding a black-purple feline soul beast that was incessantly roaring, its elongated limbs thrashing wildly. Zhu Zhuqing, observing the soul beast before her, sensed the formidable aura emanating from it, causing her heart to race. Teacher, how many years has this soul beast existed? Merely 5,000 years. You can absorb it. 5,000 years. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated as she gazed at the soul beast, recalling that she had never heard of any soul master absorbing a soul ring of such age as their third. Typically, a selection of over 2,000 years was considered exceptional. However, looking at Ling Xiao, she resolved to absorb this soul ring. After all, Ling Xiao was her teacher, and he had been exceptionally kind to her, even gifting her with the life water, propelling her to the 30th level in no time. There was no reason for him to harm her. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes grew resolute. Very well, teacher, I shall absorb this soul ring. The chain tightened, and the wind shadow cat was left with but a breath. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, drawing a dagger and plunging it into the wind shadow cat's head. It struggled momentarily before succumbing, its eyes filled with reluctance. A purple soul ring materialized, and Zhu Zhuqing promptly seated herself, channeling her soul power to draw in the soul ring, while the lingering resentment of the soul beast assaulted her mind. However, after enduring relentless pursuits for so long, Zhu Zhuqing's mental fortitude far surpassed that of her peers. After merely a sharp pang in her mind, the soul ring was successfully absorbed, and 3 rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floated around her. Exhaling, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes and looked towards Ling Xiao, a smile gracing her features. I succeeded. Ling Xiao returned the smile. Thank you, teacher. Without your guidance, how could I have ascended to Soul Master so swiftly? And with a third soul ring of over 5,000 years? Zhu Zhuqing rose, her soul power now reaching the 32nd level at just 12 years of age. This is not solely my doing. Your own dedication is equally essential. Without your efforts, even the finest resources would not suffice to forge a strong individual. As Ling Xiao spoke, he recalled the snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo, who, after all this time, had yet to attain the esteemed rank of 97. At that moment, both Douluos, concealed in the shadows of the Tiando Imperial Palace to safeguard Qianrenque, simultaneously sneezed. Porcupine, what is the matter? Is someone speaking ill of us behind our backs? The snake spear Douluo inquired, wiping his nose in confusion. As a title Douluo, how could he possibly catch a cold? Surely not. After all, few knew of their whereabouts, and who would have the leisure to speak poorly of them? The porcupine Douluo shrugged, dismissing the notion. True. The snake spear Douluo nodded in agreement. However, are we not progressing in strength rather slowly? The Holy Sun bestowed upon us such remarkable treasures. Yet we still have not reached 97. The Spirit Hall now demands a minimum rank of 97, and I have heard that several have even reached 99. The porcupine Douluo's expression turned somber. The snake spear Douluo's face stiffened, falling into silence. They were indeed at the pinnacle of 96. Such strength was once unimaginable to them. In the past, there had been scarcely a handful of individuals surpassing 96 across the Spirit Hall and the entire continent, yet now even 96 was met with disdain. Alas, we are not like those in the Spirit Hall who can devote themselves entirely to cultivation. We have duties to fulfill. If we do not protect the young master diligently and she suffers harm, not only will our strength not improve, but the Holy Sun may very well take matters into his own hands. Indeed, the porcupine Douluo sighed helplessly. While our growth may be slow, we are still progressing. At worst, we shall endure a round of mockery from those old fogies. Sighing at the thought of the brutish bear Douluo laughing upon learning that he remained merely at 96, the snake spear Douluo steeled himself to diligently ensure Qianrenque's safety. Having absorbed the soul rings, Ling Xiao once again grasped Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, and amidst a shift in their surroundings, the two returned to the front of the wooden cottage. Teacher, how did you accomplish that? Zhu Zhuqing asked, astonished by the magical scene. Nothing extraordinary, merely a simple application of spatial manipulation. When one attains sufficient strength, such feats become quite effortless, Ling Xiao replied, a technique he had learned from observing the principles of space. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. She could not fathom this being as simple. After all, she had never witnessed anyone achieve such a feat before. Even titled Douluos seemed incapable of such prowess. Just how powerful was her teacher? Teacher, Zhu Zhiqing suddenly spoke up. What is it? I need to be away for a while, she stated. Where are you going? I have a fiancé. I left my home to seek him out. Zhu Zhiqing replied, disappointment gleaming in her eyes. Her fiancé had fled from the Star Luo Empire in fear, leaving her to face adversity alone. Very well, I shall not impede your freedom. Ling Xiao spoke, presenting a translucent piece of jade to Zhu Zhiqing. Chapter 47, Shrek Academy. Take this jade, should you find yourself in peril or in need of my assistance. Simply crush it, and I shall know and hasten to your side. Ling Xiao declared. Yes, thank you, teacher. Zhu Zhiqing replied, accepting the jade with both hands. Placing it close to her heart, her gaze towards Ling Xiao filled with gratitude. It was indeed her greatest fortune in life to encounter such a mentor in her most desperate moments. Very well, be on your way. Take care on your journey. Ling Xiao gestured. Teacher, I shall go. Zhu Zhiqing exited the courtyard, bowing deeply to Ling Xiao once more before setting off in a determined direction without looking back. Ling Xiao noticed that Zhu Zhiqing's eyes appeared slightly red as she departed, her gaze shimmering as if brimming with tears. He couldn't help but shake his head, turning to enter the wooden cabin. It was merely a brief separation. Why should one feel sorrowful? After tidying up the room, Ling Xiao cast a spatial barrier around the cabin before taking his leave. Recently, Xiao Wu was on the verge of graduating from the Nodding City Academy, and he intended to pay her a visit. A ripple in the fabric of space enveloped Ling Xiao, causing his figure to vanish instantaneously. Moments later, he emerged from a similar distortion within a house situated 100 miles away. At that instant, the two individuals within the dwelling were taken aback by Ling Xiao's sudden appearance, their bodies stiffening in surprise. Brother, why did you appear so suddenly? Xiao Wu exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she tightly covered herself and hid behind a pillar, revealing only her small head. Though Ro remained silent. Her face was equally crimson as she concealed herself behind the sofa, clad in nothing but scant attire that offered little in the way of modesty. Are you changing your clothes? Ling Xiao inquired. Ling Xiao gazed at the two individuals, observing the tightly closed doors and windows, and then shifting his attention to the several sets of clothing strewn across the sofa. Indeed, why else would we have sealed ourselves in? Xiao Wu murmured softly. Then why do you not change in the bedroom? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with confusion as he surveyed the spacious room, which boasted 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and 2 bathrooms. Given the ample space of the living room, they had thought it would be inconspicuous to change there, unaware of the sudden interruption. Rabbit Row remarked, let's avoid such occurrences in the future. Changing clothes is a private matter that is best suited for the bedroom, otherwise, I might walk in and find you both changing again. Ling Xiao shook his head in response. In truth, if it were my brother watching, it wouldn't be an issue. Xiao Wu suddenly murmured, her cheeks flushed even deeper. However, upon noticing Rabbit Row's similarly rosy complexion, Xiao Wu's gaze sharpened slightly, though she dismissed the thought, recognizing that feeling shy when caught in such a situation was perfectly natural. Hurry and change your clothes. Ling Xiao remarked as he entered the kitchen to fetch a bag of tea leaves and began to boil water. During this interval, Ro and the others quickly donned their respective garments. By the time Ling Xiao poured the tea and entered the living room, the two had already settled on the sofa, their changed clothes neatly arranged. Xiao Wu, having graduated from this academy, to which institution do you intend to proceed? Ling Xiao inquired after taking a sip of tea. I plan to attend a place called Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu replied. Shrek Academy? I have not heard of it. I assumed you would opt for a more renowned institution, such as the illustrious Blue Tyrant Academy or the Royal Academy of Tiando. This is a place mentioned by Tang San and his teacher. I am unaware of its precise location. Xiao Wu explained. Tang San? Who is he? Just a junior who was recruited at the academy. I have sparred with him a few times. He possesses considerable strength. A few days ago, he informed me that his teacher suggested he attend Shrek Academy for further studies and recommended that I join him. Xiao Wu stated. Is this academy recommended by his teacher truly commendable? It ought to be, for Tang San's innate talent is remarkable. He possesses full innate soul power, and his teacher has a favorable regard for him. Their bond is akin to that of a father and son, Xiao Wu pondered. And what of his teacher? Ling Xiao inquired. Upon hearing this question, a flicker of intrigue crossed Xiao Wu's eyes. Tang San's teacher is a grand soul master named Yu Xiaojiang. Often referred to simply as the master, he is already over 50. A grand soul master? Such feeble prowess, Ling Xiao mused. Zhu Zhiqing attained soul master status at merely 12 years of age. Even without assistance, she has reached the level of a 27th ranked grand soul master. His strength is lacking, and his martial spirit is unremarkable, resembling that of a pig, and his soul skills are rather unpleasant. At this, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. How could such a person become Tang San's teacher? It seems it is due to his profound research on martial spirits. He even published a work titled The Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Spirits. However, I find it of little value. Xiao Wu shrugged, sharing additional insights on this subject. These revelations caused Ling Zhao's brow to furrow. Is this information indeed published by someone named Yu Xiaojing? Yet, isn't this well known within the Soul Master community? Many are aware that those with high innate soul power typically possess superior martial spirits. Does anyone truly believe that a martial spirit of inferior quality could possess high innate soul power? Are others merely foolish? Unaware of the countless soul masters that have emerged over the years? How do these powerful families continue their legacies? And as for inferior martial spirits, it is the soul masters who are deficient. Why then do many individuals, even in advanced age, fail to attain high soul power? Just like this Yu Xiaojing. Despite his advanced years, he remains merely a grand soul master. Does this not suggest he is an inept soul master? Moreover, his theories assert that soul rings must be acquired through personal hunting, as if this is a jest. Over countless years of soul master development, have there not been instances where one could not obtain soul rings through their own efforts? Is there truly a need to publish such theories? Yu Xiaojing likely merely organized and released these ideas. Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. The information presented by Yu Xiaojing was, for the most part, common knowledge within the realm of soul masters. How could one so readily referred to as a master sound so unreliable? I have no idea, Xiao Wu replied, waving her hand dismissively. Is it truly wise to trust the recommendation of someone like him for Shrek Academy? Ling Xiao inquired. It should be acceptable, she reassured him. After all, as Tang San's teacher, he surely would not lead him astray. Ling Xiao nodded, recognizing that as a teacher, one would never harm their students. Moreover, as Xiao Wu had mentioned, they shared a bond akin to that of father and son. Thus, Yu Xiaojing would never inflict harm upon Tang San. This thought provided him with some comfort. When will you be leaving? Are you going with Douluo? The enrollment period for Shrek Academy starts in 5 days. To reach there in time, Tang San will depart tomorrow, and I plan to leave as well. As for my mother, she will not accompany me. I can manage on my own now, Xiao Wu replied. Do you need me to escort you? We will arrive quickly. No need, brother. It's a perfect opportunity for me to have some fun on the way. Very well, but be cautious during your travels. Ling Xiao nodded. Got it. Don't underestimate me. I'm already a soul master at level 38. Xiao Wu declared proudly. Achieving such a high rank at the tender age of 12 or 13 positioned her among the most exceptional talents in the realm of soul masters. A fact that was indeed worthy of pride. Feeling proud at merely level 38? I have a student slightly younger than you who has already reached level 32. Ling Xiao remarked. You have students already, brother? Xiao Wu was taken aback. Yes, I recently accepted one. But, brother, you should only be a year older than me. Xiao Wu questioned, recalling that Ling Xiao had awakened his martial soul when she was just 5, indicating he must be at least a year her senior. Actually, I am just over 11 years old this year, Ling Xiao replied. What? You're only 11? Xiao Wu's voice rose in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Douluo was taken aback, spitting out the tea she had just sipped, coughing as she patted her chest. Indeed, when I first met you, I was merely 4. Ling Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Brother is actually younger than me. Xiao Wu's expression turned blank. What of being younger? What does age signify? Ling Xiao countered, unconcerned. After all, he mingled with the Snow Empress, who had lived for many millennia. All right, fine. After a long pause, Xiao Wu finally accepted this reality, no longer fixating on the issue of age. After all, she had been calling him brother for several years now and had grown accustomed to it. Did you really awaken your martial soul at 4 and possess such strength? Douluo mused. Yes, there is nothing to be astonished about. Ling Xiao dismissed her surprise. So, you currently have a disciple who is older than yourself? Xiao Wu observed. One who is accomplished is deemed a teacher, you know. My formidable prowess makes it entirely plausible for me to be a mentor. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. Hee. Xiao Wu chuckled awkwardly. All right, since you're leaving tomorrow, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you today. Ling Xiao declared as he stood and headed toward the kitchen. Xiao Wu leaped with joy at the prospect of tasting her brother's culinary delights once more. She returned to her seat, playfully nibbling on her delicate fingers, saliva beginning to gather. Douluo, too, felt excited and joined him in the kitchen, feeling it was inappropriate for Ling Xiao to do all the work alone, especially since he had assisted them so much already. Douluo, why are you here? Ling Xiao asked as he washed the ingredients. Fortunately, Douluo had stocked up on supplies. Otherwise, he would have had to make a trip out. I came to see if I could help. It feels a bit rude to let you handle everything alone. Douluo replied, assisting in washing the vegetables. It's nothing. Xiao Wu is advancing in her studies. So making a nice meal is a way to celebrate. Ling Xiao, thank you for being so kind to us. It's no trouble. We are good friends. Ling Xiao said, placing the washed vegetables on the cutting board and swiftly began chopping. Douluo admired Ling Xiao's knife skills, noting their elegance, precision, and speed. Watching him work diligently, she found herself lost in thought, realizing that they truly resembled a family living together, with Xiao Wu as their daughter waiting in the living room, while she felt like a wife. However, the sound of sizzling from the cooking brought Douluo back to reality, and she blushed at the thought that had crossed her mind. What family? She sighed inwardly, acknowledging that this was already quite sufficient, and she need not desire more. Before long, 5 dishes and a soup were completed, and both Ling Xiao and Douluo carried the food to the table. Ling Xiao, eat this. Douluo placed a piece of rib into Ling Xiao's bowl. Yes. Douluo, you should eat too. Ling Xiao returned the gesture by adding a piece of fish to her bowl. Xiao Wu paused mid-bite, glancing at Ling Xiao and Douluo with a peculiar expression. Sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. Unable to resolve her confusion, she shook her head and continued eating. As time passed, the next day arrived, and Xiao Wu gathered some golden soul coins, preparing to set off. Xiao Wu, take this with you. Ling Xiao handed her a shimmering jade stone and offered one to Douluo as well. Brother, what is this? Xiao Wu inquired, while Douluo looked curiously at the stone in her hand. If you encounter danger or require assistance, crush the jade, and I will sense it and come to your side as swiftly as possible. Really? Thank you, brother. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, placing the jade in her bag, while Douluo carefully tucked hers away. Be cautious on your journey. I shall return now, Ling Xiao stated, preparing to leave. At that moment, Xiao Wu unexpectedly rushed forward, embracing Ling Xiao and planting a quick kiss on the part of his face that was not covered by his mask. Goodbye, brother. Xiao Wu released him, her cheeks flushed, and waved farewell. Douluo stood momentarily stunned at the sight, while Ling Xiao had not anticipated Xiao Wu's sudden display of affection. However, he felt no discomfort, as he was accustomed to such gestures throughout his life, not excluding his teacher Bibi Dong, even who Laina had kissed him countless times. Goodbye, Xiao Wu and Douluo. Ling Xiao waved as he vanished from their sight in an instant. Mother, I am leaving, Xiao Wu called out, though her heart ached at Ling Xiao's departure. She still turned to bid farewell to Douluo. Xiao Wu, take care of yourself and stay safe. Douluo replied, her expression tinged with reluctance. Yes. Goodbye, mother. Xiao Wu walked away into the distance, while Douluo remained outside, locking the door only after Xiao Wu's figure had disappeared from view. With Xiao Wu gone, it was time for her to return to the Stardow Forest. Chapter 48, Transformed, yet not fully transformed. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Ling Xiao sensed a peculiar aura. This indicated that someone within the Spirit Hall was on the verge of divinity. Who could it be? Golden Crocodile Douluo or Chrysanthemum Douluo? Ling Xiao speculated internally, for at present, they were the only two in the Spirit Hall with the most promising prospects of achieving divinity. Not long ago, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had reached the semi-divine level, and as for the Chrysanthemum Douluo, it was needless to say, inexplicably, his soul rings had transformed a few years prior into a configuration of 6 black and 3 red. His strength surpassed that of the Golden Crocodile Douluo by a slight margin. Ling Xiao's figure flickered as he arrived at a clearing in the Spirit Hall, leaning against a stone pillar. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered, including all the offerings led by Qian Daolu, as well as all the elders except for Shi Miao and Ci Tun, who stood aside. Bibi Dong was also present. And at the center of the clearing sat Douluo. At this moment, he was meditating in midair with his eyes closed, his aura surging around him. Behind him, a magnificent golden chrysanthemum illuminated the space, radiating a dazzling golden light. The 9 soul rings surrounding his body floated continuously, and under the brilliance of the golden light of the extraordinary chrysanthemum, these 9 soul rings gradually disintegrated, transforming into countless golden specks that began to converge behind him. His hair slowly transitioned to a pure golden hue. The golden radiance of the extraordinary chrysanthemum was extraordinarily brilliant. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's use of divine essence to conceal this place, it is likely that it could have been seen from dozens of miles away. Had the final step finally arrived? This was a divinity of his own creation. Ling Xiao gazed at Douluo, a spark of intrigue glimmering in his eyes as he sealed the space around them. Despite the confinement of the area, the skies above the spirit hall were in tumult, swirling with ominous clouds. The radiant golden light of the extraordinary golden chrysanthemum illuminated Douluo, manifesting golden rings behind him. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, until the 12th ring emerged. Douluo's eyes abruptly widened as he let out a thunderous roar, causing the heavens to shift. The golden light in his gaze flickered, and the extraordinary golden chrysanthemum behind him fully materialized, evolving into a true divine artifact, even reaching the status of a super divine tool. As time passed, Douluo's aura gradually stabilized, and he descended to the ground, 12 rings hovering behind him. His golden hair flowed elegantly, and in his hand he held an unblossomed golden bud, radiating a chilling glimmer, appearing remarkably solid and sharp. As dusk fell, Douluo gazed at the sky, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, his right hand cradling the super divine artifact, the extraordinary golden chrysanthemum. Golden chrysanthemum divine technique. First form, blooming golden chrysanthemum, endless night. Douluo raised the extraordinary golden chrysanthemum high, which instantaneously blossomed, emitting a powerful beam of golden light that shot skyward, swiftly dispersing the thick clouds, restoring brightness to the heavens. He then retracted the divine artifact. Congratulations, Elder Ju, on achieving divinity, Bibi Dong proclaimed. It is all thanks to the sun and your majesty. Douluo, upon seeing Bibi Dong's arrival, hurriedly expressed his humility. Indeed, congratulations to Elder Ju. Ha, Elder Ju is the first among us to attain divinity through self-creation. We must celebrate this momentous occasion. Tonight, we shall drink until we can drink no more. It was a pity for Shi Miao and Xi Tun, who missed witnessing this rare spectacle of the millennia. Yes, when they return, we must regale them with tales of this event. Let them feel envy. Other worshippers and elders stepped forward to extend their congratulations. Douluo's successful ascension to divinity served as a reassurance to them, instilling confidence in their own potential for divinity. Xiao observed this scene with immense satisfaction. The spirit hall had indeed grown formidable, surpassing even the time of the angel god. After all, back then, only the angel god had attained divinity. Furthermore, once the angel god achieved divinity, he departed for the divine realm and ceased to oversee the spirit hall. Yet now, 3 deities resided within the spirit hall, along with Ling Xiao, an existence far beyond that of a mere deity. It was truly hard to imagine how they could not be powerful. Congratulations, Elder Ju, on your ascension. Elder Ju's strength now ranks among the top 5 in the spirit hall. After everything concluded, Ling Xiao approached from beside the pillar, simultaneously lifting the spatial blockade. I dare not presume. The Holy Sun truly overestimates my abilities. I am merely fortunate, Douluo said, hastily bowing upon seeing Ling Xiao's approach. There is no need for such humility, Elder Ju. You have ascended to divinity through your own efforts. How can you attribute it merely to luck? Ling Xiao replied. In the spirit hall, apart from him, and the divinely ascended Bibi Dong and Douluo, Douluo was the most formidable. It is all thanks to the Holy Sun's assistance. Douluo dared not feel complacent, well aware that without Ling Xiao, achieving divinity, or even reaching the 99th level, would have been beyond his grasp in this lifetime. Shower, have you completed your tasks? Bibi Dong inquired as she approached Ling Xiao. The others returned to their training, feeling a sense of urgency after witnessing Douluo's ascension. Fortunately, I have already acquired the position of the fire god and mastered the 3 secret techniques of the fire god, although I have yet to undertake the divine examination. Ling Xiao remarked casually. Secret techniques? I don't recall such things during the divine examination before, Bibi Dong asked. Intrigued as this was the first time she had heard of rewards in the form of secret techniques associated with the divine examination. Indeed, the fire god cannot be fully realized in this realm. One must venture to another world. The rewards are indeed distinct from other divine positions, and subsequent divine examinations may differ as well, Ling Xiao explained. Indeed, Bibi Dong nodded in understanding. Shower, have you been engaged solely in the divine examination these past 10 days? Not only the divine examination, I have also taken on a disciple, Ling Xiao revealed. A disciple? Bibi Dong was taken aback. You already have a disciple? You are still merely a little over 11 years old, even with your formidable strength. You must lack experience in teaching. Her name is Zhu Qing, and she is currently a 32nd level soul master. Zhu Qing is an exceptionally diligent individual. I recognized her potential from day one. In just 10 days, she has advanced from the 27th to the 32nd level, never once slackening in her efforts, Ling Xiao expressed. Clearly pleased with Zhu Qing. Bibi Dong recalled the name, realizing it belonged to someone from the Zhu family of the Luo Empire. A noble family connected to the royal Dai family. Each generation, the two families would intermarry to maintain their dominion over the empire. However, they were notoriously ruthless to their descendants, allowing only one heir to survive each generation, leading to sibling rivalries. Yet, it was precisely this cruelty that allowed the Luo Empire to surpass the Heaven Do Empire in strength. It seems this generation's Zhu Qing will emerge as a leader within her family, Bibi Dong mused. She could hardly fathom how Zhu Qing could lose, with Ling Zhao's support. She could easily supplant the Dai family in ruling the Luo Empire. Shower, do you know where Zhu Qing hails from? Bibi Dong inquired. I do not know. I encountered her within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, where she was being pursued, Ling Xiao replied, shaking his head. However, I do not care where Zhu Qing is from. She is my disciple now. Indeed, Bibi Dong concurred. No matter Zhu Qing's lineage, it had no bearing on Ling Xiao. After all, the Luo Empire was but a trifling matter, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. By the way, Master, how is Sister Nar faring now? Nar has reached the 76th level of soul power. At this rate, she will be at least at the level of a title Douluo by the time of the Soul Master competition, Ling Xiao remarked. Bibi Dong chuckled. Having a title Douluo level participant would certainly challenge the other teams. Just as they entered the Hall of the Pope, Hulaina rushed towards them. Teacher, shower, Hulaina exclaimed. Embracing Ling Xiao's arm, her eyes sparkling with a rosy glow. Ling Xiao gazed at her with an unwavering calmness, devoid of any reaction. Sister Nar, your allure holds no sway over me. My spiritual power far surpasses yours, he declared. Upon hearing this, Hulaina felt disheartened, retracting her enchanting soul skill as her eyes reverted to their natural state. Alas, throughout our lives, I have attempted to beguile you, yet I have never succeeded. Hulaina sighed. Sister Nar, having now inherited the divine position of the Holy Spirit, my soul power vastly eclipses yours. How could I possibly fall under your enchantment? Ling Xiao asserted, his spiritual strength now formidable enough to effortlessly encompass an area 1,000-fold greater than that of the Douluo Continent. Hulaina wore a forlorn expression, having hoped that with the divine rank, she might at least exert some influence over Ling Xiao, but in reality, her efforts proved utterly futile. Very well. I suppose that in this lifetime, my allure will never affect you in the slightest, Hulaina lamented. Ling Xiao nodded. Even if Hulaina were to fully inherit the position of the spirit god, she could never rival his soul power. For he was not merely bound to the spirit god alone. By the way, Xiao, Hulaina suddenly appeared to recall something and turned to Ling Xiao, saying, Bai Ling has transformed. Bai Ling has already transformed? I have only been gone for a short while. Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. For it had barely been 20 days since he departed from the spirit hall, and yet Bai Ling had already undergone transformation. I am unsure myself. It should be considered a transformation, I suppose, Hulaina replied, her expression peculiar. Ling Xiao gazed at the peculiar expression on Hulaina's face, somewhat perplexed. Bai Ling's transformation was indeed a positive development. It signified that she had attained a formidable strength of 200,000 years. At that moment, a towering figure stealthily approached from behind Ling Xiao. Just as he was about to turn, a pair of furry hands covered his eyes. Guess who I am? A melodious voice chimed. Bai Ling, do you think I cannot recognize your voice? Ling Xiao chuckled lightly. In the next instant, the hands obscuring his vision withdrew, wrapping themselves around him instead. He. Master, you're back, Bai Ling exclaimed affectionately. However, both Bibi Dong and Hulaina regarded Bai Ling with curious expressions. Who would have thought that in less than 20 days of my absence, you would undergo such a significant transformation, Bai Ling? Truly impressive, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile, placing his hand atop Bai Ling's. Yet, his smile abruptly faltered. Of course, Bai Ling replied proudly, oblivious to Ling Xiao's unease. As Ling Xiao's hand rested on Bai Ling's embrace, he noticed that although her hands bore the semblance of human fingers, they were distinctly different. Human hands were never this furry. Moreover, her palms were considerably larger than his own. Ling Xiao remained silent as he reached his hand back, gliding along his arm until he grasped two furry ears. As he continued downward, he encountered a fuzzy fox face, its warm, moist tongue gently lapping at his hand. Ling Xiao released his grip and turned around, gazing upon the figure before him. Perhaps it was a person, yet not entirely so. The current Bai Ling possessed a human-like form, adorned in garments befitting humanity, her long white hair cascading gracefully down her back, and her figure was slender and statuesque, presenting an image of beauty from a distance. However, unlike an ordinary human, Bai Ling retained the head of a white fox, despite her endearing appearance. there lingered an unsettling feeling. Moreover, her height surpassed Ling Xiao's by nearly 2 heads, making him appear diminutive in her presence. Is this considered transformation? Ling Xiao inquired. He was uncertain. Such a phenomenon was not only unheard of but also unseen. What kind of soul beast transforms in this manner? Yet she possessed a human form. Hulaina rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. She had indeed transformed, but not entirely. Ling Xiao gazed at Bai Ling, rendered speechless by the sight before him. Could it be attributed to its recent attainment of 200,000 years? Yet that seemed implausible. Beneath the Starry Lake, there exist spirit beasts that are over 200,000 years old, and they do not exhibit such a state. What could have caused Bai Ling to appear in this manner? Ling Xiao shook his head, choosing to dismiss such thoughts, for they bore no significance to him. This is simply the way it is, he mused. Let us consider this a transitional phase before complete transformation. Perhaps, when Bai Ling reaches 300,000 years, she will fully assume a human form. That must be the case. Hulaina remarked, her emotions a tangle of complexity. Ling Xiao gently ruffled Bai Ling's head, silently contemplating that although she appeared both adorable and peculiar, her fluffy texture felt rather delightful to the touch. Lowering his gaze to Bai Ling's feet, he noted that they were not human-like but rather the typical paws of a fox, and lacking suitable footwear, they remained bare. As Ling Xiao's thought stirred, delicate black chains encircled Bai Ling's entire form, snugly adhering to her body before transforming into a garment of darkness that enveloped her completely. Complete with a pair of shoes suited for her fox-like feet. Observing the attire adorning her, Bai Ling tilted her head. She was indifferent to the presence of shoes. After all, she had never worn them before. Moreover, given her current physical resilience, she was not concerned about stepping on anything that might cause harm. If her strength were to be compromised by such trivialities, wearing shoes would serve little purpose. Bibi Dong gazed at Bai Ling with a hint of envy. The remarkable mastery of divine essence displayed before her was something she had yet to achieve. At best, she could conjure a protective shield, while Ling Xiao was capable of manifesting an entire ensemble. Not only did this serve a protective function, but under the influence of divine essence, it also enhanced the speed of cultivation. This was merely a fleeting interlude. Bibi Dong returned to the papal hall, while Hulaina retreated to her chamber to cultivate. Bai Ling accompanied Ling Xiao back to his room, where he had endured a strenuous period over the past several days, training Zhu Zhuqing and finding time to engage in the trials of the god of time, leaving little room for proper rest. After such an extensive period, he had only completed more than half of the trials. Upon returning to the spirit hall, he intended to rest thoroughly, likely sleeping until the following noon. Once in his room, Ling Xiao shed his shoes, socks, and clothing before collapsing into slumber, with Bai Ling lying beside him. Previously, in her normal fox form, she often curled up beside Ling Xiao after shrinking down, but this was her first experience as a humanoid. Furthermore, her current size surpassed Ling Xiao's, making her embrace akin to cradling a child. Soon, both Ling Xiao and Bai Ling succumbed to deep sleep. He entered a profound slumber, unaware even when Bai Ling shifted away from him. When Ling Xiao woke once more, he found himself in Bai Ling's embrace, with Hulaina sleeping beside him. However, upon sensing Ling Xiao's awakening, she opened her eyes. "Xiao, you're awake," Hulaina said lazily, nuzzling her head against his chest, her arms encircling his neck, her head resting on Bai Ling's fluffy arm. "Sister Nar, how long have I slept?" he inquired. "You had already succumbed to slumber by the time I sought you out yesterday afternoon. It is now the following noon," Hulaina replied, looking at Ling Xiao. "Xiao, what has happened to you? In the past, you would have sensed anyone approaching." "It's nothing, just a bit fatigued from the divine trials," he reassured her. "Xiao, you need not exert yourself so. Take your time with the trials. After all, there is plenty of time ahead." Ling Xiao nodded slightly, for he indeed had begun to pursue the speed of divine examination. He sat up, shook his head, and made his way toward the bathroom. Hulaina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she followed Ling Xiao into the bathing area. Bai Ling, observing that she was the only one left on the bed, also rose to join them. A quarter of an hour later, the group emerged from the bathroom. Hulaina's complexion was flushed, and she stole a glance at Ling Xiao, thinking to herself how he was becoming increasingly handsome. Ling Xiao sat on the bed, meticulously arranging her long hair as black flames ignited upon it, evaporating the moisture. Her hand reached towards Bai Ling and Hulaina beside her. The flames enveloped Bai Ling, drying her damp fur, causing her to shake her body, creating a tumultuous wave. Hulaina, witnessing this, felt her expression stiffen as she glanced at herself, realizing she was indeed slightly smaller than Bai Ling. It's nothing, really, It's merely the result of her voluminous fur, and due to her larger size, she appears more imposing. In reality, we are not that different. Hu Laina consoled herself in her heart. Chapter 49, Arrival at the Academy. Gazing at Bai Ling, Hu Laina could not help but bite her lip. Although her martial spirit was that of a fox, it ultimately could not compare to a genuine fox. After Ling Xiao and the others finished their meal, Hu Laina resumed her training, as she was determined to seize the moment and achieve a breakthrough to Soul Douluo. As Ling Xiao rested, his soul power radiated outward. Observing Xiao Wu entering the Heaven Do Empire, followed by a man clad in blue garments who referred to her as Sister Xiao Wu, it appeared that this was the renowned Tang San, possessing both the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer dual martial souls, along with innate full soul power, indeed a prodigy. Ling Xiao pondered to himself. As Ling Xiao casually explored his surroundings, the figure of a middle-aged man emerged, draped in a tattered cloak. His well-muscled physique bore the marks of internal injuries, yet he emanated an aura befitting a titled Douluo. Who could this be? He appeared to be connected to someone named Tang San. Could he possibly be his father? Ling Xiao pondered, unperturbed by the presence. After all, Xiao Wu had consumed the water of life, and the essence of her soul beast was obscured by a divine aura. Not even a titled Douluo, let alone a god of Shura, would be able to perceive her true nature. Ling Xiao observed as the two approached a grandiose hotel. Hello. Do you have any vacant rooms? Xiao Wu inquired at the front desk. Indeed, miss, we have just one room available, the receptionist replied with a smile. Only one room? Xiao Wu frowned upon hearing this. She and Tang San could not possibly share a room. Sister Xiao Wu, it's fine. I can find another room. I don't mind. As long as I have a place to stay, Tang San said, though he felt an inexplicable sense of having missed something. All right then. You go find a place to stay, and we can meet here tomorrow. Xiao Wu nodded. Just as Xiao Wu was about to pay, a blonde man appeared, flanked by two alluring women who bore a striking resemblance to one another, presumably twins. Hey, I reserved this room first. You should find somewhere else. The blonde man declared with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Dai Xiao. The hotel receptionist quickly interjected. You reserved it first? Xiao Wu turned to him with a raised eyebrow, contemplating seeking another hotel. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, the blonde man's eyes sparkled. My dear beauty, it's not impossible for you to stay with me. What did you say? Tang San stepped forward, asserting, friend, you would do well to adjust your tone. The blonde man scoffed at the shabby appearance of Tang San. What? Are you trying to play the hero? Beauty, what is good about following this poor fellow? Come join me instead. Xiao Wu clenched her fists, retorting, Blondie, if you dare speak like that again, I'll pluck every strand of your hair. What? The blonde man's expression darkened. You dare speak to me like that? What's the matter, little blonde? Are you only allowed to speak ill of others? Xiao Wu crossed her arms disdainfully, noting that he was merely a level 35, hardly a threat. The blonde man released the two women he was holding and stepped forward, saying, it seems you need to learn some respect for the strong. The hotel receptionist interjected, Dai Xiao, please, let us not cause a scene here. It's hard for us to conduct business. You needn't worry. I will compensate for any losses the hotel incurs, the blonde man replied, turning to Xiao Wu. What's your name? None of your business. Do you want to fight? I'll oblige. If I win, you'll apologize for your earlier remarks, Xiao Wu declared. The receptionist looked on with a pained expression, aware that both were soul masters while he was merely an ordinary person, ill-equipped to intervene. Fine, if I lose. Not only will I apologize, but I will also relinquish the room to you. My name is Dai Mubai, remember it well, Dai Mubai declared, summoning 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. I have no need to remember the name of someone like you, Xiao Wu retorted, activating her own soul rings, which floated around her, 1 yellow and 2 purple. Dai Mubai was taken aback by the sight before him. How could this young girl, who appeared even younger than him, be a soul master, and her second soul ring was 1,000 years old? How is this possible? Little blonde, are you ready to take a beating? Xiao Wu beckoned with her finger. Dai Mubai's expression darkened like a storm cloud. Let us see if you have the strength to back up your words. Second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. Xiao Wu swiftly dodged the attack and moved in front of Dai Mubai, delivering a powerful kick. First soul skill, Waist Bow. What? How can her speed be so fast? Dai Mubai's face changed, and the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, launching him into the air. Before he could land, he was kicked again. Tang San watched Xiao Wu with a grave expression, his eyes shimmering with purple light. Even with his purple extreme magic eye, he had only seen a blur of her previous movement, a technique he had once fallen victim to. When Dai Mubai finally landed, he could barely stand, and the two women hurried to support him. Dai Xiao, are you all right? Let go of me. Dai Mubai pushed the two women away after regaining his composure, wiping a trace of blood from his mouth, and glared at Xiao Wu. What? Not convinced? Then come at me again. I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. Xiao Wu remained unfazed by Dai Mubai's darkening expression. You've lost. The room is yours. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, preparing to leave. Hey, have you forgotten to apologize? Xiao Wu called out, and Dai Mubai's face darkened further. Leave a line for others. Not necessary for someone like you. Xiao Wu replied with disgust, thinking to herself how wonderful it would be if all humans were like her brother. I'm sorry. Dai Mubai spat through gritted teeth. His eyes filled with animosity before he quickly departed. Humph, what are you pretending for? Come back, and I'll make sure to teach you another lesson. Xiao Wu said. With Dai Mubai gone, she had to compensate the hotel with some gold soul coins, but she was short on money. After Tang San left, she took the room key, opened the door, and beamed at the decor within. Xiao Wu kicked off her shoes and joyfully leaped onto the bed, burying her face deep into the pillow and rolling around. Observing her antics, Ling Xiao smiled. Since Xiao Wu was unharmed, he decided to leave her be, retracting his spiritual energy and delving into meditation to break through the time barrier. The following day, upon waking, Xiao Wu found Tang San waiting outside, his face alight with joy. Though curious, she chose not to inquire further. Tang San, let us go. All right, Sister Xiao Wu. After several hours of travel, they spotted a village in the distance where a crowd had gathered at the entrance. They decided to inquire if anyone knew about Shrek Academy. As they approached, they noticed something was amiss. Indeed, many youths, mostly around their age, were gathered, many accompanied by their parents or guardians, which sparked a hint of trepidation within them. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. Above the wooden archway at the village entrance hung a somewhat tattered sign inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. In front of these characters was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature, somewhat cute in its appearance. The elderly man also bore a similar green circular badge on his chest, presumably the emblem of Shrek Academy. Is this really Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief. Tang San was equally puzzled, questioning why his teacher would recommend such a dilapidated place that hardly resembled a Soul Master Academy, feeling it was inferior to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. As they approached, they noted the puzzled expressions on the faces of those gathered. One youth voiced his concern, Dad, is this really a proper Soul Master Academy? I don't want to study in this rundown place. The father frowned but replied, let us wait a moment. Perhaps the real Academy isn't here after all. His tone, however, lacked confidence, a sentiment echoed amongst the crowd. At that moment, a youth stepped forward to register, and the elderly man lazily remarked, the registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Just place them in that box. The youth's father hastily handed over the payment, while the elder slightly raised his head and said to the boy, extend your hand. The elder pinched the boy's hand and remarked, you are unqualified. Go home. The father quickly interjected, could you possibly make an exception? My child has just turned 13. The elder, showing impatience, replied, did you not read the regulations? We only accept those under 13. Unqualified is unqualified. The father's face fell, and he asked, all right then. Could we have the registration fee returned? 10 gold soul coins was a significant burden for their humble family, painstakingly saved from their frugal lifestyle. Once the registration fee is submitted, it is non-refundable. The elder firmly rejected, just as the father was about to express his anger. He felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the elder, and in the next moment, 6 soul rings floated around him. A soul emperor. The father stepped back, his face paling at the pressure. What? A soul emperor? The crowd behind them was equally astonished. They never expected such an unassuming elder to be a soul emperor. The elder stood up and proclaimed, remember, we are Shrek Academy. Shrek is a unique soul beast. Our academy only accepts monsters. If you are not a monster, your money is merely wasted. The father and son, realizing their predicament, could only leave in defeat. Xiao Wu felt discontented. Could such an academy truly educate its students? Other parents and children also wore solemn expressions. Indeed, an academy with a soul emperor teacher was impressive, yet they had not met the criteria. Soon, more than half of the families departed, and the elder resumed his casual demeanor, sitting back down. Sigh, I wonder who hurt that child Mubai so badly. I must personally review. The elder murmured softly as Xiao Wu and Tang San approached. The elder glanced at them and said, registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu and Tang San each produced 10 gold soul coins and placed them in the box, then extended their hands. The elder pinched Tang San's hand, his expression shifting slightly as he asked, "Have you trained in something?" "Yes," Tang San replied, his face stern. "Lift your calf." Tang San complied. And after a moment of examination, the elder's eyes sparkled with delight as he said, "Very well, you are qualified, a true monster." He then reached out to pinch Xiao Wu's hand, and his expression changed dramatically as he stood up, gazing at her in astonishment. Yu. Chapter 50, Battle Against Xiao Wu. "What, am I considered a monster?" "Indeed, you are a genuine monster," the elder said, his voice trembling. "Then I have passed." "Yes." Xiao Wu nodded, saying, "Does that mean I am now officially a student of Shrek Academy? There are a few more tests ahead, but with your qualifications, you will surely pass," the elder assured. "Great." Xiao Wu nodded and entered the academy just as a figure approached. "Oh," the elder exclaimed in surprise, retracting his hand and regarding the young girl before him with uncertainty. The girl was alone, dressed simply in a white long dress that conveyed a sense of cleanliness. Her neatly cropped hair and height, slightly shorter than Xiao Wu, juxtaposed with her exceptionally fair and delicate skin. "Have I passed the test?" the girl inquired with a gentle smile. "Certainly, but do you truly wish to join our academy?" the elder asked quietly, surprised that someone from that place would come. "Yes," the girl affirmed with a nod. "Very well," the elder sighed in resignation. The girl approached Xiao Wu and said, "Hello, my name is Ning Rong. Did you also pass the preliminary test?" "Yes, hello, I am Xiao Wu, the dancer." Xiao Wu replied, "I am Tang San." The trio proceeded to the second location to await their test, where several other youths were also waiting. An elder seated nearby commanded, "Release your martial souls." The three complied. And upon seeing Xiao Wu's martial soul, the elder nodded, but was astonished at Tang San's martial soul. Blue silver grass can be cultivated to a great soul master at such a young age? Am I considered a monster? Tang San asked with a smile. "Of course," the elder affirmed, nodding with satisfaction, before turning to Ning Rong and standing up. "This martial soul is..." He gazed in disbelief at the 9 treasure glaze tile in Ning Rong's hand. After taking a deep breath, he said, "You need not take the test. Proceed directly to the 4th round." "Why?" the other youths protested, feeling unjustly treated. "Because they are true monsters, and you are not," the elder retorted. "They look to be about our age. How can they be monsters?" Others questioned, failing to see the soul rings and thus doubting their inferiority. "One is nearing soul rank, and 2 are high-level soul ranks. Do you still question if they are monsters?" The elder replied coldly. "This is impossible," the youths exclaimed in shock. However, the elder paid them no mind and instructed the 3, "Off you go." "Understood." They nodded. At that moment, another figure arrived. "Release your martial soul," the elder commanded. The girl nodded and complied, revealing her phantom cat martial soul accompanied by 3 soul rings. Another soul rank. Tang San was taken aback, having believed himself unique with innate full soul power and dual martial souls. Yet now, he had discovered 3 individuals who surpassed him in monstrous potential. The others were equally shocked. Xiao Wu and Ning Rong were astounded to see yet another soul rank among their peers. "You two, proceed directly to the 4th round," the elder instructed, informing them of the 4th round's location. The girl nodded and approached Ning Rong and the others. Although they found the chill emanating from her somewhat unsettling, they still greeted her. "Hello, I am Ning Rong. I am Xiao Wu. I am Tang San." After a moment of silence, the girl introduced herself. "I am Zhu Qing." Her voice equally cold. "Then I shall call you Zhu Qing." Ning Rong smiled gently, reaching out to take Zhu Qing's hand. Zhu Qing appeared uncomfortable with such warmth, but nodded in response. "Zhu Qing, your talent is remarkable. Becoming a soul rank at such a young age," Ning Rong exclaimed, reflecting on how, without the life water given to her by Ling Xiao, she could not have achieved soul rank so swiftly. "You all are the same. Achieving soul rank at such a tender age," Zhu Qing remarked, sensing the soul rank fluctuations from Ning Rong and Xiao Wu, which were even more powerful than her own. "I merely got lucky," Ning Rong remarked as the group arrived at the designated location for the 4th round of the test, which was another open area. This space was considerably smaller than the one encountered in the 2nd round. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was seated on a chair, dozing off. Upon sensing their approach, he opened his eyes, visibly surprised at the sight of the 4 individuals. "Oh, quite impressive. It seems this round has attracted 4 little monsters. You must be the instructor for the 4th round of testing." Tang San stepped forward to inquire. Indeed. Originally, a student was to engage in combat with you. But due to unforeseen circumstances, I shall be your tester, the middle-aged man stated as he rose from his chair. His stature was not tall, and his appearance was rather ordinary, yet he emanated a robust presence, even shorter than the 12-year-old Tang San, which strangely imparted a sense of strength. I am Xiao Wu, a soul sage of level 76. You have the duration of an incense stick to familiarize yourselves with each other, and the test will consist of enduring under my scrutiny for that same span of time. After concluding his statement, Xiao Wu lit an incense stick and returned to his seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Tang San's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that, aside from the Soul Emperor, there existed a soul sage within this academy, and he appeared younger than the aforementioned Soul Emperor. As for Ning Rong and her companions, they were somewhat astonished, but did not find the situation particularly daunting. They exchanged glances, and Xiao Wu spoke up. I am a power type, and Tang San specializes in control. What about you two? My martial spirit is the 9 treasure glaze tile, an auxiliary type. My martial spirit is the Nethercat, a speed type. The 9 treasure glaze tile. Tang San's eyes widened. He had heard of the 7 treasure glaze tile martial spirit, lauded as the strongest auxiliary spirit on the continent, suggesting that this 9 treasure glaze tile was a variant of that, and in a favorable manner, unlike his teachers. Xiao Wu felt a surge of excitement as well, pleased to have such a teammate in their ranks. Then it settled. Qing and I will focus on attacking. Tang San, you do your best to restrain him. And Rong, you handle support. Agreed. The group nodded in unison. Are you ready? Xiao Wu stood up. The 4 nodded and encircled them. 9 treasures rotate. There is glaze. First is strength. 3 purple spirit rings floated around Ning Rong, and from her 9 treasure glaze tile, 3 radiant beams enveloped her companions. Remarkable. A soul master from the 7 treasure glaze tile sect, and with such formidable spirit ring configuration. Truly a marvel, Xiao Wu exclaimed, astonished as the first spirit ring turned out to be a millennium ring. Could the 9 treasure glaze tile be a mutated martial spirit? Xiao Wu pondered internally. Once enveloped by the radiant light, the 3 felt invigorated. 9 treasures rotate. Second is speed. The second beam of light enveloped her companions once more, and they felt as though their bodies had become weightless. Just as they prepared to move, Xiao Wu made his move. Not good, Tang San thought to himself, realizing that Xiao Wu was likely targeting Ning Rong first. He had heard from his teacher that if there was an auxiliary spirit master in the team, they would be the primary target of the enemy's assault. Xiao Wu swung his fist towards Ning Rong, and it was astonishing how swiftly he moved for someone of his size. Tang San was about to employ his ghost shadow perplexing steps to whisk Ning Rong away from harm's way, but clearly, Ning Rong was even faster, with an unusual stride. She swiftly distanced herself from Xiao Wu. Is this truly an auxiliary spirit master? How extraordinarily quick, Tang San observed in shock, contemplating that perhaps this was a unique movement technique akin to his own ghost shadow perplexing steps. Xiao Wu's eyes were similarly filled with astonishment, recognizing the familiarity of Ning Rong's technique. Could it be that Rong knows the moon steps? Xiao Wu's excitement surged. Third spirit skill, instantaneous movement. Xiao Wu, adorned with 1 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings, immediately teleported in front of Xiao Wu and unleashed her spirit skill. Second spirit skill, charm. Haha. I had no idea there was another prodigy among you. This is splendid. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment at Xiao Wu's spirit rings, followed by a hearty laugh as he unleashed a heavy palm strike. Xiao Wu, realizing the attack posed no real threat, quickly retreated, followed closely by Tang San. First spirit skill, bind. The blue-silver grass swiftly entangled Xiao Wu, attempting to restrain him, but it was effortlessly broken free. Kid, your blue-silver grass is far too fragile, Xiao Wu remarked, charging towards Tang San and delivering a powerful palm strike. Tang San had no choice but to brace himself, and in an instant, his hands felt as if they had turned to jade. Though he managed to block the attack, he was still sent flying several meters away by the sheer force. At that moment, Zhu Qing dashed forward, her fingernails transforming into sharp claws. Observing the 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings floating around her, Xiao Wu appeared taken aback. Why are there so many prodigies present this time? Second spirit skill, swift claws. Zhu Qing's hands became a blur as she relentlessly clawed at Xiao Wu. Come at me. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. First spirit skill, unmoving King Kong body. Zhu Qing's attack struck Xiao Wu but had no effect, while Xiao Wu retaliated. Second spirit skill, Mighty King Palm. The force of his palm was immense. Had it struck Zhu Zhuqing, it would undoubtedly have caused severe injury. However, being merely a test, Xiao Wujie refrained from exerting his full strength. Zhu Zhuqing quickly evaded, distancing herself from him. Meanwhile, Ning Rong, who had been standing at a distance, suddenly charged towards Xiao Wujie. Rong, be careful, come back. Xiao Wu called out anxiously, perplexed by Ning Rong's sudden boldness. Little girl, as an auxiliary spirit master, it is safer to stay behind your teammates. Xiao Wujie could hardly be bothered to turn around as he casually swung a fist in Ning Rong's direction. However, to his astonishment, he felt a tremendous force impact him, causing him to stagger backward, a tingling pain radiating through his arm. How is this possible? Xiao Wujie turned around. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Ning Rong. The force he had just endured was undoubtedly greater than 700 pounds. Was this truly an auxiliary spirit master? Even a power-type soul master of the Soul Emperor rank would find it challenging to reach such a level. What? Rong possesses such strength? Xiao Wu gasped, a new realization dawning upon her. Although Xiao Wujie had not activated his martial spirit, he was a power-type soul master and a soul sage, not someone easily overpowered, yet Ning Rong had managed to push him back. Zhu Zhuqing also regarded Ning Rong with curiosity, suspecting that she too had undergone strength training, albeit she seemed to surpass her own limits, as her maximum strength was merely 200 pounds. Are you truly an auxiliary spirit master? Xiao Wujie could not help but inquire, finding it incredibly hard to believe, as auxiliary spirit masters were widely regarded as weak within the realm of soul masters. Of course, Teacher Xiao, but the time has not yet concluded. Be wary, Ning Rong asserted, employing her unusual stride as she swiftly launched a punch towards Xiao Wujie. Very well, let me witness the extent of your strength, Xiao Wujie replied solemnly, preparing to take the matter seriously as he unleashed a palm strike in her direction. Flowing water twirls, twist. Ning Rong extended her hands, fingers gently curling as they swayed like soft ribbons, her soul power enveloping them in a faint blue aura. What is this? Xiao Wujie felt a jolt of surprise as he realized his palm seemed to strike cotton, devoid of any force. As Ning Rong slightly twisted her hands, Xiao Wujie immediately sensed a counterforce redirecting his strike. Teacher Xiao, your punch is indeed powerful, but once this force is shifted, it becomes ineffective, Ning Rong proclaimed. Her fists clenched as she continued to strike towards Xiao Wujie. Flowing water dances gracefully, great waves. Xiao Wujie roared, 7 soul rings swirling around him, as he unleashed a massive palm. Second soul skill, Mighty Diamond Palm. Upon the collision of their fists, both parties felt an immense force, causing them to retreat a short distance. Ha ha ha, splendid. I have never encountered a monster such as you. Xiao Wujie laughed heartily. You truly are a power-type soul master. In terms of raw strength, I am indeed no match, Ning Rong replied calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Wujie's expression stiffened, feeling a loss of face. Ning Rong, an auxiliary soul master, exhibited such strength, and if she ascended to Soul Emperor level, would she not surpass him in power? Chapter 51. The quarrel. The others were already dumbfounded, unable to believe that Ning Rong, as an auxiliary soul master, was the strongest among them. Just then, the incense stick burned out. You have passed, Xiao Wujie announced, looking at the extinguished incense. However, even if they had not passed, he would still allow them to stay, for he had never encountered such extraordinary individuals before. Is that it? We've passed? The others were still in disbelief. Suddenly, a figure pushing a cart appeared, calling out, Sausage for sale. Come and take a look, don't miss out. Oscar brand sausages, delicious and sweet, reasonably priced at 5 copper coins each. Eating Oscar sausages guarantees an easier entrance exam. The person pushing the cart wore simple gray clothing, had neatly cropped hair, and a full beard, yet possessed large, expressive eyes that seemed to particularly scan Ning Rong and the other girls. Naturally, Ning Rong and her companions were unable to escape his gaze, finding it hard to believe that such a soft, feminine voice could emanate from a man of such rugged appearance. Feeling his gaze, Ning Rong's expression soured, while Xiao Wujie shouted, Oscar, bring me some sausages. Right away, Teacher Xiao, Oscar replied as he approached, handing Xiao Wujie 2 sausages. After consuming one, Xiao Wujie felt a surge of vitality and turned to Ning Rong, saying, Would you like one? These are made from soul power and can restore your energy. Oscar, his eyes sparkling, added, Hey there, would you like a sausage? Plenty of benefits, fair and square. No, thank you, uncle, Ning Rong declined. What? You called me uncle? Oscar's expression shifted to one of despair. What's wrong? Ning Rong asked, puzzled by the man's bearded visage, which made him appear older than even the sword Douluo. Haha. Oscar is not an uncle. He is only 14 years old. Xiao Wu chuckled. The others stared at Oscar in astonishment. Despite his appearance, Oscar was indeed a food system soul master with innate full soul power, a true prodigy. Xiao Wu was not mistaken. Innate full soul power within the food system was indeed exceptional, yet aside from Zhu Qing, the others possessed innate full soul power as well, so they found nothing unusual. Zhu Qing, having endured her share of hardships, remained expressionless, having witnessed Ling Xiao's prowess. Oscar attempted to boast before the group, but soon realized their lack of astonishment, leaving him to awkwardly smile. All right, since you have passed the test, let us head to the dormitories. Follow me, Xiao Wu instructed, turning to lead the way, with the others following. Upon arriving at their accommodations, they were taken aback. What was this place? It was merely a few ordinary wooden huts that appeared rather dilapidated. Is this really the student dormitory? Xiao Wu exclaimed, shocked that it seemed inferior to the Nodding City Academy. Ning Rong shared her sentiments. For as the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, she had never resided in such a shabby place. Only Zhu Qing seemed less perturbed, as she had been on the run for quite some time, and having any shelter was already a blessing. Xiao Wu noticed their expressions and awkwardly explained. Please bear with it. The academy is currently facing financial difficulties, but once the principal secures funding, conditions will surely improve. Xiao Wu took a deep breath, realizing there was no alternative now. They had come this far and could only endure. The three entered and chose their respective lodgings while Xiao Wu led Tang San to the boys' dormitory to settle him in. Oscar, I advise you to refrain from any inappropriate behavior. Warn Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to behave as well. If they scare these students away, I'll break your bones. Xiao Wu threatened, his terrifying demeanor causing Oscar to nod incessantly. I hope there won't be any trouble. After intimidating Oscar, Xiao Wu rubbed his temples, contemplating the personalities of the others, feeling anxious about what mischief they might get into, especially with 3 girls in the mix. Oscar was somewhat better. He was timid and could be managed with a scare, but Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were potential troublemakers. The next day arrived swiftly, with Xiao Wujia's deep voice echoing outside the dormitory. Little monsters, rise and greet the principal. Soon, Ning Rong and her companions gathered in an open area, the girls forming a circle while Tang San, Oscar, and a plump boy stood together. The plump boy had short hair, small eyes, and chubby cheeks, with 2 wisps of hair on his upper lip that resembled mouse whiskers. He stared intently at Xiao Wu and her friends, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. If you keep staring at us like that, I'll gouge your eyes out and use them as marbles, Xiao Wu warned, her brow furrowing at the boy's gaze. Ouch. Little sister, you have quite the fiery temper. I like that. Come on, call me brother. The plump boy replied with a cheeky grin, disregarding her warning. Tang Sen frowned at the boy, feeling displeased but held his tongue, thinking they would be classmates in the future. However, Xiao Wu, the self-appointed leader, could not tolerate such insolence. You dare ask me to call you brother? You're asking for a fight. With a cold expression, she swiftly moved in front of the plump boy and kicked him. Ouch. The plump boy was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. How dare you hit me? He exclaimed, pointing at Xiao Wu as he got back on his feet. What? You think it's unfair for someone disrespectful to get hit? Xiao Wu remarked. The chubby boy's face flushed with anger as he pointed at her. Enough. Everyone will be classmates from now on. There is no need to sour the relationship. Tang San interjected kindly. Indeed, Ma Hongjun did not mean any harm. It's due to his martial soul that he harbors evil fire, Oscar added. Evil fire? So what? A single strike to sever the root of worry will eliminate any concern for that evil fire. Xiao Wu retorted coldly. Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a chill beneath him. His gaze towards Xiao Wu filled with a hint of fear. This girl is too vicious, harboring such cruel thoughts. Oscar couldn't help but tighten his legs, watching Xiao Wu swallow nervously. Tang San shook his head, believing there was no need for such tension among classmates. At that moment, a man with golden hair and sinister eyes appeared, swiftly approaching Xiao Wu. In a low voice, he asked, How did you all end up here? You little golden-haired one. What are you doing here? Do you wish to be beaten again? Xiao Wu replied. Dai Lauda, do you know her? Ma Hongjun inquired, sensing an ominous premonition. From Xiao Wu's words, it seemed that she had clashed with Dai Mubai before, and he had been at a disadvantage. Of course I know her. She gave me a rather severe beating. What did you say? Are you daring enough to face me again? Dai Mubai replied, his eyes aflame with anger. No matter how you compare, defeat is inevitable for you. I reckon you were just exhausted, considering the last time you faced a pair of twins. Xiao Wu mocked. Not noticing that Zhu Shiqing, who had remained silent, now regarded Dai Mubai with icy disdain. You dare. Dai Mubai's expression darkened as he moved to attack Xiao Wu, but was restrained by Ma Hongjun. Dai Lauda, there's no need to stoop to her level. Calm down, brother. Let's enjoy our day out. Ma Hongjun advised, wearing a knowing smile. Although unspoken, the others were no longer children and quickly grasped Ma Hongjun's implication. Xiao Wu's gaze towards the two men grew increasingly loathsome. Taking a deep breath, Dai Mubai nodded. All right, brother, let's go out and have some fun today? Oscar looked on enviously, yet he lacked the courage to join. As Dai Mubai cast a glance at Xiao Wu, his eyes shifted when he noticed Zhu Shiqing standing quietly at the back. Observing her disdainful, unfamiliar expression, he inwardly cursed, swiftly distancing himself from Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, what do you mean by going out to have fun? I still need to train. I don't have the time. So you go without me? What do you mean? Dai Lauda, when did you become so diligent in your training that you refuse to have fun? Ma Hongjun exclaimed incredulously, oblivious to the impatience in Dai Mubai's gaze. Seeing Zhu Shiqing's disdainful look, Dai Mubai brusquely pushed Ma Hongjun aside. Don't slander me. It's always you who wants to go out. I merely accompany you. Dai Lauda, what's wrong with you? Ma Hongjun asked, bewildered and slightly annoyed. However, with little money to spare, he often found himself relying on Dai Mubai's generosity. Yet when Ma Hongjun noticed the way Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Shiqing, he quickly realized that Dai Mubai was trying to leave a good impression on her. Indeed, Dai Lauda treats his brothers well, maintaining a clean reputation. There's no way he would indulge in such places. Ma Hongjun hastily added. Hearing this, Dai Mubai sighed in relief. Yet Zhu Shiqing had already turned her attention away from him, filled with disappointment. Zhu Shiqing reflected on the countless dangers she had faced to reach this place from the Star Luo Empire, hoping to find her fiancé would earnestly cultivate, only to realize he had given up, wallowing in indulgence. There is no need to linger here. I should return to my training, Zhu Shiqing thought, walking in another direction. Dai Mubai called out urgently, Shiqing, where are you going? Don't call me that. It makes me feel nauseous. Zhu Shiqing replied, not turning back. Shiqing, I know I have erred. Please don't go. Seeing that Zhu Shiqing showed no sign of stopping, Dai Mubai's expression shifted. Don't forget, we are one entity. If I cannot survive, neither can you. Zhu Shiqing halted, turning to face Dai Mubai, her voice laced with self-mockery. How could she have once placed her hope for survival in such a person? Dai Mubai, you have disappointed me greatly. Following you, I see no possibility of survival. Let us part ways amicably. Part ways amicably? Impossible. Don't forget, if we lose, death awaits us. Dai Mubai bellowed. You understand the stakes yet continue to indulge in this descent, lacking ambition. Zhu Shiqing's voice was frosty. Hearing this, Dai Mubai opened his mouth. He indeed felt somewhat lost. However, he felt powerless, overshadowed by his brother's strength, lacking the confidence to prevail. At that moment, two figures appeared, their expressions puzzled as they observed the unfolding scene. Dai Mubai, what have you done? Did I not instruct Oscar to warn you against any improper conduct? Xiao Wu roared. Beside him, a middle-aged man with glasses adjusted his spectacles and inquired, what is the situation? Tang Xin observed with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The man before him was the proprietor of a shop where he had previously purchased a piece of crystal, crafting it into a hidden weapon, the dragon whisker needle. Dean. Oscar and Ma Hongjun called out in unison. Xiao Wu looked at the man before her, realizing he was the dean of Shrek Academy. Greetings, students. I am Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy and a level 76 soul sage. Flender announced. What is happening? Has there been a conflict between Dai Mubai and the new students? Dai Mubai. He turned to Flender, uncertain of how to respond. New students, I am unaware of any issues between Mubai and you. Please share. And I will see if I can mediate. Flender addressed Zhu Shiqing. He had learned from Xiao Wu that the three new girls were all soul respect, undeniably talented. No need. My issues with Dai Mubai are personal and do not concern others. I came here for him, but seeing him like this, I have decided to withdraw from Shrek Academy. Zhu Shiqing declared to Flender. Dai Mubai's face paled, and he shouted at her. Are you trying to escape? You cannot run. This is the law of the Empire. Only by working together do we have a chance to survive. Dai Mubai, you are mistaken. If I remain with you, I will have no chance at survival. Zhu Shiqing replied. Flender was taken aback. He knew Dai Mubai hailed from the Star Luo Empire and had heard of the ruthless power struggles within, realizing that this girl must be his fiancée. However, it was indeed Dai Mubai's fault. This young lady had traveled far to find him, and he had not put forth any effort. Anyone would be disappointed. Nonetheless, Shrek Academy relied on Dai Mubai's contributions to continue operating, so he naturally stood by Dai Mubai. Clearing his throat, Flinder spoke, "Young lady, I understand that Mubai has wronged you, but he is a good child. Please give him a chance, and you will surely witness his transformation." Zhu Zhiqing replied resolutely. "No need. The Dai Mubai I see has utterly disappointed me. I do not believe he will change." Upon finishing her words, Zhu Zhiqing turned and walked into the distance. Flinder was at a loss for words, for this was her decision, and as a senior, he felt it was inappropriate to compel her to stay. Just then, Dai Mubai shouted, "No, you cannot leave." He charged at Zhu Zhiqing, feigning an attack. Zhu Zhiqing sensed Dai Mubai's intent. A glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes, and she swiftly turned around. With her second soul skill, Swift Claw, instantly, several gashes appeared on Dai Mubai's face, his garments were torn, and blood welled up on his body. "Ah!" Dai Mubai cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. Fortunately, Zhu Zhiqing had not exerted her full strength, otherwise, the wounds would have been deep enough to expose bone. "Mubai, boss Dai." Oscar hurriedly approached, using his soul skill to conjure a sausage to feed Dai Mubai, while Flinder stood protectively in front of him. "Young lady, it is rather unbecoming to injure someone and simply depart." "What, are you going to stop me now?" "If I had not reacted in time, it would have been me who was gravely injured," Zhu Zhiqing retorted coldly. Ning, Rong and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, secretly pondering that perhaps Shrek Academy was not worth their time and considering trying their luck at another institution. Ning Rong, hailing from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, had no worries about finding a new place, and Xiao Wu could easily go to the Spirit Hall, thus they felt no concern. Chapter 52. The Grand Soul Arena. Flinder was momentarily speechless but managed to say, "Well, you didn't seriously injure him, did you? This could be seen as a form of revenge. Why not let go of the hatred?" Zhu Zhiqing regarded Flinder with disdain, clearly unimpressed by his audacity to take in such students. Xiao Wu and others frowned, contemplating whether they should leave this academy, questioning the caliber of its members. Zhu Zhiqing chose to ignore Flinder and directly exited Shrek Academy, leaving Flinder with no option but to refrain from further obstruction. "Principal, I want her to pay a price." Dai Mubai expressed his resentment. "Enough, Mubai. She has already left, and it would be inappropriate for me to hinder a young lady. Let us put this matter to rest. You should retreat and recover for a while." Flinder waved his hand, and Ma Hongjun promptly assisted Dai Mubai back to the dormitory. Flinder turned to the remaining few, his gaze filled with admiration for Ning Rong. He had heard from Xiao Wujin on the way that she was indeed a prodigious talent. Noting her distant demeanor, Flinder cleared his throat and remarked, "You are all exceptional individuals. Since you have joined Shrek Academy, this alone affirms your capabilities. Training begins now." Flinder led them along the path. "This is your first training regimen focused on physical fitness. It will test your endurance. You are to run 20 laps around the village. Remember, no use of soul power." Oscar's face fell in despair. As a support-type soul master, he dreaded such training. However, the principal had mentioned that it was paramount for support-type soul masters to protect themselves in battle. Ning Rong appeared unimpressed, thinking, "Is this all there is to training? I began my physical training long before I was 6. Merely running 20 laps around the village is child's play. It pales in comparison to the training I received from Ling Xiao." Lost in thought, Ning Rong's expression dimmed as she pondered. "Where are you, you villain? Why have you not come to see me for so long? Must I truly wait until I become a titled Douluo before you return?" Since their last meeting 3 years ago, Ling Xiao had vanished from her life. She inquired with her father, but he remained tight-lipped, leading her to run away in frustration. Rong, it's time to start training," Xiao Wu said, noticing Ning Rong's distracted state and shaking her lightly. Coming back to her senses, Ning Rong nodded, and the group began their laps around the village. After 10 laps, Oscar was already struggling, panting heavily, while Ning Rong and the others maintained their composure, showing no signs of fatigue. By the 15th lap, Oscar was feeling dizzy. Every step felt immensely burdensome, as though weights were tied to his legs. Even Tang Sen began to lag behind, increasingly distanced from the two girls, who appeared as if they had just begun running, their speed unyielding. Having lapped Tang Sen and Oscar twice, Flinder, observing from above, was astonished at the stamina of the two girls, realizing that for them 20 laps posed no challenge at all. Soon, Ning Rong and Xiao Wu completed their run and stood waiting for Oscar and Tang San, who finally arrived, feeling bored. Flinder descended, his satisfaction quickly turning to a frown. You two finished the task quite swiftly, which is commendable. However, you seem to have forgotten about teamwork. Tang San exemplified this well. In a team, members should support one another, yet you were solely focused on your own performance, which is unacceptable. Flinder admonished. Ning Rong retorted. It's merely that they were not capable enough. I have been training since childhood and have only reached this level through relentless effort. Their shortcomings stem from their lack of diligence in their early years. Why should we bear the blame? Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. She was renowned in the Nodding City Academy for her rigorous training, often pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion. Cough, cough. Flinder awkwardly cleared his throat. Unity within a team is of utmost importance. You cannot abandon your teammates. While you both are indeed strong individually, you must remember that you are now part of a collective. You need to learn to cooperate with one another. How can we cooperate under such training conditions? Ning Rong questioned. Are we supposed to drag them along as we run? Flinder was momentarily speechless. It was hardly feasible to have two girls dragging two boys along. If he dared suggest such a thing, they might very well leave Shrek Academy in protest, which would be a significant loss. Not exactly that. I merely wish for you to strengthen your bonds, perhaps wait for them on the route or offer them encouragement during the run, Flinder suggested. Fine. We'll give it a try next time. Ning Rong waved her hand, not wanting to hear any more of his lectures. Sighing, Flinder shook his head. Realizing that Ning Rong's disposition needed improvement, yet he was at a loss as to how to achieve that. He felt a headache coming on. Such prodigies were incomparable and had never faced setbacks. Moreover, given her affiliation with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he wondered if he might inadvertently offend them and attract the ire of their two-titled Douluo. Let us focus on training for now. Other matters can wait for another day. Cough, cough. You all appear quite exhausted today. Let us call it a day and rest. Tomorrow will be the real training. Make sure to recharge. I'll take my leave now, and we shall reconvene here tomorrow morning. Flinder concluded and quickly departed, primarily addressing Tang San and Oscar. Ning Rong and Xiao Wu showed no signs of fatigue, and lingering any longer would have been rather awkward. Rest well. I'll come to call you tomorrow morning. Xiao Wujin instructed. Tang San, please assist Oscar back. Thanks, little San. Oscar said, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he was utterly spent. We are classmates. It is only right to help each other. Tang San then turned to Xiao Wu and said, Sister Xiao Wu, within the same academy. It would be wise for you both to learn to cooperate. Today, your behavior was somewhat excessive. Xiao Wu retorted, cooperation depends on the individuals involved. Did you see how those two acted? But we are on the same team, and teammates should support and understand one another. Tang San insisted. Then why don't you help your good teammates? Xiao Wu replied casually, indifferent to Tang San's thoughts, as she felt no particular connection with him. Regardless of being from the same academy, a flicker of displeasure crossed Tang San's face. He believed that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had their reasons. One was justifiably angry from being humiliated by his fiancée, while the other was pitiably troubled by his martial spirit's affliction. He could not fathom why Xiao Wu held on to this issue. However, he chose to remain silent. Through this incident, he had come to realize Xiao Wu's lack of understanding of forgiveness, deciding that maintaining a good relationship with her was unnecessary. Tang San supported Oscar as they slowly made their way to the wooden cabin, while Xiao Wu and the others resolved to continue their training. Ning Rong, do you still have energy? Xiao Wu inquired, stretching her limbs. Of course. I still have plenty of stamina. Ning Rong replied. Really? I didn't expect someone as petite as you to be so strong. Training since childhood, just like you, Xiao Wu. True. Then let us continue and see who is stronger. Xiao Wu's competitive spirit ignited as she was eager to compare herself to Ning Rong. All right. Ning Rong nodded thoughtfully and reached for a pouch at her waist, untying it. The pouch fell to the ground with a thud. To Xiao Wu's astonishment, Ning Rong proceeded to remove the iron plates bound to her limbs, which hit the ground with a cloud of dust. Ning Rong, were you running with these weights today? Xiao Wu gulped as she looked at the burdensome objects on the ground, reaching out to lift them, feeling astonished. The weights together exceeded 300 jin, a feat she could not accomplish. Yes, Ning Rong nodded. I anticipated training today and reduced some weight. It was originally 500 jin. 500 jin, Xiao Wu gasped. Realizing that after consuming the life water and training diligently, her own strength barely reached that amount. If she had to run with such weights, although she wouldn't faint after 20 laps, she would feel utterly exhausted, collapsing onto her bed without the will to move. Ning Rong, how do you train? You're an auxiliary soul master. Surely your family didn't teach you this? Xiao Wu asked. Ning Rong paused slightly. Indeed not. My father wouldn't allow me to endure such hardship. It's all because of that big bad guy. Upon mentioning the big bad guy, Ning Rong clenched her fists. Her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. Heaven knows how she endured her previous torment, a life akin to hell. To make such a lovely girl suffer so much. He must truly be a big bad guy. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, understanding that Ning Rong's strength was a testament to her trials, far surpassing her own. No. Ning Rong quickly waved her hands. The big bad guy meant well. Without him, I'd just be a soul master needing protection. He is only strict with me during training. Otherwise, he is very kind, checking on me when I'm tired, and even cooking delicious meals for me. His cooking is the best, Ning Rong said, her eyes filled with shyness. Oh, Xiao Wu narrowed her eyes, sensing something unusual in Ning Rong's reaction. So, what about this big bad guy? The big bad guy has left. Ning Rong's gaze darkened, tears welling up in her eyes as she slowly sat down. Xiao Wu panicked at the sight of Ning Rong's distress. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up your painful memories. It's all right, Xiao Wu. I know you didn't mean it. I just really missed the big bad guy and couldn't control my emotions. Ning Rong whispered. Rong. Do you like that big bad guy? Ning Rong trembled slightly, then replied slowly. At first, I disliked him. On his first day at the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, we didn't get along. The next day, I started training. Perhaps due to my pride, I didn't want to lose. So I kept competing with him until I fainted from exhaustion. When I woke up, I still held some resentment towards him. But when my maid told me he prepared medicinal baths to aid my recovery, my impression of him improved. Ning Rong recounted her painful days. And Xiao Wu could sense the hardship, yet she also detected a hint of nostalgia in her tone. The big bad guy was always there for me, preparing meals after my training. He was with me when I awakened my martial spirit. He treated me well and was significant to me, but then he left. He returned a few times, but never stayed long. Since he left 3 years ago, he hasn't come back, which is why I left home. As Ning Rong spoke, her voice gradually faded. Rong, don't worry. Since that big bad guy helped you grow stronger, he surely cares for you. Perhaps he was just delayed by something. Xiao Wu said, recognizing how much Ning Rong cherished the big bad guy, akin to her feelings for Ling Xiao. I know. That's why I must strive to grow stronger and become a titled Douluo, Ning Rong declared, standing up with renewed sparkle in her eyes. Me too. Let us work hard together. Xiao Wu echoed. Yes. Ning Rong nodded. The two continued their training until the sun set, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted before returning to their quarters to rest. The next morning, Xiao Wuji appeared in the clearing, while Ning Rong and her companions were already gathered there. However, the group had evidently split into 2 factions, with Ning Rong and Xiao Wu together, while the others stood apart. Observing Dai Mubai's gloomy expression, Xiao Wuji shook his head. Their team had already divided before even beginning to unite. What to do next? Just then, Flinder arrived and addressed them. Today, you will commence your real training. Follow me. Chapter 53. The conclusion of the soul battle after a considerable journey. A vast expanse of towering edifices came into view. From their vantage point, the structures loomed nearly 100 meters high, immense and profound against the night sky, with faint glimmers of light flickering from within. This will be your training ground, Flander declared, gesturing towards the imposing building. Dai Mubai regarded the edifice before him, his shadowed gaze shifting slightly. Headmaster, what is this place? Tang Xin inquired. This is the Soto Great Soul Arena. Each of you possesses distinct martial souls, accompanied by your own training methods, Flander replied solemnly. The Academy can impart much to you, including how to better utilize your martial souls, assist you in acquiring suitable soul rings, gain practical combat experience, and strive to unlock your inherent potential. Additionally, you will learn various aspects of martial souls and the circumstances of soul masters across the continent. Among the knowledge you must acquire, the most vital is practical combat experience. The disparities in martial souls, soul power, and combat experience will all influence your strength. A soul master with ample combat experience can even defeat those of higher soul power levels. Thus, your current objective is to engage in practical exercises, augment your experience, and enhance your adaptability in combat. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, regardless of their rank, soul masters are merely represented by the term soul battle. After securing their first victory, they will receive a badge, and with each subsequent win, they will earn points. As their points accumulate, the badge's rank will elevate. This badge symbolizes their status within the Great Soul Arena and is universally recognized across all major cities in the continent. The ranks of the badge are categorized by the quality of minerals, the lowest being the Iron badge, followed by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. Totaling 8 ranks. The group nodded in understanding, having grasped the rules of the Soul Arena, and were eager to put their knowledge into practice. I set a goal for you, to obtain the Silver Soul badge before graduation. You are all exceptional, and I believe you can achieve this. Flander proclaimed. Mubai, you are familiar with the Great Soul Arena. You shall lead the others in their soul battles. Yes, Headmaster, Dai Mubai replied, though his expression remained somber as he shared more details about the Great Soul Arena. Flander nodded and departed, only to reappear in the audience, murmuring, You little monsters must strive hard. I've placed considerable bets on you. The financial constraints of Shrek Academy compelled him to wager in order to sustain its operations. He was confident that Ning Rong and the others would not falter, thus placing a significant portion of his bets on them. The competition format consisted of 3 types, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. After registering and testing their soul power, both Ning Rong and Xiao Wu opted for 1-on-1 matches. After waiting in the holding area, Xiao Wu, masked, approached the registration desk. The registration fee was 10 gold coins, and a victory would yield an additional 10 coins. The staff, conducting their duties with professionalism, collected the fee. As Xiao Wu had already registered and merely needed to present her Iron Soul badge, with no further paperwork required, the mask she wore was not unusual. The Great Soul Arena attracted a diverse crowd. Please state your title for the introduction at the Soul Arena, the staff requested. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wu replied, Softbone. On the Soul Battle stage, a young girl stood center stage, announcing, Next, we will commence the first 1-on-1 soul battle at the 14th Soul Arena. Featuring 2 Soul Emperors, the Beast Martial Soul Jade Rabbit's Soul Emperor Softbone versus the Beast Martial Soul Iron Horned Rhino's Soul Emperor Iron Armor, who has achieved 10 consecutive victories. Will Iron Armor maintain his winning streak, or will the newcomer Softbone claim victory? Let us await the outcome now. May the 2 Soul Emperors step forward. A towering figure soon appeared on the stage, standing at 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and an imposing muscular build. His dark skin was adorned with sinewy muscles, resembling serpentine patterns across his bare torso, and his large eyes glinted with ferocity as he let out a thunderous roar, exuding an overwhelming presence. It was evident he was a power-type soul master, also possessing defensive capabilities, much like Zhao Wujing. In contrast, Xiao Wu appeared diminutive beside him, leading the audience to unanimously predict Iron Armor's victory, with many anticipating a harsh defeat for the petite girl. Iron Armor, eyeing the small girl before him, scoffed, Little girl, venturing into the Soul Arena at such a young age? You would be better off training at home. Is that so? I hope you don't end up crying later. Xiao Wu retorted, charging towards Iron Armor. Let us see if you can manage that. Iron Armor's expression twisted menacingly as he swung his massive hand toward Xiao Wu, the force of his palm slicing through the air near her face. Not bad. You're quite agile, Iron Armor noted, unfazed by his misstrike. Summoning 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Second soul skill, Rhino Horn. Iron Armor's soul power coalesced into a pointed horn as he swiftly charged at Xiao Wu. Third soul skill, Teleport. Xiao Wu evaded the attack with a quick movement, repositioning herself behind Iron Armor. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu leaped, her long legs tightly clasping around Iron Armor's neck as she leaned backward. Iron Armor suddenly felt a powerful force propelling him into the air, astonished by the girl's strength. Xiao Wu also soared upward. Explosive 8-section throw. Despite Iron Armor's robust defense, Xiao Wu's might was formidable. Under her explosive throw, Iron Armor found himself dazed, the world spinning around him as pain coursed through his body. Down you go. Xiao Wu delivered a final kick, sending Iron Armor crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Had the arena not been sufficiently solid, the impact would have shattered the floor. The audience was left in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Xiao Wu possessed such immense strength and ferocity. Watching Iron Armor, trembling on the ground with rolling eyes, they felt a collective ache. The first match goes to Softbone, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses, while Iron Armor's record stands at 14 wins and 3 losses. The announcer approached Xiao Wu, instructing her to register her points while signaling for Iron Armor to be carried off. Returning to the waiting area, Xiao Wu was greeted by Ning Rong, who smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Wu, that was amazing. Well, I'm not as formidable as you, Rong. You're up next. Go for it. Xiao Wu encouraged Ning Rong. Don't worry. Among soul emperors, I am invincible. Ning Rong smiled proudly as she donned a mask and arrived at the registration area, completing a series of procedures before stepping into the soul arena. At that moment, a man stood in the center of the arena, proclaiming loudly, "Next, we will commence the first one-on-one duel in our 13th soul arena. The combatants are two soul masters, the soul master Liu Li, who possesses the weapon spirit of the glazed tower, versus the soul master Wuxian, who wields the heavenly martial staff and has fought 17 matches with a record of 12 wins and 5 losses. Please welcome our esteemed soul masters to the stage." As Ning Rong entered the arena, she found herself facing an opponent with flowing long hair, clad in white garments that danced in the wind, a white mask adorning their face, and a silver iron staff in hand, exuding an air of arrogance. "Little princess, it's evident you hail from a noble family. You might as well concede now. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if you were hurt later." The young man laughed heartily, dismissing Ning Rong entirely. Ning Rong stared at him, momentarily dazed by his appearance, for it bore a striking resemblance to someone she knew. However, she quickly regained her composure. Seeing Ning Rong stand still, Wuxian assumed she was frightened and smirked disdainfully, swinging his iron staff towards her. Just as the strike was about to connect, he realized Ning Rong had vanished. Not good. Wuxian's eyes widened, but there was no time to react. In the next instant, he felt a sharp pain behind him. Water-flowing dance, waves. Ning Rong's fists glowed with a faint blue aura, transforming into illusions that struck Wuxian from behind. Wuxian let out a few cries of pain before being sent flying out of the arena. The first match goes to Soul Master Liu Li, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Soul Master Wuxian's record now stands at 12 wins and 6 losses. The host announced, calling forth a few individuals to escort Wuxian away. Upon returning to the waiting area, Xiao Wu approached Ning Rong excitedly. "Rong, you were incredible. You dispatched him in an instant. He didn't even have a chance to use his soul skills. Fortunately, he was just a soul master. If possible, I would still like to challenge a soul sect or even a soul emperor." Ning Rong felt no particular pride in her victory. It was merely a beginning, and she was still far from becoming a titled Douluo. "Rong, what soul skill did you use just now? Was it a self-created technique?" Xiao Wu asked. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she recalled the faint blue aura that had enveloped Ning Rong's fists. "Sort of. It's a boxing technique taught to me by a certain bad guy. Water-flowing dance can be both offensive and defensive," Ning Rong replied after a moment's thought. She felt comfortable sharing this with Xiao Wu, as they had become good friends, but she would not divulge this information to Tang San and the others. "That bad guy is so formidable. He can teach such a powerful boxing technique." Xiao Wu was astonished. The only person she knew capable of guiding others and creating soul skills was Ling Xiao, and now there was another. "Of course, that bad guy is the strongest. Not even my father or Grandpa Jian can compare," Ning Rong declared proudly. "Rong, who are your father and Grandpa Jian?" Xiao Wu inquired, recalling that she had heard about the 7-treasure glazed tile school, which boasted 2 titled Douluos, each with a strength exceeding 95. Such power could be deemed the strongest in the continent, second only to the Spirit Hall. Ning Rong glanced around the waiting area to ensure no one else was present, then leaned closer to Xiao Wu and whispered, "My father is the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and both my Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu are titled Douluos. Is that so?" Xiao Wu's eyes lit up with understanding. "It seems your identity as a classmate is quite remarkable. The daughter of the sect master from one of the 3 great sects of the Tiando Empire. Oh, this identity is just ordinary. It's merely one of the 3 sections. The truly powerful force on this continent is the Spirit Hall," Ning Rong replied. "I've heard my father mention that the Spirit Hall is currently the strongest on the continent. Generally, those who come from the Spirit Hall are not to be trifled with." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. The Spirit Hall, apart from Ling Xiao, possessed 3 divine-level beings, one nearing divine status, and various elders and worshippers, with the majority exceeding 97 in strength. Such power could indeed dominate the entire continent. As the two conversed, others began to return to the waiting area. Xiao Wu re-registered for the competition, and seeing that no one else was speaking, Ning Rong also signed up. Over the following 10 days, the group spent their time in the Soul Arena, with Ning Rong and Xiao Wu participating in a total of 100 matches, achieving victory in every single one, including team battles where they also dominated. During this period, Flinder amassed a considerable fortune, his face radiating joy. Ha ha, everyone performed excellently. Xiao San's individual record is 38 wins and 17 losses. Mu Bai has 50 wins and 37 losses, and Ma Hongjun is slightly behind with 32 wins and 26 losses. But still commendable. Oscar and Xiao San's duo performance was also impressive. You all are exceptional, Flinder announced as they walked together in the afternoon. Turning to Ning, Rong and Xiao Wu, he said, "You two are extraordinary. 100 matches with a flawless record. I've never seen anything like it at my age." Ha. The others were equally astonished by Flinder's words. They had fought tirelessly for merely dozens of matches, and while their win rates were commendable, they paled in comparison to Ning, Rong and Xiao Wu. How did they manage to achieve 100 victories? Did they not rest at all? The results were astounding, making the rest feel utterly inadequate. Well, today I'm in a generous mood. I'll treat you all. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. I'll cover all expenses, Flinder declared grandly, waving his hand. Ma Hongjun and the others exchanged bewildered glances at Flinder, struggling to recognize him. They were well aware of his notorious stinginess. So his generosity today was quite the surprise, suggesting he had won a substantial amount of gold soul coins in the arena. They had witnessed the overwhelming victories of Ning, Rong and Xiao Wu and suspected that Flinder had placed significant bets. Though the odds had dropped considerably later on, he still earned a fair amount of gold soul coins, and they too had placed small bets, making a modest profit. Chapter 54. The Spatial Ring in the Spirit Hall. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the void, his body trembling as he opened his eyes. The river of time appeared beside him, showcasing countless lives from the past, present, and future. I have finally completed the 7th trial of the divine examination. It is now time for Sister Shui to inherit the position of the God of Judgment. With that, Ling Xiao stood, and the river of time dissipated. He gazed through the Pope's hall at Bibi Dong, who was engrossed in her training. Ling Xiao chose not to disturb her, donning a black cloak that shrouded him completely, and stepped forward, traversing layers of space. The next moment, he found himself in Xueqing's chamber. "Greetings, Holy Sun." Both the snake spear Douluo and the stinging porcupine Douluo appeared simultaneously. "Have you finally reached 97? Though it seems like you've just entered, it has not been long," Ling Xiao remarked as he looked at the two. "We have failed to live up to the Holy Sun's expectations. Please punish us." Upon hearing the words of snake spear Douluo and porcupine Douluo, they felt a deep sense of trepidation. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Rather, it was merely that their progress was too slow. The Spirit Hall had recently elevated 3 new titled Douluos. Did you know? Do not let the newcomers surpass you, Ling Xiao remarked as he settled onto the bed. "Yes, we shall heed the words of the Holy Sun. You may withdraw now." After the departure of Snake Spear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo, Ling Xiao remained in the room, taking the opportunity to reassess the rewards from the divine examination. An hour passed before Qian Renxue, disguised as Xueqing, returned to the chamber. Initially startled by the shadow draped in black robes, she quickly recognized who it was. A glimmer of joy flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes as she shed her disguise and leaped into Ling Xiao's embrace. "Shower, after such a long time. You have finally come to see me," Qian Renxue exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Ling Xiao's neck, her delicate face pressed closely against his. "Sister Shui, I have come to assist you in completing the divine examination. However, I shall only aid you in the first trial by slaying the Rakshasa god. For the subsequent evil god king, you must rely on your own efforts," Ling Xiao declared, removing the hat that concealed his face. "I am aware of that. If everything necessitates your assistance, what purpose would I serve?" Qian Renxue replied, rolling her eyes. "Very well, then let us begin, Sister Shui." Upon receiving her nod of agreement, Ling Xiao immediately brought the flow of time to a standstill across the entire star. Aside from Hu Laiina and Bibi Dong, who possessed a comparable level of divine examination, all was frozen, including the realm of the gods. Following the traces left by the Rakshasa god, he led Qian Renxue to the place where the Rakshasa god had once lingered. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the river of time unfolded, and at this moment, his gaze appeared extraordinarily enigmatic and beautiful, captivating Qian Renxue. The celestial body awakened. Ling Xiao emanated a faint radiance. "Space is sealed. Time, rewind the universe." Instantly, everything within the space before him was reversed in time. After a brief moment, the figure of the Rakshasa deity materialized, as if being pulled back, returning to the sight of Ling Xiao and his companion. "Halt." Ling Xiao pointed his finger at the Rakshasa deity, immobilizing her in place before lifting the spatial blockade, allowing the reversed flow of time to resume. Waves of backlash surged against Ling Xiao's body, causing a flicker in his gaze as his stellar form suffered damage. The temporal and spatial backlash eroded a portion of his divine essence. When time returned to its normal state, the previously bewildered Rakshasa deity regained her senses upon seeing Ling Xiao. "What is happening? Was I not already dead?" she exclaimed in terror, for in her recollection, she had indeed been slain by Ling Xiao. "You still possess value, hence you are alive once more, but only to meet your demise," Ling Xiao proclaimed. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of hope flickered in the Rakshasa deity's eyes, yet it shattered with his next statement. "Is this so? I have returned to life merely to die again?" In response, the Rakshasa deity did not resist. She understood the futility of opposition. Rather than endure torment that rendered existence worse than death, while still being unable to escape her fate, she preferred to die with dignity. Ling Xiao utilized chains to forge a black longsword, which he presented to Qian Ringshu, saying, "Sister Shui, the Rakshasa deity, being a god, possesses a divine form that cannot be easily harmed by ordinary means. Use this sword." "All right." Qian Ringshu nodded and approached the Rakshasa deity. With Ling Xiao by her side, the deity posed no threat to her. "Come forth. At last, I can find respite." Perhaps aware of the futility of resistance, the Rakshasa deity appeared rather magnanimous at this moment. Qian Ringshu nodded, and with effortless grace, her magical sword shattered the divine form of the Rakshasa deity. As the vitality within him swiftly dissipated, the deity offered a gentle smile and remarked to Ling Xiao, "Even as a sinful god, I have managed to assist others and perform a good deed, have I not?" "Indeed." Upon seeing Ling Xiao nod, the Rakshasa deity smiled once more, his form gradually fading into the ether. "Sister Shui, let us depart," Ling Xiao said, observing the complex emotions reflected in Qian Ringshu's expression. "Yes, let's return." With a ripple in the fabric of space, the two found themselves back in their chamber. Qian Ringshu had completed her first trial, and a platinum longsword was bestowed upon her, crackling with arcs of lightning, suffused with destructive power. "This is the Sword of Judgment." Qian Ringshu gazed at the Sword of Judgment and handed the magical sword back to Ling Xiao. "No need to return it to me. Sister Shui, you are not yet ready to wield the Sword of Judgment. You must first inherit the divine position and acquire divine essence. For now, let this magical sword serve to protect you, as it contains some of my power," Ling Xiao explained. As both the magical sword and the Sword of Judgment transformed into streaks of light and entered Qian Ringshu's being. "Understood. I will remember," Qian Ringshu replied earnestly, her eyes twinkling as she playfully tackled Ling Xiao onto the bed, burying her charming face in his embrace. "Shower, you haven't visited me for so long today. You must keep me company." "Very well," Ling Xiao nodded. After their bath, they lay entwined in bed, Qian Ringshu holding Ling Xiao tightly, resting her head upon his chest. The following morning, Qian Ringshu awoke to find Ling Xiao still beside her. She gently loosened her embrace around his waist. Cautiously, she shifted her position to lie on her stomach, propping her chin on her hands as she quietly observed the sleeping Ling Xiao, her legs playfully swaying. As Ling Xiao opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Qian Ringshu, who was gazing at him with a foolish smile. "Sister Shui," he exclaimed. "Shower, you are awake." Qian Ringshu immediately sat up. "Yes, Sister Shui, I have a gift for you," Ling Xiao declared as he propped himself up. "A gift? No. You have given me too many gifts already, and I have yet to bestow anything upon you. There's no need for that. As long as you are happy, Sister Shui," Ling Xiao responded, retrieving a ring embedded with golden gemstones from his spatial realm. "Shower, this is..." Qian Ringshu's body trembled at the sight of the ring, her gaze towards Ling Xiao turning bashful. Looking at the floating ring in Ling Xiao's hand, Qian Ringshu felt both shyness and curiosity. "This is a spatial ring, with a capacity of 1,000,000 cubic meters. Please use it for now, and once I gain a deeper understanding of the laws of space, I will gift you an even finer one. Additionally, I have placed some life water within the ring, capable of sustaining living beings. If you ever find yourself in danger, you can take refuge inside. Without the strength of a god ancestor, it cannot be breached. Inside, I have also stored 3 strands of sword energy, each powerful enough to easily slay a god sovereign, and combined, they can vanquish a god lord. There is also a room within the spatial ring that nurtures the laws of time. If you stay there for 10 days, only a day will pass outside. In the future, as I gain a better grasp of the laws of time, I might be able to further manipulate the flow of time, allowing a year or more to pass inside while only a day elapses outside." At that moment, Qian Ringshu was left speechless, astonished by the wealth of treasures Ling Xiao had prepared within. "These are just what I have for now. Once I inherit other divine positions, I can exchange them for something even better for you, Ling Xiao continued. At this point, Qian Rinxue suddenly embraced him tightly, burying her face in his chest. Sister Shui, what's wrong? Ling Xiao inquired, sensing her tears. Thank you, Xiao. Thank you. Qian Rinxue was deeply moved. In her moment of despair, it was Ling Xiao who had helped her unravel her hardest knots. She felt that having someone like Ling Xiao in her life made it worth sacrificing everything for him. It's nothing. You are Sister Shui. Ling Xiao gently ruffled Qian Rinxue's hair, offering soft words of comfort. Qian Rinxue lifted her delicate face to Ling Xiao, breaking into a radiant smile. Slowly, she rose on her tiptoes, closing her eyes as she leaned in to kiss him. After the kiss, Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at Ling Xiao with eyes full of tenderness. However, Ling Xiao remained unfazed. He was already accustomed to it. Sister Shui, I must take my leave, Ling Xiao stated as he looked at her. Yes. Farewell, Xiao. Though reluctant, Qian Rinxue did not try to keep him. After planting a kiss on his cheek, she waved him goodbye. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. In the next moment, a black cloak enveloped him entirely as he stepped in a particular direction, his figure vanishing instantaneously, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Upon witnessing Ling Xiao's departure, Qian Rinxue concealed the spatial ring on her hand with her angelic attire, transforming herself once more into Shui Qinghe. At this moment, Ling Xiao has arrived above the 7-treasure glazed tile school, unnoticed by anyone. Observing the disciples practicing in the square, he notes that none are engaged in the moonstep technique, as they are not among the core members of the sect. He then ventures to a more expansive area, where dozens of core disciples are engaged in sparring. Each has mastered the moonstep, marking them as the prodigies of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Among them, there are several with the 8-treasure glazed pagoda spirit, and one possesses the 9-treasure glazed pagoda spirit, the youngest of them all. Ling Xiao nodded. Upon his previous departure, he had utilized the energy of his soul weapon to create a crystal ball, though it contained merely 30 times the energy of a divine king, which was a trifling amount to him at that time. It was sufficient to catalyze the evolution of countless martial souls for these individuals. Upon entering the conference room of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, he observed Ning Fengji and Gu Rong seated. Who is this? Gu Rong's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he beheld the figure draped in a black cloak entering the room. Ning Fengji, too, summoned his martial soul. The 9 Treasures glazed pagoda, for he had now attained the rank of 88th level soul Douluo. Ning Zongzhu, do you not recognize me? Ling Xiao inquired, lifting the hood of his cloak. It's you, the holy son of the spirit hall, Gu Rong exclaimed, recognizing the familiar visage. Despite the addition of a mask, there was little else that had changed. Ah, it is indeed the holy son. I extend my apologies for not welcoming you properly. It has been quite some time. Ning Fengji retracted his martial soul and regarded Ling Xiao with a light smile. Indeed, it has been a while. 3 years, if I recall correctly, Ling Xiao replied. Yes, ever since the Holy Sun departed 3 years ago, Rong has been consumed by worry, neglecting her meals, and losing weight. Recently, she even ran away from home. Ning Fengji lamented, a look of concern etched upon his face. Rong has run away from home. Ling Xiao gazed at Ning Fengji and remarked, it is inconceivable that the sect master is unaware of this matter. Surely, there have been individuals discreetly safeguarding Rong throughout the journey. He could not fathom that Ning Fengji would permit any harm to befall her. The Holy Sun is indeed correct. I have covertly dispatched a control system Sol Douluo and a support system Sol Douluo to accompany Rong, Ning Fengji replied, his expression tranquil. Where has the sword Douluo gone? The old sword master has gone to find Rong. He fears she may suffer outside and set off a day ago. He is likely near her now, Gu Rong explained. He had intended to go himself, but having lost to the sword Douluo, he remained behind to oversee the sect. Moreover, in terms of travel speed, it was indeed the sword Douluo who was swifter. Where is Rong headed? Ling Xiao inquired, raising an eyebrow. To a place called Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji answered. Shrek Academy? Little Wu is also there. I cannot believe Rong has gone there. Ling Xiao chuckled. Oh, does the Holy Sun have acquaintances at that academy? Yes. I have heard of that academy. It seems rather ordinary, yet I did not expect Rong would attend. Ning Fengji continued, are you planning to find Rong? With your strength, you could reach her in no time. The sword Douluo requires a day to fly from the sect, and that is due to his elevation to the 97th level. Otherwise, 2 days would be considered swift. Indeed, Ling Xiao nodded, glancing at Gu Rong. Why does the bone Douluo remain at the 96th level? What level has the sword Douluo achieved? Holy Sun, Among the title Douluo, advancing a single level is exceedingly arduous. My progress over the past 6 years, achieving 2 levels, is already quite rapid. The old sword master is now at the 97th level. Rong replied with a hint of resignation. Have you not utilized the life water I provided? Ling Xiao inquired, recalling that he had left enough for all 3 to reach the 98th level. Rong fell silent. Did you dilute the life water and give it to the disciples? Indeed, we are not in haste, and there is no rush. It is imperative to cultivate our disciples well. Fortunately, they have not disappointed our expectations. One disciple has awakened the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda with innate full spirit power. And now, at merely 9 years of age, he is nearing the 20th level of soul power. Rong stated proudly. Very well. How you choose to utilize the life water is your affair. I shall not interfere, Ling Xiao declared, retrieving several bottles of life water from the system space and tossing them to Rong. You must expedite your cultivation, currently, in the spirit hall. Apart from a few newly promoted title Douluo, the rest are at least at the 98th level. Your sect has fallen behind. With that, Ling Xiao bid farewell to the 2 and departed. Chapter 55. Obtaining soul rings. Ling Xiao traversed through space to arrive at the Yi family in the Heaven Do Empire, where he encountered Yi Qianqian and Yi Lingling. Yi Qianqian had now attained the rank of Soul Sage at level 79, while Yi Lingling was a Soul Master at level 45. Aunt Qianqian, Sister Lingling, Ling Xiao exclaimed as he swiftly entered the room, revealing his countenance. Xiao. Yi Qianqian smiled gently upon seeing Ling Xiao, her gaze warm and inviting. Where have you been these past few days? Yi Lingling inquired, pulling Ling Xiao to sit beside her. I have been engaged in the divine examination, which is why I have not left the spirit hall during this time. Ling Xiao replied, feeling no need to conceal the matter of the divine examination. I see. Yi Lingling nodded thoughtfully, then addressed Ling Xiao. Do you still remember Du Guyan? Du Guyan? Yes, I recall. What of her? Ling Xiao pondered momentarily before affirming. She has been poisoned. Are you aware of this? Indeed. Upon encountering Du Gubo, I discerned that he was poisoned due to his spirit of the emerald lizard snake. It is only natural that Du Guyan, sharing the same spirit, would also suffer from such affliction. Shower, Yi Lingling said, her demeanor a touch shy as she gazed at him. Sister Lingling wishes for you to save Du Guyan. Does she not? Ling Xiao observed Yi Lingling's subtle expressions. Ling Xiao understood. Yin Yin is one of the few good friends I have at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Shower, could you lend a hand? Certainly. Ling Xiao nodded, finding the resolution of such poison to be a simple task for him. Truly. Yi Lingling's face brightened with joy, only to be clouded with concern as she gazed at Ling Xiao and said, Shower, this won't have any adverse effects on you, will it? No. This ordinary toxin poses no threat to me. Then I am truly grateful, Shower. It's nothing, Sister Lingling. Just arrange a time for me to summon both Du Gubo and Du Guyan, and I shall deal with it all at once. Very well. I shall speak with Yin Yin tomorrow, Yi Lingling replied with a nod. Ling Xiao nodded and produced 2 spatial rings from the system space, presenting them to the 2 women. Aunt Qianqian, Sister Lingling, these are spatial rings containing 1 million cubic meters of space. What? 1 million cubic meters? Upon hearing this, Yi Qianqian immediately spat out the tea she had just sipped, coughing incessantly while patting her chest. Shower, this is far too valuable. We cannot accept it, Yi Lingling exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment as she shook her head vigorously. They had heard of storage devices before, regarded as precious treasures. Even a few hundred cubic meters was an extraordinary rarity in the world, and the notion of 1 million cubic meters left them utterly speechless in regard to its value. It's nothing. I have no shortage of such items. Ling Xiao remained unfazed, finding the creation of such things rather simple. Aunt Qianqian, Sister Lingling, please do not refuse. With a graceful wave of his hand, Ling Xiao adorned the ring upon the 4th finger of both women. The gemstone on Yi Lingling's spatial ring shimmered in a delicate lavender hue, harmonizing beautifully with her attire, while Yi Qianqian's ring gleamed with a soft azure stone, perfectly complementing her garments. Although both women wished to decline, the earnestness in Ling Xiao's demeanor left little room for refusal. Shower, how may we repay you? Yi Qianqian inquired, a hint of shyness in her voice. Aunt Qianqian, no repayment is necessary. You both cared for me when I was but a child. This is simply a matter of course, Ling Xiao responded. Yi Qianqian had been his nurse, nurturing him through his formative years, and such gifts were only fitting. Oh. What we provided back then pales in comparison to your generosity. The soul bone was already a form of recompense, and the life-giving water you bestowed upon us far exceeds anything we could offer. Yi Qianqian sighed. It is a simple truth. You have treated me well, and thus I feel compelled to reciprocate. Is that not only right? Ling Xiao countered. Oh, you child, still so innocent and naive. I truly fear for your vulnerability. Yi Qianqian gazed at him with eyes full of affection. How could I ever be bullied? My strength is considerable. Ling Xiao asserted confidently. We are aware of your power. But Xiao, your innocence may lead you into deception. Worry not. My soul force is formidable and allows me to discern good from evil. Ling Xiao declared, his eyes transforming into a striking gold. Is that so? Both women regarded his golden gaze in astonishment, yet their hearts were reassured by his words, knowing he would not be easily deceived. Very well. Aunt Qianqian, Sister Lingling, I must take my leave. Please keep this jade stone safe, should you require assistance. Simply crush it, and I shall arrive post-haste. You may also take refuge within the spatial ring. It is capable of storing living beings, Ling Xiao said, presenting them with 2 small, crystalline jade stones. Thank you, Xiao. The 2 women carefully accepted the jade, tucking it close to their hearts. Ling Xiao nodded slightly to bid farewell to the 2 and vanished before their eyes. At Shrek Academy, shortly after Yu Xiaozhang's arrival, both Tang San and Oscar swiftly reached the 30th level of soul power. Without delay, Xiao Wu led the team into the Starry Forest to procure soul rings. Not long after entering the forest, Tang San noticed some movement ahead and instantly leaped onto a tree branch, activating his purple extreme magic eye, revealing a soul beast swiftly approaching their direction. It was a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, over 1,000 years old, likely around 1,500 years. Oscar, this soul beast is perfectly suited for you. You shall absorb it, Tang San declared, as he sought a soul beast with toxic attributes to enhance the capabilities of his blue-silver grass. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, being non-venomous, was a rare and powerful soul beast among non-venomous snakes, using constriction to suffocate its enemies as its primary attack method. Although its attacks were rather singular, its speed was astounding, and the nutrients stored in its coxcomb allowed it to momentarily boost its speed in times of crisis. Tang San jumped down from the branch to face Oscar. Once you acquire this soul ring, your soul skill should relate to speed. Whether it enhances your speed or augments your own is an excellent choice. He continued, due to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's relatively weak and simplistic attack power. Such a soul beast is quite rare after a millennium. You are fortunate this time. Ha ha ha. It seems our luck is quite favorable. We have scarcely entered the Starry Forest and already found a suitable soul ring, Xiao Wu remarked, glancing at Tang San. Now, we merely need to find a soul beast suited for you, little San. As they spoke, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had already approached them. Xiao Wu promptly unleashed his soul rings, illuminating the 3rd and 4th. The 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement, and the 4th, position tracking, ensured that no matter how slippery the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake might be, it had no chance against Xiao Wujia's formidable presence as a soul sage. Xiao Wujia's enormous hand reached for the snake, gripping its head and lifting it before him, while his other hand flicked its coxcomb lightly, sustaining such a heavy blow. The small snake was rendered unconscious. Had he not intended to spare its life, a mere flick would have sufficed to end it. Confronting a mere 1,000-year soul beast was child's play for the mighty Xiao Wu. He withdrew a dagger from his waist and handed it to Oscar, saying, Little Oscar, to avoid any unforeseen events, act swiftly. Pierce just beneath its coxcomb, that will penetrate its brain, and this soul ring shall be yours. Eagerly, Oscar took the dagger and approached the soul beast, ready to claim his 3rd soul ring, impatient to discover what his new soul skill would entail. The dagger swiftly ended the life of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As Oscar sat cross-legged on the ground to absorb the soul ring, an aged voice echoed, Who are you to dare touch our prey? They turned to see 2 women, one elderly and one young, glaring angrily at the deceased phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, her hair impeccably arranged despite her age. Though aged, she exuded vigor, her wrinkled face glowing as if it belonged to an infant, her eyes sparkling with life. In her right hand, she wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, 6 soul rings pulsating around her. Beside her stood a beautiful young girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her well-developed figure. Her deep brown eyes fixed intently on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in Xiao Wujia's grasp. She held a shorter serpent-headed staff, only 2 meters in length, and bore 200-year soul rings. Upon noticing the 7 soul rings surrounding Xiao Wujia, the elder's expression shifted slightly, her imposing aura dissipating as she gazed at the lifeless phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, silently concluding that this time, It seemed unlikely they would obtain it. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the elder spoke first. Soul Sage, I apologize for the interruption. I am known as Kaoxiang Xiang, respected in the Spirit Master community as the Snake Matriarch. My husband, Meng Shu, is referred to as the Dragon Duke. May I inquire your esteemed name, Soul Sage? Hearing this, Xiao Wujia's expression tightened slightly. Realizing that the Snake Matriarch and Dragon Duke were renowned figures within the Spirit Master realm. If the Snake Matriarch was present, then the Dragon Duke could not be far behind. Confronting just the Dragon Duke alone would be immensely challenging, and facing both would likely result in severe injury. Not to mention the presence of Little San and the others. The legendary couple, while the Snake Matriarch was merely a Soul Emperor, was not to be trifled with alone. However, the Dragon Duke was a Soul Douluo, and their combined prowess could momentarily halt a title Douluo level expert. Killing them was out of the question, as it would only bring upon relentless pursuit if the Snake Matriarch managed to escape. With this thought in mind, Xiao Wujie replied, "Aha. It is indeed an honor to encounter the illustrious Snake Matriarch. I am Xiao Wujie." Upon hearing this name, the Snake Matriarch's expression shifted slightly. Ah. The infamous unmoving Ming Wang. I wondered who this remarkably youthful soul sage was. Xiao Wujie chuckled. I am unworthy of such praise. I merely earned a reputation in my youth. In recent years, I have led a more reclusive life, teaching students at an academy. This time, I brought these children to the Star Doe Forest, primarily to gather soul rings, but also to broaden their horizons. I did not expect to encounter you here, Snake Matriarch. Since this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has already been slain, how about allowing us to take this soul beast? Xiao Wujie proposed amiably, as he had no time to waste. Tang San still needed to search for his soul ring. Absolutely not. This soul beast was discovered by my grandmother and me first. You cannot simply take it. What am I to do? You must help me find another soul beast. Myriad interjected angrily. Young lady, we have no time to waste with you. We must continue searching for another soul ring. Xiao Wujie retorted coldly. You have another who has just broken through, the Snake Matriarch remarked. She had only now noticed Tang San and the others, initially taken aback by their youthful appearances. The oldest seemed merely 15 or 16, while the youngest appeared around 12 or 13. The Snake Matriarch glanced at Oscar, who was currently absorbing the soul ring, and realized he was also quite young. Likely a year or two younger than Myriad, yet this young lad was already absorbing his third soul ring. Indeed, esteemed Snake Matriarch, this student of mine is only 14 and has already reached the rank of Soul Master, while another, about to acquire his third soul ring, is merely 13. Xiao Wujie stated, Everyone, reveal your soul rings and soul power for the Snake Matriarch to see. Upon his command, Tang San and the others promptly displayed their soul rings. Daimubai, 15 years old, 37 level Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, 13 years old, 28 level Great Soul Master. Tang San, 13 years old, 30 level Soul Master. The Snake Matriarch and Myriad were left speechless, astonished by the extraordinary capabilities of such youth. They were indeed prodigies. Meanwhile, Ning, Rong, and Xiao Wu had already disregarded the commotion, having retreated to the shade of a large tree to chat leisurely. This is impossible, Myriad exclaimed. At this moment, the Serpent Lady's expression darkened as she blocked Myriad's path. With her husband absent, it was unwise to provoke these individuals. Xiao Wujie was no benevolent soul. His fearsome reputation as the unmoved king was well-earned. Had it not been for the consideration of Long Gong, Xiao Wujie might have resorted to silencing them both. Taking a deep breath, the Serpent Lady declared, Since the unmoved king has spoken, I shall grant you this favor. Let this matter rest. Iran, let us depart. Though Myriad was still reluctant to acquiesce, the Serpent Lady forcibly led her away. Xiao Wujie breathed a sigh of relief. Avoiding enmity with the Serpent Lady was the best course of action, for facing Long Gong would pose a grave threat to their lives. Half an hour later, Oscar had completed the absorption of his third spirit ring. Chapter 56 concluded. Exhaling deeply, Oscar slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the faint pink glow surrounding him transformed into a radiant pink light, enveloping his entire being. 3 spirit rings ascended from beneath his feet. And Oscar finally transcended to the rank of Great Spirit Master, becoming a food system spirit sage with 31 levels of spirit power. At this moment, Daimubai could no longer maintain a stern facade and forced a smile, saying, Little Ao, you are the second among us to break through to 30 levels. Congratulations. Now, let us see what your third spirit ring skill entails. Although Oscar was exhilarated by the acquisition of his third spirit ring, he found himself unable to smile when Daimubai mentioned the skill. With an awkward expression, he replied, Perhaps we should discuss this later. The skill is somewhat. However, sensing the expectant gazes of Xiao Wujia and the others, Oscar begrudgingly raised his right hand, finally uttering his third spirit incantation. I possess a mushroom sausage. Uft. Ha ha. Oscar, your incantation is truly unique. Ma Hongjun burst into laughter. Tang San and Dai Mubai could not help but join in the merriment. At this moment, Oscar felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the ground, yet Xiao Wujia played the peacemaker, even as he himself struggled to suppress a smile. Oscar, do share the abilities of your spirit skill. This is a Millennium Spirit Ring. It should not disappoint us. Upon hearing this, Oscar raised the mushroom sausage in his hand, his expression transforming into one of excitement as he proclaimed in a proud tone, the third spirit skill is the mushroom sausage, and its effect is flight. The smiles on everyone's faces abruptly faded. They had not anticipated that Oscar's newly acquired ability would be flight. Even Ning, Rong, and Xiao Wu, who usually refrained from their conversations, turned their attention towards him. After all, flight was a capability typically reserved for flying-type martial spirits or titled Douluo. It was astonishing that a spirit sage like Oscar possessed such an ability. Little Ao, does this flight ability have any unique aspects? Xiao Wujia inquired with eager anticipation. Indeed, after consuming the flying mushroom sausage, I can fly for 1 minute at the speed of a phoenix-tailed snake. Oscar replied, his eyes gleaming with pride. What? A look of surprise flickered in Xiao Wujia's eyes. If it were merely flight for 1 minute, such an ability would be of little significance. However, flying for 1 minute at the speed of a phoenix-tailed snake was an entirely different matter. Xiao Wujia nodded in satisfaction, stating, it seems your efforts were not in vain. Little Ao, this third spirit ring is quite impressive. With your current spirit power, how many flying mushroom sausages can you produce? After pondering, Oscar responded, the spirit power consumed by this mushroom sausage is significantly greater than the previous two. In my current state, I can produce a maximum of 10 at once before exhausting my spirit power. Xiao Wujia nodded in acknowledgement. That is commendable. As your spirit power increases, so too will the quantity. He continued, now, we need only to locate Xiao San's spirit ring before we can return to Shrek Academy. With that, Xiao Wujia led the group deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, at the center of the Starry Forest, Ming sensed Xiao Wu's aura and immediately awakened from his meditation, his eyes sparkling with joy. Ming, Sister Xiao Wu has returned. Ming exclaimed joyfully towards the depths of Starry Lake. The past few days had been agonizing, with the sky blue bull python relentlessly pushing him to train. Now that Xiao Wu was back, he could finally enjoy some respite. Hearing the Titan giant ape's voice, Ming, who had been training in the depths of Starry Lake, opened his enormous eyes and emerged, revealing his colossal bull head. Ming, Sister Xiao Wu is merely passing by. She has no intention of returning. Do not disturb her, Ming said solemnly. But I miss Sister Xiao Wu, Ming replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Wishing alone was futile. Both Sister Xiao Wu and Aunt Ro were currently too weak. They needed to focus on their training to protect them. Isn't there that human? Ming suggested. We cannot rely on that human at all times. He will eventually be unavailable. What if someone seeks to harm Aunt Ro and Sister Xiao Wu then? Ming replied sternly. Since he had been harmed by a deity years ago, he understood that while others might be powerful, there remained external forces. He was still weak. If they depended solely on others, they would be helpless should they face another crisis. Fine. Ming, feeling dejected, sat by the lake and ceased his desire to see Xiao Wu. Ming shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. Although his strength had reached 200,000 years, it was still far from sufficient. Ling Xiao once mentioned that beneath the Starry Lake lies a mysterious space teeming with formidable soul beasts, the weakest of which are at least 200,000 years old. At present, his strength remains insufficient. After exhaling deeply and consuming the water of life, Ming once again submerged into the depths of the lake to continue his cultivation. On the outskirts of the Starry Great Forest, the members of Shrek finally located a suitable soul beast for Tang San. Little San, this is an underground magic spider of about 1,800 years. Perfectly suited for your martial spirit, Zhao Wujing remarked. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, gazing at the distant soul beast. Then I must trouble you, Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wujing nodded and approached the underground magic spider, which had noticed his presence. Little spider, obediently become a soul ring, Zhao Wujing shouted as he unleashed his 5th and 6th soul skills. The underground magic spider roared, but being merely a 1,000-year soul beast, it stood no chance against the soul sage. Little San, hurry and absorb the 3rd soul ring. Xiao Wu called out after severely weakening the spider. Tang San nodded, brandishing a dagger and striking at the spider's vital point. In just a few breaths, the underground magic spider succumbed to death, and a purple soul ring emerged. Tang San quickly settled down and began to draw in the soul ring with his soul power. After approximately half an hour, Tang San opened his eyes and exhaled. Now a 31st level soul master. He looked at the lifeless underground magic spider, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, as if he had missed something important. However, he soon shook off the feeling and turned his attention to his newly acquired third soul ring, unable to contain his excitement. Following the acquisition of the soul ring, Xiao Wu led the group back to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Snake Lady and Myriad had joined forces with Long Gong. What audacity Xiao Wu has! How dare he steal Iran's prey? Long Gong exclaimed, his face twisted with rage as he struck the ground with his staff, creating a deep crater. All right, let's consider it our misfortune to have encountered such a ruthless man. Snake Lady sighed in resignation. Humph, that so-called immovable king is merely a soul sage. Next time we meet him, I shall teach him a lesson, Long Gong declared, his eyes gleaming with cold intent. Now, we must find another soul beast for Iran, he added, shaking his head. Just as they were about to set off, a voice emerged from the nearby forest, instantly alerting the trio. What is that? Long Gong and Snake Lady summoned their martial spirits and soul rings, shielding Myriad protectively. Moments later, a colossal figure, exuding an aura of malevolence, emerged. This is a human-faced magic spider. Long Gong exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the approaching soul beast. Elder, look, this human-faced magic spider appears to be injured, Snake Lady observed. Initially concerned but suddenly struck by a bold idea upon noticing its wounds. Elder, this human-faced magic spider is injured, and it seems to be only a little over 1,000 years old. How about we consider it as Iran's soul ring? She suggested. Hearing this, Long Gong furrowed his brow. The human-faced magic spider was an evil soul beast, one that both soul beasts and soul masters would prefer to avoid. However, the potential of acquiring its soul ring was too tempting to dismiss. Thus, Long Gong turned to Myriad. What do you think about this human-faced magic spider as your third soul ring? Yes, Myriad replied after a moment's contemplation. Very well, my dear, let us proceed. Long Gong inhaled deeply and nodded. The two advanced toward the human-faced magic spider. Seeing them blocking its path, the spider roared and charged forward. But being merely a 1,000-year soul beast and currently injured, it was no match for a soul emperor, especially with a soul Douluo by his side. Before long, the human-faced magic spider was left barely conscious, sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Iran quickly absorbed the soul ring. Long Gong urged. I'm on it, Myriad replied, plunging her dagger into the spider's vital point. With no strength to resist, the human-faced magic spider met its end. As the purple soul ring ascended from the spider, Myriad focused intently on drawing in the soul ring. Long Gong and Snake Lady anxiously observed as Myriad absorbed the soul ring. Time passed without incident, gradually easing their tension. However, just when they thought everything was settled, Myriad's brow suddenly furrowed, and she let out a piercing scream. Myriad, seated in meditation, began to convulse violently, her chest heaving as her upper body arched unnaturally, a terrifying sight. Iran, what is wrong? Snake Lady cried out in alarm, while Long Gong's anxiety grew. What is happening? She seemed fine just a moment ago. Just as Long Gong was about to rush forward to check on Myriad, a voice emerged from the shadows. Do not move her. This is not a grave issue but rather a fortuitous opportunity. The figure, cloaked in black, stepped forward. Who are you? Show yourself, Long Gong demanded, his gaze scanning the surroundings, filled with apprehension. The presence nearby had gone unnoticed by him, indicating a strength at least that of a soul Douluo. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions, the cloaked figure reassured them. That young lady has encountered something quite extraordinary, Ling Xiao remarked, glancing at Myriad. Long Gong and Snake Lady exchanged puzzled looks, wondering what this extraordinary thing might be. Ling Xiao took a step forward and instantly appeared behind Myriad. This sudden movement startled Long Gong and Shi Peng, who had failed to comprehend how he had traversed the distance so swiftly. You shall not harm Myriad. Despite their trepidation, upon witnessing Ling Xiao reaching out towards Myriad, Long Gong and Shi Peng launched their attack. If you wish for this young lady to remain unscathed, do not make a move. Ling Xiao's words were spoken with an airy nonchalance, compelling the two to halt their assault, their courage dissipating. Do you know what has happened to Iran? Long Gong inquired anxiously. Of course, this young lady has stumbled upon a remarkable fortune, Ling Xiao replied, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. What do you mean? Long Gong asked, puzzled, yet as he observed Myriad, who had been writhing in agony moments ago, gradually finding her tranquility, he felt a sense of relief. Are you familiar with the concept of soul bones? Ling Xiao withdrew his arm and addressed the pair. Naturally, soul bones are invaluable treasures for soul masters. Long Gong nodded in acknowledgement, but soon realization dawned upon him, his gaze lighting up as he turned to Myriad. Could it be that Iran has acquired a soul bone? Ling Xiao nodded, and just as Long Gong was filled with astonishment, Ling Xiao continued, moreover, this young girl has obtained a soul bone that is far from ordinary. Not ordinary? Could it be a highly valuable head or torso soul bone? Long Gong pondered aloud. No, it is even rarer and more precious than that. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, Myriad, having returned to her normal state, felt something unusual in her body. Suddenly, accompanied by a tearing sound, her clothing was abruptly ripped apart, and 4 fist-sized protrusions bulged from either side of her spine. Following this, the 8 protrusions burst open, and remarkably, Myriad's skin did not retract. From these 8 points, deep purple entities emerged, growing at an astonishing pace. Under the astonished gazes of Long Gong and Shi Pu, the deep purple objects quickly extended to over a meter in length, continuing to grow with remarkable speed. When they exceeded 1.5 meters, they paused momentarily, sprouting joint-like appendages, and as they continued to extend, they branched out in different directions from those joints. The 8 dark purple entities eventually grew to over 3 meters before coming to a halt, their surfaces gleaming with a lustrous purple sheen, appearing exceedingly smooth. The section closest to Myriad's back was the thickest, tapering off to a sharp point at the ends. What on earth is this? Myriad exclaimed. Tightly covering her exposed body, her garments having been completely shredded into fragments on the ground. Iran, this. Shipa hastily removed Long Gong's outer garment in an attempt to cover Myriad, but the strange objects made it difficult for her to proceed. Do not touch her. It is poisonous. A moment's carelessness could lead to poisoning. However, there is no need to panic. These are the legs of a human-faced demon spider. A particularly rare type of soul bone, Ling Xiao informed Shipa. The most peculiar kind of soul bone, Long Gong, Shipa, and the others were puzzled. While they were familiar with soul bones, they had never encountered such a variant. This is an external soul bone, unlike others that are fixed in age. Determined by the soul beast from which they originated, external soul bones can evolve alongside the strength of their possessor, perhaps with your efforts in the future. This soul bone may evolve into one that is 100,000 years old, Ling Xiao explained, and the 3 began to comprehend. Long Gong and Shipa gazed at Myriad in astonishment, realizing that their granddaughter had unexpectedly gained such a fortuitous opportunity to acquire such a precious treasure. Nonetheless, this is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. Long Gong took a deep breath and solemnly bowed to Ling Xiao. Were it not for the person before them, they would likely have been flustered and could have inadvertently harmed Myriad. Moreover, if the existence of this rare treasure had become known to others, it would surely have been coveted. It is of no consequence, merely a matter of passing by. Ling Xiao waved his hand, turning his gaze towards Myriad, who was still kneeling on the ground, tightly covering her delicate form. Her complexion had grown somewhat pale, as utilizing soul bones required soul power to sustain. Now, quickly retract the soul bone. Otherwise, your soul power will be depleted. Focus your mind to channel your soul power into your spine and concentrate on retracting the soul bone, he urged. Upon hearing this, Myriad promptly concentrated, sensing the connection between the soul bone and herself. Eventually, after some time had passed, beads of sweat began to form on her delicate face, and the 8 spider legs gradually retracted. The extended appendages slowly folded, their curved ends aligning before inching back into her body. After a further period, the 8 spider legs completely retracted into Myriad's form. In Ling Xiao's eyes shimmered a golden light that penetrated Myriad's flesh, revealing the condition within her body. The 8 spider legs transformed into 8 peculiar streams of energy, originating from her spine and adhering to her 8 ribs. Myriad's back regained its smooth, jade-like appearance, prompting the snake lady to hastily drape a garment over her. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xiao retrieved a set of light blue garments and tossed them to Myriad, saying, simply draping a garment is insufficient. Do wear this, as it should fit your figure quite well. Thank you. Myriad replied softly, her cheeks flushed, as she accepted the dress Ling Xiao had offered. Once she had donned the attire, she shyly concealed herself behind Long Gong, casting a bashful yet curious glance at Ling Xiao. Senior, you have rendered us an immense favor. Please, do visit our home, Long Gong implored. with a gleam of anticipation mirrored in Meng Yiran's eyes. No need for that. It was merely a casual assistance. I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you further. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Ling Xiao replied before stepping forward and vanishing before the trio had a chance to respond. Sighing, Long Gong expressed his disappointment, which was echoed in Meng Yiran's eyes. Yiran, let us return. You have just broken through to level 30 and need to consolidate your soul power. Moreover, you must thoroughly study this external soul bone. Since the senior mentioned a future encounter, perhaps there will be another opportunity, Long Gong said, gently ruffling Meng Yiran's hair. Yes, grandfather, Meng Yiran nodded. The three then embarked on their journey homeward. Ling Xiao glanced back at the three individuals. The external soul bone was indeed an intriguing artifact. Yet it held significance primarily for soul masters. At the divine level, it lost much of its allure. After a long journey, they finally returned to Shrek Academy the following day. Teacher, we have returned. Upon entering the academy, Tang San and his companions were greeted by Flinder, who was waiting at the entrance. Marvelous. Our Shrek Academy has gained 2 more soul masters, Flinder exclaimed. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a crew cut approached them, and Tang San felt a surge of joy upon seeing him. Teacher, Little San, you have truly exceeded my expectations. A 13-year-old soul master is indeed a prodigy in the history of Douluo Continent, Yu Xiaojiang said with a sense of pride. All thanks to your guidance, teacher. TCH. Ning, Rong, and Xiao Wu exchanged eye rolls, finding the 2 men rather peculiar. Just then, Flinder looked at Ning Rong with a strange expression and said, Rong, someone has come to see you. Who? Ning Rong tilted her head, curious. Ha ha ha, Rong, long time no see. A hearty laugh echoed from afar, and Ning Rong's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing the familiar voice. In the next moment, a figure with white hair and youthful features descended gracefully before them. Grandpa Jian. Ning Rong joyfully shouted, rushing into the embrace of Jian Douluo. Greetings, Your Excellency Jian Douluo. Zhao Wujing bowed respectfully, aware of the formidable presence before him. Rong, have you been bullied here? If so, tell Grandpa, and I shall teach them a lesson. Ignoring Zhao Wujing, Jian Douluo's gaze was filled with affection as he addressed Ning Rong. Seeing that Ning Rong had a title Douluo as a grandfather, Ma Hajun and the others instinctively stepped back, wishing to blend into the background. After all, they had not initially treated Ning Rong kindly, and they feared retribution from such a powerful figure. No, Grandpa Jian, look, this is my good friend Xiao Wu. Ning Rong did not mention her companion's earlier behavior, as she had never regarded them as friends. Only Xiao Wu mattered to her. Hello, Your Excellency Jian Douluo. Xiao Wu approached, her demeanor respectful yet confident. Jian Douluo regarded Xiao Wu with satisfaction, noting her soul power had reached the 39th level, which surprised him. This young lady's soul power is even higher than Rong's. It seems her friends are also extraordinary. Jian Douluo mused, astonished by the number of prodigies present. Grandpa Jian, has that bad guy returned? Ning Rong asked shyly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she released her embrace. Upon hearing this, Jian Douluo's expression stiffened, and Ning Rong discerned the answer, her eyes reflecting disappointment and sorrow. Rong, he will surely come back for you. After all, he is quite fond of you. Do you not remember? Jian Douluo quickly reassured her, unable to bear her sadness. But he hasn't visited me in 3 years. Ning Rong murmured, looking downcast. Xiao Wu contemplated offering comfort, but at that moment, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed from above, capturing everyone's attention. The group turned their gazes skyward, where they noticed a figure cloaked in black approaching with an ethereal grace, each step producing a sound reminiscent of glass fracturing. Who is that? Jian Douluo's expression darkened as he protectively shielded Ning Rong behind him. The others from Shrek Academy also stood alert, even Yu Xiaojiang nearly reaching for his Wuhuan Hall token. Given the hall's reputation as the continent's most powerful force, suddenly Xiao Wu's voice rang out in delight. Brother? The tense group was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Wu's exclamation. They watched as she ran toward the approaching figure, who had now reached the ground. Xiao Wu dashed into his arms, affectionately nuzzling against his chest. Brother, what brings you here? I've come bearing gifts, Ling Xiao replied with a gentle smile, stroking Xiao Wu's hair while casting his gaze upon the gathered individuals, finally resting on Ning Rong and Jian Douluo. Xiao Wu released Ling Xiao, taking his hand as she introduced him to Ning Rong. Rong, this is my brother. And brother, this is Rong, my dear friend, and this is Jian Douluo. Greetings. Ning Rong addressed Ling Xiao politely, though she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the person before her. Ling Xiao chuckled softly and extended his hand, revealing two rings suspended in midair. One ring was adorned with a pink gemstone, while the other boasted a blue one. Brother, what are these? This is a spatial ring, capable of storing a volume of 1 million cubic meters. Although it may not be vast, you can use it for now. And I shall provide you with a larger one in the future, Ling Xiao explained, leaving those around them in a state of shock. 1 million cubic meters of space. Some among them had heard of spatial storage devices, much like the one Tang San possessed, a moonlit night on the 24 bridges, which was merely a cubic meter in size. Even when combined, the total was only 24 cubic meters. Such a treasure was rare indeed. Yet now they were hearing that Xiao Wu's brother claimed this ring contained 1 million cubic meters of space. Tang San gazed at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Who was this person to possess such a precious artifact? A whirlwind of questions flooded his mind. No, brother, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Xiao Wu quickly refused. Such a treasure was beyond her comprehension. Could a spatial storage device of 1 million cubic meters truly exist in the mortal realm? Sighing, Ling Xiao remarked, "Why are you acting like Tu Ro?" "What? Brother, did you give one to mother as well?" Xiao Wu asked in astonishment. "Indeed, you both are truly mother and daughter." Tu Ro was the same, hesitant to accept at first. "Because it is so valuable." "Not so much. It merely requires some effort to create." "Did you make this yourself?" "Of course, where else would it have come from?" Ling Xiao replied. Gasps of astonishment escaped the crowd. To create such a treasure indicated immense strength. Surely, even the legendary 99th rank title Douluo could not accomplish such a feat. "Oh, thank you, brother." Xiao Wu beamed, slipping the ring with the pink gemstone onto her right ring finger. The pink gemstone shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, appearing extraordinarily beautiful. "Brother, who is the other spatial ring for?" Xiao Wu inquired, eyeing the blue gemstone ring in Ling Xiao's hand. She did not assume both were intended for her, nor did she consider that Ling Xiao had presented them for her selection. "This spatial ring is naturally a gift for a dear friend," Ling Xiao replied with a gentle smile as he approached Ning Rong. "For me? Who are you?" Ning Rong was taken aback as she observed the figure advancing toward her. She could not recall ever having met him. "Me? After years apart, Rong has forgotten me." Ling Xiao laughed lightly. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ning Rong suddenly recalled something, her body trembling as her eyes brimmed with tears. With a quivering voice, she asked, "Is it really you?" Ning Rong slowly approached, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked upon the figure cloaked in black. Ling Xiao paused, the black hood of his cloak lifted, revealing a smiling gaze directed at Ning Rong. "It has been a long time, little princess," he spoke softly. Tears welled in Ning Rong's eyes as she beheld the familiar figure before her. Despite the mask obscuring his features, the essence of familiarity was unmistakable. Trembling with emotion, she surged forward and enveloped Ling Xiao in a tight embrace, weeping in his arms, pouring out her grievances and longings. "You wicked man, it truly is you. Why have you taken so long to seek me out?" Ning Rong cried, her small fist pounding gently against Ling Xiao's chest. Though it appeared she exerted great force, her strikes were merely tender touches. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stood in a daze, observing Ling Xiao and Ning Rong. Her mind was in disarray. While she had contemplated the possibility of Ning Rong's acquaintance with Ling Xiao, she had not anticipated the depth of their connection. Though the martial techniques Ning Rong employed were different, they bore the distinct marks of Step on the Moon, a skill imparted to her by Ling Xiao himself. Ling Xiao had previously mentioned entrusting the moonlit path to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and as Ning Rong was the princess of this esteemed institution, she had speculated that Ling Xiao might be acquainted with her. However, she never anticipated that the great villain referred to by Ning Rong was, in fact, Ling Xiao. "Do not weep. I have arrived." Ling Xiao gently caressed Ning Rong's small head, offering soft words of comfort. "To think it is you. I never expected to encounter you here after 3 years," remarked the sword Douluo, as he retracted his martial spirit, his tone imbued with nostalgia. "Indeed. It has been 3 long years since our last parting." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Yet, for him, 3 years felt but a fleeting moment. In the trials of the god of time, he had traversed the equivalent of a millennium. "But why did you vanish for 3 years?" "Rong has been longing for you every single day. There were numerous matters to attend to, preventing my return for an extended period." Ling Xiao replied with a hint of helplessness. The trials imposed by the god of time were arduous and plentiful. "Enough of this. Rong, cease your tears. Have you forgotten my words? In this world, no one can remain by your side eternally. We shared moments together, but time erodes all. I cannot be your constant companion." Ling Xiao spoke tenderly. "I refuse to accept that. I want the great villain to stay by my side forever," Ning Rong declared. her face buried in Ling Xiao's embrace, her grip tightening resolutely. Such a notion is impossible. Why not? Ning Rong lifted her tear-streaked face to meet Ling Xiao's gaze, her eyes red and puffy. Because neither of us is strong enough. We are too feeble to promise eternal companionship, Ling Xiao explained. The more power he acquired, the more acutely he felt his own vulnerabilities. But the great villain is undeniably powerful, far surpassing both Grandpa Jin and Grandpa Gil. Ning Rong, still perplexed, considered the title Douluo to be a formidable being, unaware that Ling Xiao eclipsed that strength. When you truly grow stronger, you shall comprehend my words. Truly grow stronger? Then I shall first become a title Douluo. And at that time, you must reveal why someone as powerful as you considers himself weak. After a moment of contemplation, a composed Ning Rong addressed Ling Xiao. Very well. I promise. Ling Xiao nodded. At that moment, Xiao Wu approached and inquired, Brother, are you the great villain Rong speaks of? Even now, Xiao Wu felt somewhat bewildered. Indeed. Xiao Wu, do you remember? After I gifted you and Rabbit Rose some presents, I traveled to the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School and met Rong a few days later. Is that so? Xiao Wu tilted her head in curiosity. Yes. I stayed at the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School for nearly half a year before returning. Great villain. Did you and Xiao Wu know each other since childhood? Ning Rong quietly asked, nestled in Ling Xiao's embrace. Yes. I met Xiao Wu about half a month before I met you. Ning Rong's heart tightened suddenly, despite Xiao Wu always calling Ling Xiao brother. As a close friend of Xiao Wu, she was acutely aware of Xiao Wu's feelings for Ling Xiao. They had been good friends for days. And Xiao Wu was even Ling Xiao's sister. What a predicament for Ning Rong. Yet, Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully greeting Ning Rong as before. Rong. I never imagined your brother is the great villain you admire. Surprised by Xiao Wu's reaction. Ning Rong wondered why Xiao Wu knew of her feelings for Ling Xiao yet bore no resentment. I too did not foresee that the great villain is your brother. Ning Rong replied. Brother is not a great villain. He is the best. Xiao Wu exclaimed, viewing Ling Xiao as the finest human being in existence. Xiao Wu, if you do not see him as a great villain, it is because you have not endured what I have. Ning Rong retorted through gritted teeth. Casting a resentful glance at Ling Xiao. She had heard Xiao Wu speak of her brother, naturally recognizing Ling Xiao's goodness, but her experiences were different. From a young age, she had been trained by Ling Xiao, suffering countless hardships that only she could truly understand. Rong, may I be released now? Ling Xiao interjected. Noticing that his clothes had become significantly damp, Ning Rong, embarrassed by the wetness on his chest, quickly let go and stood blushing in place. At this moment, black flames ignited at Ling Xiao's chest, evaporating the tear-soaked area entirely. As he gazed upon Ning Rong's reddened eyes, he gently brushed his fingers across them, causing a glimmer of crystalline light to flash, restoring her eyes to their original state and erasing the traces of tears. Chapter 60, The Dragon Brother. You were so impressive just now. Xiao Wu exclaimed as she embraced Ling Xiao. The sight of him striding through the sky had been nothing short of awe-inspiring, filling her with envy. It's nothing. You will be just as formidable once you reach the rank of title Douluo, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. But I'm still far from being a title Douluo. I'm merely a soul master, Xiao Wu responded. You won't take long to reach title Douluo. With the life water, it will only take a few years, Ling Xiao assured. You big bad guy, do you think we are as extraordinary as you? You have been strong since childhood. Ning Rong rolled her eyes. To fly, one either needs a special soul skill or a unique martial soul. Since you all yearn for flight, allow me to lend a hand, Ling Xiao said with a slight smile, as countless black chains emerged from the surrounding space. What are you up to, you big bad guy? Ning Rong inquired curiously, and Xiao Wu shared her intrigue. Since you wish to fly, I shall provide you with a flying mount, Ling Xiao declared. At that moment, the myriad black chains gradually morphed into a shape that resembled a dragon. The chains intertwined, ultimately forming the shape of a colossal dragon. However, unlike the slender blue lightning Tyrannosaurus or other large dragon-like martial souls, this dragon possessed an imposing yet compact form, complete with wings. Once the dragon shape solidified, black flames erupted from the chains, transforming the burned sections into what appeared to be scales. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the dragon formed from chains became a true black dragon, flesh and blood included. With a deafening roar, the black dragon's eyes opened, exuding an unparalleled aura that rendered everyone, except Ling Xiao, paralyzed with fear. Under this overwhelming presence, the skies darkened, the atmosphere shifted, space fractured, and thunder rumbled ominously in the void. After a moment, the dragon's roar ceased, and it obediently settled upon the ground. Brother, Xiao Wu, who had been frightened to the ground by the dragon, clutched Ling Xiao's arm, struggling to regain her footing. The sword Douluo was quicker to recover, while Ning Rong remained immobilized. Ma Hongjun and Oscar had fainted from fright, and Tang San, Flinder, and Zhao Wujin sat helplessly on the ground, their eyes glazed over. Xiao Wu, do not be afraid. This creature is my creation and will not harm you. Ling Xiao gently reassured her. Once Xiao Wu steadied her nerves, she reflected that having witnessed divine beings, this was not so daunting after all. After a period of self-soothing, she finally regarded the magnificent creature before her. The black dragon measured approximately 100 meters from head to tail, its enormous wings spanning about 130 meters when fully extended. Its physique was robust, yet not bulky, appearing elongated and powerful. With its long neck covered in impenetrable scales, the dragon's body was predominantly black, yet it emitted veins of crimson light. Its mouth gaped, as if ready to unleash a torrent of fiery red flames, the heat radiating from its maw warping the surrounding space. You big bad guy, this is Ning Rong. Supported by the sword Douluo, gazed at the massive creature, feeling parched. You wish to fly, did you not? You too can ride upon this dragon's back. It will safeguard you, and you need not fear falling, Ling Xiao proclaimed. Is that truly the case? Ning Rong, intimidated by the dragon's overwhelming presence, hesitated. Rest assured, it is safe. With that, Ling Xiao swiftly transported Ning Rong and Xiao Wu onto the dragon's back. The dragon lifted itself, its colossal wings unfurling with a gentle sweep, and ascended into the air, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. The spot where the dragon had rested now bore deep impressions. As the dust settled, the onlookers gazed skyward, where the dragon soared to a height of over 1,000 meters, first circling, then darting into the distance with unimaginable speed. While on the dragon's back, Ning Rong and Xiao Wu initially screamed as it took flight, but upon realizing they were unharmed, they gradually opened their eyes. To their surprise, riding the dragon was remarkably stable. Despite its swift flight, it felt as if they were on solid ground. Gathering their courage, they leaned over the edge of the dragon's body, watching the rapidly shifting scenery below, their initial fear replaced by curiosity and exhilaration. How does it feel? Are you adapting? Ling Xiao inquired, approaching them from behind. You big bad guy, we are flying so high and so fast, Ning Rong exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she observed the shrunken world beneath them. Fast indeed. It can be even quicker. At present, we are traveling at nearly 400 meters per second. The dragon's top speed reaches 1,000 meters per second, and this is still a gentle pace, Ling Xiao explained. How marvelous. Xiao Wu marveled, standing in awe. Just then, they sensed the dragon shifting directions before coming to a gentle stop. Peering down, they discerned a village below. We are currently hovering 1,000 meters above Shrek Academy. Let us descend, Ling Xiao instructed. The dragon began to lower itself gradually. Any rapid descent would create a storm capable of devastating the surrounding area. Soon, the dragon landed softly, leaving behind 4 enormous craters in the ground. The 3 dismounted, and Ning Rong and Xiao Wu appeared utterly exhilarated. Grandpa soared. I just flew into the sky. Ning Rong rushed to the sword Douluo, her excitement overflowing. Indeed. The sword Douluo swallowed hard, gently ruffling Ning Rong's hair as he gazed at the dragon with astonishment. Flinder and the others huddled closely together, unable to contain their sweat. Everything they had witnessed that day had shattered their worldview. First encountering a tidal Douluo, and now witnessing a being far beyond their imagination. Flinder trembled as he adjusted his glasses, silently grateful that he had never provoked Ning Rong and Xiao Wu, for today might have marked their collective demise. If you two wish to go anywhere, simply ride this dragon. It will take you there, Ling Xiao offered. Brother, it's too large. It would frighten people, Xiao Wu remarked, tugging at her lips. Did I not provide you with spatial rings? It can stay safely inside, Ling Xiao replied. As he spoke, Ling Xiao gazed at the spatial ring in his hand, which was intended for Ning Rong. A vast circular black hole materialized before him, revealing an expansive realm within, while the body of the colossal dragon began to diminish in size. In the span of merely 5 breaths, the dragon, once stretching 100 meters in length, had transformed into a diminutive creature of less than 5 meters. The dragon sought a suitable spot within the space, settled down, and closed its eyes, awaiting the next summons. You may call upon it whenever you have need. Its strength is formidable, and it can protect you in times of peril, Ling Xiao declared as he sealed the space. Ning Rong, her gaze fixed on the space ring adorned with a turquoise gemstone, was filled with joy and shyness as she reached out to accept it, placing it on the ring finger of her right hand. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the sword Douluo could not help but gasp in astonishment. What circumstances could possibly warrant the use of such a terrifying dragon? Though the dragon had shown no signs of aggression, the aura it exuded was enough to send chills down his spine, its power unfathomable. Observing the delighted Ning Rong, Ling Xiao offered a faint smile. In the next instant, Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he projected a soul doppelganger clad in a black cloak, which materialized outside a room in the Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 61. Detoxification. Ling Xiao extended his hand to open the door, gazing at the three individuals seated within. Apart from Yulingling, both Dugubo and Dugu Yin were also present. Upon spotting Ling Xiao, Yulingling waved her hand joyfully. In contrast, Dugubo wore a countenance marred by sorrow and skepticism, casting an uncertain glance at the newcomer. When Dugu Yin returned to inform him that Yulingling claimed to be poisoned, he sought her out for clarification, only to discover that she had discerned his own affliction as well, one that had reached a critical stage. Considering her martial soul was the healing type 9 Heart Sea Pearl, the most formidable healing martial soul across the continent, he inquired if she could offer a remedy. Yet, the outcome was evidently negative. Even Yu Shuyun, a titled Douluo of considerable renown, was incapable of providing aid. This revelation filled him with despair and indignation, though he could only suppress his feelings. For he was merely a 91st level titled Douluo, while Yu Shuyun was rumored to have reached 96. Although healing soul masters might possess weaker combat abilities, they surpassed him in strength, not to mention the numerous powerful individuals indebted to Yu Shuyun. Should he act against the Yi family, even if he could escape, his granddaughter would not be so fortunate, and he wished to spare Dugu Yin from a life of fugitive existence. However, a twist of fate occurred when Yi Lingling approached the troubled Dugu Yin the previous day, claiming she had found someone capable of saving them. Though he harbored some disbelief, he resolved to give it a try, not solely for himself, but for Dugu Yin as well. He was intimately acquainted with the agony of living in torment and wished to shield her from such suffering. Lingling, is this the soul master who can save us? Dugubo inquired, rising with palpable enthusiasm. Despite Ling Xiao being shrouded in a cloak, exuding an air of mystery, none of that mattered as long as he could provide a cure. Indeed, Elder Poison Douluo. He has assured me he can alleviate the suffering caused by the poison for both you and Yin Yin, Yu Lingling proclaimed. She refrained from disclosing his identity, knowing that if Dugubo were to learn of Ling Xiao's true nature, he might find it hard to believe. Excellent, this esteemed soul master. As long as you can rescue both me and Yin Yin, I shall comply with any conditions you set forth, even if you can only save Yin Yin. I will acquiesce to all your demands, Dugubo exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. The loss of Dugu Yin's parents to poison haunted him, and he wished to avoid experiencing such grief again. Had he not ascended to the rank of titled Douluo and had the responsibility of caring for his granddaughter, he likely would not have survived this long, for the pain was unbearable, driving one to contemplate death. You need not offer any recompense. After all, it was she who invited me. Otherwise, your fates would be of no concern to me, Ling Xiao replied coldly, emphasizing that had it not been for Yi Lingling's intervention, he would not have cared for the lives of strangers. At these words, Dugubo's expression twitched in indignation, anger igniting within him. Nevertheless, recognizing this as their last hope, he stifled his rage and responded with a forced smile. Yes, indeed, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Miss Lingling. Observing Dugubo's subservience, Dugu Yin felt an overwhelming bitterness. She understood that had it not been for her, Dugubo would never demean himself in such a manner. After all, he was a titled Douluo, unafraid even of death. Ling Xiao gazed at Dugubo and extended 2 fingers, stating, I am aware of your predicament, and there are 2 potential solutions. Upon hearing this, Dugubo's eyes brightened, filled with hope. May I inquire, esteemed soul master, what are these methods? The first option involves me directly eliminating all toxins from your bodies. However, you must understand that this will render you incapable of further cultivation. Otherwise, the toxins will resurge, and given the altered compatibility of your bodies, the experience will be even more excruciating. Absolutely not. Dugubo immediately rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. The thought of losing his strength and the consequences it would entail for him and his grandson was unbearable. I anticipated your refusal to consider the first option. Thus, we are left with the second method. I shall compress all the toxins within you into a single toxin pill. Any toxins you cultivate henceforth will be contained within this pill, to be released when necessary. Ling Xiao elaborated on the second solution. Dugubo nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Let us proceed with this. Thank you, esteemed Soul Master. Dugu Yin, too, felt a surge of excitement. She had contemplated resorting to the first method, accepting a life devoid of cultivation as an ordinary person. However, now that the second option allows for continued cultivation, it was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Ling Xiao gazed at the resolute Du Gu Bo and remarked, "The second method is excruciating. For her, the poison has not penetrated deeply, and her suffering is mild. However, for you, it will be akin to 1,000 cuts. Are you truly certain you wish to choose this path?" Upon hearing this, Du Gu Bo paused momentarily before responding with unwavering determination. "Indeed, I cannot afford to lose my soul power, for this would render me incapable of protecting Yin Yin. Therefore, no matter how agonizing it may be, I shall endure." "Grandfather." Du Gu Yin listened intently to the words of the man before her, wishing for him to opt for the first method, as the thought of that suffering alone filled her with dread. "Enough said, Yin Yin. My mind is made up," Du Gu Bo declared. "Soul Master, please proceed." Ling Xiao extended his hands and placed them upon the shoulders of the two individuals, who instantaneously felt an overwhelming wave of agony. Du Gu Bo let out a piercing howl, however. Ling Xiao had anticipated this outcome and had already sealed the entire room's spatial confines. Du Gu Yin fared somewhat better, as the torment merely compelled her to grit her teeth, her complexion paling slightly. In stark contrast, Du Gu Bo felt as though shards of glass were methodically slicing through his flesh, hammers relentlessly pounding against his bones, and his very marrow being extracted. This excruciating pain caused him to writhe incessantly, yet Ling Xiao maintained a firm grip on his shoulders, unwavering and resolute. Yi Lingling, unable to bear the sight, covered her ears and sat to one side, gradually turning her head away. She could scarcely fathom the depths of suffering that Du Gu Bo was enduring at that moment. "Grandfather," Du Gu Yin cried, her voice choked with sobs, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the agonizing visage of Du Gu Bo. In Ling Yao's eyes, a golden light flickered as he observed the toxins within Du Gu Bo gradually coalescing into a green poison pill in his dantian. The green hue in Du Gu Bo's hair slowly faded, returning to its natural white. After a quarter of an hour, the poison pills in both their bodies had fully formed, and all traces of toxins had vanished. Du Gu Bo's voice had grown hoarse, and his consciousness was fading. As Ling Xiao released his grip, Du Gu Bo slumped helplessly onto the sofa, his body still twitching in pain. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the treatment, Yi Lingling hastily summoned her martial soul to tend to the two men. The nine-heart begonia, renowned as the most potent healing martial soul, had evolved due to Yi Lingling's consumption of life essence, further enhancing its healing capabilities. Before long, Du Gu Bo regained consciousness, the excruciating pain dissipating, and he turned to comfort the tearful Du Gu Yin beside him. "Yin Yin, do not cry. Grandpa is here." "Grandpa." Du Gu Yin sobbed in Du Gu Bo's embrace, and he continued to soothe her. Feeling his body restored to health, Du Gu Bo cast a grateful glance at Ling Xiao, who was seated beside Yi Lingling, sipping tea. Chapter 62. Dragon God Mr. Soul Master. Though I, Du Gu Bo, am no paragon of virtue, I believe in repaying kindness. I possess a medicinal garden filled with numerous herbs. While I may not recognize them all, they should be valuable, and I trust you will find them intriguing. I understand that you may not regard my offer as sufficient recompense, but it is my heartfelt intention. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with interest. A medicinal garden. Could it be the one mentioned by Lan Shui 6 years ago? It appeared quite picturesque and would serve beautifully as a garden retreat. Hulaina and the others would surely appreciate its lovely blossoms. Very well, however, my treatment of you is due to Yi Lingling. The medicinal garden piques my interest, and in exchange, I shall provide you with this," Ling Xiao declared, tossing 2 vials of life essence into the air. Du Gu Bo and Du Gu Yin hurriedly caught them, their curiosity piqued by the crystalline liquid within. "These 2 vials are for both of you. Drink them, and you shall discover their effects." Hesitant for only a moment, they uncorked the vials. Their trepidation was alleviated by the knowledge that the individual before them had saved their lives, and since Yi Lingling had brought him to them, they held no animosity. He surely meant them no harm. A fragrant aroma wafted from the vials, igniting their desire to consume the liquid, and they swiftly drank its contents. As soon as they imbibed the life essence, they felt their soul power surging within, prompting them to close their eyes and focus. When they finally opened their eyes, they gazed at the vials in disbelief, then at the man before them, their expressions filled with incredulity. In mere moments, their soul power had ascended. Du Gu Bo had reached level 93, while Du Gu Yin had attained level 47. Du Gu Bo's face was a mask of astonishment, It was only upon reaching the title Douluo rank that he comprehended the arduous journey of ascension. Yet, with that single vial, he had surged from level 91 to 93. What manner of treasure was this? Dugu Yin was equally stunned. At just 20 years of age, achieving level 41 in soul rank was already remarkable. But to leap to level 47 with but one vial, how could that be possible? Taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment, Dugu Bo spoke with a complex tone. Thank you. You have not only saved our lives but bestowed upon us such a treasure. I now feel that a mere medicinal garden is insufficient to repay you. In Dugu Bo's estimation, the garden was merely a means to alleviate suffering. Despite the herb's potential value, they paled in comparison to the gift of life. How then could he repay the favor of their newfound soul power? Do not concern yourself. It is merely an equitable exchange, Ling Xiao replied nonchalantly, regarding the 2 vials of life essence as inconsequential, a mere drop in the ocean to him. Yi Lingling, seated beside Ling Xiao, smiled warmly at him, holding his hand with tenderness in her gaze. Dugu Bo observed the two with narrowed eyes. Was this enigmatic figure a peer of Yi Lingling? Otherwise, why would she regard him with such affection? Though Dugu Bo had aged, his heart remained youthful, and now that his physical torment had subsided, his mind was much clearer. Mr. Soul Master, shall I escort you to the medicinal garden now? He proposed, contemplating whether to have Dugu Yin inquire about this Soul Master's background later. No need. Simply tell me the location, Ling Xiao replied, as he had no time to accompany Dugu Bo on a leisurely flight. Very well, Mr. Soul Master. The medicinal garden lies at the center of the sunset forest, though I have shrouded it in toxic mists, Dugu Bo informed him. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded, exited the room, and after lifting the spatial seal, closed the door behind him. His soul force emanated outward, pinpointing the exact location. With a single step, he vanished from his original position and arrived at the heart of the sunset forest. Observing the diverse flora before him, Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The place indeed appeared splendid, albeit somewhat monotonous. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved some soil and vegetation from the realm of life and planted them around, digging trenches to encircle the area, leaving a few pathways for passage, and subsequently infused it with the water of life. Having completed this task, Ling Xiao nodded approvingly as he noticed the faint divine essence beginning to materialize in the air. These plants would flourish more abundantly, transforming this locale into a treasure trove. Meanwhile, just as Ling Xiao departed, Dugu Bo cleared his throat and glanced at Yi Lingling. Senior Poison Douluo, is there something you wish to discuss? Yi Lingling inquired. Well, I merely wish to ask if you are quite familiar with that spirit master, Dugu Bo replied. Indeed, from the tone of his voice, he cannot be very old, Yi Lingling asserted. True enough, she mused, considering that although Ling Xiao was immensely powerful, he had yet to reach the age of 12. I noticed you were seated together. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for him? Dugu Bo asked, his expression somewhat awkward, as such inquiries felt embarrassing at his age. Yet, what if there were unexpected gains? Upon posing his question, Dugu Bo was astonished to see Yi Lingling's face flush red, a sudden thought flooding his mind. At that moment, Dugu Yin, sitting nearby, sensed an ominous premonition. Hee. Dugu Bo's eyes narrowed, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. In the sunset forest, Ling Xiao walked above a pool of water, his gaze flickering with surprise at what lay beneath. He discovered 2 divine remnants and 2 divine bones submerged in the water. His interest piqued. He observed the 2 slumbering dragon souls. At this moment, the voice of Lan Shu resonated, elucidating the nature of this pool. Master, this place is known as the Eye of Ice and Fire. Beneath this water lie the dragon souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, who perished under the command of the dragon god millions of years ago. Their existence is what has given rise to this ice and fire pool. Millions of years ago, such an ancient time, Ling Xiao marveled at the 2 dragon souls. However, despite his curiosity, he refrained from awakening them. After all, should these dragon souls regain consciousness, it was possible that the ice and fire pool would vanish. And the most beautiful feature of the Eye of Ice and Fire was indeed this very pool. Its disappearance would be a great loss. Nonetheless, he harbored some interest in the dragon god. Lan Shu, who is this dragon god? He inquired. Master, the dragon god is the most powerful and ancient deity in this divine realm, far exceeding the might of the current strongest divine king, the Shura god. However, during the upheaval in the divine realm, the Shura god allied with 4 other divine kings to split the dragon god into the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King wields elemental power and possesses the divine authority of creation, embodying wisdom and rationality, gravely injured by several divine kings. He now lies in slumber beneath the Starry Lake on Douluo Continent, giving rise to soul beasts. The silver dragon you detected last time is he, accompanied by soul beasts tasked with guarding him. The Golden Dragon King, on the other hand, commands physical strength and holds the divine authority of destruction, representing the dragon god's cataclysmic power. His temperament is wild, and though merely a manifestation of the dragon god, he remains at the divine king level. Fearing further chaos in the divine realm, several divine kings obliterated his soul and sealed him away. Ling Xiao gazed towards the divine realm, where the river of time unfurled before his eyes. As time reversed, he beheld the dragon god from millions of years past, its entire form shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, even its scales radiating hues of prismatic beauty. The scales appeared irregular, each uniquely shaped, yet harmoniously coordinated, resembling a multitude of gemstones intricately set together, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. In its human form, it donned a resplendent robe of 9 colors, emanating an indomitable presence from the divine realm. Chapter 63. The Douluo who sells his granddaughter. This being was once the mightiest divine king of the divine realm, the dragon god. As the river of time receded from Ling Xiao's vision, all scenes faded away. The dragon god commanded 9 dragon kings: the Golden Dragon King, the Mountain Dragon King, the Fire Dragon King, the Ice Dragon King, the Earth Dragon King, the Wind Dragon King, the Light Dragon King, the Dark Dragon King, and the Space Dragon King. Each of these dragon kings possessed the strength of a first-level deity, accompanied by numerous beast gods, together with the dragon god. The mightiest of all, their collective power could rival the entirety of the divine realm. Regrettably, in the end, it was vanquished, leaving no sanctuary for the beast gods within the divine realm, casting even the mortal realm into disarray. Ling Xiao remarked on the once great divine king, who had tantalizingly brushed against the realm of the divine sovereign, only to ultimately be divided into 2 dragon kings. As for the Silver Dragon King, I shall make a point to visit when time permits. Ling Xiao gazed towards Starry Lake, where he beheld